Chapter 001, the page that popped up at midnight points. Lao Tai, since you have opened this book, don't rush to scratch away. Wonderful story is waiting for you. The terrain of this book is completely original. There is no possibility of collision with other books' terrain. This book, more to the later the more wonderful. The hero can use the future news to determine the life and death of a person. You can fabricate news so that the meteorite destroyed the satellite of the poor. You can edit the news so that the submarine of the small Japanese sunk the destroyer of the rice. You can use the future news to make $1,000 billion a day. There are more wonderful stories waiting for you. $1 billion? There are more exciting stories waiting for you. Qiusheng and Li Zihan divorced yesterday. The agreement was drawn up in the morning, and the formalities were completed in the afternoon. Therefore, 5-year-old daughter, Nui, will be raised by Li Zihan, and Qiusheng will bear 1,000 yuan a month in child support as well as half of his future study and medical expenses. They divorced not because of which party cheated, not because of the feelings of a major rift, but lost to reality, lost to life, sent away the mother and daughter. Qiusheng lost his mind and left the train station, walking like a zombie, step by step towards home. The sky is overcast. Halfway there, it started to drizzle. Qiusheng did not realize, no more, the warmth of home, no more, the daughter's knee in front of the noise, the wife's bed, gone, although the straitjacket but happy life, all gone. 10 kilometers of the road he walked more than 2 hours. When he returned to the set of 1-room 1-hall rental house, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. His clothes were almost soaking wet and he was in no mood to care. As soon as he entered the house, he paralyzed on the old faux leather sofa, staring at a leakage of water from the upper floors, such as landscape paintings like modeled ceiling days. I don't know how long it took, but I got up only when I was hungry and panicked. In the cupboard to find a set of dry loungewear to change into. In the refrigerator to find yesterday's leftovers, soaked in hot water. Peeled a salted duck egg, devouring eat down. After eating, gave a cheap courier company a call. 10 minutes after the courier brother door will be sent to the magic city of 5 carton box lift away. That is Li Zihan last night packed her and her daughter's clothing and daily necessities. Standing on the balcony, watching the courier boy load the carton boxes onto the car, watching that last touch of warmth fade away, his heart once again violently convulsed, sighed countless breaths, angry at himself not to fight to slap himself a few times, and then the body and mind empty into the bedroom. Curled up body lying in the bed, still residual women's fragrance, confused sleep. Seemed to wake up when he had a nightmare. The night color is like water. The bright moon is like frost. After dinner, their family of 3 in a crowded square laughing and strolling. Suddenly the sky exploded. Panicked people scattered and fled, and their family of 3 was transported to a dark place without heaven and earth. There was a pair of tall and ferocious demons in the chaotic world, and they snatched Li Zihan's mother and daughter with a roar. The cries of his wife and daughter struggling resounded through the clouds. He was as angry as a fire, and tried his best to snatch back his wife and daughter, but he realized that he was actually without his hands. He couldn't reach out and couldn't use his strength, and his legs were like illusions. No matter how much he ran, he was still in the same place. You can't do this, he shouted helplessly. Male and female demons jijia strange laughter. You have nothing, do not deserve to have them. You do not deserve. Female demons pulling voice curse. No, give them back to me, please, he cried and begged, but it was useless. Held hostage by the demon, Li Zihan's mother and daughter were getting farther and farther away from him. Daddy, save me, the daughter was crying. He was in a rage, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Li Zihan's mother and daughter were about to disappear into that black hole in the sky, a lightning bolt crossed the chaotic world and hit Qiusheng squarely in the forehead, and the lightning bolt illuminated this desolate chaotic world with a snowy light. Qiusheng vaguely heard an ancient pale voice while his body shattered. Your world has me. A head of cold sweat. Qiusheng opened his eyes. The bedroom was dark, with only a wisp of cool moonlight coming in through the gap in the curtains. He took a big breath and gasped for a while before he was able to get his strength back, reached out and touched the cell phone on his pillow, and looked at it. It was after 11 o'clock at night. He forced himself to go back to sleep, but couldn't get back to sleep. Turning on the lamp, he got out of bed, went to the living room to get a glass of cool water, and then returned to bed, having pretty much forgotten the dream, only remembering that it was a horrible dream. Leaning against the bed, grabbed the cigarette case on the nightstand, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, while smoking while looking at the opposite wall of the family portrait. Dazed, just a moment tears flowed down. He did not wipe, let the tears flow arbitrarily. Smoke, all day long smoke. Why not smoke you to death? Roll balcony to go. Do not see the daughter in the study? Dad, I'm choking to death. Go to the balcony and smoke. Dad, I want to watch cartoons. Just 5 minutes. I won't tell Mom. Honey, what are you doing? Stop it. Get lost. Stay away. Dad. Mom told me to throw away all your cigarettes. Recalling those warm images, the corners of his mouth slowly turned upwards and he laughed silently, but the tears were still flowing. Wiping the tears on his face with a pillowcase, he picked up his cell phone and opened WeChat, found Li Zihan's avatar, clicked on it, hesitated, and still sent, arrived? Is your daughter okay? Anxiously waited a few minutes. No reply. Maybe because of drinking cold water, the stomach made a rumbling sound, and the heart began to panic again. Eating too simple in the afternoon. His hypoglycemia again. Clutching his cell phone, he rolled over and got off the floor, went to the living room and rummaged through the fridge. Nothing readily available, so he took out 2 raw eggs, turned on the heat and boiled water, made 2 poached eggs, eat and clean up. Back to the bedroom. Li Zihan has not yet replied. His heart cannot be calmed down, so he sat down in front of the computer table and opened the laptop. This laptop is Li Zihan bought him a birthday gift in his senior year. The big $4,000 has been used for 5 or 6 years, and now the boot turtle speed. It took more than a minute to open the photo album. Album stored nearly 10,000 photos. Most of them are the last 5 years photo. The daughter alone the most. From the month section has been until now. Li Zihan's is also a lot of beautiful, petite and delicate. There are 2 people respectively and the daughter's photo. A family of 3 on the contrary. There are not a few. Qiusheng lit a cigarette and started from the beginning to look at one by one, thinking of the story behind each photo. He sometimes reveals a silly smile, sometimes tears, but no matter whether it is crying or laughing, the heart is a tugging pain. He blamed himself for being incapable of doing anything until now. Low salary, cannot afford to buy a house, cannot afford to buy a car. Even his daughter is almost to school age. He still does not know if there is an elementary school can receive her. He can't afford to delay his child. Renters have no rights. Midnight, April 23, 2018. Time flew by and it was midnight 0. Just as the time in the bottom right corner of the laptop turned to 4 zeros, a text-only page popped up on the screen, obscuring her daughter's playful little face. Ma done. Qiusheng muttered an expletive, then held the mouse all over the screen looking for X. There was none, not in the upper left or right corner, nor at the bottom of the screen. Pressing the escape key didn't eliminate it either. This kind of malicious pop-up window is too damn disgusting, he thought to himself. Helpless, he prepared to reboot. However, when he inadvertently glanced at the first line of text on the page he was captivated by it. Current news, yesterday evening at 7:30, East Grand Union Road in New Life 2 streets at the intersection of a tragic traffic accident. A high-speed cement tanker due to avoid pedestrians overturned. The tank smashed a white Hyundai sedan at the intersection and other signals. When paramedics rushed to the car, the 4 people have no signs of life. It is reported that the driver of the cement tanker has been criminally detained by the police. The reason why this text attracts Qiusheng is because at this moment he only needs to poke his head a little to see the intersection mentioned in the news from the gap of the curtains. The intersection of Union Road and New Life 2nd Street. It was just below his house. At the moment, the orange sodium vapor light illuminated that silent and empty intersection with snow. Self-media nowadays don't want some B-face either. They dare to make any rumor. Qiusheng muttered and cursed, to say whether there was a traffic accident at this intersection. He knew better than anyone else. Yesterday, he and Li Zihan had been at home after the divorce formalities, helping her pack her bags, and at night, after his daughter went to bed, the child went to bed early. The 2 of them were incomparably tacitly a few times, and as current news described that tragic traffic collision, the movement is bound to be not small. Even if their energy is on each other's body, they must be able to hear. But he didn't hear it, nor did he see it. Take a step back again. If the news refers to this evening, that is, 5 hours ago, he is sleeping like a dead pig did not hear. But now this intersection is quiet as hell. There is no trace of a tragic traffic accident. Fake news. This is fake news. Faker than the BBC. Muttering under his breath, his eyes looked to the next article. Economic news, according to the Kyoto Evening News. The body color Super Happy Lottery 18061 last night. The winning numbers are 0406 12 23 33 plus 0205. This period of a total of 50 first prize note, a single bonus of more than 7 million yuan. The total amount of first prize money over 356 million yuan. According to people familiar with the matter, the 51st prize are the same lottery player for the western region of Orchid City. It can't be a fake news too, he thought. 350 million how big a pie does it have to be to hit your head? It was actually very easy to verify the authenticity. Just do a search on his phone, but he was too lazy to do so. Whoever won 350 million didn't have a dime to do with him. Don't care. I shifted down and continued to read the next article. Sports and entertainment news. Yesterday night around 11 o'clock, famous actor Sui in the shooting of a night scene lens, due to the Weiya break from 15 meters high fall, by sending medical rescue ineffective, passed away at 2:15 this morning. According to informed sources, the Weiya used on the set is suspected of traces of man-made destruction. The police have intervened in the investigation. Too bad. Qiusheng thought. He was not a stargazer, but he had some impression of Sui. When he was in college he had watched an ironic movie starring Sui with Lee Zihan, and felt that he was a tough guy. Let's hope it's a fake. Such a talented actor. He secretly pondered. The entire page was black text on a white background. Just these 3 messages. Right after he finished reading the 3 news, the page that appeared out of nowhere magically disappeared automatically again, and an icon appeared on the main page of the laptop. Ordinary looking, simple rounded squares on a white background, with push news in black letters and flying art font. Qiusheng tried to point down. That news page appeared on the screen again, or the 3 news. Tried a few times, could not refresh, felt uninteresting. He moved the mouse to the push news icon, clicked the right button. There was no drop-down menu, could not be deleted. Qiusheng shook his head, no longer care about it. Once again opened the album to look at the photos. The happy smiling faces of his daughter and wife appeared on the screen again. Chapter 002 Tragic car accident. He slept through the second day. When he woke up, he saw Lee Zihan's reply. It's here. Nui is okay. He was relieved and returned a relaxed expression. He ate a donut and soy milk at the small restaurant below his rental room, and waited until it was past 9:30 at the fresh fruit real estate Gongnong Road store where he was employed. He was late. Most of the real estate agencies in Fengjing have a base salary plus commission model, and the base salary is very small. The amount of salary depends on the performance, and if you don't meet the minimum performance standards, you won't even get the base salary. Attendance is late once deducted half a day's base salary. Absenteeism 1 day deducted 1 day's base salary. So no one cares whether Qiusheng is late or not. Qiusheng graduated from the university, first applied to a technology company to do HR, but because of its limited working ability in the handling of interpersonal relations is also deficient. Position and salary has not been raised. After the birth of his daughter, living expenses increased. In order to earn more money, he quit his job and joined the real estate brokerage industry, which is said to be able to earn a lot of money in a short period of time. The first 2 years can earn more than double his original company, but the last year, because of the impact of the policy of restriction of purchases, the second-hand real estate transactions have plummeted. Although he is very hard, smile to welcome customers, black into white, but can only barely get $3,000 of base salary. During this period of time, he did not think of changing jobs, but suitable for him, and people look at his high-paying job which is so good to find. That's why he's been dragging his feet until now. Qiusheng, why didn't you come yesterday? Station manager Huang Wenlong saw him come in and asked him lightly, at the same time checking a late mark behind Qiusheng's name in the attendance book. Something happened at home. Is it okay? Fine. Qiusheng didn't want to say more. The divorce wasn't something honorable. There was no need to tell others. Huang Wenlong also stopped asking. Qiusheng and a few colleagues sitting after greetings sat on their own workstations, opened the computer, replied to a few inquiries after feeling bored, got up and went out to the door of the store and a few colleagues while smoking and chatting. In the middle of the phone call received a customer. 10 minutes later the customer came over. Qiusheng take customers to see the house. This is a pair of middle-aged couples speaking foreign accent. Both are very ink. Was not much feeling for the suite but and Qiusheng chatter for more than an hour, and so he returned to the store is already noon. In the opposite side of the G Mother noodle shop ate a bowl of 13 yuan of brine noodles. Out into the next door of the lottery ticket sales point. Sister Wu, how many bets did you win in this period's big happiness lotto? Qiusheng said as he entered. He remembered the news from last night again. 3 bets. Why? Do you want to try your luck too? Wu Xinrui, who was sitting at the small counter, smiled when she saw that it was Qiusheng who came in. Wu Xinrui was 29 years old this year, 2 years older than Qiusheng, and looked a lot like Gao Yuanyuan. Big eyes, white skin, plump, breasts and fat, buttocks, thief him sexy, married without children, young woman charm. Because of her husband's long-term stationed in Africa to support the cause of black construction, a person ate and lived in the lottery store, said quite bitter silence, especially at night without a fall, because the 2 stores are close to each other, a dozen meters across the door. So Qiusheng and his male colleagues often come over to chat and fart with Wu Xinrui. The relationship between the 2 sides is very familiar. Not interested, I still have to fight for my life. How can I afford to subsidize sports? Qiusheng said. At the same time, he thought, that news is really fake. Now the self-media can be really bold. Aren't you guys blowing awesome tens of thousands and tens of thousands of dollars a month? Why are you crying on being poor? Wu Xinrui smiled and teased, winking at Yi Qiusheng. That is trying to tease you. Fork and circle, can't you see? Really stupid. Big boobs and no brain. Yi Qiusheng made a dirty joke. You too? I don't mind. Wu Xinrui held up her oversized breasts. At this time, there was no one else in the lottery station, so the two joked a bit too much. Yi Qiusheng was bitterly amused, and Wu Xinrui's meaning was clear. You go on, I won't refuse or resist. But Yi Qiusheng didn't want to provoke her. I don't have that kind of mind. Get it? Yi Qiusheng corrected. Wu Xinrui didn't get angry, and touched out a Satsuma orange from under the counter and threw it to Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng reached out and caught it, peeling the orange while walking towards the small counter. When he reached close, the skin was also peeled off, stuffing the whole orange into his mouth, chewing a few times with his bulging mouth and swallowing it. Wipe your mouth with the back of your hand. Sit down on the only high chair in front of the counter. Take out a cigarette. Pull out two. One in your mouth. One handed to Wu Xinrui in the counter. Wu Xinrui touched the lighter on the counter. The two men lit the cigarettes. Wu Xinrui stared at his face and said, face so bad? The eyelids are swollen. Have you been crying? LOL. Wouldn't really cry, right? Have you? Yi Qiusheng rubbed his eyes. It's obvious. Wu Xinrui said with heartache. How come they didn't say anything? Yi Qiusheng twisted his head to look outside at his own store. Why would people say it? Also really crying? Wu Xinrui put away the smile on her face and said seriously. What did you encounter? Talk to sis. See if sis can help you? Can have what things? Did not sleep well? Do not say this. Right. Wu's sister. Ask you a thing. From your woman's point of view, how to be considered a happy family. Which Xingfu are you talking about? Wu Xinrui giggled, and rose to flirt with Yi Qiusheng heart. See Yi Qiusheng bored face quite serious. Said, well, not and you joke. Want to let their wives feel happy that will earn more money. Bed do not let her lonely. Always meet her. Yi Qiusheng rolled his eyes and jumped down from the chair. Let's go. After saying that, he walked outward. Wu Xinrui poked her head out from the counter and rushed at Yi Qiusheng's back. I said steamed. Boiled. Yi Qiusheng didn't look back. In the afternoon, he took 2 more clients to look at properties, but none of them could be finalized. Another day's work for nothing. 6 o'clock from the store. Walking half an hour back to the rented neighborhood. Far from seeing their own closed windows, Yi Qiusheng had calmed down some of the heart instantly turned over again. What are gone? Wife and child gone. Home is not like a home. The heart a pulling pain. No mood to do their own cooking. Besides, who will eat after cooking? From the district and walked out. To eat breakfast at the small restaurant ordered 2 small hairy vegetables, and asked for a few bottles of Fongjing Old Snow. $1 more than a bottle of the kind. 2 small dishes quickly on the table. What? Wife and kids not at home. Boss Lu had nothing to say to him as he delivered the beer. The family of 3 had eaten at the small restaurant a few times, and Boss Lu knew they were upstairs neighbors. Went back to my mother's house. Magic City? Well, isn't this the first day of May? It's time to go back and take a look. Old brother, to say that your daughter is really beautiful. Big eyes flashing like a dead person. Mentioning Nui Nui, Yi Qiusheng's heart ached. In order to change the topic he said, Brother Lu, yesterday this intersection hit? He pointed to the intersection outside the glass door where the street light had just been lit up. Hit what? The boss asked back suspiciously. Hearing Boss Lu say this, Yi Qiusheng was once again sure that the news was fake, but he still said, a cement tanker crushed a white Hyundai sedan to avoid pedestrians around 7:30 p.m., killing 4 people. The boss shook his head. Who said that? Netbull *******. I'm here every day. Yi Qiusheng laughed, opened a bottle of beer. Brother Lu, do you want a drink? No, there are guests. You slowly hole. Boss Lu finished and went back to the kitchen. There were still 2 tables of guests in the small restaurant, and Yi Qiusheng separated by an aisle as 3 middle-aged men. In that blind a few blow powerful, drinking more than $1 a bottle of beer but concerned about the 2 big countries in the East and West worth hundreds of billions of dollars sweater war. Inside the table is a man and a woman. The man is in his 50s, the woman more than 30, sitting together, head to head, ass to ass, in that mushy, groping, at a glance is not like a serious person, engaged in the possibility of broken shoes. Dude, where did you hear that? A man with a hairline rising to the Mediterranean Sea sitting next to him took a break from the macroeconomic seminar to ask Yi Qiusheng, who seemed to be a bit more interested in gossip. Yi Qiusheng glanced at him and said perfunctorily, I didn't hear it from anyone, I figured it out blindly. This matter can also be pondered. Buddy, you're awesome. Mediterranean gave Yi Qiusheng a thumbs up. Yi Qiusheng was too lazy to bother with him and poured himself a drink, but the Mediterranean Sea didn't want to let him go, and said without words, were there any beautiful women among the 4 that died? Yi Qiusheng blankly glanced at him and said in a bad mood, all of them were beautiful women. He was making it up. That news didn't say what kind of people died. Asterisk 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 buddy, can you mull over a few ugly people? What a pity for beautiful women, said the Mediterranean, showing a mouth of yellow teeth. Eat laugh. This pussy may not be interested in discussing the sweater war for half a day. Or maybe drunk, purely looking for fun with Qiusheng. Qiusheng drank a cup of his own and didn't answer. That pussy felt uninterested and said to the same table, nowadays there are people who pretend to be anything. Car accidents can be figured out blindly. The two people stopped the prediction of international events. One of them turned his head to the Mediterranean Sea, said, you also, and he really why? People are willing to ponder, let him ponder to go. The other one hems and haws, yesterday I also played poker in that nook, also did not see something drink, do not a few serious. Qiusheng slanted a glance at the three, do not want to cause trouble, drink their own, drink nearly an hour, 5 bottles of beer down, smoking half a box. Qiusheng has a little drunk, confused, red eyes, nose sour. At a certain moment, when his eyes swept over the intersection outside the door, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The wineglass in his hand banged down on the ground, and he was oblivious. At this time, the intersection east-west green light, north-south is red. The south side of the intersection a white Hyundai sedan waiting for the signal. The east side of the 50 meters or so a cement tanker coming at high speed. At this time, the west side of the crosswalk, a push tricycle scavengers from north to south through the red light across the street. Cement tanker issued harsh brakes. At the same time to the left side of the wheel to avoid. Due to the huge inertia, the cement tanker turned to the south side of the second level of the road. The tank tilted. The right side of the cement tanker tires have left the road surface. Don't! Qiusheng stood up and shouted. However, everything could not be undone. And with a loud rumble, the more than 10 tons of tank smashed heavily on the roof of the Hyundai sedan, and the Hyundai sedan was crushed into a discus. Asterisk 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 treadmill. Qiusheng cursed, and didn't know who he was cursing. Maybe it was the scavenger. Maybe it was the tanker driver, and then disheveledly sat down on the chair. It's finished. The loud noise startled everyone in the small hotel. When they saw the scene outside, the 6 people including Boss Lu looked at Qiusheng in unison. Asterisk 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 really let him figure it out. Mediterranean Sea spat out in horror, then shouted, I'll go see if I can save the beauty, said the man as he dashed headlong out of the store. The other 2 smiled sardonically at Qiusheng and also followed and ran out. Hey, you guys haven't settled the bill yet? Boss Lu chased after them. The old man who was touching the hawthorn also stood up and went out the door to look at the intersection. The woman straightened her clothes and came to Qiusheng, saying, Big brother, you are a master, right? Can you give sis a prediction? Can sis still have a child? Qiusheng was in a daze. He didn't hear anyone's words. He didn't go out. Save a load of people. It's useless. For innocent people are dead. Can't be saved. Instantly dead. Very tragic and cruel death. Maybe even the farewell of the body can't be held. The one who could be saved was the tanker driver, but Qiusheng wanted him to die. The person responsible for this accident is not only that evil scavenger, but also this hateful dump truck driver. Urban road you drive so fast to do. Other people have to avoid you, right? Lu Boss did not go to the scene of the accident, but stood in front of the door. He took a look at the scene of the accident, and then took a look at the store. Qiusheng, expression strange. He muttered, this dude can predict the future? Chapter 003 News from the Future. At this time, Qiusheng was also thinking, it really happened. Surprisingly it really happened. Yesterday, today, could those be future news? It's too metaphysical. Muddled blindly pondered for more than 2 minutes. His heart suddenly moved, stood up and walked out. In the doorway and Lu Boss said, First ode, tomorrow morning together not. The settlement of the first can't care about. Tomorrow then say it. Did not wait for Lu Boss state. He took off running, eyes into the cell door. This matter is urgent. Arrived home. Immediately opened the laptop. The boot speed is fast. Why is the boot speed faster? He did not have time to think. A few seconds into the main page, found that push news icon on the screen and clicked to open it. That concise text page appeared on the screen again. Look carefully at the time of the report underneath the first, current news, in such a small font that you couldn't even see it without paying attention. April 24th, 2018, which was tomorrow. Surprisingly, it's really news from the future. Where did it come from? However, now was not the time to delve into this question. There was no time. Hurriedly looking at the next, economic news, release time, it was also April 24th. Scanning his cell phone, it was now 1948 on April 23rd. Guesses confirmed. He hurriedly took a picture of the location of the winning numbers in the news, tapped to view the photo, saw that the numbers on it were clear, and gripped the phone and ran out the door. He went downstairs and dashed towards the nearest lottery station he knew of. and the 500-meter journey took him just over 2 minutes. Panting, he rushed into the lottery station. "Play 10 bets on today's Dahi Lotto. Quick," he said to the owner with his hands on his knees, unable to catch his breath. On the way he thought, well, although he knew the winning numbers but cannot buy more. Greedy, the final result can only be a basket of water. 10 bets is enough. He is not greedy, the boss said. Machine selection? No, wait. Qiusheng lit up his cell phone and opened the photo album, but for a moment he was confused. The photo that had just been taken had disappeared. It was gone. The most recent photo in the album was taken this afternoon in that second-hand house. How come it's gone? How come it's gone? Qiusheng went from excited to frantic, his body shaking involuntarily. He was anxious. $70 million. Could he not be anxious? The boss's heart palpitated and he stared at Qiusheng vigilantly, one hand sneaking under the counter to hold the electric baton. After about 2 minutes, Qiusheng calmed down. Time waits for no one. He secretly admonished himself. It's useless to go crazy now. Gone is gone. Forcing himself to calm down, he tried to recall the set of numbers. The only thing that could help him now was the memories. 04. He looked to the boss. The boss withdrew his gaze and put the electric stick to where it was handy, which led him to tap in 04 on the machine before looking up at Qiusheng. 06. The boss knocked 06. 12. The boss knocks 12. By the fourth number Qiusheng thought for a long time. The boss discharged his hand on the stick again. He was a little weak. The expression of the kid outside was too hideous, like a hungry wolf. 23. The boss calmed down and knocked 23. 33. The boss knocked another 33. February 1st in the blue zone. The boss knocked in 02. The last number Qiusheng couldn't determine for a moment. His impression was torn between 06 and 07. Glancing at the time on his cell phone, 1958. There were 2 more minutes before this issue of Daxitio was closed. He gritted his teeth. 06. 07. The boss looked at Qiusheng in disbelief. Could it be that he wanted to play a compound? But he didn't dare to inquire for fear that Qiusheng would get angry. Play 10 bets on 06, and 10 more on 07. Before Qiusheng seldom bought lottery tickets. Even if he did, it was $2 and $10. He had never bought a compound, and he didn't know that there was a compound in buying lottery tickets, and that boss didn't dare to ask or say anything when he saw his fierce look. Qiusheng therefore missed the opportunity to earn more money. So, no knowledge is useless. Learned is your own, maybe when it is used. Knowledge is money. Sincere, the boss understood in seconds. Crackling the keyboard. Additional? He asked. Both. The boss added and pressed OK. Giggle, a lottery ticket came out. He handed the ticket to Qiusheng. 60. Qiusheng scanned the time on his cell phone and saw that there were still 20 seconds left before 8 o'clock, which was just the right amount of time. He secretly sighed in relief. Then he swept the code to pay and said goodbye to the boss. Looking at Qiusheng out the door, the boss wiped the cold sweat on his head. Too damn scary. If all the lottery ticket buyers were like this, he wouldn't be able to open this lottery station. Returning to the rental house, he immediately woke up the screensaver computer. When he saw the last number, Qiusheng's heart was suddenly half cold, because the last number he dwelled on was not 06, nor 07, but 05. Qiusheng's chagrin even stomped his feet with cursing, until 8:30 big happy lottery. No surprise, he won 20-second prizes, the kind with floating bonuses, with add-ons. In fact, he should be happy. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. If it wasn't for a mistake, a deviation in the last digit of his memory, he probably wouldn't have even won the second prize. Believe it or not, big data screening is no joke. Who do you think you are? That's his father. Qiusheng, who had been tossing and turning for a while longer, finally calmed down, and he logged onto the sports lottery website to check the winnings for this period. The future news was correct. This issue of the Big Happiness Lotto had indeed won 50 first prizes, each with a prize of 275, 328 yuan, and 103 second prizes, each with a prize of 196, 425 yuan. His 22nd prize winnings amounted to 3 renminbi, 928, 500, with an additional bonus of 23 renminbi, 571, 100, totaling 6 renminbi, 285, 600, which is quite a lot, but not as much as one of the other people's first prizes. After deducting the 20% tax, 571, 120 yuan, he could get his hands on as much as 50, 284, 480 yuan. For him, it was a huge amount of money. $5 million. In Fengjing, a second-tier city on the outskirts of the city, one could buy a high-grade villa of more than 300 square meters, and if he bought a flat, the hardcover kind, and in any location he wanted, 150 square feet plus a car, he would still have more than 2 million left in his hand. What a count! What children's school registration can be easily dealt with. At this time he especially misses his ex-wife and daughter. If there are a few days earlier this 5 million, old father-in-law and mother-in-law will not look down on him, but also divorced. What happy life together is not good? As the saying goes, the fate of mankind is not what it seems. This paragraph introduces the background. Those who do not want to read can skip to the next chapter. Qiusheng and Li Zihan are classmates in the 11th class of Liaodong University majoring in human resource management. As the petite class flower and the black-faced class grass, the two of them saw eye to eye with each other in their freshman year, and began to squirm and sneak into a relationship. However, in their sophomore year they could already walk around campus in pairs. Qiusheng is nearly 1 meter 8 tall, with decent features, good looking, is slightly dark face. His family in the suburbs of Fengjing is considered half of Fengjing people. Li Zihan was born in the Magic City, looks petite and cute, with beautiful features, is a typical girl in Jiangnan. The character of the two people is one rough and one soft. Yin and yang complement each other. The harmony. Fourth year of college when the two rented a set of houses outside, began a sweet cohabitation life. That set of houses is now Qiusheng in this set of rental housing. Rented 6 years, did not change, and then the lousy gunshot more also have hit the target time. Just when they were about to graduate, Li Zihan found out that she was pregnant, and both of them had no intention of aborting the child. So on the day they got their graduation certificates, they received their marriage licenses at the same time. Married by the sun, the two did not hold a wedding. Li Zihan also did not tell the matter of the license to the parents of the Magic City. So hidden. That spring festival, Nui 2 months, the couple held the child for the first time back to Mordor. As you can imagine, Li Zihan's family was in an uproar. The couple stayed in Mudu for only 2 days before returning to Fengjing, and they never returned to Mudu in the following years. Li Zihan left her family to follow him, so that Qiusheng touched. These years he almost all the love are poured into his wife and daughter, carefully cared for. However, life is not only love, there are sweet and sour, wood, rice, oil and salt. The child is still small. Li Zihan cannot work full-time, although Qiusheng hard work, but he put more thought on his wife and children, and because of the work ability was limited, so the results are very few. Promotion and salary increase are not his share. Both of them are not happy with their jobs and their paychecks are meager. Qiusheng's parents are authentic farmers, but also cannot help much, day and month. As the child grows up expenses are increasing, their life is more and more limited, conflict is also more and more. A few months ago, the community staff household registration of preschool children information, a community cadres clearly told them, Nui children do not meet the 3-in-1 policy cannot enter the school district elementary school, and from that day on, the conflict between the two had a tendency to escalate. At this time, Li Zihan's parents once again intervened. The phone calls several times a day. At first Li Zihan answered in front of Qiusheng's face, but later avoided him. In order for the child to receive the best education and be able to enter a good school, finally Qiusheng bear the pain and compromise. The two broke up peacefully. As for why Qiusheng did not follow the Magic City, which has a handful of bitter tears, it seems that all cities have preschool children close to the school policy restrictions, especially popular schools, such as real estate license and household registration to be consistent. Living for more than how many years? The husband and wife must be in a hukou, etc. My city has appeared due to the husband and wife hukou are not together. The child cannot enter the popular elementary school example. In order to children to go to school, they chose to divorce. And Mordor, more on that later. Chapter 004 A warning that changed the course of history. The dust had settled and the prize would not be claimed until tomorrow. At this time just after 9 o'clock. Not yet time to sleep. I guess I can't sleep even if I want to. Qiusheng intends to look at the news and online novels to pass the time. First light a cigarette, and then open the cell phone music player. Find the song that once gave him a heart-touching song of thoughts. Choose to cycle play. The intro sounded, Beloved You, recently passed a long time. Dare also have like me. Thinking of you work by work block. Listening to the song. Thinking of Li Zihan's slender body weaving in and out of the room. And thinking of his daughter's whiny voice when she called him. His vision blurred little by little. After a long time, he wiped his face and let out a long sigh. Hopefully, my daughter can get into that best elementary school. Qiusheng prayed in his heart. Starting the laptop, the screen flew into the main page. Looking for a half-read novel in a Chinese network favorite. Point to continue reading. At this moment, the song is still dazzling in the room. Hometown moon, the moon in my hometown. Like the sweetness of our time. I have the memory of my youth. My beloved you, do you miss me? Qiusheng's heart was stirred by the song. How can not watch? Pick up the cell phone, turn off the player, A breath of the remaining half of the cigarette, snuffed out in the ashtray. Read another half a chapter. Feeling that the mind is not at all on the novel. Just close the novel page and stop reading. I swept to the news icon in the task file and ghostly clicked it open again. It was still the same 3 news stories. He read them again carefully. After reading it, his attention was drawn to the 3rd article. Sports and entertainment news. Yesterday night around 11 o'clock, famous actor Sui in the shooting of a night scene lens. Due to the way break from 15 meters high fall, after sending medical rescue ineffective, passed away at 2:15 this morning. According to informed sources, the way used on the set is suspected of traces of man-made destruction. The police have intervened in the investigation. The first 2 are true, then this one should not be false. Thought to myself, minimize the web page. Enter actor Sui into the browser's search bar. Tapping search, a whole bunch of entries appeared, but there was no news related to Sui's accident. He lights another cigarette. While smoking, he pondered. The news said that this happened around 11 o'clock this evening. Looking at the time on his cell phone, 22:29. It's probably not an accident yet. It's too bad that such an actor with online acting skills had this happen. How about reminding him? Qiusheng was torn in his heart, and he didn't know if people believed him or not. How to remind? Also cannot contact him, or look for it on the internet. See God's will. If you can find his contact information, remind him. Cannot find it even if I am not a bodhisattva. Thought to do. Open the search engine again. Enter actor Sui's cell phone. Surprisingly, he really found Sui's cell phone number in the search entry, along with a large number of stars' contact information and basic information. To say, this is also coincidental, or Sui should not be killed. Just a few minutes before Qiusheng's search, the internet exposed a post within more than 600 celebrities and actors' communication methods and personal information. Later, it is said that a reporter lost his handbag. The address book in the bag was picked up by someone, and then show-off style published on the internet. This is the real thing. Online can be found. This post was only exposed on the internet in a very short period of time, was deleted, but even now it is also still traced. And the book club members of the do not get entangled in the question of whether or not to change the cell phone number. If the change of cell phone number is not a matter of whether or not you keep a phone book, but will have many people cannot find you, but will have a lot of people to find you, but there will be a lot of people cannot find you, and therefore will lose a lot of contacts. So the change of cell phone number is a very prudent thing. Busy business is more so. Of course, if the friends are not much, when you want to change the cell phone number casually. Qiusheng points positive, did not bother to search the post. After copying and saving the post, he hesitated for a few minutes before dialing Sui. The first time no one answered. He called a second time. Kyoto suburb, a construction site, the temporary filming site for the cast and crew of Full Frontal Pursuit. The set was a snowy mess with people coming and going. In front of the crowd was an 18-story building that had just finished building its frame. Alright, shut the up. Last shot of scene 48, pick up the sound on the set, get the ready. The bearded director held up a portable megaphone and shouted at the top of his voice. After that, he put down the megaphone and said to the youth beside him, "You really don't need a stunt double?" Sui, who was wearing the uniform of the cutest man, said easily, "I've played this stuff a lot. What kind of stunt double do I need?" The bearded director laughed loudly. "Okay, then go on. After shooting this set of shots, it's almost the end of the production. Your part is almost done. Tomorrow you are willing to do what you want to do. There is a need to make up for the shots and then contact you. Okay, I am preparing to go to Sanya to play for a few days. It's a deal. Don't look for me these days." "Sure." The bearded man smiled and patted Sui's shoulder. The relationship between the two was iron enough. Sui tidied up his clothing and walked towards Weya. Halfway there, a pretty girl around 20 years old duck ran over and handed Sui a cell phone that was vibrating. "Brother, your phone." Called twice. This girl duck egg face, almond eyes, high nose, snow white skin, single ponytail, wearing a purple pullover, whitish jeans, youthful. Is the chest deflated a little bit, but better than exquisite. Let a person have a kind of impulse to catch a glimpse of that pair of inverted small bull. Her name is Shui Liang, Sui's close cousin, a third-year student at the Kyoto Film Academy, and a member of the cast of Full Force Chase. Female number 4. Sui took the cell phone and looked at the screen. It was a string of numbers, and the location shown below the number was Fengjing. He raised his sword brows and wanted to not answer it, but after hesitating for a moment he still scratched the answer button. "Hello," he said haughtily. "Sui? It's me." Sui frowned. The other party's voice was unfamiliar. "Don't drop the phone. I'm only going to say it once. Who are you?" Sui frowned even more tightly, even had the urge to immediately put down the phone. "This person is sick. Listen up. Don't use the weavers. It's very dangerous. That's all I have to say. Listen or not listen to you." The other side of the phone did not answer who he was. Sui was confused. He stopped and looked at the Weya staff who was only 5 or 6 meters away from him. The man was drumming with his protective gear. Who are you? How do you know? Sui pursued again, but there was no reply. Hey. Sui fed 2 times. Still no reply. The other party should have left the phone. Sui wrinkled both eyebrows to look at the caller ID on the cell phone. This number he has no impression at all. Not Fengjing any friend. The other party's words are very flirty, very diaphragmatic. For a while Sui was in a dilemma. To believe or not to believe? He hesitated. This is about the safety of his life, not a small matter, if it is really as he said. Chapter 005, Tragedy on the Set. Brother, what's wrong? Shui Liang asked nervously when she saw her cousin's face constantly changing. Nothing, my stomach hurts. Sui covered his stomach and bent down. This matter, he had to consider it carefully. Even if the other party was scaring him, he didn't dare to take this risk. He was timid. Brother, is everything alright? Sui shook his head, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, truly looking like he was sick. Shui Liang assisted her cousin and shouted at the director's side. Director, come over here. The bearded director sniffed and looked over, seeing Shui Liang waving at him while Sui seemed to be a bit out of sorts. So he instructed the people around him to say a few words and took big steps over there. When he got close, he saw that Sui, who was harried, had a pale face and asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly my stomach hurts badly, Sui said. Just in time a staff member brought a chair over. Sui frowned and sat down. Then don't go on. Use a double. You rest for a while. Can't hurry to the hospital. The bearded man patted Sui's back, turned his head and shouted, Zhang Biao, call Li Yu over. Okay, Zhang Biao, the director's assistant. Agreed, Director Zhang. Sui wanted to speak. He suddenly felt weak, not as brave as he thought he was, and not as tough as he usually showed. It's okay, the camera is blurry. You can't see the double. The bearded man said, Director, is it letting me on? At this time, a youth ran over, with a figure roughly similar to Sui's. He also saw that Sui was not right. Well, go to the costume and change. Okay Lu. The youth ran away cheerfully. Sui looked towards the youth's back. His heart was uneasy, and said, Director Zhang, let the props add a few layers of pads. The bearded man shook his head. One shot. The part of the landing needs to be thrilling. The post-cutting effect won't work. Director Zhang, it's better to add pads. Safety is the main concern. You're not right, i.e., the bearded man looked at Sui. Sui said, Suddenly I feel panicky. The director asked someone to check the weavers. Don't go wrong. There are quite a few crews that have gone wrong during this period of time. How can it be that coincidental? Come on, you don't care about this. Go and rest. The bearded man finished and walked away. Sui owed his ass and wanted to chase after him, but finally held back. As time passed, Sui's face became more and more gloomy. He was worried that the phone call was true. Then Li Yu would be in danger. However, he had already reminded Director Zhang, if he nagged without any skin, the director would be unhappy. He was torn. Brother, let's go to the car. Shui Liang, who was standing beside Sui, said. Sui shook his head. On the other side of the set, Li Yu had already put on his protective gear and stood on the concrete frame of the 4th floor, with steel bars standing around him to the left and right. Act Iona, shouted the bearded man holding up a loudspeaker. The field manager hit the board. 97 rolls, 48 scenes, 6 shots, 1 time. The field marker board is withdrawn and the camera is given to Li Yu on the 4th floor frame. Li Yu makes an exaggerated gesture with a steely expression, then flies down. Click. The bearded director was not satisfied. What the heck kind of expression is this? But before his shout fell, there was suddenly a gasp of surprise. Sui, who fixed his eyes to watch, also jumped up from his chair in shock. What the? He cursed. Just see, tied to Li Yu's body, Weya suddenly burst. He was greatly afraid. Limbs flailing, screaming, free fall downward. Lightning and fire. A muffled sound came from the ground, and a group of people swarmed over while exclaiming in shock. Sui also ran over. Shui Liang sat on her but on the ground, her face white and white. If it's not cousin's stomach ache, then it's cousin who's in trouble. If cousin has a 3 long and 2 short. She was a moment of fear. If there is no cousin to take care of, will she serve a greasy uncle or a bad old man in the name of discussing the script in the middle of the night for a role? Li Yu was miserable. A protruding steel bar in the ground had pierced his chest, bleeding from all 5 orifices. His eyes glazed over. Li Yu was pulled away by 120. The police came, and the shooting stopped. Questioning, transcripts, a toss down, has been the latter half of the night. The hospital side of the news. Li Yu, seriously injured, is still in the rescue. The cast and crew members of the collective silence. The bearded director announced that the indefinite suspension of filming. In the nanny car back to the city, Sui curled up into a ball nestled in the white seat. At this point, he was not only heartbroken, but also deeply guilty and self-blaming. It's me who harmed Liu. If I insisted on checking the equipment, the tragedy might have been avoided as well. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. But who knew that what that man said was actually true? That man saved me, but I harmed Liu. How did he know? Who is he? When the police questioned him, he didn't say anything about that phone call. For one thing, the cause of the break of the wyvern wasn't determined. And for another, he was also afraid of offending the person who warned him. And the bearded director did say that Sui reminded him to check the Weya and also asked him to increase the protective measures, which he didn't pay attention to. Back in the villa, Sui lay on the sofa, closed his eyes and said, Qiusheng, you can sleep here. Tomorrow morning accompany me to Fengjing. Shui Liang sat in front of Sui's head, touched his forehead and said, Brother, what's going on? She wasn't a small chest and a small brain. She could tell something unusual from the dissimilarity her cousin showed after he answered that phone call. Sui exhaled a long breath. Qiusheng, brother almost died. Brother, was it that phone call? That person told you? Sui nodded. Don't tell anyone. Come with me to Fengjing tomorrow to meet that benefactor. I heard the crew say it was vandalism. Brother, did you offend someone? Don't talk nonsense. There's no evidence for that. Brother, is that person also from the entertainment industry? I don't know. You don't know him? Well, go wash up and go to bed. We'll go out early tomorrow. So, the crew side? Don't worry about it. We can't start the movie until the investigation is over. After milling about for a while longer, Shui Liang went upstairs. Sui sat up, took out his cell phone and found that string of numbers, and wrote the word benefactor on the add contact page. Fengjing, rented house. Qiusheng hung up the phone. His heart was apprehensive for a while. If Sui told the police, there was a great possibility that he would be implicated. How did you know beforehand? Was it involved? It would be strange if the police did not investigate him to death. You have to know that just now, he used his own cell phone, a real name registered cell phone number. If they wanted to find him, they would be able to find him. Still a bit young, he muttered to himself, shouldn't have called this number, but he couldn't bear to know that a person was going to die. But he was cruel enough not to remind him. But to be honest, Qiusheng himself had overlooked the fact that he had a subconscious worry. This subconsciousness was that if he didn't participate in the historical process of these future news to the best of his ability, then the host behind the scenes that pushed the news might stop pushing future news to him. By normal logic, I tell you one thing and you do nothing about it, so why would I tell you anything else? Sick. So, bye-bye you. If that was the case then he had a lot to lose. The golden finger was lost and gained, and it would be too late to regret it. A risk he didn't dare to take. Therefore, even if he knew that he could potentially do something stupid he had to go for it. However, at this time, Qiusheng did not recognize it so clearly. Long pouting and sighing for a while, went to the restroom to take a shower, and so he lit a cigarette to sit back in front of the computer desk. Time almost came to 11:30. Reopening that news push icon, suddenly found that the webpage was only left with current affairs news and economic news, while that sports and entertainment news was gone. What the hell? It's gone. Qiusheng muttered in his heart. Sui didn't die? Must not be dead. Otherwise the news couldn't have disappeared. To disappear it would have disappeared together, while that car accident news is still there, and the Daxatu news is also there. This is interesting. I can change history. No, it's changing the course of future history. Why for a while, ready to go to sleep, suddenly thought that Li Zihan went back to her mother's home, before going to bed. The cultivation exercise has no goal. Sighing, I found the video files that were hidden extremely deep in a certain folder and opened one. Thinking about the various joys of watching the movie with Li Zihan while performing the cultivation exercise by myself. Qiusheng was jolted. Fixing his eyes on it, that push news webpage surprisingly popped up again by itself. And at this time, the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen was exactly midnight. Looking closely at the webpage, still 3 news. 3 new news. The same current affairs, economy and sports and entertainment. Only, Qiusheng didn't know if it was the norm for future news to appear in this combination. He was also unable to determine whether these future news were pushed every day, or were they pushed at irregular intervals. After all, it was only the second day, and the examples were too few to be sure. Chapter 006 The second push of future news. The 3 newly pushed news are as follows. Current news, according to Fengjing Morning News reported, yesterday around 11:30 a.m. A third student Li Jin, a pseudonym, in Fengjing Joy City, Block C, 2nd floor, east side of the women's restroom secretly filming women in the toilet, was found on the way to escape from the central hall of the 2nd floor, jumped off the floor, due to the brain on the ground, serious injuries, and then died after rescue. The family of the deceased believes that the mall fence over the bottom, resulting in Li Jin fell, asking the mall to pay compensation of 2 million yuan. The police have intervened in the investigation. Economic news, last night, Dongquan Pharmaceutical, stock code 400236, Board of Directors Office issued a press release. Dongquan Pharmaceutical, after 8 years of dedicated research in the treatment of asymptomatic, has achieved remarkable results. Now, the new drug can be azole, tetrazolium nucleoside dibasic phenol. To conduct clinical trials of the application, materials have been sent to the relevant departments. It is claimed that the total effective rate of the new drug can reach 74% for the cure of early stage of acromegaly, and the reliability of the new drug can reach 89% for the retardation and inhibition of the development of acromegaly. The company has announced that Dongquan Pharmaceuticals will suspend trading for 2 hours this morning. Sports and entertainment news, 95 rising star Xiao Jiaojiu was disfigured by a drunken man. According to sources, yesterday night around 10 o'clock Xiao Jiaojiu was attacked by a drunken man in the underground parking lot of the hotel after attending a film and television circle party. Xiao Jiaojiu's left cheek was cut by a paper cutter cuts, wounds nearly 10 centimeters, the deepest 1 centimeter, also injured Xiao Jiaojiu's assistant. According to the attending doctor, Xiao Jiaojiu's facial nerve was severely damaged. Disfigurement is a foregone conclusion. It is reported that the murderer is at large. The police are in full pursuit. The release time of these 3 news are 25th, Wednesday, and now is the 24th, 0:13 a.m., which means that these 3 things are today at noon and after the occurrence. Qiusheng lit a cigarette, gazing at which news can be inserted. This pondering, surprisingly, he found that he could intervene in all of them. From this, he had to suspect that the host behind this webpage was doing it on purpose, and actually wanted him to intervene in these events. This speculation of his could not be said to be unreliable. That is to say, there was definitely this possibility. For example, the first one, the incident took place in Bongjing Joy City, which was only 4 or 5 kilometers away from his rented house, and it would be easy for him to save that hormonal high school student. He could just take down the kid as he ran out of the bathroom, or not let him get close to the central hall. However, the family of the hormonal student was a problem. If the boy was injured because of him, he might get sued for money. It was a small matter to pay for it. To make it an intentional injury would be a problem. Is it necessary to risk losing money or even detention? What good would it do to change the course of history? And the so-called historical process is not that he did not change. Sui incident is an example of how he changed the course of history, but he did not get any benefit from it. Is the time did not arrive but simply did not? He is not clear. And the second piece of news Qiusheng was more interested in. This was a good opportunity to make a lot of money. Not to seize it is a little cute. Qiusheng had a high school classmate who suffered from tachyphylaxis during his college years, and now 5 or 6 years have passed, and he is said to be paralyzed in bed. Qiusheng had once looked up information about tachyphylaxis, so he understood some of it, and it was a horrible disease. Acromegaly, or amyotrophic sclerosis, is a type of motor neuron disease. Patients start from gradual loss of motor ability to paralysis and then death. According to statistics, there are about 100,000 people with acromegaly in the country and more than 1 million people worldwide. The most effective drug for treating acromegaly at this stage is riluzole, an imported drug, but the drug can only prolong the patient's lifespan by 4 to 5 years, and the drug needs to be taken for a long time. A box of riluzole for 1 month's dosage costs about 4,000 yuan, and the drug costs up to 40,000 yuan or more a year. And Dongquan Pharmaceuticals' Qiusheng can cure early-stage acromegaly or inhibit the development of the disease in the middle and late stages, delaying or even preventing the patient's death. Although the effect is not as exaggerated as 100%, it will undoubtedly become the most effective life-saving drug for acromegaly patients, even if its price is the same as riluzole, and each course of treatment is for 1 year. Then with 100,000 patients in the country, for example, the expected maximum sales can be up to $4 billion a year. And if marketed globally, the expected maximum sales are as high as $40 billion a year. Of course, expected sales are not equal to actual sales. The difference between the sales price and the cost is not the actual profit of the enterprise, but the Dongquan Pharmaceuticals to obtain profiteering is certain. This year, next year's performance statement is absolutely good to see. Take vascular stents. Forget it. So this announcement on the market value of less than 10 billion Dongquan Pharmaceuticals is the catalyst for the stock price soaring. Can also be said to be a heavy bomb? Can be directly to the stock price to blow up the kind of. Dongquan Pharmaceuticals stock price soared 1 or 2 times is a small matter. 4 or 5 times is not surprising. Qiusheng has a securities trading account in the Magic City and the Deep City. After graduation he used to play for a period of time, but lost more than earn less. When the 10,000 principal left less than 8,000, and the last 1 or 2 years he rarely pay attention to the stock market. But now he does not pay attention to cannot. He is ready to take advantage of the Dongquan Pharmaceuticals news has not yet been released today. Buy the whole position, including that 5 million bonus. At this moment, Qiusheng's biggest worry is that this bonus can't arrive in time. That way, he can only watch the arrival of the fragrant roast duck fly again. As for the third piece of news, he seriously suspected that the host behind the webpage was scurrying to cross paths with him and the entertainment industry. And yesterday there was a Sui, and today there was a Xiao Jiaojiao, whose name happened to be in that list of 600 exposed. He even suspected that yesterday's post was the work of the host behind the webpage, with the purpose of letting him get hold of the cell phone numbers of most of the people in the entertainment circle, and use future news to intervene in their lives as a way of generating interactions. In fact, it wasn't for no reason that he thought so. Yesterday, after he stored the post, when he refreshed it again that post no longer existed. Was it a coincidence? He didn't think so. Who would have the luxury of posting over 600 cell phone numbers online, and delete it within minutes of uploading it? That's crazy. He thought that there was a high possibility that the web host had messed up. However, he was not disgusted to be able to intersect with entertainment stars, and was vaguely excited. Don't blame him. Beggar mentality. In fact, most ordinary people have this kind of mentality. Don't deny it. Otherwise how could they produce stargazers and brainwashed fans? In the morning, Qiusheng woke up at 7 o'clock, wash and go out to the downstairs, suddenly upset, and returned to the rental house, holding the laptop to find a place to hide, but see where it is not safe, and finally, had to be placed in a pile of books under the bed, pressed on a layer and a layer, downstairs again, or to go to that small hotel, had breakfast, and last night's food and wine money to make up. Of course, Lubos said some complimentary bull **** he did not take seriously. After eating, take a taxi to the provincial lottery center, more than 8 o'clock on the arrival. People have not opened the door. He sat on the steps of the gate and so on. Cigarettes smoked a small half box. The closed door only opened. Tossed inside for a long time. Looking at almost 11 o'clock, he just got the check. Under the blank stares of the staff of one of the clubs, he donated $100. In cash. It was a bit of a small donation, and people almost didn't want it. But to be honest, he is not ready to rich to help the world, whether it is actual wealth or spiritual realm. He is afraid of being poor. A square meter of housing prices of 12,000 or even 100,000. He cannot be afraid? Can he not be afraid of students' tuition fees, which can easily amount to several $1,000s a month? Can he not be afraid of a couple divorcing because of financial constraints? Can he not be afraid of his daughter not being able to go to school because she doesn't have a household registration? There are too many things in this world to be afraid of. Let the bank card number more is the ordinary people can be the most secure guarantee, but also to avoid the son unfilial wife bold. Old people have nothing to rely on. No money for medical treatment and other tragedies of human relationships the strongest support for the occurrence. Chapter 007, an event far off the tracks of history. With more than $5 million in his pocket, Qiusheng's mood was superb. The sky was bluer, the leaves were greener, and even the noisy sounds on the road were as pleasant as a symphony. At this moment, the first thing he wanted to do was to give his parents some money over, so that they would no longer be worried about life, not have to worry about his sister's tuition fees, and live a happier life. Eat more meat, buy 2 sets of new clothes, don't let people look down on you. At the same time transfer your happiness to your family. Secondly, buy a piano for your daughter. My daughter has been sensitive to music since she was a child. More than 6 months to be able to follow the music bobbing head. Can just walk with the music of their own choreography dance? Just know how to speak with the music of humming in gibberish. Half a year ago, he and Li Zihan discussed to buy a piano for Nui Nui. Second hand is fine. $10,800. But the fingers counting, how this money cannot be squeezed out. And learning piano tuition is the big head they cannot afford to pay. In the end, this matter is not settled. Just a grieved daughter. But now it's different. He has money, or quite a lot of 5 million, to buy a piano for his daughter. To buy imported professional piano. Second hand do not. He also wants to hire a good teacher for his daughter. The kind that costs $500 an hour. Yeah, just do it. What? This idea is too low. Low what low? I am a rich man cannot. Go to the bank right away. Cash the check. Deposit the money into the securities account. Transfer money to mom and daughter. But now at this point, the matter of buying stocks can only be said in the afternoon. When he went out of the door of the sports center, he suddenly remembered another thing, and could not help but hesitate. Around 11:30, a middle school student will fall from a tragic building in the middle street Joy City, and he is the only person who knows the plot. If he didn't intervene, the boy would surely die. But will his intervention really save the boy from his fate? Will Sui live and win the lottery, albeit second prize? And will the boy not die with his involvement, or subjected to heavy duty and become a vegetable? Wouldn't it be nice to go and find out? Thinking about it, cashing the check and transferring money to my mom and daughter will have to be put off for a while. Called a car and went to the Joy City. The road encountered a traffic accident. A middle-aged woman over the barrier across the road. Was a small car hit out more than 10 meters away. Lying on the ground motionless, the car blocked the old long a sliver. The driver took a lot of effort to go through, and so he went into the Joy City, Block C. The time has passed 11:30. However, the mall is in order. That human tragedy should not have been staged. There was an escalator next to the central hall. Qiusheng on the escalator all the way yelling let running up. Was a lot of people blank stares. Waiting to go up to the second floor is a bit dumbfounded. East and west, south and north are indistinguishable. Which side is east? Is hesitant to go where? Just heard someone shouting directly in front of them. Catch hooligans, catch hooligans, catch the colorful wolf. It was the voices of two young girls. Qiusheng looked for the sound. He saw a big boy of about 1.7 m clutching a cell phone in his hand, running towards the direction of the escalator. His face tense, running thief fast. The two ducks running after the girl fell farther and farther away. The big boy all the way through all colors of men and women, young and old, like into no one's territory. In the meantime, no one to stretch a hand, stretch a leg, but have to avoid, make way. Some people are intentional, some people are subconscious. In fact, no matter whether they are intentional or unintentional, it is not their fault. They are ordinary people. Not $1 million cannot afford to spend time, cannot afford to spend energy to meddle in other people's business. Since the Qinhuai ancient capital, that person knocked down the gavel on behalf of the majesty of the law, said a far-reaching classic lines. The great country for more than 5,000 years to build up the moral system then fell apart, scattered, tattered. In this bizarre environment, people have learned to avoid harm, learned to sweep the snow in front of the door, learned not to care about things do not care, learned not to help people do not help, learned not to stop the thief running away, to break into the home of the robbers cannot resist. Learn to look on with cold eyes. I am weak, I have reason. I hurt, I have reason. I die, I have reason. The country can afford to lose very few. Mercedes bends into a bicycle, but the cyclist will have to lose his family, and even his wife and children. More helplessness, not indifference. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are still many people with a sense of justice. Qiusheng is one of them. The big boy ran to the entrance of the Rotary building and saw a grown man, Qiusheng, who was close to 1.8 m in height, with a dark face and a pair of big eyes staring at him intently, without the slightest intention to avoid him. He didn't dare to make a move, feeling unable to fight, tilted his body to make a 120-degree turn, brushed his body to avoid the black-faced man, and ran forward along the picket fence of the hall. Unexpectedly, there were two mall security guards on the opposite side running this way. The older boy saw that he was going to be blocked right in and got anxious. He put his hands on the stainless steel railing of the glass enclosure to jump down, but he just raised his right leg, not yet on the fence, originally stood in front of the escalator. Wide-eyed black-faced man, Qiusheng, has chased over. A kick in his waist eye directly kicked him out of the 2 or 3 meters away. The school uniform boy fell to the ground and slid forward another 2 to 3 meters, sliding to the feet of a pair of men and women wearing masks and sunglasses, stunned by the scene in front of them. After Qiusheng kicked down the school uniform boy, he himself slipped and fell on his butt. The fall made his tail root raw and his eyes bleary. The marble floor of this shopping mall was too damn slippery and oily. When he climbed up, immediately dumbfounded. At this point, what was unfolding in front of his eyes had gone far off the beaten track, and had become far more sinister and tricky and uncontrollable. Of course, the course of history had definitely been rewritten, but the change was a bit ed up. It made his balls hurt. That kick just made him rip his balls off. He saw that the boy had a box cutter in his hand at some point, and he had one arm clamped around the neck of the skinny girl with the mask and sunglasses, and the other hand was holding the box cutter to the girl's throat. "Don't come over, no one," the older boy yelled with a sobbing voice, subconsciously tugging the girl backwards, his expression livid and hysterical. He was desperate. He was scared. His mind was in a daze. He didn't know what he was doing. It was like he was in a dream. His only thought now was to struggle out of this nightmare, and then to be covered with a big blanket. No one saw me. No one saw me. I don't know anything. I didn't do anything. He regretted it. He regrets that he put himself in a desperate situation in order to see the real thing. Hey, it's all about hormones. The girl who was held hostage seemed to be scared out of her wits, her face as white as paper, legs trembling, simply unable to support the body. In the arms of the big boy downward paralyzed, sharp blade in the girl's neck across, bringing out a sliver of blood. The girl's companion was panicked and anxious. He helplessly stretched out his hand, while swinging blindly while incoherently said, "Little friend, calm down, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. You let go of her, change me, she can't walk, change me, I'll take you out. I have a car, wherever you want to go, I'll take you wherever you want to go. No one will know who you are, really, I promise, I guarantee you, they won't be able to find you." Just now he neglected to realize that he thought someone was fighting, but he didn't expect the boy to climb up and put the knife on his cousin's neck. It was too late when he tried to save him. Qiusheng rubbed his ass and walked over. At this time, 2 security guards also ran over. The older boy retreated to the glass window of a store, holding the knife's hand against the girl's bloodied neck and waving the other hand carelessly at the girl's companions. Stay back, I'll kill her, I don't believe you, I'm going to leave on my own, get out of the way, all of you." The older boy had gone mad, was mad with his own behavior. All he wanted to do was run where no one could find him. "Leave me alone, all of you. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going?" At this time, Qiusheng and the girl's accomplices as well as 2 security guards, 4 people in a fan shape to surround the big boy in the middle. Qiusheng is on the left side, that is, the direction of the big boy's right hand with a knife, a distance of about 2 meters. The girl's companion was on the far right, beeping with the big boy. There were a lot of people around, and they were gabbing and talking, notes flying. Someone called the police, someone else called 120. There were also a lot of security guards running towards the place from all floors. The big boy wanted to run out of so many people's encirclement, nearly impossible, because now the situation is different from just now. The big boy has been suspected of a serious crime. Many young people jumped at the chance to catch criminals, to see justice, but the big boy didn't know this. He was still imprisoned in his own mind, clinging to a single goal: not letting anyone know who I am, not letting the school shall know, not letting mom know. Suddenly, Yichio vividly. Chapter 008, Living Expenses for Daughter. Although Qiusheng was reckless, the girl with the mask was successfully rescued. The big boy was 2 security guards pressed to the ground. His mouth also muttered, "Do not tell my mom. Do not tell the school. Let people hear the heartache. Listen to the tears." A child who has not grown hair, in order to see the real version of the A after hair committed his life cannot be undone mistakes. The future more need to spend his life to repentance to offset the debt. When Qiusheng grabbed the knife, the inner edge of his palm was cut by the paper cutter. Although the wound was not deep, it bled a lot. The marble floor was scarlet. Although the masked girl was in shock, she still expressed her gratitude to Qiusheng without folding her voice. The wound on her neck wasn't serious. The skin was just broken. Her companion, who was also wearing a mask, took off his long-sleeved t-shirt, which looked like it should be quite expensive, cut a slit with a paper cutter, and tore off a circle of the hem to bandage Qiusheng's wound. "Brother, big thanks. Your name, leave a phone number. What a big deal. What to thank, should thank. If not, Qiusheng still do not know what will happen." The scene was chaotic, with a large circle of people gathered around. The buzz was unceasing. Qiusheng saw an opportunity and slipped away. "I can't do it without slipping away. If this goes with the police station, some procedures down, questioning, statement, signing and pledging, and then with that pair of masked men and women with some false pretense, but also had to accept a wave of people's compliments and praise. This pile of things down do not know to hole until what time it. The most troublesome thing is the possibility of meeting the families of the older boys, with their unreasonable virtues. That will be a very sour feeling. Underage suspects are required to notify their guardians. Avoid them if you can. Besides, he had important things to do. When the stock market opened in the afternoon, the time available for him to operate was only 2 short hours, and with the disc changing so rapidly that every minute could be worth thousands, he couldn't afford to delay. Compliments and thanks from others for the huge predictable profits counted for nothing, and he still had to transfer money to his parents and daughter, whose surprise and happiness brought him far more pleasure than the chicken soup others fed him. Out of the Joy City, covering the hand oozing blood through the cotton cloth, he took a taxi to the nearest hospital. The wound is quite long, 5 stitches. Out of the hospital, look at almost 12:30, rushed to take a taxi to an industrial bank. Fortunately, this point in the bank is not many people. A few minutes later sat at the window. Under the envious gaze of the teller lady, the check was cashed smoothly. Then he transferred 100,000 to his mother's card. His parents are honest farmers, digging for food in the nooks and crannies of the earth, and he also has a younger sister facing the college entrance exams. The heavy financial pressure has made his parents, who are less than 50 years old, white and bent. This money can let them a little breath, straighten all the waste. It is not that he is not willing to give more. One is to give more, parents will be worried. The second is that he also want to let the money make money. Put the parents that only the share of the bank, not cost-effective. Later to find an opportunity to give again is. Then he gave Li Zihan's card hit 100,000 yuan. The card number is recorded in his cell phone memo. This card is a special card for transferring alimony to his daughter. Nui, as they agreed. Walking out of the bank, while looking for a restaurant, he sent a message to Li Zihan. I've transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Not much, use it first, if it's convenient to buy a piano for Nui, to be imported from Germany. I've checked the price before. Imported upright pianos are usually around 70,000 yuan. And then find her a good teacher. If the money is not enough for you to talk, I'll transfer it again. And you can also buy some cosmetics, letting you worry a lot in these few years, and seeing old age. Take good care of your skin, and be happier. By the way, this amount of money does not count as the money doesn't count as alimony. After sending the message, he called his mother. The phone was connected. Qiusheng just called mom. The mother's side said anxiously, son, someone transferred $100,000 to me. It will not be you, right? Qiusheng secretly smiled. So much money should have scared his mother. It's me, mom. I bought a lottery ticket and won some money. It's not thinking that Xiaoyu will be going to college and needs money. So I wired you some. Your two elders are getting old. If you can do less, don't get tired. Qiusheng's sister called Yihanyu, 9 years younger than him. Last year's college entrance examination failed. In the original school tutorials, academic performance did not much to improve, but the examination of a 3-book is still possible. Can get into the 2-book line to thank God. How much did you win? Mom, I still have a lot left in my hand. You can spend it with confidence and boldness. Not enough and then tell me. I'll remit it to you. Enough. Xiaoyu's tuition is enough. We don't need to spend any money. Son, tell mom. Does Zihan know about this? Don't let the two families fall out because of this. Qiusheng heart seized pain, eyes hot, nose sour, almost said they have divorced, but still held back. He did not want to make his mother sad. Won't make trouble. Wait for a chance to tell her. Don't worry, it's fine. Qiusheng said this for a reason. Mother valued this daughter-in-law. Even sometimes a little humble slips. In her consciousness Li Zihan was married down to her son, and if Qiusheng said that Li Zihan knew about this, the mother would most likely call Li Zihan to thank her. This was the simplest idea of a rural mother. That's fine, talk nicely. If Zihan doesn't agree, let's say we borrowed it. When the time comes, your father and I will return it to you. In fact, mom can't bear to do it. You guys are still renting the house. It's bitter for Zihan, but mom can't do anything about it. Your sister has to go to school. Mom, don't say that. It's only natural to spend my son's money. My son was unfilial and incapable in the past. Now it's better. Really, my son has money. His voice choked slightly, and Zihan won't disagree. Don't worry, I'm also going to buy a piano for Nui so she can learn music. Son, just don't make it hard for you. As long as Xiaoyu's tuition is enough. Mom doesn't have anything she wants. Son, can you guys come back on May 1st? I want my eldest granddaughter. Qiusheng momentarily speechless. At the intersection, he found a chain restaurant called Top Good Fast Food and went in to order a bowl of beef noodles. While waiting for the meal, it was exactly 1 o'clock and the stock market opened. I logged into the securities app on my cell phone to check the trend of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. The company's information confidentiality work is quite hard. The morning plate waves. Shares in yesterday's closing price of 332 yuan near a small oscillation. He no longer delay. From the associated account deposit 8 million. At this time, sell one more than 200 lots. The price is 330, down 0.61. He keyed in 1,000 lots. 330 to buy. Instantaneous transaction, consuming funds of $330,000. The stock price did not rise because of his purchase. Stopped for a few minutes. To sell one again reached more than 1,000 lots. He again bought 1,000 lots. Again the deal was instantaneous. This way of buying, although it can guarantee a low price to buy, but too slow to start. Qiusheng worried about the stock price will suddenly appear to rise sharply. Just as he was considering whether the former sell 10 sweep the plate, suddenly appeared large fund smashed plate. The stock price was instantly smashed to 3.16. The decline came to 4.82. The opportunity is not to be lost. Qiusheng immediately buy the whole position. The average price of 3.20, a total of 1.5 million shares. Until then, he was relieved. Now, you can sit back and wait for the Dongquan Pharmaceuticals board announcement this evening. I wonder how many times it can be doubled. Beef noodles came up a long time ago. Qiusheng ate while looking at Dongquan Pharmaceuticals timesharing trend. The stock price is still falling, and at 1:30, the decline reached 8%. Qiusheng secretly frowned. I do not know what the situation. Shocker before the dealer sweep. Suddenly the cell phone rang, vibrating ringtone. Sweeping the screen door, eyebrow on the prompt bar. It is Li Zihan. Chapter 009, The Brokering Ex-Mother-in-Law. Magic City. A small alley beside Yan'anzhong Road in Jing'an District. At the end of this quiet alley stands an independent old building built in the 80s. The building's exterior has been repainted, as if in its aging shell put on a new coat, immediately fresh a lot. The interior of the building has been repainted and repaired, and is very clean. The building's 2-unit 3-floor one is Li Zihan's parents' home, a large 3-bedroom, more than 160 square feet. It is the early 90s of the last century. The Magic City University assigned as a well-known Professor Li Zihan's grandfather's welfare house. After the death of grandparents, this set of property rights purchased by the housing reform of the house belongs to Li Zihan's father, Li Yaoming. The location of the house is good. The area is large, although old, but also worth a lot of money. 20 million only, more or less. However, for Li Zihan, the most valuable thing about this house is that it is located in a school district named after a famous Chen's elementary school. The quality of teaching at Chen's elementary school is excellent, and it's one of the schools that families with preschool-age children in the greater Magic City tend to go to. Just a few years ago, not only did you have to ask for connections to get into the school, but you also had to pay over $100,000 to build it. And even then, there were countless people who couldn't get into it. Li Zihan can finally attach to her parents, and Qiusheng divorce back to Mordor, and her daughter can enter this elementary school. Has a lot to do. Li Zihan's account is still with her parents. Nui can be settled. 2017 years ago, Mordor relevant policy regulations, with the spouse settled, need to be married for 10 years, and couples living apart. Children's enrollment is restricted. This is the main reason for the 2 false divorces. The child is the future, and the child should not be wronged even if he or she is wronged. At noon on this day, Li Zihan and his mother ate in the restaurant. Nui Duck sat on the sofa in the living room to watch cartoons on her mother's cell phone. Did you get in touch with Zhang Xin? Tian Yani, who had a head full of green silk and tight skin and could not tell that she was over half 100 years old, asked her daughter. Li Zihan was annoyed. She put the bowl in her hand onto the table with a little more force. Mom, why are you like this? I just got divorced. What's wrong with just divorced? If you just got divorced, you can't talk to someone. Tian Yani also placed her bowl heavily on the table, hitting back at her daughter's dissatisfaction with dissatisfaction. I'm not doing this for your own good. It's not that easy to bring up a child alone. Zhang Xin is a good person. You guys know your roots, even though he's also divorced. She glanced at Nui in the living room and lowered her voice. But he doesn't have a child. He doesn't have a burden. He earns quite a lot. He's much better than that Qiusheng. Mom, can you not care about this? I don't care who cares. You now want a job but no job. What do you want but nothing? How can you live? You can't even support yourself. How can you support your child? I will find a job as soon as possible. Li Zihan looked gloomy. Find a job? There is so easy it. You go to see how many unemployed full of streets. You also with a child. Who wants to want you? Zihan, mom is not to dislike you. Mom is to want you to be able to find a paying you as soon as possible. Can help you. Zhang Xin conditions are quite good. More than 20,000 yuan a month. Have a house and a car. The person is also good looking. Forget it. The cell phone number I've given you. I'm full. Li Zihan stood up to go. She couldn't listen anymore. You sit down. Tian Yani was furious and slapped the table. Li Zihan was about to speak when Nan ran over from the living room. Mom, it seems to be Dad's Weibo. Read it to me. Although Nui couldn't recognize a few words, she knew her father's WeChat icon. Seeing Nui come over, Tian Yani's face stopped talking. Li Zihan took the phone and the screen showed Qiusheng's WeChat interface. Nui clicked on it. Seeing the first sentence, she was shocked in her heart. The heart said, what's going on? Where did he get the money? Just saw. If it's convenient to buy a piano for Nui, it should be imported from Germany. I've checked the price before. The imported upright piano is usually around 70,000 yuan. And then find her a good teacher. If the money is not enough for you to talk, I'll transfer it again. And you should also buy some cosmetics, which have made you worry so much over the past few years. And you're looking at old age. So take care of your skin, and have fun. And this money is not considered as alimony. The money doesn't count as alimony. Yi Zihan's eyes reddened. She turned off WeChat and hurriedly clicked on the text message to check the notification information. The latest message was from ICBC 45 minutes ago. Before that, she was cooking, and her cell phone was in Nui's hand. Industrial and Commercial Bank, May 24, 2018, 12:43. Your tail number 2637 debit card transferred 100,000 renminbi. 00. Account balance 100010. 00 yuan. Counter. Transfer. What's wrong? Tian Yani asked. She saw her daughter's moist eyes. Is it Qiusheng came to harass you again? Really not a thing, divorced and still hooked up. Li Zihan stared at her mother who was gritting her teeth and said calmly. Qiusheng transferred 100,000 to Nui Nui to buy a piano. I've eaten and went in first. You don't need to care about the table. I'll clean it up in a while. Yi Zihan took her cell phone and walked towards her room. He transferred $100,000 to Nui Nui? He's that kind and capable. Tian Yani shouted behind her. Yi Zihan ignored it and dialed Yi Qiusheng's cell phone as she walked. The vibrating ringer rang twice and the side picked up. Yi Qiusheng picked up the phone and subconsciously said, Wife, are you okay? Is Nui Nui okay? All good. Let me ask you, where did you get $100,000? Li Zihan's voice was serious. Yi Qiusheng was silent. Tell me instead, did you sell blood and kidneys? Or did you steal and rob a bank? Not getting Yi Qiusheng's answer first time, Li Zihan shouted grumpily, because she knew that Yi Qiusheng had no money in his hands. After getting married, the family's money had always been in her charge. When the divorce was finalized, Yi Qiusheng only had 5,000 left in his hand, and the more she knew this, the more uneasy she felt in her heart. She neither wanted Yi Qiusheng to go sell blood and kidneys and mess up his body, nor was she willing to see him break the law and squat in jail. Wife, don't be anxious. I didn't sell blood and kidneys, and I didn't do anything illegal and criminal. Yesterday I bought 20 bets of Big Happiness Lotto, and I won 20 second prizes, more than $5 million after tax. Let me make it clear. I'm not wanting to give more to you. The rest of the money I'm keeping and still have use for it, and then when I use them to earn more money I will remit it to you. Wife, don't be mad at me. Yi Qiusheng was only silent for a short while before he said everything in a bamboo bucket. From the time he fell in love with Li Zihan until now, almost 10 years ago, he never had anything to hide or deceive her. It's all customary. Won $5 million? Li Zihan was both surprised and in disbelief. Yes, wife, we have money. There will be more money in the future. Believe me, I want you and Nui Nui to live the best life. Yi Qiusheng said with emotion. Oh, Li Zihan suddenly covered her mouth and cried, inexplicably. Yi Qiusheng, you bastard. You bastard. Why didn't you do it a few days earlier? Why didn't you do it a few days earlier? Ooh-hoo. A few days earlier they wouldn't have had so much trouble. Nui Nui could have gone to a private elementary school to line up. Big deal. 18,000 a semester in tuition fees. Honey, don't cry. It's my fault. He wants to be early too. But this thing can't be early. Chapter 010, Sui runs to Fengjing. Yi Qiusheng and Li Zihan talked for more than half an hour. He bragged and told Li Zihan that he used the rest of the money to buy 1.5 million shares of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. The average purchase price of $2. This period of time for her to pay more attention to Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. He also said that he had insider information. Dongquan Pharmaceuticals can be doubled several times, and so earned money. He wanted to give her mother and his mother to buy a car, to buy a house, to let her and Nui Nui to live like a queen and princess. In order to make Li Zihan believe, he sent the screenshot of the securities trading page and the photo of the winning ticket together. Yi Qiusheng did not do this without the intention of showing off. In fact, loving couples never lack the expectation of a better life. And when this expectation really exists, even if there are heavy burdens in the life of the wife can carry the burden, will not be under pressure and temptation to collapse. You continue to give his wife a beautiful vision. She will not allow you to have the grassland. Moreover, Yi Qiusheng and Li Zihan's situation is very special, although divorced but still in love. But even if the previous love is as deep as the sea, but time and space is the best ablator, it can melt everything. In the loss of the law, marriage license, constraints, and in the parents of the encouragement and coercion. Time is long and anything may happen. Yi Qiusheng make this hand is purely a precautionary approach. Do not see how smart, but very practical. And Li Zihan quite eat this set. Li Zihan complained about him a few sentences, and then instructed him to pay attention to safety. Take care of your body, eat more nutritious things, less smoking, do not drink, but also instructed him not to tell others about winning the lottery, and she will not tell the family. She waited for him to drive in a luxury car driving auspicious clouds to pick up the two of them to go home. Hanging up the phone, Yi Qiusheng let out a breath. At this moment, his heart was much lighter. Having money can really buy happiness, can really make his wife and children happy and joyful. He loved Li Zihan. This kind of feeling is not even about love. He loved Li Zihan. This kind of feeling is not even about lust, but the tacit understanding formed over the years, and the selfless love given to each other. He loves his daughter even more. His own flesh and blood, the little cotton jacket, the little lover in his past life. They are hosting his strong affection, cannot be torn, cut constantly, just like the parents. Broken bones connected to the tendons. After calming his agitated mood for a while, Yi Qiusheng reopened the securities app. During the time he was on the phone with Li Zihan, Dongquan Pharmaceuticals stock price had quietly risen. The volume increased dramatically, and when they ended the call, the stock price had broken through yesterday's closing price. Yi Qiusheng made nearly 5%. This is about to start, he thought. It must be that the institutions got the news, and they're shaking their positions to grab chips? Sure enough, the trend afterward was just as Yi Qiusheng expected. At 2:30, the stock price rose 6%, and the volume was 3 times that of yesterday. At 2:40, the disk suddenly appeared 500,000 lots of buying. The stock price was strongly sealed, and the volume surged again. To close, changing hands up to 33%, volume is more than 8 times yesterday's turnover. Turnover amounted to nearly 3.5 billion. The market value of the East full of pharmaceuticals is also in addition to the listing of the month for the first time exceeded 10 billion. Yi Qiusheng book profit of nearly 700,000, close to 15%, watch out, is bought below yesterday's closing price, plus 10% stop, which all have to explain. 305. Yi Qiusheng with a big smile on his face, with a 6-parent pace, in the top of the good fast food, all the waiters under the eyes of the restaurant out of the restaurant. At the same time, Li Zihan was also looking at Dongquan Pharmaceuticals' time chart. The short straight line near the close excited her. She calculated that Yi Qiusheng had actually made $670,000 in one day, almost equal to the sum of her and Yi Qiusheng's incomes over the nearly 10 years they had been together, 4 years of college with no income. This was something she didn't even dare to think about a few days ago. Nui Nui, Nui Nui. Li Zihan loudly summoned her daughter who was lying on the table drawing. Go to the food market with your mom. Let's buy big crabs. Buy more and more for you to eat. And grandparents. On the way home, Yi Qiusheng received a call from Chen Hao. What's Lao Si doing? Chen Hao shouted. Chen Hao was his college dormitory good friend. Also Fongjing people, in a science and technology company to do personnel management work. A small head. This person has a higher emotional intelligence. More friends. Yi Qiusheng looked for him to do a lot of things. Just about to go home. Something? Yi Qiusheng said, in a super good mood. If it wasn't for Li Zihan's instructions, he would have told Chen Hao about winning the lottery. Wang Yuqing and Su Dan arrived at my place. They came to Fongjing yesterday, and only called me today. They want to meet their classmates in Fong. I'm contacting them. How about it? Can you and Zihan come out? I don't have a problem. Zihan can't. She went back to Magic City. Okay then, you're on. 5:30. I'll send you the location later. Okay. Wang Yuqing and Su Dan were also his and Li Zihan's college classmates. However, their relationship with Li Zihan and him is average, while Chen Hao is the class president, and classmates have a good relationship, which is also the reason why Wang Yuqing and Su Dan did not first contact Li Zihan, who was also a female classmate, but looked for Chen Hao first when they arrived in Fongjing. It's not surprising that there are close and distant relationships between classmates, since the night to see 5-6 years have not seen the old classmates, cannot be sloppy, and he is now also considered a rich man. Shaving off the vanity not to mention, wearing a stall goods over, is disrespectful to classmates, but also to Li Zihan price. So, he took a taxi to Zhuozhan. On the way, received Chen Hao sent over the location map of the hotel, is located in the east district of the city Oasis. That is an indoor garden buffet restaurant, a large area, in Fongjing is very famous. The price is relatively high, per capita 300 or more. This restaurant specializes in raw seafood. Abalone is 9 abalone. Lobster is a foot of Poland. Not big. Yi Qiusheng and Li Zihan went to eat once, but that has to be traced back to the last semester of the junior year, when this store had just opened. 50% discount. They went to taste of fresh. Li Zihan spent the money. Chen Hao arranged the gathering place here. It should be considered that Wang Yuqing and Su Dan come from the Central Plains and will be interested in seafood. And although this restaurant is a buffet, it also has private rooms, which are private and do not affect the chatting of classmates. Just entering the lobby of the first floor of Zhuozhan, he received another call. Looking at it, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Yi Qiusheng just lightly responded, and an excited voice came over from there. Brother, this is Sui. You called me yesterday. Yi Qiusheng froze, then said, it's good that you're fine. Brother, I am fine. Saying this, his tone suddenly became low, but my double is still in the hospital. His life and death are uncertain. This could have been avoided. It's all my fault for not believing my brother's words. Yi Qiusheng frowned. You didn't go on and let your double go on? No, brother, I'm afraid, but I don't quite believe it's true. So I pretended to be sick and didn't go on. The director let the substitute go on. In fact, I quite can stop it. Hey, brother, thank you. People have their own lives. Yi Qiusheng sighed a sentence. He is not the savior. Cannot save everyone's life? also will not think of what will happen in the follow-up. And then added, do not have to thank me. Cherish life, do more useful things, but also not in vain. I went through all the trouble to save you. I will. Brother, do you have time in the evening? Let's meet up. Qiusheng was stunned again. Puzzled. Where are you? Brother, I'm in Fengjing. In order to see you came out this morning. Drove for more than 5 hours, but I encountered something at noon and was delayed. I'm just calling you now. Hear him say so. Qiusheng quite touched. People are big stars. In order to see him, early in the morning to this side of the run. Kyoto to Fengjing distance is not close, more than 700 kilometers. But, I have a bureau with my classmates in the evening. I have already made an appointment. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Qiusheng said rather regretfully. In fact, he also wants to meet with Sui, and big stars sit together to eat and chat, quite a sense of anticipation. And later bragging rights also have to blow, but this side has just promised Chunhao, and to see is still far away from classmates. If you miss the appointment, then classmates in the future also don't come and go. How about this? Brother, Sui hesitated. I'll invite your classmates? This is not good, right? Qiusheng was worried. His urgency could be heard from Sui's tone. Why don't you stay later? I'll go over after I've finished eating on my side. That's fine. Brother, where are you guys? I'll also go over there and ask for a private room. It's convenient to meet up. Qiusheng said. Don't brother. Brother, in fact, I'm not necessarily as big as you. I'm called Qiusheng, the autumn of autumn, the life of life. Which year are you? I'm 91. Yeah, that side seems to be very surprised. I'm 85, 6 years older than you. Look at this whole thing. Call you old. I should call you brother. That's not appropriate. You are my benefactor. Don't mention it. It doesn't count. Besides, age has nothing to do with anything else. Yes, it is so reasonable. Ye brother, then I will call you brother. You remember me this number. No, this number are friends. WeChat is also this number. A moment I add you. You through. Okay, brother Sue. I'll make a note of it. We're at the city oasis in the East region. Buffet, but with private rooms. I'll send you the location in a moment. The two people chatted a few more sentences and left the phone. Afterwards, he opened his WeChat address book and saw the friend request with the note Sui in the new friends list. He clicked add and then forwarded the location map of the city oasis to Sui. Chapter 011 Dignity for Beggars. Qiusheng bought a Tommy's long t-shirt, a pair of Levi's jeans, and a pair of Nubizi sneakers with the N-word at Qiusheng. It cost him more than $2,000 of ocean, but wearing this outfit was much more refreshing. On the way home, he got another haircut, a slab of flat hair, which changed his image from a scruffy uncle type to a fashionable and trendy martial arts youth type. A black handsome man, went home and took a shower. 5 o'clock on time out the door. Still take a taxi. Today he took a taxi more times than even the whole of last year, which in the past is something that dare not think to do. Li Zihan can curse him to death. Rich is arbitrary. No one control. When I arrived at the city oasis, it was 5:20. When he entered the gate, the first I saw the oversized display right in front of him, and the big red words on it surprised him, and he asterisk several times in his mind. What's going on? Playing so big. Just saw that it was written on there. Classmates and close friends of Mr. Qiusheng who come to dine at this restaurant, please wait in the parlor area. Mr. Qiusheng is waiting for your presence. These dozens of words were in a large, bolded font, taking up the entire screen, and were exceptionally conspicuous. Whoever entered the store would be able to see it. To say that this store waiting hall is very large, 200 or 300 square meters or more than, decoration and atmosphere upscale. No wonder people are the most popular buffet restaurant in Fengjing City. Meeting area in the hall at the innermost side. A circle of black atmospheric leather sofas, dark red solid wood coffee table, tea table with 4 kinds of fruit plates and teapots and tea bowls. 2 young ladies with superior posture and high-class clothes stood elegantly on both sides of the sofa, like the welcoming celebrities of a high-class club. The posture was obviously practiced, but childishly looked like students, 17 or 18 years old. Qiusheng looked around. Not many people in the hall. Not realizing that other students were there, he inexplicably and suspiciously walked towards the meeting area. The young lady saw Qiusheng come over and greeted him. A young lady smiled and said, "Excuse me, are you a classmate of Mr. Qiusheng?" Qiusheng smiled, shaking his head. He said, "I'm not. I'm Qiusheng. Mr. Yi, sorry, we don't know you." That young lady blushed and said, a flushed red color appeared on her face. It was very beautiful. She was really an untouched student. Qiusheng sighed in his heart. Youth is invincible. Back then when she spoke to Li Zihan for the first time she was also like this, flirtatious and shy, wanting to refuse. "Mr. Yi, can you say your cell phone number? Sorry, we need to confirm it." the other girl said. No problem. Qiusheng reported his cell phone number. Mr. Yi, this is your dining card. VIP room number 1. Enjoy your meal. Flushed Miss handed an entry card to Qiusheng. This should be certified. Qiusheng graciously took the card and said, paid? Can I know who told you to do this? Chen Hao. After saying this, he shook his head with a smile. If this was arranged by Chen Hao, then the name written on the screen should be Chen Hao's own, and the report should be Chen Hao's cell phone, not him. No, Mr. Yi, it's not Chen Hao. Mr. Chen Hao has already gone in. It's our boss who asked us to arrange it. All paid up. Scratch the card and you can go in. The young lady signaled the few remaining cards in her hand. Who is your boss? Do I know him? We are the trainees of Haotian Media. Our boss is called Qiusheng. Qiusheng didn't know Qiusheng, but when he heard the name of Haotian Media, a company that tended to be in the entertainment industry, he had a rough idea that this should be something that Sui had asked a friend to do, and only Sui knew that he was dining here. The owner of Haotian Media was Sui's friend? Very likely. Sui was trying to compliment him through this form. Expressing gratitude should be one layer of meaning, and another layer of meaning was to give him a long face in front of his classmates and friends. Quite interesting. As for why Sui wanted to express his gratitude in this way, in fact, this is a simple matter. Just the habits and preferences of different classes. Sui was born in the grassroots, rely on their own step by step to the present, after becoming famous for a long time mixed in the middle and upper class society, and now even more and powerful big shots frequent, so clear form of each class to focus on and style. Upper class people engage in parties, often chartered, luxury, nobility, general elite to engage in the party, but also in the various star hotels, highlighting their own platoon, in order to make friends with celebrities, open up contacts, and in the buffet restaurant to engage in the party on the elite class of society. The top people are more unlikely, cannot afford to lose that person. Of course, the exception does not count, and generally speaking to this kind of place to eat a meal of the level of the sea will not be very high, so Sui's approach can cater to the preferences of the beggar crowd, can make them feel respect and honor. Qiusheng is a beggar. Sui's arrangement makes him very happy. In fact, Qiusheng is not the only one who feels very happy. 10 minutes ago, Chen Hao and Wang Yuqing and Su Dan came. When they entered, they were equally a bit dumbfounded when they saw the large text on the big screen, and the three of them looked at each other for a while. What's the situation? Wang Yuqing looked at Chen Hao in surprise. You did the whole thing? No, I don't know. Chen Hao shook his head, while looking towards the meeting area. There were two little girls over there who were so beautiful that their noses were bubbling, standing there elegantly, like car models, quite eye-catching. Go over and ask? Su Dan said. Then go over there. I don't know what Qiusheng is up to, Chen Hao said as he led the way over there. When he reached the girls with a professional smile, he said, My name is Chen Hao, Qiusheng's classmate. A girl said, Hello, Mr. Chen. Can you say Mr. Ye's cell phone number? Sure. Chen Hao couldn't memorize Qiusheng's number, so he lit up the phone in his hand, found Qiusheng's number, and held the phone upright to show it to the two girls. One girl read it once and then looked at the small note in her hand. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The three of you? Chen Hao nodded. The other girl counted out 3 cards from the pile of cards in her hand and handed them to Chen Hao. This is the dining card. VIP room number 1. Welcome, Mr. Chen and the two ladies. Chen Hao took the card, 100 MMPs in his heart. I'm the one who's opening up today. I'm treating. Okay. Still need to pay? Wang Yuqing said as she took a card from Chen Hao's hand and looked at it. No need. Already paid. Qiusheng arranged this? Chen Hao and Qiusheng had the same query. Only the phrases were different and the names spoken were different. No, our boss arranged it, a girl said. Chen Hao took the boss in her mouth to be the boss lady of City Oasis. He had been here many times and knew that the boss here was a woman with a rounded body. Qiusheng is already here? I don't know, Mr. Chen. You guys are the first wave. So, Chapter 012 Nastiness among classmates. The three of them entered the VIP 1 private room, the doubts in their minds still unsolved. Chen Hao had wanted to call Qiusheng to ask what was going on, but thinking that they would be meeting in a while, they didn't call. It really wasn't a gimmick you played? After sitting down at a large round table with 4 steamers and 4 hot pots, Su Dan asked Chen Hao once more before adding, We don't have this kind of friendship with Qiusheng. By we, she meant Wang Yuqing and her, not counting Chen Hao. That's right. I'm a bit flattered. Wang Yuqing also exaggerated. She sat next to Su Dan. 300 per capita. I see that waitress has at least 10 cards in her hand, more than $3,000. Qiusheng is also willing to give up? I didn't look for that many people. Chen Hao tugged his fingers. I calculate. The three of us plus Hao Ming 2 mouths. Shui Jun Kai. Qiusheng. Wang Lily and Zhao Chang may not necessarily to. Full counting is also 9. He bought so many. Why? By the way, clear beauty. Do not hide from you guys. I am still a little confused. According to say Qiusheng will not engage in this set. If he wants to tamper and this bureau, say a word is not finished. I cannot be happy, but also saves, which need to play this kind of flower work. Good you Chen Hao, we take you as a dear friend, but you take us as a burden. Do not want to entertain us is not it? Su Dan yelled. She was joking. The two of them were close enough to not be afraid of Chen Hao's anger. During their sophomore year, Su Dan and Chen Hao had once had a relatively close relationship. During that time, the two of them stuck together every day, and someone saw them hugging and nibbling together, and Chen Hao's hand was still very dishonest, reaching into other people's pants. At that time, students thought they were in love. As for the people did not happen real negative distance relationship. In addition to their own no one knows, but can be sure that Chen Hao's fingertips definitely have negative distance contact. Later Su Dan and a fellow teacher fell in love. The two stick together time is gradually less, but the relationship has been very good. Did not see the two fall out, when they play together is quite normal. Did not see Chen Hao unhappy. At that time, all the students are puzzled. Do not understand what their relationship. Buddy? BFFs? Guns? Friends? Test drive? That's right, Chen Hao you're too unkind, but it's agreed that this meal doesn't count. You continue to treat tomorrow. Wang Yuqing chimed in from the side. That's a must. What do you want to eat? Speak. Western food, Japanese food, Korean food can be, but Qing beauty, Qiusheng this person is still very righteous, also very valued the friendship of classmates. If this matter is really arranged by him, should have taken a lot of effort, this love we have to lead. Wang Yuqing spat out her tongue, showing her delicate demeanor. She also realized that her words just now were not very pleasant to the ear, and that she might have let down someone else's intentions. Did Li Zihan really go back to Magic City? Su Dan interrupted. Before she thought that Li Zihan was looking for such an excuse because he didn't want to see them, and now that Yi Qiusheng was hemorrhaging money, she thought that Li Zihan should really not be in Fengjing. It should be, Chen Hao said. He was also blindly guessing. Li Zihan had always lived her days very carefully. If Li Zihan knew that Yi Qiusheng was so profligate she would definitely not be happy, and to be honest Yi Qiusheng did not dare to do so, so he guessed that Li Zihan was not at home. Zihan is quite a loss. Halfway through her words, Wang Yuqing felt that this should not be said and quickly stopped, sticking her little tongue out at Su Dan who was glaring at her. Wang Yuqing is this kind of person. Big grin and also fast-mouthed. The brain will not turn. The mouth has no door. The mouth is faster than the brain. After finishing the sentence, regret. These years Qiusheng has worked very hard. They are quite difficult. The child is still small. The three were chatting when Cui Junkai came in. Entering the door, he shouted and went straight to the two girls. Two big beauties. You can miss your brother Cui. Come and give me a hug. He then gave the two girls a hug each. Because Chen Hao was next to him, he and Su Dan embraced only to the point. Make a show of it, the body away from the old, but embraced Wang Yuqing when the whole body is pasted up. The other people's towering breasts are squeezed deflated. You're going to die. Wang Yuqing pushed him away with a red face. Chen Hao kicked Cui Junkai in the back. Eating tofu isn't it? Cui Junkai laughed. Beauty Qing seems to have developed again and gotten a lot bigger. Rascal. Wang Yuqing cursed shyly, but did not get annoyed. Junkai, don't just play smart. If you have an idea, come up with something practical. Yuqing happens to have split up with her boyfriend. Her mind is empty. Why don't you help fill it? Su Dan joked. Really? Cui Junkai today is rushing to Wang Yomu. The two had a small ambiguity in college. It's not like they're in love, but now that they've met again after a long period of time, something can't happen. As the saying goes, class reunion is to play ambiguous, bold to drill the quilt, timid nagging, lack of hard eyes dry singing, silly not pulling the hard to drink, fake. Su Dan laughed. I thought there was a chance. Opportunities are created. Okay. The four of them fooled around for a while and sat down again. Cui Junkai sat next to Wang Yuqing, and when he sat down he deliberately put his hand on Wang Yuqing's thighs that were wearing black silk. Rascal! Wang Yuqing shyly scolded, but did not get annoyed. Cui Junkai hemmed and hawed, and lightly stabbed Wang Yuqing on her waist. Wang Yuqing was sitting upright and ignored him. After the trial he had a number in mind, and turned his head to Chen Hao and said, Where is Qiusheng? He hasn't arrived yet. Not here? Then who arranged this? He picked up the dining card sitting on the table and shook it. I think it was Qiusheng who greeted the boss, right? Chen Hao wasn't quite sure even now. His tone was questioning. Qiusheng knows the boss? Don't tease. The boss lady of City Green Metropolis is the owner of hundreds of millions of assets. I've met her a few times. She's arrogant. I won't hide it from you that our director is polite when he meets her. Qiusheng is just a real estate agent who sells houses. It's absolutely impossible that he can know her. Chen Hao, It can't be that you're messing with him in his name, can it? Your buddy is doing a good job, Cui Jun Kai teased. He is in his heart eyes despise Qiusheng, a rural child. Want what? Nothing. If it is really Qiusheng arrangements, but also as a thin donkey pull hard. Cui Jun Kai in the city of Green is located in the district of the Taxation Bureau Inspection Section work. The second year of graduation on the exam is considered in Fongjing several college students and the best job. So students together he is always chirping hoo, and even show him, feel that they are not the general two general people, not moving to show superiority. As if a civil servant how marvelous like, do not look down on the meaning of civil servants. I am also a civil servant. It is impossible to look down on themselves. This matter is really not me, Chen Hao said with a frown. To be honest, Chen Hao didn't want to find Cui Jun Kai before, but Wang Yomo proposed to meet. He could only do as he was told. All classmates revolting couldn't be helped. It's really not you. That's strange. Qiusheng has this free money? This private room for one person to send half a small bolong. I have eaten here. The most expensive one private room. One person 358. He can book this kind of private room. Beat me to death I don't believe. He is purely burying Qiusheng, openly. Don't underestimate people. Why don't you still allow people to get rich? Su Dan was a bit unhappy. She was quite dissatisfied with Cui Jun Kai's words. Eating other people's and still burying them. Underestimate him? Did I make a mistake? You wouldn't still be thinking about other people's Li Zihan, right? It's not nice to be ignored, is it? Su Dan directly exposed his shortcomings. In college, Cui Jun Kai had pursued Li Zihan. Li Zihan refused, and then with Qiusheng good. 4 years Cui Jun Kai are not much in Qiusheng talk. The two people are strangers. Are not and other classmates' relationship is good. Thinking about her, don't tease. What is good to think about the remnants of the flower? She is to send the door to, Cui Jun Kai said arrogantly, not even thinking about the insults of the words used against people. This time, not only Chen Hao frowned, Su Dan also frowned tightly. She glanced at the face of wistful Wang Yamo, began to regret letting Chen Hao call Cui Jun Kai over. This person is not worth deep friendship. She even began to worry about her best friend will be Cui Jun Kai play. Seeing that Cui Jun Kai's following words were going to be unpleasant, Chen Hao stopped. Enough, Jun Kai, keep your mouth shut. What did I say? Cui Jun Kai was still unaware. At this time, the door opened. Hao Ming two families walked in. Everyone stood up again to exchange pleasantries. Hao Ming introduced his wife to the two female students. Hao Ming's wife called Zhang Wei, is an elementary school math teacher. People just sat down. Qiusheng came in. Chapter 013, he's the black brother who saved me. Qiusheng thanked the two young ladies and walked towards the dining area. In front of the dining area of the city oasis, there was a gate like a subway entrance. Unmanned. Swipe your card to enter. Insert your card to exit. Qiusheng swiped his card to enter, and under the guidance of the laser-projected sign, he walked through the dazzling array of food and found the VIP room 1. Pushing the door in, there were already 6 people sitting in the room. Qiusheng first hugged the 2 female classmates and welcomed them. His attitude was warm and sincere, making the 2 girls who had been separated for 5 or 6 years very touched. Qiusheng, still so handsome, when will you be white again to be super handsome? Su Dan said as Qiusheng hugged. Wang Yomo also said, Qiusheng got rich, didn't he? No way, no way. Qiusheng, who had a new outfit and a rich household, had risen another notch in temperament, so it was no wonder that the 2 girls were praising him. After chatting with the 2 girls, Qiusheng greeted Hao Ming. Hao Ming is considered to be a better classmate of his. Hao Ming did not go out to look for a job after graduation, but to assist his father in running his own family's company, which is not big, but is also considered a small rich family. Hao Ming and Zhang Wei married when he and Li Zihan went. After the 2 families also gathered together twice, so he and Zhang Wei quite familiar. Then there is Chen Hao. The 2 are iron brothers, often meet. High five is considered mutual greetings. Not much to say. Several people are quite concerned about the injury on Qiusheng's hand, asking what happened. Qiusheng to cooking accidentally scratched the perfunctory past. Only in the end did he say to Cui Jun Kai, I heard that old Cui was highly promoted. Deputy Chief of Section. That's Section Chief. Congratulations. Can't count the Section Chief, but it's almost the same. A little bit of power. No problem to level a thing. Cui Jun Kai couldn't see Wang Yomo's enthusiasm towards Qiusheng. His heart was not happy. His tone was strange when he spoke, but he didn't hide his smugness. Qiusheng laughed. He no longer understood civil servants, but also knew the difference between a deputy chief officer and a substantive section chief. And he did not reveal it. The new civil service law in the era of the text had not yet been implemented, and the chief officer was not divided into 1 to 4 levels, but only into the main and deputy. The 2 shook hands symbolically. After sitting down, Cui Jun Kai yelled, Olji, today this thing is quite smooth Spent a lot of money, right? By the way, where did you find those two girls? Too damn pretty. He came to the city green many times. Know that this service here does not have this service, also does not have such a beautiful waiter. Qiusheng said, how Tian Media's trainee. However, this is really not something I did. I don't know what's going on. It might be that my friend knew that I was eating here and made this whole thing up. Friend? Who has such a big head to sneak up on you? But also a trainee. That's an artist. People come over to support you. Who believes it? You just blow it. Qiusheng skimmed his lips and said, 1,000 indignation, 10,000 disobedience. In fact, this is a bit too much to say, but anyone with a bit of emotional intelligence would not say this. People invited you to dinner, okay? You sarcastic people. It was as if Qiusheng was low and not worthy of respect. For a time, Qiusheng's smile froze on his face. He wanted to dislike back, but next to the two female students who came from afar, and the outsider Zhang Wei was there, he endured. Chen Hao saw this and quickly interrupted. Well, don't chat first, the ones that should come have come, the rest is estimated to be enough. I will call them in a while. Everyone go to fetch the meal. Eat whatever you like to eat vigorously. Don't disappoint Qiusheng's good intentions. His words were also said to Qiusheng, but Qiusheng didn't take it seriously at all and didn't listen. He stood up, grinning broadly, wrapped his arm around Hao Ming and headed out. Let's go, let's go. His abalone is good. Even if it doesn't count as a 9-head abalone, a 10-head abalone is definitely good enough. The river crabs and the sea crabs are also good. They are big and still fat. By the way, the three beauties, if you like to eat roasted durians, hurry up and go and queue up. That thing is a little bit in short supply. It will only be served on a plate in half an hour. That tone is like this bureau as he opened up. No Qiusheng anything. The crowd was speechless. Hao Ming had no choice but to go out with Qiusheng. Zhang Wei smiled apologetically to Qiusheng. Qiusheng nodded, did not take it seriously. He knew that Hao Ming's family's business to find that pussy to do a favor. Success or failure do not know. Subsequently, the three girls also accompanied out the door. Chen Hao put his arm around Qiusheng's shoulder and said, don't take it personally. This pussy is big-headed. If not for Wang Yuqing wanting to see him, I wouldn't even call him stupid. Pussy thinks he's a character. Qiusheng shook his head. It doesn't matter. They are all classmates. In fact, he also do not want to see this pussy. But the bureau is the person Chen Hao open. Call who not call who people say. Only halfway out of the accident, Sui helped him to pay the bill. He became the person who set up the bureau. Two people together to go out. Chen Hao patted his shoulder. That's good. That pussy now has not eaten a loss. When eaten a loss will know to converge. Right. Zihan really go back to the Magic City. Well, the child is ready to go to school in Magic City. Must go back to the account. The child's business is a big deal. At the stall where he fetched the salmon, Qiusheng saw two people he had a chance to meet. The pretty girl and her companion that he had saved in Joy City. The girl was not wearing a mask, and had a silk scarf around her neck, just enough to block the wound, and was carrying a plastic bucket full of live seafood. The man was still wearing a mask and sunglasses, and the plastic bucket in his hand was also full. As Qiusheng froze and looked at the two men also saw Qiusheng. The girl covered her mouth and exclaimed, "You're the black brother who saved me?" The man with the mask also said excitedly, "Brother, it's really you." Qiusheng smiled bitterly and said to the girl, "Hello, hello again." Heart said, "But also black brother? This name, it is also a pretty girl, otherwise with you anxious," and then said to the man, "The police station side of the matter are dealt with. Handled. Brother, how did you run away? A turn back effort, you are gone. Xiaoying on the way to the police station are crying. Let me must find you. You are her lifesaver. Brother Black, is your hand okay?" The girl wanted to pull Qiusheng's injured hand. Qiusheng dodged. The girl pouted. "It's fine, a few stitches." The masked man looked around. "There are a lot of people here. Why don't you go to my private room to chat?" "No, I still have friends." Qiusheng hesitated. "No, you have to go. I still don't know who you are, and I don't have a phone." The girl pinched her small waist, her mouth curled up, her cheeks bulging, making her face, which was originally a little baby fat, even more round and nice. Qiusheng laughed. "Okay, it's actually nothing. Anyone would help in that situation." "Not at all. You are a real hero, unlike cousin, who is a pseudo-hero." The girl rolled the masked man's eyes. Qiusheng swept a glance at the masked man. He was too tightly covered to see his expression, but he could feel that the masked man was smiling. He should have favored this cousin. "Cousin? Why don't you guys go over first?" Qiusheng lifted the empty plastic bucket on his left hand. "I'll go get some crabs." "That's good. We're in private room number 5. The masked man seemed to feel that it wasn't safe to stay in the pickup area where people were coming and going for a long time, so he nodded his head in agreement. "Cousin, You go back first, I'll follow him or he'll run away again. The girl shoved the plastic bucket in her hand to the masked man. The masked man took it helplessly. Qiusheng guffawed. And there is no emergency to run what? He can't wait for someone to be grateful to him. If a little bit of expensive gift or something that would be better. At noon that is a last resort. Not to run cannot. Millions of profits cannot afford to delay. He is so beggar. Masked man went. Qiusheng walked towards the seafood area. The girl followed him. Qiusheng noticed the girl's physique when she walked. Very graceful, very temperament, like a lady of the house, and like a model. Brother Black, does your hand still hurt? The girl had no words and was concerned. It's fine. Qiusheng made a fist with his injured hand. Look, in fact, it hurt so much that he was about to grin. It's strange that a freshly stitched wound doesn't hurt, but a man has to tough it out. Letting off gas can be a drop in the bucket. At the crab pool, the girl helped Qiusheng to pick crabs together. She seems to be very experienced, holding it in her hand to weigh it. Try the weight and pick the fat ones. Brother Black, why are you so brave? Not afraid of being hurt by the knife. Still no words to find words. Your black brother has already been hurt. Okay. I didn't think that much at the time. Cousin used to be my idol. Now you're my idol. Not so much, right? To the point, why not? Chapter 014. You are the savior of both of us. Entering the private room number 5. Qiusheng knew who the masked man was, and he had already taken off his mask. To say, this world is really small. Surprisingly, it was Sui. It is not surprising that Qiusheng can recognize Sui. Sui's face is too distinctive, angular, rigid and sexy. Qiusheng does not follow the stars, so he cannot recognize a few stars, but Sui he can recognize at a glance. There were quite a few people in the world who looked alike. The reason why Qiusheng dared to be sure was because he knew that Sui would appear in this cafeteria today. It wouldn't be anyone else but him. There was a fat man in the room besides Sui. Qiusheng guessed that this fat man should be the boss of Houtian Media, Qiusheng, the one who gave him a long face in front of his classmates. Both men stood up when Qiusheng entered. Brother, come in quickly. I think you should recognize me. I'm Sui, actor Sui, Lao Jin. He's the brother I told you about. Extraordinary hands. If it wasn't for him maybe Qiusheng would have been injured. Brother, come over and sit down. Sui pulled out a chair for Qiusheng. Very enthusiastic. It was evident that he took the matter of Grand Joy City very seriously. Brother, marvelous. The fat man gave Qiusheng a thumbs up. Brother Black, you sit here. The girl also pulled out a chair. Qiusheng put the bucket full of crabs on the table and stood next to the chair closer to the door. The same chair the girl pulled open. The girl was amused. Brother Su, what a coincidence. I am Qiusheng. Qiusheng smiled. What? 3 consecutive unbelievable exclamations. Qiusheng saw that all 3 of them had wonderful expressions. Unexpected, pleasantly surprised, completely out of the blue. And the girl's eyes were even as big as copper bells, with more white than black in her eye sockets. Brother Black, you are Qiusheng. Then aren't you the savior of both my cousin and I? Another upgrade. The girl's brain was quite chic. Brother Yi, it's really you. Sui was very excited. It shouldn't be wrong. Qiusheng joked, then turned to the fat man. Brother Jean, thank you for arranging private room 1 for me. And the 2 beauties outside the door. They worked hard. You recognize me? The 2 beauties said so. Because of Qiusheng's double identity, the room heated up for a while, but this was a public place. Sui didn't express his gratitude over and over again, just point to point. He also didn't ask Qiusheng's occupation and family. These personal privacy would naturally be known when both parties interacted more. Qiusheng also called him Black Brother of the beauty called Shuelaying, is a little-known actor. In a film too played a supporting role, Qiusheng recalled, but also really remembered in the film that bright vase. The 4 people talked about something and nothing, and left each other's cell phone numbers and WeChat. Half an hour later, Qiusheng went back to the No. 1 private room. The table was already a mess of cups and plates, piles of seafood shells. On the ground floor was a pile of beer bottles, and the Australian dragon sent by the restaurant was left with shells. The crowd was getting high on food and drink. Qiusheng, where have you been? So half a day. Sudan put down the crab in his hand and said, Cui Jun Kai helped. That's right, the old leaf. You are the master. So quietly ran away. What is the meaning? In fact, people Sudan is not the meaning of what he said. Qiusheng ignored Cui Jun Kai. He sat on the side of Chen Hao and said to Chen Hao, who asked him with his eyes, I met a showbiz friend outside, and went to his private room to chat for a while. Right, that's the one who gave us the bill, and the old boss of Houtian Media. Showbiz friend, you just blow it. Cui Jun Kai disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Still the old general manager. Why not the general? Reason, do you know how powerful Houtian Media is? I heard that they recently signed 2 more second-tier artists. I forgot who exactly. Qiusheng is the #1 person in the Northeast's entertainment industry. People will pay attention to you. Who do you think you are? This pussy was really cheap. His words made the whole table uncomfortable, but he himself didn't even realize it. Still barfing and dipping in horseradish and eating the abalone meat that was bigger than an egg. Chen Hao and Su Dan frowned, and Wang Youmo looked uneasily at Yi Qiusheng's reaction. The only outsider, Zhang Wei, was even more uncomfortable, neither eating nor drinking. She poked Hao Ming and whispered in his ear, "Why is your classmate like this?" Hao Ming shook his head and didn't say anything. Yi Qiusheng cursed a few MMPs in his heart, although unhappy, but considering that this is his own meal, Stale made himself even more disgrace, only bitterly smiled and said, Jun Kai is also right. Those guys could really be imposters. After saying that, he no longer cared about him and turned his head to ask Su Dan, "You guys still have to stay in Feng for a few days?" Su Dan was originally very nervous, but at this time, she was obviously relieved to say that she is the guest of honor at today's meal. If the two make a scene, the most embarrassing is her and her old flame Chen Hao. Yi Qiusheng's clever prevarication makes her not 100 praises in her heart. Yi Qiusheng atmosphere. She glanced reproachfully at Wang Yuqing, and swept Cui Jun Kai with scornful eyes, and said on her lips, "I can still stay for one more day tomorrow, and the high-speed train is the day after tomorrow morning." Said she stood up and raised her beer glass. "Old Yi, thank you for your hospitality. To Feng Jing these days, you are my biggest surprise. Even feel a little flattered, and you let me deeply feel the classmate love fellowship. Old Yi, you have changed. Impressive." Several people laughed, except for Cui Jun Kai, who was holding a thick slice of salmon and stuffing it into his mouth, eating in an ugly manner. Yi Qiusheng also hemmed and hawed and laughed. He had indeed changed and gotten rich, but today was really an accident. He didn't want to pay the bill. Su Dan held back his laughter and continued, "When you were in school you got tired of Zihan all day long, making us look red in the eyes. What? You still have any thoughts about old Ji Hao?" Chen Hao is still there. At this time, Cui Jun Kai swallowed the salmon in his mouth anachronistically interjected. Su Dan instantly boarded up his face and said loudly, "Cui Jun Kai, can you stop talking? Eating still can't plug your mouth. Asterisk 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 Chen Hao. Mind your mother-in-law." Cui Jun Kai spat Feng Yang. Chen Hao also said with a sunken face, "Jun Kai, I don't know where you get your sense of superiority. Do you think everyone here is worse off than you? I have a monthly salary of 18,000, is 5 times your salary. Su Dan is now the company's deputy personnel manager. Salary also over 10,000. Hao Ming family assets over 10 million. Qiusheng can take out 3 to 4,000 to invite classmates to dinner. You have what? Who gave you the confidence to bury this to bury that?" Chen Hao could no longer hold back. Cui Jun Kai got anxious, slammed the table and stood up. "Chen Hao, you're ing pretending with me aren't you?" Chen Hao also stood up. "Jun Kai, no one is pretending with you, but you have been pretending. How did people Qiusheng you? Eating people and drinking people, but also keep on jilting people. You don't have a little bit of pussy in your own heart? I see him pretend to be a pussy and don't like it. He's pretending to be a pussy. Ridiculous. What kind of pussy are they pretending to be? What kind of pussy is he pretending to be? He still knows friends in the entertainment industry, and he also knows the big boss of Haoqian. I'm not happy to hear that." At this time, Yi Qiusheng's heart is racing. He has Cui Jun Kai completely black. Now can't beg him. In the future, even more can't beg him. After this person is a passerby. C, A and B are not enough to qualify. Just at this time, a knock came from outside. The private room instantly quieted down. All looked to the door of the private room. The door pushed open. From the outside into the 3 end of the beer cup. Smiling people. Everyone in the room froze, except Yi Qiusheng of course. Chapter 015. Do you believe that my dreams are accurate? Sui? You are Sui? Wang Youmo was the first to react. Ao yelled, jumped up from the chair. A burst of hands and feet. Are running 30 people crazy up like a middle school student. It's really Sui. Su Dan also excitedly shouted. She is not much better. It seems to be a star chaser. Chasing fresh meat kind of. Really? Really ah. Zhang Wei was also excited, but because her husband was beside her she didn't dare to be too crazy, to be reserved. Sui can be called the idol and killer of young girls and women. The national husband, unrivaled charm. At this time, the people who were sitting had all stood up. Sui's cards are too big. Sui was full of smiles, raised his wineglass and nodded his head to greet everyone, then humbly said, "Hello everyone, this is Sui, actor Sui. I know that old brother Qiusheng is here for dinner, so I took the liberty of coming over to say hello. Hey, old brother Yi, you won't blame us for interrupting, right? Don't worry, by no means will I delay you guys for too long. We'll toast and then we'll leave." Sui said this to support Yi Qiusheng. giving him face, and put his posture very low. No disturbance, no disturbance. The three women spoke in unison. Brother Su, they're all my classmates. There's not that much to say, it's too late to welcome them. Qiusheng hurriedly stated, and picked up the wine cup on the table and raised it to Qiusheng in the air to thank him. Qiusheng was a big brother, and he could not be slowed down. Qiusheng smiled and nodded. Do not disturb is good. Ye old brother and I is a different surname brother. Ye old brother's classmate that is my friend. I toast you. I dry. Everyone feel free. Sui went up and clinked glasses with each person and then tilted his head and drank it all. Everyone also made a scene and followed along. The three girls drank it all. Very different from their previous behavior. From this point on, the charm of the idol was seen. Qiusheng also snapped and drank. His mood was quite complicated. This was letting someone hit his face to his face, and it was raw and painful. To this day, he was still wondering how Qiusheng got involved with such a big star. It shouldn't be Big brother Su. I also love acting. Can you give me a small role to play? Wang Yomo put down the cup after boldly said. Even big brother are called on. This close set. Of course, Sui said without hesitation. His smiling face remained the same. No displeasure. Then he sized up Wang Yomo and held up his empty cup to Qiusheng. As long as ye old brother gives the order, I'll pick any movie I want. Come on, brother Su. Don't shame me. How can I have that face? Qiusheng said with a smile. It was also to plug Wang Youcheng's mouth. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. The relationship didn't reach that point. At this time, Shui Liying raised her cup and said, I'm Shui Liying, a small actor, and Suyi's own cousin. No famous works. I'll toast to brother Ye's classmates. Brother Yi is my idol, my protector. By the way, I won't drink. Just a little bit. Everyone feel free to do the same. Wow, I remember. You're that beautiful doctor from 2. Hao Ming suddenly chirped, his expression more excited than his wife. It's me. Bad acting. Sorry for the laugh. Shui Liying nodded to Hao Ming. In fact, Shui Liying had another layer of meaning when she said those words above, which was to respond to Wang Yomo and tell her not to make unreasonable demands based on Qiusheng's relationship. I'm Suyi's own cousin before I acted a small role in the drama with only a few lines. Okay. And Hao Ming, with this divine assist, just helped her pick it apart, saving that woman from having a bad brain to figure it out. It's very good. I've watched it so many times. Hao Ming was so excited that he forgot his wife was around, and what he couldn't say was that at that time, he also did something indescribable at Shui Liying in the computer screen. Of course, it was done when Zhang Wei wasn't around. Thank you. Shui Liying expressed her thanks in a very ladylike manner, and then clinked her cup with everyone, saying nice to meet you. And finally took a sip herself. All of them took a sip. Qiusheng from time to time secretly scanning in Shui Liying body. 2 eyes green light. Finally, Qiusheng stepped forward and raised his glass. I am Qiusheng. Because Su Yi and Shui Liying both declared themselves, he could only follow the example. He had not wanted to be like this. There is no need. To be honest, this table did not let him look down on, including Qiusheng. Before today also feel quite mysterious, but today a glimpse but so. He then said, Haotian media, not actors. Ye old brother is also my brother. His classmates are also my friends. I toast a cup, simple and dry, then tilted his head and finished the wine in the cup. Qiusheng clasped his fists and said, Mr. Jean, have a heart. Ye old brother, who are we brothers with who? If those 2 little beauties outside have poor hospitality, you guys talk, go back and I'll clean them up. Qiusheng joked, but also pointed out the fact that he paid the bill today. Hearing Qiusheng report himself, Qiusheng blushed like a monkey's butt. Next was the time to compliment Sui and Shui Liying. A burst of chatter. Sui responded with a smile. Qiusheng and Qiusheng stood to the side and casually chatted about some things. The 3 girls wanted to take a picture with Sui. Sui quickly agreed. After a long time, Hao Ming and Chen Hao couldn't resist the temptation to take a picture with Sui and Shui Liying. Qiusheng also snapped a picture with Qiusheng and Sui. He was going to take the photo to blow awesome with. After this session, Sui and the others exchanged a few more pleasantries with Qiusheng, and after the transitions were finished, they excused themselves and left. Qiusheng sent them out. Sui went out and put on a mask. The 2 walked and chatted, and when Qiusheng and Shui Liying were a bit farther away, Qiusheng asked in a low voice, has the matter on the set been resolved? The police are still investigating it. There is news that there is a possibility of man-made destruction. I'm thinking about who hates me for not dying. Up to now I can't figure it out. Old brother, I still have to stay in Fengjing for a few days. There is time for us to meet again and have a good chat. Right, when you go to Kyoto, I'll look for a few beautiful women to accompany you. Ha ha, brother Su, let's not get into those fancy things. Joking with you, ye old brother, just now there are outsiders. I didn't have the chance to ask you, how do you know that thing? To be honest, he wanted to know how Qiusheng knew, the so-called entrusted by a friend he didn't believe. Sui stood still, and Qiusheng followed and stood down. This happened to be a dead end of the pickup area, and very few people came over. Qiusheng scratched his scalp, quite distressed. How to say this thing? The spirit of an opportunity to pretend to say, Brother Su, if I say I dream very accurate, do you believe? Believe your big head ghost. Sui laughed. Through this period of time contact he and Qiusheng counted familiar, and the two people's age is similar. Temperament is also similar, so speak without so many scruples. And in essence it was Qiusheng's mystery disappeared. At this moment Suyi's mentality changed, confidence returned, and then there was no more respect for Qiusheng like before meeting. Forget it if you don't believe me. By the way, there's an actor named Xiao Jiaojia that you know, right? To confirm his words, he was ready to show off again. To be honest, Qiusheng was forgetting the pain after a good wound. He was still regretful after calling Sui last time, but after realizing that there was nothing, his mind relaxed again. To put it bluntly, he was a beggar. The mind of climbing up to the stars was too heavy, and he wanted to use his ability to cause the stars to pay attention to him. This is not a problem of intelligence, nor is it a problem of emotional intelligence, but as a beggar in the ability to be more powerful people in front of the humble and the self-aggrandizement. This kind of thing may happen to every one of us ordinary people, want to show their own have light to each other to see, so that the other side can look at their own. In fact, subconsciously, we have all done such a stupid, don't refute. At this point, with a fevered brain, he didn't even consider the risks, and with his small-town perspective, he didn't recognize the gravity of the situation. Recognize? What? Thinking about her? Brothers, this I cannot help. Her curiosity is not lower than me. Make not move. Besides, people behind the big gold master. You want to have gone that 2 times, maybe there is hope. He. Su anecdote smiled. Why? You this thought? I really convinced. I want you to remind her. Yesterday I had a dream. Dreamed of a star called Xiao Jiajiu was disfigured. Just about 10 o'clock this evening. You remind her. Let her be careful. Can be avoided. Avoided. Disfigured is not good. Really? Sui was shocked. Really? She should have come out after attending the banquet, and was attacked in the underground parking lot. That drunken man didn't know if he had a grudge against her. He slashed her face with a blade, more than 10 centimeters long, completely disfigured, and her assistant was also injured. Qiusheng seemed to be telling what happened yesterday. You're not telling a story, are you? Really? Not lying. Qiusheng seriously said, took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was not even 8 o'clock. So he said, there are still more than 2 hours. If you have a good relationship with her, remind her. Sui frowned in contemplation, not knowing if he didn't believe Qiusheng's words or had other concerns. After a while, he pulled out his cell phone and found Xiao Jiajiao's number, saying, I won't call her. Just tell her directly. I'll give you the number. It's not like I know her. Qiusheng shrugged it off. He also had Xiao Jiajiao's number. That's right, if you don't know her, it's just right for you to call. Qiusheng thought about it. Isn't it the same as when he knew Su Yizhi? Come on, it's not bad to know another actress. Maybe she will also run to Taijing to thank him. He thought simple. Beggars are beggars. Sui read the number. Qiusheng pressed the keyboard. The first time the ringer didn't pick up. The second time it was picked up when it was about to hang up automatically. Hello. On the opposite side was a nice female voice with a very soft light music in the background. Xiao Jiajiao? There was silence there for a moment. Who is it? Something wrong? Qiusheng pretended to be mysterious. Miss Xiao, listen up. After the banquet is over, you don't go to the underground parking lot. Go directly from the front door of the hotel. Who are you? Do not take it improperly. Nervous, inexplicable. Xiao Jiaojia put down the phone. Qiusheng held up the hung-up cell phone and shrugged to Sui. She doesn't seem to take it seriously. Forget it, listen to it or not by her. In fact, she should believe in you some more. Sui frowned. This scene was so familiar to him, and Qiusheng is still unaware. He is in trouble again. This time in big trouble. Show off, let you show off. Chapter 016, the third push of future news. When he went back to the private room, Qiusheng and the wilting Cui Junkai walked into a meeting. Cui Junkai smiled at him sardonically and awkwardly. Qiusheng nodded, and the two of them brushed past each other. What? After entering the house, he pointed to the back of Cui Junkai, who disappeared out the door, and asked. He said that he left on a family matter. Wang Yomo covered for Cui Junkai. There should still be that little bit of thought in her heart. There is a fart. Maybe too much pain in the face. Cannot stay. Go just right. Look at him disturbed. Is a waste of more than $300. Sudan did not have a good face, said Wang Yomo, quite bad. Qiusheng is worried about whether the two girlfriends will fall out. These two girls come to Fengjing is definitely a nostalgia trip plus Sen canon. Today let him sew a face. Wang Yomo's cannon is estimated to be sent out. Think of this. Qiusheng looked at Chen Hao, pondering, tonight he will be how to live. All want? Su Dan will not agree to it. Then Wang Yomo can only keep the room alone. What a poor woman. At first, when we chatted, we knew that Wang Yuqing and her boyfriend had split up, and she had been lonely and empty for a while. The equipment thing definitely didn't quench her hunger. Qiusheng, how did you meet these two big names? Chen Hao sidetracked the topic. He didn't want to dwell on this matter. It was extraordinarily faceless for him. Qiusheng sat down, cough, he fake coughed twice, then smiled cheaply. It's a long story. In fact, Su Yi and I are distant relatives, only recently recognized each other. You guys won't not believe it. It's weird to believe you. Su Dan skimmed his mouth, full of disdain. After all, bull ********. I still don't understand your family's situation, Chen Hao also said. In the university years, Chen Hao had gone to Qiusheng's hometown to play for a few days. Qiusheng's parents and sister he had seen. This guy also managed to call Qiusheng his great-uncle. Wang Yomo sulked and didn't say anything. Hao Ming and teacher Zhang just laughed. It was not good for them to interject in this kind of matter. Then I have nothing to say. Qiusheng spread his hands. Hurry up and eat more. After 9 o'clock, the 6 people came out of the restaurant. It's drizzling outside, continuous and as fine as a hair. None of them have umbrellas, so they stand under the rain hitch of the restaurant while waiting for an internet taxi and saying goodbye. Cab, this place is not good, Chen Hao said. Tomorrow night to get together again. He find a place. Qiusheng and Hao Ming agreed. Ms. Zhang said she may not be able to come. To grade homework. The 2 female classmates chirped and persuaded Zhang Wei, and I don't know what the final result was. Chen Hao's internet car arrived first, and he sent Su Dan and Wang Yuqing back to the hotel. Qiusheng called the car after the arrival. He had to send Hao Ming 2 families. By the way, when he arrived home has been more than 9:30. Once into the bedroom, it is lying to the bottom of the bed to find. See, the laptop is still there. Only a long sigh of relief. Now this laptop has become his lifeblood. Take the laptop out, put on the table, and then go to the toilet. Briefly took a shower, heated a pot of water, made a pot of tea, sitting in front of the computer desk, lighting a cigarette, drinking tea, and turning the laptop on. Seeing the cell phone WeChat on the message sent by Su Dan and Chen Hao, he chatted with them, which is nothing more than forcing Cui Junkai how to eat, and where to eat tomorrow, what to eat. And finally Chen Hao set the location of the gathering at a buffet Western restaurant near Taishan Road, and the number of people is 4. Hao Ming cannot go. His family company has a problem. Tomorrow to participate in, his father organized a bureau, and a certain executive of the bank to talk about the loan. This is a big deal. The main thing. Qiusheng secretly spit. Chen Hao on the buffet seems to be obsessed with, but think about it, is also in the mood. This buffet Western-style restaurant can eat a lot of dishes. Unlimited. You point what the chef to do for you, and consumption can be controlled. The environment is also good. Although the price of one up to more than 400, but 4 people are only 1600. Chatting and chatting, he suddenly wanted his daughter, so he sent a message to Li Zihan. Li Zihan did not return. He did not think. Zihan may be busy, or in the coaxing daughter to sleep, or she simply did not see the message. Put down the cell phone. Click on the computer that news push icon. There were only 2 news items on it. 1. Economic news. 1. Sports and entertainment news. And the top one, current affairs news, was gone. This was expected by Qiusheng. At noon he saved the student boy. Did not die into. News value disappeared. And then the police intervention also let the news media lost the source of information. About the case of minors, the police generally will not be released to the public. And the entertainment news about Xiao Jiaojiao did not disappear. Which is normal. The time is not up. Things have not yet happened. But it is almost the same. There is less than half an hour. It was up to her life. Close the news push page. Click on the browser. In the search bar search Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. A bunch of results came up. He clicked on the first one, which was the press release of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals board announcement. After carefully reading the content, it was the same as what he saw on the news push page, and the release time was 2 hours ago. That is, around 2000 hours p.m. A stone fell to the ground for Qiusheng. Steady. Tomorrow afternoon Dongquan Pharmaceuticals will continue to stop without suspense. He roughly calculated that he could earn about 510,000 tomorrow. Why don't we sell 500,000 shares tomorrow and buy a suite? 500,000 down payment should be enough, he thought. Turning the clock past 10:30, he opened the news push page again and that entertainment news was still there. Maybe it's not time yet? Thought. No longer concerned. Seeing 2 female classmates today, especially the big-breasted Wang Yomo, made him feel a little stirred up. A little bit of that stuff, and found an island educational movie in a folder that was hidden several layers. Click to watch. A time to watch mesmerized, and so on the physical and mental pleasure to finish the movie. Already almost 12 o'clock, opened the news push page again, and saw that the sports and entertainment news was still there. He couldn't help but sigh with his wrists. Xiao Jiaojiao this robbery or did not escape. A little bit of regret. However, it is only regrettable. After all, whether to go to the underground parking lot is Xiao Jiaojiao's own choice. Xiao Jiaojiao does not trust him. His reminder as a whisper. He cannot help. He cannot fly to Kyoto to stop. When he was sighing and lamenting, the news push page flashed and the content changed. Qiusheng first looked at the time in the bottom right corner. Midnight, April 25, 2018. 0 hour and 0 minute on the 25th. Not a second too soon. Looking back at the news, there were still 3 articles, and the panels hadn't changed, as if it had become a stereotype. Article 1. Current news, yesterday afternoon at about 1600 hours. Nearly 12 years of work in our province. The old comrade Zhou Jiangmo, old man in the Huayun supermarket Beihai street store shopping, sudden cardiac arrest of unknown origin. After medical treatment died at the age of 72. Zhou Jiangmo, old man in Feng work period. For Liaodong province economic construction and development has made great contributions. The old man during the mass. The province and city comrades and Zhou Jiangmo, old man confidant friends rushed to the hospital to visit Zhou Jiangmo, old man, and to the old man's family to express their condolences. Article 2. Economic news, April 25. Highly anticipated A-share breakthrough MSCI index results were unveiled. A-shares were formally included in the index. Qiusheng announced the inclusion of A-shares in the MSCI Emerging Markets Index, which is expected to incorporate 222 large-cap stocks in A-shares based on an inclusion factor of 5%. Article 3. Sports and entertainment news, famous actor Xiao Jiaojiao disfigurement case has new progress. The evening of the 25th, the police, after more than 20 hours of investigation and tracking, in the outskirts of Kyoto, Lijiang Garden, Building 24, Unit 1, No. 5, the suspect will be arrested. Huang Mao. According to Huang Mao confided, he was hired by a professional fixer. Honorarium of 200,000 yuan. The goal of the Xiao Jiaojiao. The goal is to disfigurement. It is reported that Huang was not drunk at the time of the action, but sprayed white wine on his body, disguised as a drunkard to confuse the police. This incident caused a huge shock in the entertainment industry. Many showbiz celebrities spoke out and asked the police to find out who was behind the scene. The release time of all 3 news is April 26. That means all 3 events will happen in the next 24 hours. Chapter 017, The Flaming Long Video. Qiusheng watched the 3 news items carefully a few times. After mulling it over, he was convinced that the news pushed by the news push page was not randomly pushed, and it most likely contained some sort of logic in its push mechanism. This logic was directed at him on the one hand, but on the other hand, it might contain some kind of bigger scheme. But what logic? What scheme? He had no way of knowing, but also analyzed and guessed. For example, Article 2, Economic News. This should be macro-strategic economic news, and he, as a white boy in the economic world or the capital world, simply did not have the qualifications and capital to participate in this kind of macroeconomic activity. It can also be said that this future economic news pushed by today's push page is not at all related to his current personal ability and knowledge base, and it is a useless piece of future information for him. But why was it pushed to him? Although he couldn't figure it out, he knew that it must have a purpose. After thinking for a while, he passed this future news that might contain a high economic value from his attention. As for the sports and entertainment news, it was a follow-up about Xiao Jiaojiao's disfigurement case. What was the purpose of the news push page pushing it to him? He still couldn't figure it out. Was it simply to let him know the outcome? It didn't seem like it would be that simple. But no matter what, he was still very relieved to know that the murderer had been caught. At the very least, it was an explanation for Xiao Jiaojiao. As for how to uncover the black hand behind the scenes, that was the police's business. He is not involved. Subsequently, he focused his attention on the first piece of news. There were 2 reasons why he valued this piece of news. 1. It was something that was about to happen to him. The supermarket wasn't far from his house, and the subway was only a few stops away, so he had the space and time to get involved. 2. He had a good feeling about the people involved in this news. From the description of the news, the old man is a great contribution to the economic construction of Fengjing meritorious. Such a person should not pass away so early, but should be with grandchildren to enjoy a happy old age is right. This old man to be saved, he decided at the first moment, even if still cannot change, but try his best. He knew zero first aid, but that was hard to beat. Just look it up online. CPR. Finding a brief description in the entries he searched for, he read it back and forth several times, memorizing the steps of administering it silently. After seeing the great role of AEDs, automated external defibrillators, in rescuing patients with sudden cardiac arrest. He looked up nearby AED sales stores, and it just so happened that there was a store on the first floor of that supermarket that sold medical equipment, and AEDs were available for sale. Just as he was learning how to use the AED, the cell phone on the table rang. Glancing at the screen, it was Sui. It's 12:30. Why is he calling in the middle of the night? Sui and Qiusheng left the restaurant around the same time. Qiusheng's driver had been waiting outside, and after dropping Sui and his 2 men off at the hotel, the 3 of them went to the bar on the second floor for another drink. Qiusheng left after 11 o'clock. Shui Liying returned to her room, first took a shower, and then flopped onto her bed to brush her fast songs. This was her mandatory program every night before going to bed. According to her words, it helps to hypnotize. Brushing and brushing, she swiped to a long video with a high level of heat. The video was close to 5 minutes long and the title on the cover was, "Can you believe it? Someone can really predict the future." She curiously clicked on it. The screener was the security camera of a small restaurant, but this security camera was a bit advanced, colorful and high definition, capable of collecting not only images but also sound. There was a time display in the upper right corner of the screen, and the cover time was 18 hours 33 minutes and 25 seconds. The video starts with a conversation between the owner of the restaurant and a young customer. The sound is slightly lower because of the camera, but the video publisher was kind enough to subtitle it. Because of the subtitles, the conversation can be distinguished very clearly. Boss, what? Wife and kids not at home. Customer, went back to my mom's house. Boss, Magic City? Customer, well, this is not looking at the 1st of May. Boss, should go back to see. Brother, to say that your daughter is really beautiful. That big eyes flashing like a dead person. Customer, Brother Lou, last night this intersection accident? Boss, what happened? Customer, 7:30 p.m. A cement tanker in order to avoid pedestrians crushed a white Hyundai sedan. Killed 4 people. Boss, who said that? Netbull *******. I'm here every day. Customer, Brother Lou, do you want a drink? Boss, no, there are still customers. At this point, the video began to fast forward. The video publisher deliberately marked a red arrow on the position of the display time, so that the viewer to pay attention to the time. Soon the time reaches 19 hours 29 minutes and 2 seconds. The footage begins to play normally again. The video publisher marked another red arrow at an intersection that the camera had captured through the glass door, where a white sedan, which from the looks of it should be a Hyundai sedan, was parked. The red arrow then jumps to a signal light above the white sedan, which is red. Then the red arrow appears on the crosswalk to the left of the white sedan, and the red arrow arches and arches to get the viewer's attention. 2 seconds later, a scavenging old man pushing a tricycle appeared on the crosswalk, at which point the red arrow jumped back to the intersection to the right of the white sedan, again arching and arching for the viewer's attention. After another 2 seconds, a cement tanker suddenly appeared on camera. It wheeled sharply to the right and turned onto the left side of the road. Then the vehicle took a serious tilt, and as it passed next to the Hyundai sedan, the cement tanker toppled over and smashed heavily into the sedan. Shui Liying screamed in terror. Similarly, the patrons in the small restaurant let out a scream and then hollered and ran out, while the one who predicted the crash just stood up and didn't go out. Next, the video publisher spliced in a car accident scene shot with a cell phone. The scene was very tragic. The modern sedan was smashed into a discus, making people look shocked, and the people in the car would never survive if they weren't possessed by a god. Shui Liying covered her chest and slowed down for a long time before her heartbeat stabilized. Unable to resist, she went back to the beginning of the video, wanting to listen to the 2 people's conversation again, but as she watched, she realized that the young customer had a bit of a sense of déjà vu. It seems like I've seen this person somewhere. Although the video was in HD, the phone screen was small and she didn't recognize Qiusheng at first. After watching the 2 people's conversation once more, she tapped on the comments section. This is too tragic. Really? When did this happen? Where is this? Silly, didn't you see the subtitles on the video? Bongkyung. Yesterday. I searched. It's on the news. It happened in Beijing yesterday. There were 4 people in the Hyundai. All dead. Crushed into cakes. Old tragedy. Upstairs are stupid. Bastard. This video is fake. Who the hell can say so accurate? Say run a red light on a red light. Say cement tanker on a cement tanker. Say Hyundai on a Hyundai. Say 4 dead on 4 dead. You believe? Identification is complete. Fake. Earn traffic. If this is true, that kid is not a magician? Reported. Feudal superstition. Chapter 018. He can really dream of the future. Shui Liying wearing a set of pink cartoon pajamas out the door. Look around to see no one. Then tiptoe over to knock next door Sui's door. Sui also did not sleep. From the door mirror to see is a cousin. Opened the door. What's going on? Shui Liying giggled and scurried into the door, but saw that Sui was only wearing a pair of boxers, so she yelled, "Brother, can you be more civilized?" Sui ignored her, turned around and went into the bath beside the door, then came out wearing a bathrobe. "What is it?" Running over in the middle of the night. At this moment, Shui Liying had already sat on the sofa, her knees clasped in her arms. Racking her cell phone, she beckoned to Sui. "Brother, come over here, let me show you a video." Sui was helpless. This cousin was too out of tune. If this was seen by outsiders, they would not poke a hole in his back spine. He resisted the urge to chastise her a few times and joked, "It's not your little sister, is it?" Shui Liying rolled her eyes and snapped, "Brother, can you be a little more pure in your thoughts? Come on, let me show you." She had already clicked the video on and held it up to the eyes of Sui, who was sitting next to her. Sui took it and looked at it. "What is this? Look carefully." Shui Liying pointed at the phone. Sui did not make a sound and watched the video from beginning to end. So tragic. Is it real? He was also shocked by the tragic situation in the video. His heart surged. This kind of large car really kills. In the future, when he sees it, he must avoid far away. Well, there is news on the internet. It's true. Last night, it was in Fengjing. Did you look carefully? Carefully. Although the car accident is true, but this video is spliced. Before and after the order is reversed. You are an actor. This kind of editing method you are still not clear. Just for this, in the middle of the night, the clothes are not neat run over. Cannot lady point. What? I'm not asking you to look at the order. Look at that youth. Shui Liying pointed at the cell phone again. Anxious. What's there to see? Despite saying this, Sui still clicked to replay it, and after looking at it for a while he said uncertainly, "It can't be Qiusheng, right?" Shui Liying Jinsho nodded repeatedly. "I just came over to let you see it because it looked like it, but Qiusheng doesn't look like someone who plays gimmicks." Sui frowned. He suddenly remembered a sentence Qiusheng said to him in the restaurant. "If I say I can foretell the future, do you believe me?" Thinking about himself again, he was suddenly confused. "Brother, you say, it's Qiusheng or not?" Wait. Saying that, he picked up his cell phone from the coffee table. After thinking about it, he dialed a number, and it took a long time for the opposite side to answer. "Brother Su, Ryozi, I'm not bothering you, am I? Asking you about something." "Brother Su, you say, do you know what happened to Xiao Jiaojiao?" "Yes, quite tragic, almost disfigured." Suyi's heart tightened. He vaguely sensed a little something. "When was it? Can you tell me more about it?" "Brother Su, you just know wow. Is tonight's incident, director you saved the bureau. For his film Greening, I also went. Quite lively, went to a lot of people. Xiao Jiaojia also went. There is also Brother Chang. About 10 o'clock or so, the bureau, Xiao Jiaojia in the underground parking lot was a drunk guy sneak attack. Face was slashed. Her assistant was also injured. That guy didn't catch, and ran. Xiao Jiaojia went to the Concordia. The doctor. Jiaojia went to Concordia. The doctor said that the facial tendons were broken. Even though the scars can be hidden, the muscles in the face can't be moved. It seems to be completely ruined. Are you sure it's 10 o'clock tonight? Sure. I went to the hospital and saw her. It's not long since I came back. What did Xiao Jiaojia say? Didn't pay attention. The doctor didn't let her talk. But, listening to her assistant, she regretted it. Said she didn't listen to anyone's reminder. I know. Thank you Liangzi. Wait for me to go back to eat together. Sui put down the phone, sitting on the sofa in a dull silence. His heart fluttered as if he was setting off a monstrous wave. Surprisingly, it was all true, and it was no accident that Qiusheng reminded him. He hadn't taken Qiusheng's words of predicting the future too seriously before, and had even suspected that Qiusheng had heard it from the mouth of the party who had planned that incident, and he had wanted to talk to Qiusheng again just to figure it out, and was listening to the quasi-sayings, and it seemed that it was him who had taken it for granted. People are really big brother. That video should also be true. There really was someone who could dream about the future. And this person also saved him, saved his cousin, and became a brother with him. What's up brother? Say something. After another long time, under Shui Liying's vigorous shaking, Sui said, if you say that Qiusheng can dream about the future, for example, what happened to me, is what he dreamt about, do you believe it? Shui Liying stopped the movement of her hand, and said in surprise, brother, you won't say that this video is real. This person is really Qiusheng, but the internet says that this video is a fake. How can someone dream about the future? That wouldn't be a god. Although she didn't directly say whether she believed it or not, the meaning was already obvious. She didn't believe it. But Qiusheng can. Sui then told Shui Liying about Xiao Jiaojiao's injury. Shui Liying's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Brother, did Qiusheng really talk to you at 8 o'clock and call Sister Xiao? She was still a bit confused. and she almost couldn't tell north from south from east. Well, things have been confirmed, and what Qiusheng said is not at all different. Time, place, character, degree of injury, completely right, but I still a little bit don't believe it. It's too metaphysical. If you want to call Sister Xiao, she can listen to you, Shui Liying said emotionally, a little heartbroken. She knew Xiao Jiaojiu. Xiao Jiaojiu was also good to her. Sui looked at her. Letting you fight in that situation. Do you fight? Shui Liying pouted and didn't say anything. It was really hard to say. Maybe she could fight. Maybe she and her cousin had the same choice. It depended on the level of trust in Qiusheng. They had only met twice. It was impossible to have too much trust, even if it was a lifesaver. What now? I suddenly feel that Qiusheng is so scary. Shui Liying stroked her hand over the wanted little steamed buns. Oh, the small bowl that was upside down. Sui glared at her, lit up the cell phone in her hand, found Qiusheng's number, hesitated for a while, but still dialed out. The opposite party immediately picked up. Brother Yi, not sleeping. Nope, playing with the computer. You called. Is it because of Xiao Jiajiao's matter? Qiusheng on the opposite side laughed out loud. You still laugh? This time, Sui took Qiusheng as a friend from the bottom of her heart, and her tone was also friend-like. It's not like she's my friend, and I've reminded her. Who can she blame if she doesn't listen? Brother, can you really dream of the future? If I say it's true, do you believe me? Qiusheng still had a joking tone, but his tone was more confident. I believe it. Sui did not hesitate at all this time. Didn't lie to you. It's true. Qiusheng began to make up nonsense. This dream is very long. There is a follow-up. Want to hear it? Tell me. Ha ha, then you can listen well. After listening you can give the police a call. That murderer was hired by a professional fixer. The purpose is to disfigure Xiao Jiajiao's face. No need to think that she must have offended someone. Now the murderer is harboring in the outskirts of Kyoto in the Legion Garden. Building 24, Unit 1, Room 5. Qiusheng's intention was to let Sui pull in and reduce his pressure. He considered it clearly. When people push future news to you, they are letting you get involved in it. This is karma. It can't be circumvented. Otherwise it's a different kind of karma. What? Even this you know. Sui almost lost his soul. A layer of cold sweat appeared all over his body. Is this ing still human? I'm like sleepwalking. Went to that place. Really fake, I don't know. You can let the police go over to swab. Maybe caught. Hey, you wait. There is a phone call came in. It's Kyoto. Finished. Trouble. Just redundant to Xiao Jiajiao to play that phone call. It must be that she talked to the police. This saves you from calling. Put it down first, and a moment for you call back. Chapter 019 Giving Clues to the Police. Inside the rental house. Qiusheng dropped Suyi's call and looked at the incoming call information displayed on the top of the phone and the bouncing phone icon. He regretted it to death. He would now realize the seriousness of the matter. The caller belongs to Kyoto, or landline number. To know who still use landline now? Except for scammers. Basically no one uses them anymore, and most of those who use them are the public sector, so no need to guess. It must be the police. This call cannot be answered. If you don't make it clear to the police, even if the murderer is caught, the police may fly over to find him, or maybe they will treat him as an employer. Then it's over. What's going on here? How can I be so stupid? Pretend. You just pretend. Pretend to be a good time is cool. Now stupid it. Pretending to be a momentary pleasure. After the thunder struck, I vigorously spit out a few sentences, and then picked up the phone with a hard head. Hello, timidly and uneasily greeted. You are Qiusheng. The voice of the person on the other side was majestic, with an internal flavor, and once he heard it, he was someone who often asked people their names. Qiusheng's heart shivered. What the hell? This is even the name is found out. There is no privacy, he cried out in his heart, but although he was upset, he still answered honestly. I am. Looking for me for something? I'm Zhang Jiqiang from the Kyoto Police Department. We heard from Sergeant Xiao Jiajia that you called MS Xiao around 8 p.m. this evening. That's correct. That's right. Qiusheng responded. The other party did not come up in question. How did you know that Xiao Jiajia would be attacked? This gave him a lot of wiggle room. I told her that a drunken man might harass her around 10 o'clock tonight. Officer Zhang. It's not possible that Xiao Jiajia was really hurt, right? Yes, MS. Xiao was injured by a drunken man. We want to know how you knew in advance? I'll go. It really made me say it. Qiusheng pretended to be surprised. At the same time, he turned on the nonsense mode. Officer Zhang, the thing is like this. I had a dream yesterday. I dreamt that MS Xiao was being harassed, like it was a real thing. The scene was vivid in my mind. I was having dinner with Sui tonight. I suddenly remembered this dream, so I talked to Sui about it. By the way, who is Sui? You should know, right? In order to increase credibility, he sold Sui. In fact, he did not do Sui any harm by saying this. Sui? I know, you're from the entertainment industry? Officer Zhang said, his voice softening a lot. No, Sui and I are just ordinary friends. After I told Sui about what happened in my dream, this guy Sui joked with me, saying that I think about it every day and every night. Let me give Xiao Jiaojiao a call to remind me. Not afraid of 10,000. Not afraid of the unexpected not, if I say it right. Maybe I can even make friends with Xiao Jiaojiao. He. Yi Qiusheng deliberately smiled quite tight. I thought, such a good opportunity. Of course, have to seize. I played. However, she seems to me not cold. Did not believe. You see this whole thing. Too sorry. Did not escape. Hey, Xiao Jiaojiao's injury is not serious, right? Hey, right, Officer Zhang. There is another thing. I dreamed of the murderer harboring place. Want to say a little? Maybe it is also true. Yi Qiusheng gave a burst of nonsense. Go on. Officer Zhang's meaning seems to be, you only care about the explanation. Don't care if I believe it or not. There is the sound of chairs being moved on the phone, and the sound of rustling paper. I'll take a note of it. Officer Zhang. First statement. This is not necessarily accurate. Do not waste your police force. The other party did not speak. Yi Qiusheng had to continue to say, I dreamed that the murderer was hired, given several 100,000. He is living in, wait, let me think, seems to be a suburb of Kyoto, Legion Garden, 24th building, Unit 1, no, 5, right, yes, this is the address. You guys go as soon as possible, do not let him run away. Good, Mr. Yi, thank you for your cooperation. After a while we may still need you to assist in the investigation. No problem, officer, I'm always waiting. By the way, if you really catch it, can you tell me about it? I want to verify whether this dream of mine is accurate or not. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Officer Zhang didn't say yes, nor did he refuse, so he just left the phone. Yi Qiusheng looked at the phone and skimmed his lips, shrugging his shoulders. How ungraceful. Turning his head, he dialed Sui again. Sui's side answered in seconds. Who's calling? Sui asked. Who else? The Kyoto police chant. Xiao Jiaojiao told them about my phone call. The police checked my bottom, only to call over. I am also a peaceful and obedient citizen. Otherwise it is not to chase me across the province. You say this is done. Really add up. By the way, let me tell you. I told the police the address of the murderer. They should be in the arrangement of the arrest, and wait for the news. While speaking, he clicked on the news push page. Right away, the third news item disappeared. The corner of his mouth grinned. The fact that the matter had come to pass meant that the murderer was staying in that house, and would definitely let the police catch him, or that the police's arrest was already 99% secure, and there would be no surprises. At this moment, Yi Qiusheng had a point in his mind about this push. The host's logic behind the push page should be to let him use the murderer's den information to take him out of the case. As to whether he could think of this, and do it seamlessly, that was none of the other webpage hosts' business. Dead Taoist friends, not poor Taoists. However, this is not the end of the matter. The police's brain is not so simple. There may be other ideas. It is not guaranteed that they will find him at some point. Let him try to dream a few more dreams. Older brother, really, will not fail, right? At that time the police pounced. You can trouble, Sui said. He really took Yi Qiusheng as a godly man. Right, do you have time tomorrow? Let's find a place to drink tea and chat. Sui changed the topic again. Yi Qiusheng heard Shui Liying's voice still on the phone. There's me. There's me. Take me one. How is this girl in? He crossed his soul in his heart. It's the middle of the night and the two of them are still in a house. They won't be in bed, right? Were they really cousins? Fake it. This misunderstanding is a bit big. Shui Liying is also wrong enough. Yi Qiusheng shook his head and shook out the chaotic thoughts. Brother Su, isn't Mr. Jean busy? He is quite busy. The company has something, cannot take time out, and besides, it is not interesting to be with them. It is not as good as blowing awesome with the old brother and beating his teeth. Yi Qiusheng heart, I am idle. But on his mouth, he said, that's fine, but tomorrow night I still have the game. It's those two students from out of town. Then I'll call you tomorrow at noon and make an appointment. Okay. Until Yi Qiusheng went to sleep, he didn't receive a call from the Kyoto police. Chapter 020, your video is on fire. The next day, almost 9 o'clock, Yi Qiusheng woke up. His eyes opened a slit, saw that the house was bright. The sun was shining on his butt, rubbing his eyes. He turned around and touched the cell phone on the nightstand, holding it in his hand, waiting for his eyes to gradually adapt to the light. Before he opened his cell phone to look at WeChat, the top Ali Zihan avatar has a red dot. His heart was happy, immediately clicked on it. I was putting my daughter to bed, but I didn't see it until I woke up today. My daughter and I are fine, don't worry about me. I'm going to give my daughter a household registration today. I don't know if I can do it. If I need you to provide the materials, I'll call you again. Take care of your health. Don't smoke. Don't drink. How many times have I told you not to listen? When you get sick, see who cares? Read this. He hemmed and hawed and giggled. This is Li Zihan's mantra. Before he can hear almost every day a few times, are accustomed to, but when he saw the last one, but cannot laugh out. Mom insisted that I go on a blind date. I refused. She will definitely still nag me to death. I'm sick of it. Why don't I go and meet up? With a mischievous emoticon added to the back. Qiusheng quickly sat up straight and hurriedly returned a message. You're not allowed to go, but you have a husband. After sending it out, he felt that it was not powerful and not threatening, so he wrote another one. If you dare to go on a blind date, see I do not break your ass. I do not believe it. Tell you, I really do it. I am now very fierce, and then added a dozen fierce expression. After sending it out, while waiting for Li Zihan's reply, he opened all the WeChat groups with red dots one by one to see the chat records. Qiusheng added not many groups: high school, junior high school, college, and real estate agents 2 work groups, and then there is a small group of 4 buddies in his dormitory, as well as his parents, sister, and Li Zihan 5 people's family small group. In addition to the 2 work groups lively, other groups seem a little cold, not many people talking, but also did not let Qiusheng interested. He did not reply, is to see, was watching, suddenly found a red dot on the cell phone text message icon, so he clicked on it. Mr. Yi, thank you for the information. The murderer has been caught. Our director asked me to thank you on his behalf. This text message should be from Officer Zhang. He then thought, this police officer is not bad. Do things with a beginning and an end. Also no to tell me. Their director is also good. No to thank me, but also, the famous actor was disfigured should be considered a social impact of the case. The police can quickly solve the case is also considered a credit. Thank me seems to be also should. He returned the article. Congratulations on solving the case quickly, and then sent a text message to the cell phone number exists on the address book. The name is recorded as the Kyoto police officer Zhang. Then click on the micro letter. Li Zihan has not returned the message. Got up and got out of bed. After washing up, he went downstairs to eat breakfast. Notebook and let him stuffed under the bed. This laptop has now become his heart disease, but also cannot not go out. All day at home to guard it. Go out with? I'm afraid that I'll break it. Lose it. It's a pain in the ass. Into the small restaurant downstairs. At this time breakfast time has passed. No guests in the store. Lu boss to see him come in, full of spring wind greeted up, laughing, brother, this time you're on fire. Fired up? What do you mean? Qiusheng asked in confusion. Your video is on fire. They all call you brother prophecy. Boss Lu even said and gestured. Qiusheng was still full of confusion. My video? What video of mine? Boss Lu mysteriously pointed to the overhead surveillance camera. It's the one where you ate at my place the day before yesterday. The cement tanker had a car accident, and the Hyundai sedan killed 4 people. Qiusheng's brain snapped to attention. He understood. The so-called prophecy brother. The problem should be in the words he said to Boss Lu before the car accident. This camera of yours can record? He pointed at the camera suspiciously. Yes, this is my Hikvision. Full color 4 megapixel. HD network cloud recording. Cost me big $3,000. Boss Lu was full of pride. Brother Lu, you can be really great. Forget it. Qiusheng suppressed the fire in his heart and stopped the conversation. He wanted to blame Boss Lu for a few words, but thought better of it, and this junior high school have not graduated from the big old thick speak portrait right undoubtedly to the loot. Hair which on? Fast first, my brother-in-law to help send. He is a college student, learning computer. Brother, you do not know. That video old fire. My fast first day rose more than 5,000 fans. Boss Lu was gleeful. He didn't even notice Qiusheng's displeasure, and he didn't even realize that he did something wrong and violated Qiusheng's rights. Qiusheng shook his head, speechless, finding a table to sit down. I don't have a fast first. Can I use your cell phone to take a look? Can. Boss Lu pulled out his cell phone from his grease-covered apron, lit up the screen and handed it to Qiusheng. Right away, the video with the exaggerated title was pausing on the screen. This TMD has been ready. Qiusheng cursed, and said, this pussy must have not been less for people to see. Really ignorant and fearless. Stupid. Forget it. Do not and his general knowledge. Qiusheng gritted his teeth and took the phone. Said, give me 2 donuts, a bowl of bean curd brain, and then a salted duck egg, a plate of small dishes. The breakfast he ordered today was quite extravagant. After all, there were still more than $30,000 in his card. Alright old brother, today is my treat. You watch. I'll go fry you a new one. Look at the number of likes. Over 100,000. Boss Lu smiled and went into the kitchen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qiusheng looked at his broad and fat back in his mind and cursed. My portrait right is worth 2 donuts, a bowl of bean curd brain, plus a salted duck egg and a dish of small dishes. If you sue you, at least to compensate for a 3,000. If you sue you, you will have to pay at least 3,000 to 2,000 yuan. Qiusheng clicked the watermarked white triangle on the screen. The video began to play. The image is indeed very high definition. The sound recording is also quite clear. The color is not distorted at all. Qiusheng thoughtfully looked up at the camera. Hikvision is really awesome. No wonder the old US wants to suppress him. After watching the video once again, he was a bit admiring himself in the video. This prophecy is really accurate. The time is not bad. The car accident plot is also described in a ring, as if he saw it with his own eyes. Is there no one suspected of faking? Nowadays, on the internet, big moms can turn into teenage girls. Not to mention this kind of video that can put the cart before the horse. The time can be faked, and it's very simple. He clicked on the comment section. He saw the comment that was topped to the first one wrote this. I am engaged in image technology appraisal. WH City, South Dakota District Court. A lot of image evidence are identified by our center, so the technology and qualification is not a problem. I made a simple identification of this video. In general, this video is real, not cut and processed. The time shows no later cut and paste, alteration and other traces of human intervention, so the authenticity of the video is more than 90%. As to how that youth is new in advance, I will not comment on it, but I would also like to say that it is not impossible for a blind cat to meet a dead rat. After reading it, Qiusheng was even more depressed. How did I become a blind cat? And the next comments say anything. There are scolding him. There are let him come forward to take 2 steps. There are let him give an explanation. There are also people on the last comment of the owner of the irony plus sarcasm. Said he is a trust. Said he pretending. Said he is posing as a professional. What all there are. In short, there is less belief and more skepticism. But this is quite good. If everyone believes in the opposite is a trouble, maybe a certain organization will come to him. Qiusheng turned a few pages and stopped reading. Online spammers, scolding on scolding. Nothing to care about. The video is not he sent, and he has no relationship. Chapter 021 More Little Games of Family Harmony. After eating the king's dinner, the time was just 9:30. He lit up a cigarette and drank the poor quality tea that Boss Lu attentively sent over. Opened the securities app and checked the market of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. His self-selected plate used to have a lot of stocks. Yesterday he deleted all those stocks, and now there is only one lone stock, which is Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. Dongquan Pharmaceuticals did not trade. He was first confused, and then remembered that Dongquan Pharmaceuticals was closed for 2 hours this morning and resumed trading only in the afternoon. For a while he was disillusioned. A cigarette was almost smoked. Pinched the cigarette and greeted Boss Lu while walking out. Let's go. By the way, that video is deleted. What? Boss Lu didn't understand. Qiusheng no longer cared about him. This small hotel he is not going to come back. Looking at this fat old Lu heart diaphragm. Besides, he is also considered rich. Your grade is too low. The health is not good. Do not eat out of the disease. Out of the hotel door. Subconsciously dialed Li Zihan's cell phone. The vibrating bell rang and was hung up. Qiusheng dumbfounded. What's the situation? Not picking up? He had a lifeless face. His soul seemed to have flown all of a sudden, and his mind began to fantasize about various possible scenarios. Will not go on a blind date, right? Seeing a guy at school? Date a guy? Unconfident men are like that sometimes. Overthinking. Stupidly, he stood on the side of the road for several minutes with pink images in his head until his clenched and sweaty cell phone rang with a vibrating ringtone. Seeing that the caller was Li Zihan, he felt better and hurriedly connected. Hey, wife, what are you doing? The tone of his voice was a bit shaky. What can I do? Did not tell you. Today to do the account for the daughter. In the police station, I came out. What is the matter? Quickly say. People are doing it. Li Zihan was very impatient, and spoke impulsively. Qiusheng's heart, however, cleared up at once. This thing Li Zihan said to him in WeChat, he forgot. To be honest, Qiusheng is not too confident in himself. Afraid of accidentally his wife really ran away. One of the reasons is that Li Zihan is too good. Not the connotation of excellence, but the body's excellence. To say, so many years Qiusheng has not had enough. Always thinking about that point, how to describe it. Forget it, their own combined. The impact on the vision and nerves that is the bar. Remember, when he first discovered Li Zihan's excellence he secretly swore that this beautiful land he dominated. Exclusive. Her excellence he wants to enjoy alone. Remember, when Li Zihan gave birth to Nui Nui, he deliberately looked for a female doctor. And the attitude is resolute. even if the female doctor's medical skills in general, he recognized, anyway, and cannot be killed, suffered a bit of crime at most. Besides, Li Zihan is a smooth delivery, and there is no doctor whatsoever. He stubbornly believes that is not to let men see that loss. Then there is money, no bottom, although now a little bit of money, but before the habit of thinking has been in, and he and the magic of those who often have 2 or 3 sets of houses sitting on the ground, then there is no advantage, and even shabby. This amount of money in the Magic City is also able to buy the suburbs of 180 square feet of a small area of the house. Therefore, from yesterday after seeing Li Zihan's WeChat he has been thinking, to earn more money, and as soon as possible in the Magic City to buy a house, the wife and children close to the side, cannot let the wife outside flying solo, too damn scary, although it is considered an ex-wife. He did this man, can be really tired. In fact, the main reason is that he thinks that at this stage of the financial resources do not match the wife's good, by the way, is not found by others good. He also didn't want others to discover his wife's goodness. Wife, I just want you to help me look at the trend of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals in the afternoon. I have a bureau in the afternoon that can't watch the disc, he said. In fact, he started to just want to get tired of his wife. Sort of no words. How do I have time? A whole bunch of things. Honey, we'll probably make another $500,000 or so today. Okay then, I'll take a look this afternoon. I reckon it'll go up for another 10 or 8 days. Qiusheng continued the topic and drew a big pie. It shouldn't be a problem for 5 million to flip to 10 million. Really, husband? Li Zihan surprisingly believed 8 points. She was used to being fooled by Qiusheng. In fact, Li Zihan is full of admiration for Qiusheng. Wide knowledge, knows everything, reasoning can speak to her, and sweet mouth. Coaxing his wife has a set, but also hard-working and capable of doing anything. Anything can be done. It must be true. Has your husband ever told a lie? Said, sophomore night you said you would become the next Mayun. I just let you have your way. You a big liar. Qiusheng was choked hiccup a bit, but he has thick skin, especially in front of his wife. Not yet time? 10 years, believe it or not, I'll let you become the richest wife. Now there are 5 years. His confidence suddenly exploded at the thought that he had future push news. Okay, I believe. Husband, I kind of miss you. Li Zihan didn't know what she had thought of, or had been absent for a few days and was addicted. Her voice was mushy and sticky. I miss you too, wife. Let's video at night, okay? Well, wait for Nui to sleep. Li Zihan's voice suddenly became smaller, very inner flavor. This made Qiusheng's heart itch. Before the divorce, the two were in love, and every day before going to bed, they would engage in a little activity, which was agreed upon after the two got married, in order to maintain their feelings and interest in each other. But of course most of the time there was no output, otherwise Qiusheng couldn't carry it so even if the two have quarreled during the day, before going to bed Qiusheng can also be coaxed up with a deadpan, to complete the bedtime rituals, unless at a special time of the month. As the saying goes, couples do not have overnight enmity, bedside quarrels and bedside, men thicker skin quasi-right. Happy family is a man run out, not God-given. Two people's feelings are in so many interactions, a little deeper, steadfast. In fact, couples love a lot of ways, do not have to learn Qiusheng, but mutual concern plus a mutual need, will make both sides of the relationship as more magnetic for a long time. Hope that family harmony couples can try. You point me, I'll wait for you. Right, how is the household registration done? Qiusheng will only care about the matter of Nui's account. In fact, since he won the 5 million, he has the bottom line. The household registration is irrelevant. Cannot go back to Fongjing on the private elementary school? Not to spend a little money. Harry, the family can also be reunited. He cannot wait for it, and the house is also cheap. To buy a small villa are enough. If 3 or 5 days ago the two have this 5 million, simply will not play this divorce trick. How hurt feelings are. In case of falsehood, that is not a big loss. Said it is no problem. When done I give you a call. I'm going in. Put down. Bye. Put down the phone. Qiusheng hard beauties. Sitting on the taxi, 10 minutes to the Gongnong Road store. Not much faster than taking public transportation, but comfortable. Huang Wenlong, the store manager, asked him a few questions, nothing more than what are you doing these days? Busy chatter clouds, and told Qiusheng, one of his customers to buy a house to Su Guobin. Su talked into the deposit are paid, the performance of the commission to be counted in the small Su. Qiusheng although a little regret, but did not say anything, just in colleagues chat a few words. See the store came in 2 young girls pulling suitcases. Qiusheng took the initiative to welcome up. The 2 girls are senior students from the surrounding cities of Fongjing, and they have found an internship unit in the provincial capital of Fongjing, which is located near Gongnong Road, and they have come over to look for short-term housing. Yi Qiusheng hands happened to have a short-term housing, and the key in hand, quite suitable for them, and took them over to see the house. The neighborhood is very close, just a few steps away. The two girls are quite satisfied. Fully furnished, induction cooker, microwave oven can turnkey move in. The most critical is the rent within their budget. Back to the store. The landlord called over. The two sides signed a 3-month rental contract. When signing the contract, Yi Qiusheng realized that the girl who looks white and clean, big eyes, long legs, voice is very nice, face a little baby fat is called Niet Kor. The other one is slightly more plump, has a net red face of the girl called Jinling. They are all 22 years old. They are both 22 years old. The two girls checked into the rented room that day. Chapter 022. What's wrong with this woman? Although just signed a small contract, commission not a few, but Yi Qiusheng is still very happy. Standing in front of the store while basking in the sun while giving men and women a few colleagues sent a round of cigarettes. A few people puffing clouds, chatting and farting, occasionally talking about some of the wind and snow. Interesting miscellany. At this time, the opposite lottery sales point of Wu Xinrui out from the inside. Standing in front of the door to this side of the wave, mouth shouted, "Hey, Xiaoye, yesterday how did not work?" The crowd looked over. Su Guobin, who was diagonally chattering a cigarette and had the look of a landlubber, stabbed Yi Qiusheng. "People are thinking about you, they've asked us several times, and they're still not going over. I was also asked yesterday." "Asked me too," a chubby female co-worker said. "I asked her if she missed our Xiaoye, and she said she missed what?" The female co-worker skimmed her lips. "Our Xiaoye is a rare attraction." The crowd laughed. Yi Qiusheng and they laughed and scolded a few sentences, and then walked to the opposite side of the cigarette, to the front of the sales point. "Hi," and Wu young woman said hello, and leisurely walked past her, into the house. There was no one in the house. Very few lottery ticket buyers at this time of the day. Looking back across the street through the glass window, a few exuberant young men in front of the agency were giving thumbs up, and one of the female co-workers who had been living an indiscreet life made a few exaggerated gestures. The others followed suit. This female co-worker has let loose in the store and has had illicit affairs with many male co-workers. The so-called male colleague was not a specific one. It was all male colleagues except Yi Qiusheng. That female co-worker had also tried to grab Yi Qiusheng, making Yi Qiusheng politely refuse. He didn't have a masochistic tendency, and there was no shortage of that. Li Zihan grabbed every day, and according to more than one person, the female co-worker had been with almost all male co-workers, still except Yi Qiusheng of course. But then again, in the entire Gongnong Road store is also the best performance of people. Even in the darkest moment of the real estate agency, people can take about 20,000 per month salary. This is the ability. Yi Qiusheng heart cursed a ********* woman. Then he looked at Wu Xinrui who followed him in and joked, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Afraid that the surrounding neighbors don't know that you are craving for my body? Just greedy how? Do they know off my ass, and off their ass?" Wu Xinrui did not care. She didn't know if it was true or not. Anyway, Yi Qiusheng listened to her words as a joke. "You really crave it? It can't be." He continued to tease. "Just crave. What's wrong? It's not like I didn't hint at you before. Since you're picking the words apart, then I'll tell you. I just want to do that with you. Right now. As long as you nod your head. As you wish." This time, Wu Xinrui did not look like she was joking, as if she was quite serious. Sister. Don't scare me. Yi Qiusheng was startled. Then you come instead. The person is right in front of you. Wu Xinrui held up her huge breasts and moved towards his side, her face looking determined. At this time, the sun was shining outside and the house was relatively dark. From the inside, one could see the outside. From the outside, it was not so easy to see the inside, unless one stood where the sunlight shone. "Sister Wu, don't scare me. I'm just kidding. We've known each other for such a long time. Don't suffer, destroy, this love," Yi Qiusheng said while subconsciously hiding backward. "This is too fierce," he said in his heart, to say. It's not that he doesn't crave Wu Xinrui's body. She and Li Zihan are purely two types, each with their own unique characteristics. Sometimes craving drooling, but that's out of a man's instincts. Male, but that is out of a man's instinct. The nature of male animals, the normal reaction of normal men. Gluttony or craving. In his case it was just a synonym for appreciation. Wu Xinrui jolted to a halt and looked at Yi Qiusheng melancholically for a while, then walked towards the small counter with a gloomy expression. "I won't force you. What are you afraid of, coward?" The peach buttocks exaggeratedly twisted a bit and went into the counter. That's good. Scared the baby to death. Yi Qiusheng patted his chest and pretended to be afraid, while also trying to dissolve the embarrassment between them. Could this matter not be awkward? Wu Xinrui sat on a chair in the counter, put away the sadness and despondency on her face, smiled sweetly at Yi Qiusheng, and then beckoned. Come, big baby, sit across from sister. Qiusheng grinned at the corner of his mouth, walked over, sat on the tall round swivel chair outside the counter, and said, Sister Wu, you're a bit abnormal today. Are you alright? Wu Xinrui picked up the cigarettes on the counter and pulled out one and handed it to Qiusheng. Qiusheng took it, first using the butt of the cigarette in his hand to the fire, then pressed it into the ashtray on the counter. Wu Xinrui's side has already lit the cigarette. She spat out a mouthful of thick smoke, said, I have what abnormal, always like this. But what did you do yesterday? How did I not see you over? Said she while putting her hand into her pants pocket. Home a little thing. Right, yesterday big happy lottery won a few bets? Said he waved his hand to drive away the mosquitoes flying around his ears, but the sound of mosquitoes flying by was still there. It's tinnitus, he thought to himself. He hadn't slept well in the past few days, and the tinnitus was normal. Figured it out and stopped caring. More than 50 bets, right? How is it not a heartbeat? Or you also take your chances. Sis gives you a few bets for free, Wu Xinrui said, voice some trembling, and face slightly red. Seems to be fever. Qiusheng reached out to touch her forehead. You won't have a fever, right? Screw you. Sis would care about those few small amounts of money. Wu Xinrui hit Qiusheng. The two people's thoughts seemed to be on a different channel. Forget it, I don't have that idea. Waste of money. Qiusheng grabbed his own ears. The tinnitus was still there. Quite disturbing. Continuing, Sister Wu, I see that your face looks bad, like you have a fever. Do you want to go to the hospital? Don't make a small illness into a big illness. That would be troublesome. Qiusheng was almost sure that Wu Xinrui had a cold. Otherwise it would be impossible to have a fever and the body still shaking. A moment of cold and a moment of heat. It's fine. Just hold on for a while. Come on. This person of mine is just kind. You wait for me to go to the front to buy you some cold medicine. Your family's mouth is not at home and there is no one to hurt. Said to stand up. Wu Xinrui stop. Don't. Accompany sister nagging on the line. Really nothing? Qiusheng is not assured. It's fine. Okay then. At this time, Qiusheng's heart already had doubts. As if something was wrong, he suspiciously looked at Wu Xinrui. She seemed to be even colder. This hot day. The two casually chatted for a few minutes. When a cigarette was finished, Wu Xinrui put her hand in her pants pocket again. Qiusheng's tinnitus was better, and the mosquitoes that just flew around his ears were gone. Combined with what Wu Xinrui said when he entered the house, he already had a judgment at this time. He is not stupid. He understands everything. But think about it, this Northeastern is really fierce and bold enough. This kind of thing she dares to do blatantly. There is no one else. How addictive must this be? Chapter 023 I really dreamed it. What Qiusheng did not know was that Wu Xinrui was a patient. She has a rare disease. This disease has no rule of law. At this stage can only be controlled with drugs. Maybe someone has to ask, this kind of blatant is a disease? Really, as the saying goes, the world's big nothing strange. This disease is called hypothalamus pituitary gonadal axis lesions. That is, the pituitary gland near the growth of a tumor. Compression of the pituitary gland caused by endocrine abnormalities. That is, the kind of hormone overproduction, resulting in the patient's demand hyperactivity. If you don't take medication to inhibit it, it's hard for the patient to even control their emotions and behavior at all. And today Wu Xinrui precisely forgot to take the medicine. The medicine is at home, quite far away. No time to go pick up. To put it bluntly, this kind of patient has a very high demand, many times a day, not a few. If this kind of patient is not with what people can be, then you can only rely on some out-of-body things themselves. Wu Xinrui's heart and vision is higher. Her husband is not at home. She does not want to find someone just make do. It can only rely on external objects. But that buy is not a permanent solution, cannot be a long-term alternative. Her life circle is very small, and among the people she knows, Qiusheng is the only one she can see. So she teased Qiusheng very directly. But Qiusheng's feelings for Li Zihan were extremely good, and there was no shortage of such things. So for such a long time he had been pretending to be confused, never responding positively to Wu Xinrui. But from time to time he came over to engage in a little ambiguity with Wu Xinrui. The reason for this is that Qiusheng didn't know about it, and he didn't know that it was a good thing. This is to blame. Qiusheng did not know that Wu Xinrui has this kind of disease, otherwise he would have avoided far away. Wu Xinrui sat up straight, let out a long breath and looked at Qiusheng. Don't tell anyone, please, she softly begged. She could already tell that Qiusheng knew what she had just done. Qiusheng nodded his head. Don't worry, rot in your belly. He slapped his belly. Is it looking down on sis? The voice was sultry. No. Qiusheng shook his head. He was still confused. Sister got a hypothalamic pituitary tumor. Benign, but compressed glands. Surgery is dangerous. May not be able to get off the operating table. It has been conservative treatment. Today I forgot to take the medicine. Wu Xinrui briefly explained a few sentences. Yi Qiusheng understood. This is the disease. In an instant a wave of pity arose in his heart. This woman is really not easy. Her husband is not at home. Everything has to be taken care of by herself. So poor. Wu Xinrui continued. Sister is still the same sentence. You just take it as sister shameless. When you want, come to find sister. Don't worry. Sister won't rely on you, and won't let you do anything. It won't affect your family. Yi Qiusheng's heart slandered. This is trying to treat me as a tool person. Wu Xinrui lovingly stroked her glossy white and fleshy clavicle. And sis is not dirty. Much cleaner than those few girls in your store. After so many years there hasn't been a second person except for my family's old Zhang. But I want you to be the second. She stared at the face of Yi Qiusheng who was full of confusion, revealing a playful smile. You just look a little darker, but very handsome, very manly. When sis saw you for the first time, she was mesmerized by you. Wu Xinrui finished with a cheeky smile, like a little girl who had just been bathed in sunshine. Yi Qiusheng was almost moved by her words. Sister Wu, don't make fun of me, I'm silly and big, he casually said. You're not stupid, but the last one I wish was true. Her gaze was like water, releasing a longing. These words were so flirty that Yi Qiusheng couldn't sit still. He looked down at himself. No big problem. Saw people. Jumped down from the chair. Go, there is a bureau at noon. Sister Wu, this thing where we say where. Next time don't say it. But your thing I understand. Will not say it. Absolutely keep your mouth shut. Bye bye Yuna. Yi Qiusheng dashingly walked away, leaving as Sunny and dashing back. Wu Xinrui was extremely disappointed. She stared at Yi Qiusheng's back and sighed softly. The expression was a melancholy one. When Yi Qiusheng disappeared out of the door, she picked at it and took out an egg-shaped thing, went to the restroom and washed it clean, wrapped it in a food bag and put it into her coach bag. Hey, when is it going to end? She sighed heavily. This patient's situation I heard from a doctor friend. Some patients are even more extreme. There was a woman even in the crowded street openly there. This is the real thing. You can find online. Face for this patient is an extremely luxurious thing. Forget it, not to say, to be a person is difficult being a patient is even harder. Sui arranged the noon meeting with Yi Qiusheng in a secluded Japanese restaurant. The decor was very Japanese. Down the corridor was a private room with wooden sliding doors. Inside were small square tables, tatami mats, and the beautiful shui liang. 3 people sitting on their knees on both sides of the long table, eating sashimi seafood flown in from across the ocean, drinking Japanese-style high-grade sake. Although Yi Qiusheng was not eating Japanese food for the first time, this time the food was definitely the most expensive ever. Sui is rich, at least $1 billion. A meal to eat 1 million or 8,000 do not care. 3 people chatting. There is no theme. It is to enhance the relationship. Sui close to Yi Qiusheng's purpose is to make friends. Make friends with this ordinary people with indefinable perverted ability. While Yi Qiusheng and Sui at this stage of the relationship is vanity in the monster. There is a big star as a friend is a very dignified thing. Sui chatted about some things in the circle. Shui Liang is helping out. A moment of smiling. A moment of gritted teeth or full of disdain. Rich expression. Innocent and lovely, but also a little naughty. Yi Qiusheng looked blank. But the chatting got to Yi Qiusheng. Bro, you can really dream about the future? No kidding. Seriously. Sui asked out the words he had been holding back for a long time. Yi Qiusheng held his clay porcelain wine cup, pondered a little, and said, Brother Su, do you believe it? Shui Liang grabbed. I believe. I watched that video. It's too accurate. What time? What color car you can guess? Sui also nodded his head. Even if he didn't count him per se, as far as he knew, Yi Qiusheng had already had 3 times of saying whatever he wanted. Twice it happened to Xiao Jiaojia, and once it was the car accident in the video. Yet what about what he didn't know? There might be many more. This morning, he called a friend in Kyoto to inquire about the progress of Xiao Jiaojia's case, and that friend told him that the murderer had been caught, and the time was exactly half an hour or so after Yi Qiusheng had called him, with the location and the door number being exactly the same. Isn't this weird? He believed that Yi Qiusheng had real ability, and that was the real meaning of his friendship with Yi Qiusheng, to make good friends with a strange person. In fact, he hadn't been idle in the past 2 days and had found someone to investigate Yi Qiusheng. Friends told him, Yi Qiusheng grew up in the countryside, went to a second university. The countryside, there are parents and a sister, just divorced. There is a 4-year-old daughter to the woman to raise. From Yi Qiusheng's information, life is very plain. A few days ago or a Phoenix man living on part-time jobs. There is nothing to write home about. However, this was exactly where Sui was most puzzled. Yi Qiusheng looked at the bright-browed and white-toothed Shui Liang and exaggeratedly spread his hands, spilling the wine in his wineglass all over the table as he said, to tell you guys, I really dreamt it. He was already a little drunk, just like the real thing. You're just pulling it. Sui picked up. He was thoughtful. Really did not pull. I almost fall asleep on the dream. Dream of some strange things. Before did not take it seriously. Do not say daydreaming and night dreaming. But then once I realized that the first day to dream about things actually happened, I only then pay attention to it. But 10 times can only be masked once or twice. He now began to pull back, so that Sui do not attach too much importance to this ability of his. Chapter 024. He grinded me, I didn't agree. So mysterious. Shui Liying rested her elbows on the table, her hands resting on her chin, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Qiusheng, rubbing little stars. Yi Qiusheng nodded his head. It's quite fantastical. For example, Su's matter. I just dreamt the night before that Su was in danger, falling from a 4-story building more than 10 meters high. The steel bars pierced through and through, and died when he was sent to the hospital. Sui's face changed, secretly fearful. From the time he met Yi Qiusheng, he did not mention Li Yu's matter, not to mention describing the scene at that time. How did Yi Qiusheng know? At this moment, he was even more convinced that Yi Qiusheng had the ability to foretell the future. If Yi Qiusheng hadn't reminded him, then the one who died tragically could have been him. Yi Qiusheng continued to fool around. I didn't want to call Su, but that night I happened to watch a movie of Su's past, looked touched, and thought it would be better to remind him, believe it or not. So I looked for Su's contact information on the internet, and really found it. Found from that post? Sui asked. He knew about the 600 artist data leak incident. Yes, you should thank that poster. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to remind you. Brother, let's not talk about it. You will be my Sui's blood brother from now on. I will toast you again. Sui remembered the menace of that day with some excitement. He touched the clay porcelain cup with Yi Qiusheng and then drank it all in one go. Yi Qiusheng also dried up. Shui Liying filled up the wine for the two people, then raised her own clay porcelain cup. Brother Qiusheng, I will also be your own sister from now on. If you dream of anything bad happening to me you can tell me in advance. Blah blah blah, what are you talking about? Yi Qiusheng stopped her from continuing. Sui laughed out loud. Shui Liying also laughed, and, after laughing, the two clinked their glasses and drank at the same time. It was also considered Yi Qiusheng's promise. Next, the three appeared to be more intimate, such as years of old friends. The topic is also more rambling, chatting about the family, chatting about Yi Qiusheng's daughter, chatting about the Magic City account and his ex-wife Li Zihan. I don't know when. Shui Liying from Sui's side to the side of Yi Qiusheng, non-stop comfort him. The three of them drank until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Qiusheng thought about the matter of supermarket, to the two people to apologize to go first. The meal only then ended. In the cab back to the hotel, Sui, whose face was covered tightly, said to Shui Liying, who also showed only one pair of eyes, Xiaoying, do you believe his words? Dream on. Shui Liying shook her head. He doesn't want to say. In fact, it's not his fault. If I had his ability I wouldn't have told anyone. I guess he must have a special method. Once by chance, twice by coincidence, 3 times 4 times which. It's not a coincidence that can be explained. Shui Liying was not a braless person. I also think so. Forget it. It's fortunate to have such a friend. In the future, often contact with him to get in touch with him. You see, he has more than just the present development prospects. Well, he's quite an interesting person. Sui slanted a glance at Shui Liying and didn't say anything. Yi Qiusheng got into the cab and opened the securities app. Dongquan Pharmaceuticals really did open up, and the volume shrunk dramatically, closing at less than 100 million. After closing the app, he was about to call Li Zihan, but he received a call from his sister Yi Hanyu. At this moment, the cab was on its way to the Huayun Supermarket Bay High Street store, and he was going to try to save the respected old man. Little sister, why did you remember to call me? Is it because you miss your brother? Yi Qiusheng flirted with his sister. Their siblings had a good relationship, but they had relatively less contact after he got married. No, I wanted to talk to you about something. The younger sister returned haughtily. Fine, you dead ninny, how dare you not want your brother? Yi Zhangsheng pretended to be angry, yet his tone was cheerful. What's the point of thinking about you? I miss Nui Nui instead. I'm your own brother. Nui Nui is my own niece. Okay, you guys are even closer. Go ahead. What's up, brother? Do you still have money in your hand? The sister on the other side of the phone said timidly, her tone shifting suddenly. What's wrong? Did you get into trouble? Yi Qiusheng's first reaction was that his sister was in trouble, but it shouldn't be. Sister has always been timid, never conflict with others. Last year my sister participated in the college entrance examination. The results are not very good, otherwise it should now be a freshman. She would have liked to go into the city to find a waiter's job in order to subsidize the family, but her parents did not agree to let her another year of the examination. She was reluctant to go to a cram school. She knows the economic situation of her own family. Never spend money recklessly. How to ask him for money today? Can you lend me $10,000 first? If sister-in-law doesn't agree, then forget it. The sister's voice became more timid. What do you need so much money for? Qiusheng was full of questions. But just after saying that, there came the sister's sobbing voice. The voice was small, low, faintly unrecognizable. But Qiusheng's ear tip still heard it clearly. What's wrong? Say something. Qiusheng sat up straight and his tone became serious. The younger sister didn't speak for a long time, just crying. This side Qiusheng was so anxious that he scratched his ears. Shao Yu, hurry up and speak. Do you want to hurry your brother to death? Brother, I. Although the weather wasn't hot, Qiusheng's brain was sweating. What's wrong? Don't me. Brother, my former classmate got seriously ill. His family spent all the money. No money to cure. Listen to his sister's words. Qiusheng mentioned the heart of the throat bam fell back to the original position. Scared me to death. Qiusheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You want to donate money to your high school classmates? He understood what his sister meant, but did it need to be so much? One doubt disappeared and another appeared in his mind. Aha! Yi Hanyu's voice was as small as a mosquito's cry. Male or female? Yi Hanyu's voice was even smaller, but Qiusheng heard it. It was male. His heart was in a panic. His sister was just 17 years old. A male classmate. What does this mean? If it is an ordinary classmate, sister cannot be so on the heart. Donate $100 or $80 to do the love of classmates, even if, after all, are students without economic income, and no one's family is not rich. It is not possible to open the mouth as 10,000 yuan. Many images suddenly popped up in his head. His family lost much more. So a beautiful, slender and budding sister. Lost, brother, I'll pay you back later. His sister's words were heartfelt, yet firm. Qiusheng's head was spinning for a while. He ordered the driver to pull over and paid the fare with the cash he had on him, then walked towards the supermarket while talking to his sister. Are you close to him? Qiusheng asked tentatively. What answered him was still a faintly detectable Good to what extent? Is it a boyfriend? Qiusheng's heart was dripping blood. A loss. A big loss. Thanks to her parents' genes, her sister is the prettiest girl in the nearby 10 miles and 8 villages, although her skin is slightly darker like his. But no matter what, she is a little cabbage that is so tender that she can pinch out water. Could it be so easily arched by a pig? The sister's side didn't say anything. Pulled hands? The sister didn't say anything, as if she was acquiescing. Kissed? The sister still didn't say anything. Qiusheng knew that this couldn't be escaped. You guys didn't wear anything, right? Qiusheng asked what he shouldn't have asked, covered by the fact that he loved this sister too much, cared for her too much, and didn't want her to be distracted by such things at her young age. No, brother. Absolutely not. He ground me, but I didn't agree. Chapter 025, Changing the Course of History for the fourth time. Qiusheng's brain buzzed for a moment. He got sidetracked and remembered a widely circulated famous saying, I'll just rub it in, not go in. And that's how he and Li Zihan accomplished it for the first time. Retribution, he thought to himself. How does he look? Which university did you go to? Qiusheng was afraid that this boyfriend of his sister's was a scum who didn't go to university like his sister. Then his family would lose even more. If it was a student from a famous university, his heart could still feel better. He looks more handsome than brother, also higher than brother. Got into the South University. Study what nuclear physics seems to be. May be resistant, but he is still good. Last semester. This semester got sick. He applied to the South University to repair a year L. Yi Hanyu's side seems to let go of the side. Since it's said, then simply all said. Qiusheng's heart felt better. Not a gangster is good. Not to mention a school bully. 985 college students. He to you? But good. Brother can help him? You want to help him? Yi Hanyu and then whimpered. What kind of disease does he have? Are you sure they're not crooks? Qiusheng asked twice in a row. Listen to his family, said acute leukemia. I went to the hospital to see him a few days ago. Our alma mater also donated to him. Donated more than 50,000. The doctor said to bone marrow transplantation. The treatment cost to hundreds of thousands of dollars. His family sold the house. Absolutely not a liar. Yi Hanyu said and cried. This disease can't be cured. Qiusheng reminded his sister. I know. I've looked up the information, but there's still a ray of hope. Qiusheng sighed. His sister was as emotionally attached as he was. Putting himself in his shoes, if it was Li Zihan who had this disease, even if he smashed pots and pans or even gambled on his own life, he would have to save it. Wait for me for a while, Qiusheng said and left the phone. He thought of a plan as he walked. Although he has some money, but the funds are all pressed in the stock market, and now it's already past 3 o'clock. the stock market is closed, and he can't sell it even if he wants to, and the more than $30,000 in the card is but a drop in the bucket for treating leukemia. Yes, he didn't want to give his sister only $10,000. Since his sister wanted to do her part to save that lucky and unfortunate boy, he would give her more choice. He was going to give her $100,000. As for how much she wanted to donate, let her decide. Thinking about it, there was only one among his friends who could come up with this amount of money. He found Suyi's number in his cell phone and dialed it. The other side quickly picked up. Older brother. Brother Su, looking for you to borrow some money to save an emergency. I will pay you back after a week. No more than 2 weeks at most. 2 weeks. 10 trading days. 10 stops. This is the most prediction of Qiusheng on Dongquan Pharmaceuticals one-word board. After 2 weeks Dongquan Pharmaceuticals, although it may still rise, but the shock cannot be avoided. Qiusheng is ready to liquidate all the positions after 2 weeks. Hold the money and wait and see. Maybe when the news pushed a stock market news to him. What to return or not? How much do you use? Give me the account number. Sui didn't hesitate at all and spoke very openly. Okay, brother Su. Thanks in advance. I need 1 million. Okay, account number. Putting down the phone, Qiusheng sent his own account number and exact name to Sui. 5 minutes later, a text message tone came from the cell phone. Opened the text message and looked at it. Industrial and Commercial Bank, April 25, 8102, 1521. Your tail number 3586 debit card transferred into 5 million renminbi, 00 yuan. Account balance 503-5089, 25 yuan. Other bank transfer. Brother Su. Ho ho ho. He praised in his heart. At this moment, he truly took Sui as a friend, not a bragging facade. People in modern society are very realistic. Make friends, do not talk about money. Talk about money. No friends to do. And Sui did not. Although there is a benefactor's love in it, but then again the ungrateful people are still less. Even if in order to save their benefactors to give their lives, they do not care. Sui can borrow 1 million to 5 million, showing that he values Qiusheng as a friend. Sincere friendship. Opened WeChat, gave Sui back a message. Su brother, nothing to say. Enough fun. Sui seconds back. If not enough, you talk. Qiusheng looked and did not return, but the heart is hot. He used to transfer money to his sister. WeChat has his sister's bank account number. He operated as he walked, transferred 100,000 to his sister, but the transfer failed. His cell phone bank did not open a large amount of transfer business. It's quite depressing. Look at the time. 3:30, the old comrade may be about to have an attack. He wrote a message to his sister, wait a moment to transfer money to you. Then, and took a taxi straight to the supermarket. In the car saw the sister's reply. Word. Into the supermarket, in the first floor of the medical equipment store, bought an imported AED. This brand of machine, he yesterday deliberately online to learn the operation, steps and precautions in mind. In the supermarket door was stopped by the security checker. Shoulder bags are not allowed to bring in. He and the middle-aged man argued for a long time, before being able to go in. Just a short distance into the door, he heard a shout of alarm from the front. Incoming, he thought to himself, then spread his legs and ran that way. Now for the old man. Every second was a race with life. When he got close, he saw an old man with gray sideburns lying across the front of the meat counter. The old man had fair skin and very few wrinkles. He was a good-looking man, with a well-fitting white shirt and blue suit pants. The few people gathered around him were at their wits' end and only knew how to yell. An old woman of a comparable age to the old man sat on her knees beside him, shouting his name over and over. Zhang Wo, old Zhou, what's wrong with you? Zhang Wo, old Zhou, you wake up. Qiusheng rushed over, squatted beside the old man, and said to the old lady, don't panic, call 120 right away. Hurry, hurry. Saying this, he followed a set of diagnostic methods he learned online. First confirming once again whether the old man had stopped breathing and heartbeat. After determining that the old man is cardiac arrest, he was unclothing the old man while talking to the 120 call. The old lady said, the old man is cardiac arrest. There is no heartbeat and breathing. He needs first aid. I'm not a doctor, but I've learned some chest compressions and artificial respiration. I want to save him. Do you recognize it? The old lady cried. Quickly save him, quickly save him. Qiusheng immediately administered chest compressions to the old man. While doing so he said to the old lady, ask 120. I happen to have a newly bought AED here. Is it possible for him to use it? Aha. Before the old lady could ask, the 120 operator over there had already shouted over the phone. Use the AED on him immediately. Using the AED will increase the resuscitation success rate dramatically. That old lady also seemed to be educated and opinionated. She said, use. She should also understand the use of AED. Yi Qiusheng signaled the old lady to open the AED box beside him. The old lady's hands were trembling and her actions were affected, so she couldn't open it for half a day. At this time, a young girl squatted down beside Yi Qiusheng and took over the old lady's work without saying a word. When the 2 electrodes of the AED were attached to the old man, Yi Qiusheng had already done 3 sets of chest compressions and artificial respiration for the old man. When the AED energy storage ended, the voice broadcast that the patient needs defibrillation. Yi Qiusheng stops compressions, let the old lady's hands off the old man's body, and then presses the defibrillation button on the AED. Then Yi Qiusheng continued to give the old man chest compressions and artificial respiration. After another 5 groups, he tried the artery next to the knot in the old man's throat. There has been a beating. Face close to the old man's mouth and nose. There is airflow through. And then observe the old man's chest. The chest cavity also has a slight rise and fall. The old man was finally saved. This is how many times he has changed the course of history. Can't remember. Chapter 026. Can I donate $100,000? Alive. Saved alive. At this point, although the old man was still in a coma, the people around him could see that the old man was resuscitated. He was alive. One person applauded, followed by a round of applause, then a chorus of praise for Yi Qiusheng. The young man is fantastic. Gutsy too. This all dares to reach out. Brother, are you a doctor? The person who asked this had not heard Yi Qiusheng's earlier words. He said that he's not a doctor, but he knows first aid. That's really bold. This old man is also lucky. If it wasn't for this young man he would have died for sure. The resuscitation was very timely. The old man collapsed and he ran over. Lucky indeed. Old lady, why don't you thank him? Young man, are you thirsty? Big Mom went to get you a bottle of water. Yi Qiusheng sat beside the old man sweating profusely, nodding his head to the people releasing goodwill around him, and panting heavily. Finally saved. Nothing low messy happened. This time in order to save the old man he made careful preparations. In addition to learning first aid knowledge on the internet as well as buying an AED, the cell phone in his pocket has been on recording. He did this because he did not want to bring trouble to himself and his family because of his rash behavior. As the saying goes, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. At this moment, the old lady put the old man's head on her lap and touched his face, murmuring, Jangwo, ah, Jangwo, you're scaring me to death. The old lady's heart is in the old man's body. There is no one else in her eyes. Yi Qiusheng seems to be left out by the family members involved. 10 minutes later, the paramedics arrived. The stretcher carried away the old man. The old lady followed. Yi Qiusheng packed up his things, took an empty drink bottle, and went to the cashier in the applause and praise all the way to pay for the drink, then left the supermarket. After leaving the supermarket, enduring the soreness of his arms, he looked for an ICBC business department and queued for more than half an hour before completing the transfer of 100,000 at the counter. Just after leaving the ICBC door, he received a call from his sister Yi Hanyu. Brother, was it you who transferred the money to me? Yi Hanyu was not giddy, but her tone was alarmed and careful, as if she was afraid that others would hear it. 100,000 inch to a 19-year-old rural girl was a number so huge that she couldn't imagine it. Yi Hanyu was so shocked that she almost fainted when she saw the string of zeros on the text message on her cell phone. Yes, I transferred 100,000 to you, but this 100,000 is not all for you to donate, but for you to use. Brother means, you can buy whatever you want to buy, eat whatever you want to eat, don't care about the money. Brother can afford to raise you. Isn't it rumored in the city that poorly raised sons and richly raised daughters? Mom and dad can't do it. Brother, well, I'll do it. He thought for a moment and felt that it would be better to say some things more clearly. Then he added, brother also said, do not do things by the bull's eye. Leukemia cure rate is very low. Even if the bone marrow transplant is successful, the longest survival period is only about 10 years. Sister, you are still young. Do not waste your time in future on things that are impossible to achieve. After a pause he continued. Also, little sister, human feelings are constantly changing, and most of the feelings in adolescence are illusory. Just the pursuit of excitement and the exploration of the opposite sex. Don't take it too seriously. Even in the college years, a lot of people fall in love with the purpose of enjoying life, and in the end there are very few who can live together like your sister-in-law and I do. He gulped. So, what I mean is just do your part in this matter of your classmate. He is not your responsibility, nor your obligation. Don't carry it on your own shoulders, or else the one who will be hurt in the end will be yourself. Your main goal now is to cram well. Don't let those who went to college laugh at you. As long as this year you can get into a good college, no matter how much money it costs, money brother will pay for you. Brother, Yi Hanyu whimpered. He's so poor. Yi Qiusheng just listened and sighed in his heart. There were some things that could not be persuaded, and could only rely on her to figure it out on her own. For a while, Yi Qiusheng had slipped out 300 to 400 meters. Yi Hanyu only stopped crying. Brother, I get it. I'll make up for it. I won't let you down. By the way, brother, does your sister-in-law know about this money? Your sister-in-law doesn't know. This is what brother has earned recently. Brother still has quite a lot. You should eat and wear. Not enough to tell brother again. Mom and dad's side doesn't need you to care. I will give it to them. Qiusheng said this with a bottom line. Brother, I know. Brother, I want to donate all 100,000. Okay? Hanyu said coyly, her voice getting smaller and smaller, as if she herself was embarrassed by this excessive idea. Little sister, the money brother gave you, to do how to take their own ideas. Brother does not care, also do not ask. You are now an adult. Should have been a college student, but also to the age of love. However, brother hope that you in the future, no matter what you do, are more than think of a few why. What is the purpose of doing so? Do things rationally, do not be some unrealistic things blinded. Understand what I mean? Brother hopes that you can grow yourself, and can think like an adult and solve problems instead of being impulsive. Qiusheng was educated himself as he spoke. For so many years he himself did not think deeply about these things, doing things impulsively more than rationally. Su Yi and Xiao Jiajiao's matter is an example. Although the result is not bad, but the process has minds everywhere. But wherever there is a burst, it will be a weight he can hardly bear. Thank you, brother. Silly girl, thank you for what? I'm your own brother. Bye, brother. I'm going to the hospital. I love you. Sour to death. Call brother anytime you need something. Don't hold it in yourself. Aha! Hanging up his little sister's phone, Qiusheng was in a heavy mood. For a while he had no interest in anything. It's a loss. Little sister. Muddled back to the rental house. First went to the toilet to take a shower, and then lying on the bed to think about his sister. The more he thought about the tip of his heart, the more pain. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the family was losing money. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his family had lost a lot of money. A phone ringing woke him up. Sleepy eyes to touch the phone. Pick up the phone. A moment. Chen Hao almost roaring voice came out. Qiusheng, what do you mean? What time is it? You do not come. Cannot come to make a phone call, okay? Mom's a bastard, put us pigeon. This time Qiusheng completely woke up. He left the phone out of the ear. Took a look at the time. Asterisk. All 6 o'clock. Sleep over oil. Slept through the oil. Sorry. Qiusheng apologized repeatedly. Then don't hurry up. Chen Hao shouted. Right there. Give me half an hour. Qiusheng hurriedly got out of bed. His face was not washed and his teeth were not brushed, and he hurriedly walked outside. What stinks or not, dislikes or not, it doesn't matter. Those two girls and he did not have any relationship. Chapter 027, must find him. The 120 ambulance sent the old man Zhou Jiangwo to Fengjing Hospital. Hospitals pay more attention. Led by the president. Experts and scholars, a bunch of old Mr. Zhou did a comprehensive examination. Due to the current stage of Mr. Zhou's vital signs are not very stable. Was sent to the dry diagnosis of the ward's independent ICU. The news spread. Mr. Zhou's old friends and relatives came to visit in waves. Always peaceful and quiet dry diagnostic ward became a noisy bazaar. However, very few people can really enter the ICU. Most people just come over to show their faces and brush their presence in front of the old man's family. It was past 10 o'clock at night. Old Mr. Zhou's one son and one daughter arrived in Fengjing from neighboring provinces in Kyoto, in a high-class ward near the ICU. Old Mrs. Zhou was lying on the bed, on an 4 drip, with her son and daughter sitting around the bedside. They first chatted about their father's condition for a while, and then the son, Zhou Cohen, asked, Mom, how exactly did Dad develop the disease? Zhou Cohen was rushed back just into the ICU to see his father. His father has been able to speak, thinking clearly, although the condition is still unstable, but there is no life-threatening. However, his father's onset of the situation is only a half understanding. Zhou Cohen is 50 years old this year. Is the neighboring province of Spring City too? His sister called Zhou Yan, 47 years old, in a ministry in Kyoto, is also a very significant big man. Seeing her brother ask, Zhou Yan repeated what her mother had told her. Hearing that his father was suddenly in cardiac arrest while shopping at the supermarket, Zhou Cohen broke out in a cold sweat. The healthcare system in Spring City, Lin Province, is within his purview, and he understands too well the mortality rate of cardiac arrest. If high-quality treatment is not carried out within 5 minutes, the brain cells will suffer irreversible death. And even if they are resuscitated, they will still be vegetative. And if it is more than 8 minutes, the likelihood of a successful resuscitation is infinitely close to zero. Father is the pillar of this branch of their Zhou family. Father in, they have the gain capital. If the father is gone, their future will be greatly reduced. Sensitive issue. Not much to say. Have you seen the lad? He asked his sister with his heart in his mouth. Old Mrs. Zhou, who was lying on the bed, sighed. I was so focused on your dad that I didn't ask for the lad's name or his phone number. And then I had someone go to the supermarket and ask around. And after your dad and I left, he checked out and left. The video is there, isn't it? He looked at Zhou Yan. I got someone to pull the footage. No news yet, Zhou Yan said. Her aura was even more powerful than Zhou Kuan. Then I'll find someone to rush it again. Zhou Kuan finished copying the cell phone on the cabinet and headed out. Zhou Yan didn't stop. He and his brother had different channels of relationship. There was no conflict. And she also wanted to find the young man who saved her father from danger as soon as possible. If you have a favor to repay, the Zhou family does not discount it. Zhou Kuan went out of the ward and was about to make a phone call when he saw a man in uniform hurrying over to this side. The man's heart rejoiced at seeing Zhou Kuan. Hello Zhou City, when did you arrive? Jiang Bureau, I just arrived a while ago. What are you? The two men shook hands. Zhang Feng's hands lightly shook Zhou Kuan's hands. Zhou Si wants to see the video of the Huayun supermarket. I let someone make a copy of it. This is not it. Send it over for Zhou Si to take a look. Trouble you. Please come in. Zhou Kuan didn't call anymore. Turned around and entered the hospital room. Zhang Feng followed. Entering the door, Zhang Feng first greeted old Mrs. Zhou. Zhou Yan stood up and exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Feng. Then he plugged the USB flash drive Zhang Feng gave him into the laptop on the table. Found the video file on the USB flash drive and clicked play. The video started 1 minute before the onset of Mr. Zhou's illness. When Mr. Zhou walked to the meat counter, he suddenly covered his heart with his hand, and then tugged Mrs. Zhou down to the ground. When he saw a young man in the distance running over at a fast pace, he squatted next to Mr. Zhou's head and began to check and rescue. The whole set of actions professional and skillful. It took less than a minute. Then a girl came over to help the young man to install AED. The two people work well together. Defibrillation. The young man continued to press. About 5 minutes or so, the young man stopped the action. At this time Mr. Zhou should be rescued. Mrs. Zhou sat on the ground holding Mr. Zhou's head. This short few minutes, Zhou Kuan and Zhou Yan again and again moved. There is a saying that one does not know the ferocity of the moment until one sees it with one's own eyes. Even though the two knew that their father was now lying in the hospital room in a lucid state, and that his life was not in danger, their hearts were still in their throats, nervous and scared. This young man is fantastic. And that girl, Zhou Yan said with two red eyes. It was so timely, and also very professional. And Dad was lucky. If there was a slight delay, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Kuan, who was standing behind Zhou Yan watching the video, also said with emotion. His eyes were also moist. Our colleague who watched the video also said that this young man should be a professional. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to buy an AED. Zhang Feng echoed Zhou Kuan from the side. What do you mean? AED is not a supermarket facility? Zhou Kuan was surprised. No, we checked all his movements into the supermarket. After he entered the supermarket, he first bought an AED in a medical equipment store on the first floor, then entered the supermarket ready to buy something, and just shortly after he entered, Zhou Lao had an attack, and this AED he just bought just came in handy. Zhang Feng explained to Zhou Kuan. Too coincidental. Zhou Kuan celebrated in his heart. It was because of all these coincidences that his dad was able to be safe and sound. If there was no AED, it was hard to say whether his dad could be in such a good condition now. Zhou Kuan understands the importance of AED. It is a magic weapon to save cardiac arrest patients. There is a huge difference between having and not having. Jiang Bureau, can you find out his information? We want to find him and express our gratitude. Zhou Yan turned to Zhang Feng. At this moment, the video of the old man last week had already been carried away by the 120 caregivers, and the young man was receiving a drink handed to him by a middle-aged woman, drinking with his neck raised. He looked like he was exhausted. Zhou Si, we found his information based on his checkout WeChat account. This young man's name is Qiusheng, because he's not a Fengjing city household, and then I rushed over to send you a copy. I didn't have time to check his temporary address, and I didn't find out his occupation, but I have his cell phone number. What Zhang Feng said sounded like an apology, but in reality it was not without the intention of inviting credit. Zhou Yan was the leader of the uppermost department of Zhang Feng's organization, so it wasn't out of place for him to slip in respect, and in fact, it was a sign of respect. He's not a doctor. He said it himself. At this time, old Mrs. Zhou picked up. This was something that she had forgotten to tell anyone else. Mom, he said that to you? Zhou Yan looked at her old mom. Aha. Old Mrs. Zhou lay back and nodded. He said he wasn't a doctor, and asked me if I believed him, and I asked him to save it. It's a person who does things rigorously. Zhou Kuan sighed. Is there any information on that girl? Zhou Yan turned back and asked Zhang Feng. That girl left without buying anything, and the Huayun supermarket didn't have a face recognition system on it. Zhang Feng replied. Thank you very much, Bureau Jiang. Zhou Yan casually took an A4 paper with the person's name and cell phone number handed over by Jiang Feng and thanked him. Secretary Zhou is polite. It's so late. Zhou City just arrived. You guys talk. I won't bother. If you need anything you can call me anytime. Jiang Feng saw that the matter had been settled, so he offered his farewell. Zhou Kuan and Zhou Yan sent Jiang Feng out the door. Re-entering the room, the two sat beside their mother again. Zhou Yan said, Mom, should we call the lad now, or wait until Dad is better? Old Mrs. Zhou thought for a moment and said, wait for your dad, do what he wants, and the girl too. Zhou Kuan and Zhou Yan looked at each other, and both nodded together. Chapter 028, The Accident That I Never Wanted to Encounter. Today Qiusheng ate 2 consecutive meals of Japanese food. He was a bit tired of eating, because he was late. He was penalized a lot of alcohol by the 3 of them, and even if he could drink even more, by the end of this innings, he was already 6 or 7 points drunk, brain down and unresponsive. The 2 girls also drank quite a bit, walking in crooked paths, talking nonsense, daring to say anything. It was a powerful and refreshing. The only one who stayed sober was Chen Hao. When he left the house, Chen Hao put his arm around Yi Qiusheng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Buddy, please send Young Eyes, I'll send Sudan. Yi Qiusheng rolled his eyes at him. You're taking Sudan home, right? Chen Hao had a large 3-bedroom apartment in Fengjing, more than 150 square feet, and lived by himself. Chen Hao pinched Yi Qiusheng's shoulder hard and whispered in a threatening tone, Buddy, see through it and not say anything, so we can meet in the future. What did you do yesterday? Yi Qiusheng again threw Chen Hao a blank stare. Extremely contemptuous. They live in a standard room. What do you think I can do? Chen Hao said hatefully, not knowing who he was displeased with. Dude, you have to help with this favor. A meal of Fat Sister's house jerking off. Deal. Chen Hao and Yi Qiusheng high-fived. Hey, what are you guys doing? Sudan and Wang Yomo walked in front of each other. Seeing that the 2 boys didn't follow, Sudan turned around and called them. Coming. Chen Hao quickly stepped after them and held one of Sudan's arms, then turned back to wink at the dilly-dallying Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng had no choice but to go over and help Wang Yomo. Wang Yomo rushed to him he stupid smile. Drunkenness, walked a few steps, put his head on Yi Qiusheng's shoulder, but also closed his eyes. Quite enjoyable. This woman seems to have a poor capacity for alcohol. Yesterday they had net seafood and drank very little wine. Didn't see it. Yi Qiusheng grinned, turned his head to look at Chen Hao again. He had already assisted Sudan into a cab. Greetings did not hit. The cab lit up, the ass of the car rushed away. Yi Qiusheng can do nothing. At this time he just wanna go cannot go, patting the closed eyes of Wang Yomo's face. Hey, sis, which hotel do you live in? I'll send you back. Remember. Can't, anymore. Wang Yomo said vaguely, saliva flowing from the corner of her mouth, wetting a large part of Yi Qiusheng's arm. Asterisk. Yi Qiusheng muttered. At this moment he was completely understand what is called picking up corpses. Used to be in the news to hear and see. Your room card? In the bag. Yi Qiusheng helped Wang Yomo to sit down on a small flowerbed platform, letting her lean on himself, yanking over her carry-on bag, opening it to look for it. There are many things inside the bag. Cosmetics, card bag, wallet, keys and other objects. There is also a small bottle of medicine with the label torn off. And then there are 2 packs of L'Occitane and wet wipes. After half a day of rummaging, I finally found the room card underneath the lotion. It is a fast hotel. The room card has the hotel address, and the small paper bag containing the room card is also there, with 312 written in pencil on it. Now it was all together. Just now Yi Qiusheng also thought that if he embraced a drunken girl like a dead dog to ask the waiter for the room of the room card, he would not be embarrassed to death. Took a cab and arrived at the hotel in 10 minutes. He half-hugged Wang Yomo and dragged her down from the car. At this time she seemed to be even more drunk. She could barely stand. Dizziness? Dizzy air? Half carrying, half dragging Wang Yomo into the lobby. Thanks to this not big foyer, only a waitress, so that Yi Qiusheng's embarrassment less. In her strange eyes, Yi Qiusheng dragged Wang Yomo into the elevator. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, Wang Yomo almost went limp in the elevator. Yi Qiusheng cursed MMP. A princess hug took Wang Yomo in his arms, exited the elevator, looked at the direction where 312 was, and carried her that way. Draw the card to open the door. Just kicked the door with his foot. He felt Wang Yomo in his arms squirmed a few times, and also issued a familiar sound that he had experienced before. He secretly bad, just wanted to put her down, but it was too late. Wang Yuqing mouth, a pile of dirt sprayed out. This is now miserable. The floor of this hotel is paved with tiles. Yi Qiusheng cannot be in order to avoid the jet to throw her on the ground. That shall not fall, stupid. Can only be hard to suffer a spray of her? In an instant, a sour smell straight to Yi Qiusheng's nasal cavity, so that his stomach also a burst of flipping, and a few want to spit out. At this time, Wang Yuemo was even worse. The concave place between the two breasts piled up a large amount of vomit, perhaps smoked by her own vomit. She continued to vomit. Constantly liquid and half-digested food flowed out of her mouth. Qiusheng kicked open the restroom door beside him and rushed in with her in his arms. Sweeping a glance, he saw that there was a bathtub in the restroom. Frowning and silencing his nose, he sauntered over and threw Wang Yuqing into the bathtub on her back, and then began to vomit fiercely while holding onto the sink himself. I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm not going to be able to do it. After vomiting, it's comfortable. Standing up, lying down by the faucet, rinsed his mouth, turned back to look at Wang Yuemo, lying in the bathtub asleep, the appearance of ugly. No longer hesitate, he took off the clothes and pants on his body in 3 handfuls, shorts to the opposite shelf, the other thrown in the sink, turned on the shower and rinsed like crazy. Disgusting, repeatedly washed several times with shower gel, but it always feels like there is still a sour odor on the body. After taking care of himself, Qiusheng looked at Wang Yuemo lying in the bathtub and sleeping. He couldn't help but worry. This can be done, ah? What should we do? Just leave her here and go home by himself? If something happens to him, he can't atone for it. It's not unheard of for people to die from vomiting after drinking, and there are quite a few of them. Even if she'll be fine, as a classmate who chose to leave when she needed help the most, he himself would feel uneasy and guilty. He had helped several strangers in the past few days, not to mention his old classmates who had been studying and living together for 4 years, and he was not a heartless person. So let's help. There shouldn't be that much avoidance between classmates. She shouldn't care, right? Thinking like this, started to undress Wang Yuemo. She has a lot of dirt on her body. Even if he's careful, he's still all over his hands and body. Good thing he's butt naked now. He'll flush it down again in a while. The hand bandage has let him take off. The wound grows very well. No inflammation. Is considered basically good. Really can't. There is alcohol at home. Go home to kill bacteria. There should not be a big problem. Give her off the jacket. Qiusheng again had to give her off the inside of the small clothes. Her vomit has flowed down the neckline into the inside. The too big fierce between the accumulation of chunks. To be more disgusting, he muttered while taking off. Sister. No, buddy, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'm helping you. Don't blame me when you wake up tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Then, since you've seen it all, let's help wash it. Rinse with the shower. Rinse is not clean. Can only be on the hand wash. With a shower gel. With a brush. No, the brush is not used. The last wash did not wash clean is not clear. He is also embarrassed to come close to smell is not. That became what? The gentleman's hands do not move his mouth. When the upper body washed clean, pants but all wet, and with running water stained a lot of dirt. This wet sleep will be a big problem. May get a strange disease. Qiusheng, after weighing the pros and cons, forget it, continue to take off it. While he was struggling to take it off, he said to himself again, I'm sorry buddy, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you, buddy, but a man with a wife? By the way, now I treat you as a buddy. It should be quite common for buddies to take a shower together, shouldn't it? In fact, he was quite depressed. He had wanted to play some video games with his wife tonight, but this was not going to happen. But, in fact, probably, the game he was playing now was a bit more exciting than videoing with his wife. While taking it off, he wondered how to cancel the video invitation with his wife. Trouble, scratch my head. If I had known about this I wouldn't have told my wife. Finally all off, and then began to wash. Over and over again. To wash the place should be washed a few times. Shower gel. Brush. No, still cannot use a brush. Brush to brush will be a big problem. Wash quite a long time, but also carefully enough. Finally Wang Yuemo from the stink of hoo-hoo into a fragrant. Hold her out of the give bathtub and put her on the bed, carefully admiring her for a few minutes before covering her with a thin quilt. Dude, pretty good. Qiusheng lamented. Chapter 029, The Fourth Push of Future News. Qiusheng sat butt naked on the sofa and sent a Weibo message to Li Zihan. Drinking with Chen Hao at night. A little too much. Want to sleep. Contact again tomorrow. Soon Li Zihan replied. Well, Nui is a bit rowdy. Not sleeping now. I want to beat her up. Qiusheng replied. Don't. Our daughter is precious. Li Zihan replied. You go to sleep. I'll make your daughter sleep. Qiusheng breathed a sigh of relief and managed to muddle through without any danger. Perfect. Back in the bathroom. Qiusheng washed himself again, then washed his clothes. Not only did he wash his own, but he also washed Wang Yuemo's clothes inside and outside. The work of washing clothes he used to do, also gave Li Zihan washed small pants. What is the focus of scrubbing? He knows. Do it easily and familiar. No difficulty. After washing, he had to smell the clothes to make sure they were clean. In the cabinet to find a few hangers, one by one hanging in the open window. Let the warm night breeze blowing, let the cold moonlight shine. I hope it will dry sooner. Even if it is half wet and not dry, he is ready to be able to wear it and run away. Save the embarrassment of meeting each other, waiting for the effort. He boiled a kettle of water to brew himself a cup of cheap free bags of tea, and then lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa to think about his mind, suddenly thought of Qiusheng, and gritted his teeth to call him. The phone was picked up just as the ringer was about to hang up automatically. I say, surname Yi, can you speak some public morals? Calling at this time? You're damn good too. On purpose, right? Wang Yomo isn't enough to keep you busy, is it? Qiusheng's deliberately lowered voice came from the other side of the cell phone. His voice and tone were angry. Upon hearing this, Qiusheng was also furious. Surname Chen, you still have the nerve to talk about me. Do you know what's happening at this end? Still blaming me? Interrupting you, aren't you? Qiusheng said, more and more angry. Ing from that belly down a few minutes can die off. I'm helping you to extend the time. Save 123 finished. Let people look down on. Surname Chen, you know. For you I made a great sacrifice. He now want to go to do the big sword. Qiusheng aggrieved to death. His hands are tired. I go, said Leakage. Although he appreciated the delicious seafood in the 2000 famous mountains, but this is not a reason for him to forgive Qiusheng. Cannot forgive. Never forgive. I don't want to look at it. It will grow needle eyes. I don't want to get my hands on it either. My heart is tired. Okay? The more you look at the more difficult. The more hands on the more anxious. Can see cannot eat, can touch cannot be on. This who can stand? It's almost 12 o'clock. I want to go home and watch the news. Honey, what are you doing? Xing perhaps over there. Qiusheng was Qiusheng scolded, confused. Is stammering, do not know how to retort. The phone suddenly came. Su Dan's voice. Is quite far away from shouting. Listen to that voice, crisp, flirtatious. Absolutely not drunk look. Qiusheng could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He figured out. These two today is a partnership to pit Wang Yuqing, to make people into a dead dog. They get away with it and go, but the mess is thrown to him. Honey, I am going to the toilet. Right away. Qiusheng replied back, also with a shout. His voice that's sweet, completely different from when he disliked Qiusheng. This pussy turned out to be hiding in the toilet to answer the phone. Then his ringer must have been muted before. This pussy is a heart boy, a person who forgets what he sees. Halfway you go to the toilet, what? Hurry up and come back to my old lady. If Nian got it yourself, no one cares about you. Coming, wilt not. Who are you fooling? How can I get rid of it if I don't? Two people so explosive dialogue let Qiusheng out of a goosebumps. This Northwest old really TMD tough. And see enough. Wilton spread the relationship between the whole clear. He is by chance only no. That is in. Qiusheng immediately hung up the phone. Can't listen to it again. And then listen to it, he can't stand it. Maybe like a hungry wolf on the bed of someone to do something that should not be done. Press down an evil fire. Brush the phone to cool down. Drinking a small tea. Smoking a small cigarette. From time to time, pay attention to the death of Wang Yomo. See if she has any signs of gasping for air. And then see if there is no incontinence. But it is also happy. In a flash, the time came to midnight on the 26th. Just as the 4 zeros appeared, that news push page unexpectedly popped up on the cell phone screen without warning. Qiusheng was first startled and jumped straight up from the sofa. Then he was overjoyed and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. But after sweeping a glance at Wang Yomo, who had the quilt stripped from her body and was sleeping in a four-roomed position, he held his tongue, the eyes retracted without a second thought. At this moment, even the most novel and rare seafood doesn't smell good. No fun, no heart. That thing is rotten on the street. A glance over, at least a big half, and it was the on-the-go nature of the push page that really meant something significant to him. It smelled better than any seafood. With the cell phone push, he regarded as more important than the life of the notebook no longer need to carry. No longer need to hide as a treasure everywhere. Let in day and night to worry about. A cell phone can go all over the world. The ends of the earth and the corners of the world at my disposal. This is even more powerful. You won't miss useful information. I just don't know if others can see this web page, or if they can tap that push news icon. However, according to the push web page's awesome high-tech recognition ability, it shouldn't be. When there was a chance, he would definitely find someone to try. Preferably someone who was stupid enough to not be able to see anything unusual even if they clicked on the push icon. Thinking, he glanced at Wang Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly with her mouth in a big shape. This stupid girl is a good subject for experimentation. So stupid that even after being drunk, she is still singing about sisterly love. A little bit of two. The sharp and penetrating gaze that was placed on Wang Yomu moved back to the cell phone. When he took a closer look, he was slightly surprised, because the push page had changed a lot. He also remembered that before the computer push web page is simple and concise. It is black characters on a white background. The words are song font. 3 news distributed on the top, middle and bottom, while the cell phone web page's bottom is light green. The words are still black, but the font became italicized. What does this change indicate? Was it an upgrade? He pondered over it. Before today the push web page was pushed a total of 3 times, a total of 9 news. And the news events that he changed the course of history a total of 4 times. Of course his purchase of Daxitu and the purchase of stocks should not be counted. And those 2 news didn't disappear. And the course of history didn't change either. So is it true that by changing the course of history 4 times the web page has been upgraded? Mulling it over. I can't tell yet. Watch the news and see. Current news, 1540 yesterday. The fire hero comrade Jin Yuebai due to injuries. After 16 days of full-scale rescue still medical treatment is ineffective. Died in the provincial fire burns hospital. It is reported that comrade Jin Yuebai deeds of courage are accelerated review of the material, and is expected to be awarded the title of martyr. See this news Qiusheng mood a little heavy. Jin Yuebai fire to save people's deeds he knows. In knowing the city for the heroes to raise funds when he donated 100 yuan. Things are like this. That day Chongshan district. A street merchant due to gas tank explosion fire. A dozen customers are trapped indoors. Jin Yuebai rushed into the fire to save 9 people. When he rushed into the fire for the last time by the falling wooden roof smashed, was rescued when the body of a large area of burns, life-threatening. But Qiusheng remember this incident seems to have happened a week ago. That is, a few days before his divorce. That day he went to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter. Listening to a few parents discuss this matter, and then he swiped that news on his cell phone. Counting up to now should not be more than 10 days. How come it's been 16 days? He then looked at the time the news was released. May 3rd, 8102. Surprisingly, it was a week later, and Qiusheng suddenly realized that it was news from a week later. The date of the pushed future news has been extended. Could it be that the push page has really been upgraded? Thinking of this, Qiusheng was a bit excited. This was definitely a good thing. If he could know what was going to happen in the coming week, then he could indulge in the setup and many things could be done better. For example, Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. If he can get the news a week in advance, then it's not 8 million to buy. He can raise money from many sides. Mortgage or not. Sell blood or not. Anyway, it is to make all the means. How much can be loaned, how much can be borrowed, how much can be borrowed, how much can be borrowed. Calm the mood for a while, and then look at the following too. Economic news, reporter learned yesterday. Mr. Wang spent 1.05 million yuan a week ago in the Rivershin district. Huancheng Road, historical site lecture hall near, purchased a set of 43 square meters of the old-style mansion. According to the seller that the house has more than 120 years of history. Mr. Wang was remodeling the house when he discovered that one of the walls was made of jadeite stones, which were appraised by experts to be worth more than 50 million yuan. According to sources, the original owner of the house has sued the buyer for the return of his ancestral collection, and the case has been accepted by the Hushan District Court. This news was published on May 3rd, 8102. Also a week later, Police News Dynamics, what day Fongjing police official microblogging issued a notice. Code 1205 serial murder case solved. The suspect he Mao in a drunken rant at a party with friends, was reported by the friends present. The police in is rented, West Iron District, Riverbank Panorama District, Block 5, Unit 2, 4th floor, No. 3, rented room will be arrested. After 10 hours of blitz interrogation, he Mao confided in a number of robberies and killings of the process of committing crimes. DNA identification. The results also show that he Mao and his account of the case is necessarily related. The third article is no longer sports and entertainment news, but a police notice, released 3 days later. That's April 29th, 8102. Chapter 030 Editing Failure. Not only has the push of future news been extended, it's also been revamped. This is definitely an upgrade treatment, Qiusheng muttered. However, the problem came. 3 news items, 2 a week later and 1 3 days later, were released at different times. The furthest news pushed by the upgraded push page is 1 week later. So is the most recent one day later or 3 days later? Is it randomized over the course of a week? And does the frequency of the push change as well? Is it a 1-day push? Or a push in 3 days? Or is it a 7-day push? The upgraded web page is much more complicated than before. Qiusheng held his chin and blindly struck a guess. Next, he pondered over the 3 pushes. The first one explains that the hero of the fire will die a week later. No, is sacrificed. But, this thing has nothing to do with him. Okay, if you want to force the words, it is the 100 yuan donation. This is still on the wrong side? What does the webpage mean by pushing this news to me? Let me save him? Too much to look down on me. Chest compressions can still learn. Now the TV are teaching. All learn to press. And Burns Medical is a comprehensive discipline. Internal surgery, respiratory, dermatology, brain inside the brain outside the brain. heart, liver, spleen and lungs of various disciplines and even endocrinology included. This let me learn a fart. I wouldn't be able to do it in 100 years, okay? Since I can't save him, what's the point of pushing it to me? And from the first 3 pushes, except for a macroeconomic news, other events he could basically plug in. Even that macroeconomic news, if you think about it, it's not impossible to plug in. For example, tell the people about the economic industry. Maybe it will produce some economic benefits, but this news was bull ********. Could it be that I'm being asked to donate to the families of heroes? There was really this possibility. Thinking about this, his brain broad ached. He really didn't have much money, and he still owed people $5 million. The second push is a bit interesting. The wall of the house is actually built with emerald stone. This is also too exaggerated. Is the money no place to spend it? Or that time jade is not worth money? Nowadays, high-grade emerald can be worth old nose money. Fresh fruit real estate stores are networked. Information sharing. Mr. Wang purchased this old house Qiusheng and the system had seen. Because in Fengjing can be called the sale of ancient architecture of the house is not much. And then the seller wants too high. The unit price has caught up with the high-grade fine decorated houses. Qiusheng and his colleagues for this set of houses have also warmly discussed. At that time, most people think that this house has no gas, no heating, decades cannot move, not worth the price, unless it is a big head. Stupid money, bought as a decoration, as a family heirloom, and he thinks the house still has selling points, such as the historical value it contains in itself and the location and beautiful environment, so he was quite impressed. From the information photo, it is a small ancient building, covering an area of more than 50 square meters, gray bricks and green tiles, Danjin carving jiao, wooden antique doors and windows. Because it is adjacent to the remains of the lecture hall in the 1820s, it looks like a part of the lecture hall. So when the nearby demolition and regreening of this building did not move, only the external maintenance made it decent, but into the interior is more miserable. Maintenance and reorganization have to spend a lot of money. At that time, the owner had operated a kiosk here, buy some food and drinks and tourist souvenirs, but because of the few residents in the neighborhood, this small attraction and not many people to visit, the benefits are not good, not a few days on the yellow, and then some people lease to engage in other business, but no one can hold on to more than a year. The last few years on the barren in there. I did not expect this building has another mystery inside, hiding a huge treasure. Qiusheng secretly decided to buy it no matter what. 1 million versus 50 million. Turn around and earn 49 million. And the house is still left. Cost effective, don't be higher. So it must be taken. He clenched his fist and waved it. As for the money, not a problem. He still has the money Sui lent him in his hand. Gave his sister 100,000, and still has 9 million. At this point, although he was anxious, but now it is the middle of the night, cannot do anything, can only wait, he is ready to go to the store tomorrow morning. The house pressed down. As for this ancient building will not have been sold. For this point, Qiusheng is not worried at all. Since the webpage pushed to him, then it means that this house at this moment is certainly not sold. The webpage push wouldn't do that kind of assless thing. It would drop the price and the style. In order to suppress his excitement, he stood up, walked to the window and touched his own clothes. Still wet, cannot wear, and then smelled Wang Yomo's clothes. No smell, cleaned. When he went back to the sofa, he glanced at Wang Yomo in passing. At the moment, she changed to sleeping position, upside down on the bed, like a baby, buttocks puckered up high, head tilted to one side, mouth is still barking. The sound, Qiusheng secretly thought, is definitely an old driver, dream all posture, sitting back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, and studying the third push. It was a police bulletin-like news. Qiusheng pondered half a day and came to the conclusion that the push page is ready to let him ventilate the message again. But this is not fun. Easy to play, predicted so accurately, like half a fairy, once or twice okay, if the number of times, the relevant agencies will certainly look up, then he will have no peace again. Money have to be careful. To be honest, he does not want to look for trouble, just want to obscenely to his wife and daughter to earn more money. Magic City Fengjing each buy a set of houses, live a wife and daughter life. Not happy. This webpage is a matter of pussy. Is it not good to push more money-making news to me? He secretly spat, didn't dare to say it out loud for fear that the webpage would hear it. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Maybe it will be used at some point. In his understanding, this push webpage was absolutely bizarre. It was as if it counted his every step clearly, taking one step and thinking of 5. A master of Xianqi and Weiqi. After studying all 3 pushes, he turned back to ponder the first one. Should I donate some money? How much is good to donate? There shouldn't be a shortage of money for treatment. The National Relief Fund is padded, so let's wait a few days. And the donation should leave some for the family at that time? Thinking about what's there and what's not there, he filled the screen to spread his eyes, suddenly found a hollow circle with an exclamation point in the center in the lower right corner of the web page. This icon seems to have never seen before, or previously ignored. He casually clicked it. A secondary menu appeared. It was a bit too much to say it was a menu. It was a single word, edit. What does it mean? Didn't get it. He tapped again. A screen full of edit boxes appeared, with all 3 push news in it. Qiusheng tapped on the page. Flashing vertical bars appeared where he tapped, and the phone's own input method popped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really editable. But let me edit what? He pondered for a while, then suddenly slapped his thigh. It's not letting me edit my history, is it? Why am I feeling giddy? If this function he can be awesome, when one day let the hands of the Dongquan Pharmaceuticals and then rose 10 stops. He does not smell good. Immediately editing. First taste. He changed the first, current news, to, yesterday 1540, the fire hero Comrade Jean Yuebai healed and discharged from the hospital. Doctors and nurses and people from all walks of life to send off. According to the doctor, Comrade Jean Yuebai on the body skin has been basically restored to normal, can be free to move around. In addition, it is reported that the Fengjing City Office of Comprehensive Governance has been awarded the title of Comrade Jean Yuebai Advanced Individual for bravery and courage. After editing and reading it, it feels good, which is what the people of Bongjing are looking forward to. Find the confirmation icon at the bottom of the screen and click on it. A dialog box pops up in the middle of the screen. This edit failed. Text modification cannot exceed 12 words. Please re-edit. Qiusheng was dumbfounded. There was a limit to this editing function? Chapter 031, News can even be modified. Tapping off the dialog box, Current Affairs News, became the original look again. Qiusheng read the full text over and over again a few times, pondering how to modify it. These 12 words not only have to be pithy, but also have to bring the hero of the fire scene back to life, and even restore his health. Seems a bit difficult. After that, he penned very carefully, revised a few times, and finally changed. Yesterday 1540. The fire hero Comrade Jean Yuebai due to the injury is not serious, overweight. After 16 days of full rescue from life-threatening, still medical treatment is ineffective. In the provincial fire burns hospital awakening, died. It is reported that Comrade Jean Yuebai deeds of courage are accelerating the review of the material and is expected to be awarded the Martyrs title. He will too heavy change to not heavy, will still invalid change to out of life-threatening, died to awakened, and martyr to the, exactly 12 words. Perfect. However, after reading it twice, it doesn't make sense. Never mind, it just makes sense. A week later sent this news of a small editor on this level. Just came to the intern. There is no choice. Let him laid off as a network novel editor to go. That place is more suitable for him. Click OK. The dialog box popped up again. This edit failed. History cannot be modified. Please re-edit. Asterisk 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 so many restrictions. He cursed in a low voice. Exiting the edit box again, he re-examined the news, and found that except for the fact that the excessive injuries was a fait accompli, all the other modifications were made in the future. So the problem should be with the injuries. This time, the word excessively was not changed. The word because was changed to although, and the words after 16 days of intensive rescue were added to the phrase after 16 days of intensive rescue, and added the word but before after 16 days of intensive rescue. In this way, the same 12 words were modified. This time he didn't dare think it was perfect. Click to confirm. This edit is successful. Yay! Qiusheng waved his fist and suppressed his voice and shouted. Returning to the push page, he only saw that the first, current news, had changed. Yesterday 1540, the fire hero Comrade Jean Yuebai, although the injury is too serious, but after 16 days of full rescue from life-threatening injuries, in the provincial fire burns hospital awakening, it is reported that Comrade Jean Yuebai righteousness and courageous deeds materials are accelerating the review, and is expected to be awarded the title. The statement is even less fluent. However, the firefighting hero should live, which is good. To be passes or not, the editor-in-chief can pass. Qiusheng was at peace with himself. Then he was ready to edit the next news, which was very important to him, and related to the big event of more than $50 million. The key point of this, economic news, is that the buyer will buy this ancient building today and complete the transfer. So he only needs to delay the buyer's purchase point in time for a day or two, which will give him plenty of time to operate, or at least fewer accidents and more certainty. Bring up the edit box again. Will this, economic news, read? The reporter was informed yesterday that the public Mr. Wang 3 days ago to spend 1.05 million yuan in the River Shin district, Huangcheng Road, near the historic site of the lecture hall, to buy a set of 43 square meters of the area of the old-style mansion. According to the seller said that the house has a history of more than 120 years. He only changed 2 words in this edit, and did not change the historical fact of more than 120 years. It's absolutely perfect. Click to confirm. Edit failed. Edit count exhausted. Seeing this dialog box, Qiusheng was stupefied. Completely stupefied. Unable to cry. What the is this? He reached out and slapped himself hard. Let your hand be cheap. Let your hand be cheap. His face was on fire. Chagrined for a long time. He gave himself a relief heart wide. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Saving a hero is not regrettable. The blessing is infinite. Besides, that house is not without a chance to buy it. Right. Go early today. Now. But looking at the time, it was only a little after 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. He sat down on the sofa again, disheveled. This time the brain broad was really hurting, and his face also hurt a little. More than 3 o'clock in the second half of the night, Qiusheng woke up from his nightmare. In the dream, that house was bought by Mr. Wang. He was so angry that he almost tore the surname Wang, but the fat boy was very capable of fighting, and a few punches made him bloody. He woke up in pain. His arms hurt and his legs were numb. Rubbing his legs, hammering his arms, he sat up from the sofa, looked at the time, and then went to the window and touched his clothes, which were 60 to 70% dry, almost wearable. No matter, hurry up and slip. Put it on in 3 tries. Then used the pencil tip of the hotel to write a paragraph on the message paper. The main thing is to tell Wang Yume last night things. The overall meaning is, you can't sleep without washing you, so that she won't wake up thinking about what she did to her, and then pester her. Downstairs to leave. The foyer was drooping head of the security guard immediately awake. He was surprised to look at the hurriedly fled Qiusheng. I do not know what to think in the heart. Take a taxi home. The first thing he did when he arrived home was to yank out the laptop from under the bed and turn it on, only to see that the push icon on the laptop was still there. He clicked on the icon. The push page immediately popped up, and the 3 news items listed on it were exactly today's push, and the current events news had still been edited by him. Muttering a few words without knowing whether he was happy or sad, he tapped the news push icon on his phone again. The same clicked open. The 3 news items were the same as on the computer, word for word. He sat in front of the computer and wondered blindly, is it true that every day at exactly midnight, push news appears on the machine I'm using, and then a push icon is installed? If so, you can't just use other people's phones and computers, especially in the middle of the night. Can only I open this icon? Or can everyone open it? Face recognition or fingerprint recognition? Maybe it's a more advanced form of recognition. Or others can't see this icon at all? DNA recognition, pupil recognition, all-around biometrics. Or what novels say about electroencephalographic sensing factors, genetic interaction mirroring, and other more advanced recognition. Forget it, too brain-burning, don't think about it. He set his cell phone alarm clock to 7 o'clock sharp and went to bed. A few hours later, as soon as the alarm clock went off, he climbed up with a grunt. He had something big to do today, and he must not stay in bed. Brushed his teeth and washed his face briefly, then went downstairs to take a taxi and went straight to the Gongnon Road store where he worked. In the store opposite the noodle store to eat a bowl of noodles, and then squatting in front of their own store while smoking while waiting for Huang shopkeeper and I do not know which one of my colleagues with the key to come over to open the door. The door to the lottery outlet diagonally across the street is locked. Wu Xinrui should have gone home yesterday, otherwise the door would have been open at this hour. Only after smoking a cigarette, he received a phone call that he was very reluctant to answer. Woke up from your nap? He said first after pressing answer. When he finished speaking his scalp tingled. There was an explanation for this. Qiusheng, what did you do to me? Wang Yomo's fuming voice came from the other side of the phone. Qiusheng heard on the anxious eyes. I say Wang Yomo, you are not no good or bad. I can do to you what, and will do to you. You not only vomit all over yourself, but also vomit all over me. I help you wash there is wrong? As a classmate, can I see you sleeping all night with all the dirt and wetness? The dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. I've seen through it. By the way, didn't you read the note I left? Then why do I still hurt now? It's all swollen. Wang Yomo didn't care about the note and continued to talk about his experience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Yomo, we don't bring this. You're not relying on people. Psychological effects okay. I'll just help you flush with water. I have a shower gel odor on me. Okay, help you rub. Sticky rinse cannot clean. And the smell is very big. Do not use shower gel. How to do? You think I'm willing to Qiusheng was a bit vain. At that time, the rubbing seemed to be a little too strong, but that really did not forgive him. There was silence for a while. Qiusheng did not dare to put down the phone, and lighted a cigarette, just waiting, and then Wang Yomo's voice suddenly became much gentler. That place you also washed, right? Qiusheng's dark and ghostly cheeks flushed red. He didn't say anything, somehow. It was considered a default. He did help wash it, and for a slightly longer time. I knew it, Yo-Yo said. Then she didn't speak again, and only after a few dozen seconds did Wang Yomo add, I'm not complaining about you. Really, thank you for taking care of me. I'm just afraid of getting pregnant. No, absolutely not, Yi Qiusheng hurriedly said. He had a splitting headache. It was impossible to say. Qiusheng, Sudan and I have a high-speed train in the afternoon. Can you come over for a bit now? I want to see you. A while is fine. Wang Yomo's voice was small. Yi Qiusheng could barely hear it. His scalp became even more numb. This was considered to be a dip bag. That what? I'm in the store. Today's things are especially many. Really cannot leave. Or you and Sudan say, I cannot send you. Next time you come I must treat you well. There was silence again. I come by myself. Can you receive me? Yes, why not? Yi Qiusheng hurriedly promised to muddle through by saying whether or not he would receive me in the future. Well, put down this phone call that made him take a lot of effort. Yi Qiusheng had gas in his heart, so he called Chen Hao. Those two must have stayed up fighting until late last night, and now they are not necessarily getting up. He just wants to diaphragm them. Surname Chen. I am considered to be miserable by you, Pit? Chen Hao over there just picked up the phone. Yi Qiusheng split his head as a complaint. What's wrong? You said something unclear yesterday. What's going on? Wang Yomo vomited all over herself. Even I suffered together. I helped her to wash it, which was relied on by her. You say I'm not wrong. Chen Hao over there couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing uproariously. Do you have any sympathy? Yi Qiusheng scolded. Hey, Yi Qiusheng, you didn't strip Wang Yomo naked and wash her, did you? It was Sudan's voice. Listening to the voice was also laughing. Chen Hao, you've turned on the externalization. Yi Qiusheng woke up. Outgoing, how can it be? We are bathing. You let me answer the phone in the water. This time it was Chen Hao's voice. Chen Hao, you stupid. It was Sudan's voice scolding Chen Hao. Silly, what's silly? Do you think Yi Qiusheng doesn't know what we did? I am You do not pinch. Pinch broken, you still use what? Chen Hao, you are an asshole. Gently. It hurts. It really hurts. Yi Qiusheng heard spicy ears. Mouth muttered. Adulterous couple. Then said, that, big beautiful Sue. I won't send you guys off in the afternoon. I'll entertain you when you come next time. You entertaining. Think of it, there's no need for you with me, Chen Hao said with jealousy. Yi Qiusheng did not take care of him. Continued, you help me and Wang Yomo explain. I really did not do anything to her. Is to help her wash. She is like a dead dog. I do not help her how to do. Do not choke on a bit of death is not it. I really did not put her how to do it. This hack also cannot explain it. Opposite Sudan laughed enough to say, alright, you are really put her what she will not say anything. She cannot wait for you to what she it. However, you say she is like a dead dog. That maybe she did not feel, not satisfied, only to find you twisted. And so I ask her. After saying that, Sudan again a burst of laughter, laughing up and down. Yi Qiusheng a burst of speechless. What the hell is this and where I didn't do it. Okay, what I said is true. Old Yi, don't take it seriously. Next time you come, just serve her well. You guys have been in close contact anyway. Asterisk. You guys are great. Chen Hao, serve Sudan well. It's best to let her not be able to walk today. Can't walk. Put down. Yi Qiusheng shouted and put down the phone. Then, there was a sigh in his heart. Secretly said, this world is really changed. He is a bit behind the times. Chapter 032, that old mansion sold out. A few minutes short of 8 o'clock, the store manager Huang Wenlong arrived first. Seeing the cigarette butts all over the floor in front of the door, Huang Wenlong flirted with him a few times. What's wrong with this? Letting your daughter-in-law throw you out? Did you fail to serve your daughter-in-law? Or did you get caught by your daughter-in-law doing great healthcare? Yi Qiusheng grunted and coped. As soon as the store door opened, he went straight to his workstation, opened his computer and entered the internal system. When finding the information of that suite, he saw a sign of a transaction on it. Yi Qiusheng's brain buzzed and was instantly confused. Still a step too late? Don't be anxious. Think of a way. There must be a way. Yi Qiusheng forced himself to calm down, but with $50 million at stake, it wasn't that easy to calm down all of a sudden. In a muddle he suddenly thought, since the push webpage pushed this message to him, it means that the house must not have been sold yet, otherwise it would be meaningless. Gluttony? Would possible? The push page would not be so tasteless. Right, closing. What's closing? The legal sense of the transaction is in the real estate department to complete the transfer procedures, only to be protected by the law, is considered the real sense of the transaction, and the so-called transaction on the intranet, is the buyer and seller signed a contract of sale, at most paid a deposit of less than 20%. Yes, It must be like this. Push the web page will not make a mistake. Will certainly give me the opportunity to change the history? Yes, that's the way it is. This means there is still hope. There must be hope. Qiusheng immediately logged into the background of the system to check the details of this sale. The system showed that this house was sold at the Fengtian Street Gate Shop in the Heishan district. The broker was called Ji Xiuyu. Old Huang. Do you have a phone number for the store manager of the Fengtian Street store? Qiusheng turned his head and asked Huang Wenlong, who was cleaning. You kid is just lazy. Watch your brother sweeping the floor, you don't even move a bit right. Hurry up and mop the floor. Huang Wenlong was originally angry when he saw Qiusheng sitting in front of the computer pretending after entering the store. And when he saw Qiusheng talking to him, he took the opportunity to voice his dissatisfaction. Old Huang, don't make a scene. I have something urgent. Really, I'll treat you to dinner when it's done. Qiusheng immediately explained. Huang Wenlong was in a beautiful mood for a bit and teased. Your kid has said it 200 times, and I haven't seen you invite. But saying that, he still leaned the broom on the table and pulled out his cell phone to flip through the address book. Huang Wenlong's character was good, which was one reason why Qiusheng had been doing this. Qiusheng watched Huang Wenlong rummage through half a day and couldn't find it, so he was so anxious that he scratched his ears and fidgeted. Finally, just as Qiusheng was itching to grab his phone, Huang Wenlong spoke. You memorize it. You say it, brother Huang. Qiusheng was ready early. The phone screen was a dialing page. Huang Wenlong said the number once, then added, the store manager's name is Zhao Murky, and I have a good relationship, so if you call brother Zhao, just mention me directly. Thanks, brother Huang. Qiusheng pressed dial while speaking. Answer it quickly. He was anxious in his heart. The ringer rang twice and the other party picked up. Hello brother Zhao. I'm Qiusheng from the Gongnon Road store. Big brother Huang Wenlong gave me the phone number. I have something I want brother Zhao to help me with. Can you tell me Ji Xiuyu's cell phone number? There's a customer on my side who wants to find her, saying that there's a pretty big contract to talk to her about. Qiusheng turned on the snubbing mode. He was trying to get Ji Xiuyu's cell phone number as fast as possible. There was no time to delay, and he didn't have time to do more explanations. In that case, wait. Qiusheng waited anxiously for half a minute, and that side said a cell phone number. Qiusheng said thank you and left the phone, then dialed Ji Xiuyu. That side picked up in seconds. Hello. The little girl's voice was quite nice and polite. Being a real estate agent can't be polite. Who knows which master is calling? If you're not careful, the cooked duck may fly. Hello Miss Ji. I'm Qiusheng from the Gongnon Road store. There's a customer on my side who wants to talk to you about a contract. Can I know where you are now? Hello, brother Yi. I'm on the second floor of the real estate building, helping a customer with a contract. Qiusheng was anxious when he heard that. Miss Ji, is what you want to close that old mansion in lecture hall? Yes, Ms. Ji, listen carefully, this matter is very important. That set of house closing matter you can delay on delay. I will go over immediately. I have a customer on my side also want to buy this set of house. He promised to give you an extra plus 20,000 brokerage fee, private to you. All of the liquidated damages are responsible for, and he is willing to premium 10% to buy this set of old mansion. Do you understand what I mean? As long as you drag it out, don't transfer it, and drag it out until I go over, you can get an extra 20,000 in brokerage fees. Qiusheng was directly smashing with money. There was no way out in this situation. Spending more money was unavoidable. This is not good, right? The girl was a little hesitant. Qiusheng continued to raise the stakes, firming up her confidence. There's nothing bad about it. A three-way gain. You can get an extra 20,000 brokerage fee. The seller can get an extra 100,000 for the house, and the buyer can get the liquidated damages. What's so bad about it? This, don't do this and that. Just wait for me and make excuses to stall. I'll be there in about half an hour. Okay then, you can hurry up then. The girl acquiesced. No problem, half an hour. Qiusheng left the phone and ran outside the store without saying hello. Huang Wenlong looked at Qiusheng in confusion, thinking, so monkeyish, how big a deal must it be? Once outside, he ran into Wu Xinrui coming down from a cab. Qiusheng was secretly happy, ran over and peeled away Wu Xinrui, who was standing at the door of the car to pay. Sister Wu, I have something urgent. He got in and sat on the passenger seat. Driver drive. I'll pay for her. What are you doing? In such a hurry? I've already paid my money. Wu Xinrui shouted at Qiusheng. Then come back and talk about it. Qiusheng closed the car door. I made braised pork. Come over to eat together at noon? Wu Xinrui said outside the car, her face filled with anticipation. I won't necessarily be back at noon. I'll call you then. Qiusheng didn't want to dilly-dally. Ordered the driver. Big brother drive. Real estate building. Arrive within half an hour. I'll double the money. the driver was happy to hear. Holler, immediately start the car. Speed thief. The cab drove onto the avenue, continuously overtaking cars. Energetic. Qiusheng, on the other hand, was frowning, his brain turning, running through his thoughts one by one. He had to think about the difficulties that were likely to be encountered. Generally speaking, the seller's side should not be a problem. Who is not selling? Not to mention that you can get more money. Who gives more money? He will be on the side of whoever. As he and Qiusheng said, smashing the money to make the seller regret. As long as the seller is fixed, everything is okay. When the cab was waiting for a red light at an intersection, a call came in on his cell phone. Qiusheng looked at the screen, and it was Shui Liang. Feel quite surprised. Chapter 033 MSS in Action. Yesterday afternoon, MSS Senior Agent Wang Zhenyu, who had just returned from a mission in Sichuan Province, received an unbelievable new mission, to go to Fengjing to investigate a person who claimed to be able to dream about the future. This and the electromagnetic shielding incident he had just finished investigating were at the opposite end of the spectrum in nature, not matching at all. But who made them the 13th Bureau in charge of general social investigation? This kind of bull ***** was under their control. After accepting the assignment, he immediately booked the last flight of the day to Fengjing. On the plane he carefully studied Qiusheng's information. A very ordinary person, graduated from a second university with average grades, married right after graduation, had a daughter, first worked as a clerk in a company, then resigned to become a real estate agent, always peaceful, without any record of violation of the law, and with a simple and unsurprising life trajectory. To be honest, after reading the information, Wang Zhenyu does not think this is a psychic event. Specifically, what is the nature of the case? According to the attribution should be investigated and determined by the police, not their MSS department. Let him go a little bit of a big deal. From the two instances listed in the information, one is that Xiao Jiaojiao received a reminder phone call from Qiusheng 2 hours before she was attacked, and then the case happened. And the process and consequences were roughly equivalent to what Qiusheng said. He believed that there was no lack of possibility of misadventure in this case. For example, Qiusheng from a certain channel to get a bit of information, and then take the opportunity to get close to the star, want to mooch a little bit of oil and did not succeed. Or Qiusheng is nonsense, but happened to hit the nail on the head. Probabilistically speaking, this possibility exists, although the chances are very low. Not even excluding the possibility that Qiusheng and the murderer have some kind of connection, or Qiusheng is one of the pushers behind this case. The purpose of the phone call is firstly to intimidate, and secondly to get some kind of benefit or advantage from Xiao Jiaojiao, such as gluttony for someone's body. From the information, he was in contact with people in the entertainment industry such as Sui and Shui Liang, and was familiar with the entertainment industry, so it wasn't impossible that he had fantasies about certain female celebrities. Then there was the disclosure of the murderer's harboring address to the police. This point and the above one is related. If it is to make the threat of intimidation false, then Qiusheng know the murderer harboring location is logical. Take the initiative to disclose the information to the police, not without the intention of cutting with the murderer. Of course, Wang Zhenyu's analysis above is based on the complete exclusion of paranormal events, and this incident in the existence of supernormal capabilities or the possibility of mental manipulation is not non-existent. This is precisely the focus of Wang Zhenyu's next investigation. It should be pointed out here that the small video on the internet about the car accident that was predicted was not very widely circulated, and public opinion did not ferment, and the 16th Bureau of MSS analyzing public opinion did not pay attention to that video. After all, there were a lot of such things on the internet, so the information in Wang Zhenyu's hands didn't have this piece of intelligence either. And as Qiusheng reminded Sui that the phone call was private between the two, and that neither the police nor the MSS had paid enough attention to it, nor had they accessed the recordings from the telecommunication department. That piece of information was also missed, or else Wang Zhenyu wouldn't have thought as he did above. Because of the short period of time, the information that MSS had on Qiusheng was not complete, which allowed Qiusheng to dodge a bullet. Air China Flight CA-1601 landed at Taosan Airport at 21:35. Fengjing MSS Bureau sent a senior agent named Li Chao to pick up Wang Zhenyu at the airport. The two had known each other before and were of similar rank. The two met and shook hands and exchanged pleasantries for a while. After exiting the pickup hall, they got into the ordinary license plate military off-road vehicle parked in front of the door. Li Chao started the car while saying, "Mr. Wang, we arranged for you to stay in room 1806 of the Holiday Inn. Sui and Shui Liang live in this hotel. Their room numbers are 1805 and 1807. And Hokuei lives in 1808, which you recognize." Wang Zhenyu fastened his seatbelt, said, "Xiao Ho, humph, that kid is quite resourceful." "Right, is there a situation?" Li Chao drove towards the outside of the airport. After receiving the mission from the general administration, Xiaoho followed Sui. This morning they didn't go out. At noon and Qiusheng ate Japanese food at the Hokkaido Japanese restaurant. They shouldn't have drank much alcohol. There is no problem with their sanity and actions. More than 3 o'clock back to the hotel, and then didn't go out again. At about 4 o'clock they booked a ticket back to Kyoto tomorrow at 10 o'clock on the internet. By the way, they drove here, for some reason not ready to drive back. At night Haotian Media's Qiusheng and they ate at the hotel. Left around 7. What about Qiusheng? Wang Zhenyu asked again. Li Chao glanced at Wang Zhenyu who was sitting upright in the passenger seat, smiled and said, "Before I came to pick you up it had been me keeping an eye on him. Now he Yuan Yi is keeping an eye on it. Qiusheng, this kid can do quite a lot of things today. In the morning made a single rental business. At noon, and Sui 2 people had dinner, ate until 3 o'clock, and then went to a supermarket, where he did a shocking big thing in the supermarket." Wang Zhenyu was slightly shocked. What kind of big thing should it be that can be described as earth-shattering? He turned his head to look at Li Chao, waiting for him to continue. Li Chao laughed. "Department Wang, you may not have thought that he actually saved old Mr. Zhou Jiangwo in the supermarket. Zhou Jiangwo you should know, right? He is the flagship character of our Liaodong province, and also the representative character of the Zhou family in Kyoto. Qiusheng has made a lot of money this time. What's going on?" Wang Zhenyu came to be interested. He understood the Kyoto Zhou family. It was a marvelous family. The branches were flourishing, and their sons and daughters were all over the country. Old Mr. Zhou and his wife suffered a sudden cardiac arrest while shopping in the supermarket. Qiusheng just happened to catch up, and he happened to have also just bought an AED downstairs, which coincidentally couldn't be any more coincidental, making people wonder if he did it on purpose. He gave old Mr. Zhou cardiac compression, artificial respiration, and defibrillation of the AED, and old Mr. Zhou got out of the danger of his life in the first place, and his body is not in any major trouble, and according to the understanding old Mr. Zhou has been able to communicate with people normally. Wang Zhenyu frowned. "Oldly, do you think it's really a coincidence?" He was suddenly a bit uncertain about his analytical judgment on the plane. "It's not possible to make a judgment from the intelligence we have now," Li Chao said objectively. Wang Zhenyu nodded. "And then?" he asked again. Li Chao lightly tapped the brakes to give way to a car that was blocking the merging lane before saying, "Qiusheng didn't go to the hospital with the ambulance, nor did he leave contact information for Mrs. Zhou. He just left, with no intention to show kindness, and then went to the bank to transfer 100,000 to his sister, and just an hour or so before that, Sui transferred 5 million to him for an unknown purpose." At this moment, when he arrived at the airport highway toll station, Li Chao slowed down his speed and glanced at Wang Zhenyu, who was frowning in thought, and stopped talking. The SUV drove onto the highway and ran for a while. Wang Zhenyu suddenly added, "And then?" Li Chao secretly skimmed his mouth. How did he feel that Wang was checking their work? From the bank out he went back home. Around 6 o'clock went to a buffet restaurant and a few classmates to get together. And now still drinking. He Yuan Yi is watching. Wang Zhenyu said, "Then let's forget about it today. Tomorrow before Sui leaves, we'll talk to him first, and then determine the principle and way to talk to Qiusheng based on the specific situation." "That's fine. I'll arrange it from my side." Chapter 034, Sadness. But things must be done. The next morning, Sui is washing up. Placed in the living room of the cell phone rang. He went out and looked at it. An unfamiliar number. He didn't want to answer it, but considering that those who know this number are friends and family, maybe they are changing their cell phones, he picked it up. "Mr. Su, right? I'm Wang Zhenyu from MSS headquarters. There's something I need to find out from you. I don't know if you have time. I'm at the Holiday Inn. I'm Sui." Sui was surprised in his heart and even lost his concentration for a moment, but soon he calmed down. What was MSS looking for him to talk about? Having found the Holiday Inn, it meant that people knew his whereabouts like the back of their hand, but it would never be about him. He still knew that. MSS, such a big organization, will not care about his little thing. Even if he is bad on the way, cannot be involved in the what security. And if he committed a crime, people do not need to be so polite with him. So the most likely is about Qiusheng's. After all, Qiusheng's call with the police. After all, Qiusheng and the police call people feel incredible, too metaphysical. He has long been worried that this will be thought of by the relevant agencies. MSS was pervasive. It was only Qiusheng who was stupid and too simple-minded, not realizing how much trouble he had caused. "Let's do it this way then. I'll go to the restaurant for breakfast in a while. Let's meet there." Sui considered it. He couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Nor could he. "Alright then, Mr. Su, see you in a while." 10 minutes later, Sui went downstairs and met the 2 middle-aged men in the restaurant. They introduced themselves to each other. He realized that the slightly older one was surnamed Wang. a senior agent of the MSS headquarters, and the other one was surnamed Li, a senior special, of the Fongjing MSS Bureau. Worker. They chatted for half an hour, mainly because they asked Sui to answer. Sui did not lie throughout the whole process. The truth. Of course, people did not ask. He did not say a word. As long as you do not ask, I will not say. Should not involve legal issues. When Sui returned to the room, Shui Liying finished breakfast is waiting for him anxiously in the room. What's going on? What is MSS looking for you for? Shui Liying was a little nervous. Sui took out a coke from the refrigerator, opened it, grunted and filled it halfway, then wiped his mouth. They asked me about Qiusheng. What did you say? Shui Liying's small face was white, not knowing what to worry about. Sui glanced at her cousin. What are you anxious about? It's not like it's any of your business. Brother, why are you like this? Shui Liying stomped her feet. Alright, not teasing you. Sui took the cola and sat on the sofa with a butt. I said it truthfully. Originally we didn't have any unspeakable things. Then what did they say? They didn't say anything. However, they didn't allow to tell Qiusheng about today's conversation. Then what to do? He is the savior of both of us. Sui smiled wryly. They didn't let me tell Qiusheng. They didn't say they wouldn't let them tell you. Shui Liying reminisced for half a day before turning around and walking out. I'll go back to the house to pack my bags. Sui looked at the closed house. Her face became serious a little bit. Things won't be so simple. Maybe Qiusheng really has a problem. This is a big deal. He muttered to himself. He knew even more than the MSS and had even more doubts. However, he wasn't a member of the country, and he couldn't do anything about betraying his friends, let alone his benefactor. So he had kept this doubt to himself and never showed it. What is it that the great beauty is looking for me for? After Qiusheng and Shui Liying became familiar with each other, they were able to joke around a bit, and he let loose as he had no intentions towards them. Brother Qiusheng, MSS just approached my brother and asked about you, Shui Liying said anxiously. Now she didn't care that Qiusheng called him Brother Black. She called Brother Qiusheng instead. What are they looking for me for? Although Qiusheng was shocked, he didn't panic. He didn't do anything to jeopardize the safety of blah blah blah. They asked my brother about Xiao Jiaojiao. My brother said everything. Shui Liying sold her cousin short. However, it was necessary for her to say so that Qiusheng could be mentally prepared. Hearing that it was about Xiao Jiaojiao, Qiusheng then panicked. He could fool Sui and the police, but he couldn't fool the MSS. They had countless tactics, and they wouldn't believe in dreaming such a flimsy thing. Got it. Qiusheng responded breathlessly. Brother Qiusheng, we will fly to Kyoto in the morning. When you arrive in Kyoto, be sure to give me a call. I will entertain you, and I can also introduce you to a few classmates. Good. Qiusheng was distracted. After putting down the phone, Qiusheng was distracted. Careless, he still underestimated this matter. He originally thought that the police might be looking for him, but it turned out to be good. The bigger head is looking for him. What should I do? The matter of pushing the webpage must not be disclosed. That is his future life's dependence. But how can he get MSS to let him go? Playing dumb? But MSS people are not stupid. Instead, they are all extremely smart. Fooling around? Ordinary people might be able to believe it. It's a wonder that MSS believes you. They want a chain of evidence. A seamless process and conclusions with cause and effect. Saying nothing and pretending to be profound? Guaranteed to find a place for you, so that you do not say cannot. At that time, maybe a child peeping at the village widow bathing things have to be put out. The webpage cannot be saved. Suddenly, Qiusheng thought of alert dynamic. How about revealing it to them once more? Pretending to be a fortune teller in person? That's right, divination. Use this to fool around. Although it's also fooling around, but this thing is a bit reliable. Maybe it can make people half believe and muddle through. Qiusheng in the university when I read some about the Ghost Valley Z pinch finger divination. This thing does not need any props. Finger a flurry of movement. The mouth in muttering. It's done. As for the accuracy of the ghosts do not know, or not how to call the Ghost Valley Z divination it. Right, just him. Qiusheng's mood beautiful some. Sorrow is sorrow, his own business still needs to be done. 50 million. The cab arrived at the downstairs of the real estate building, taking a total of 21 minutes. Qiusheng kept his promise and paid twice the fare. Getting out of the cab master to Qiusheng a boast. Qiusheng which have the leisure to chat with him awkwardly, all the way into the building, running while calling Ji Shouyu, and when he ran from the walking stairs to the second floor, a girl also arrived at the stairway. This girl was solid looking, with an eyeball height of 1 meter 5 and a weight of 150, which didn't go well with Shouyu, but was indeed called Ji Shouyu. Are you Yi? Ji Shouyu asked the sweaty Qiusheng. Qiusheng stood down. Yes, I'm Qiusheng. Miss Ji, the closing procedures have not been done, right? Seeing the girl nod her head, Qiusheng continued. Things are rather urgent. What I said on the phone is my promise to you. Let's cut the crap. Miss Qi, trouble you with one thing. Can you call the seller over? I'll talk to him alone. Chapter 035 Yi Qiusheng and the old king next door fought. Yi Qiusheng's self-righteousness made the girl's face not look too good. Brother Yi, this is not good, right? The girl's meaning Yi Qiusheng understood as soon as he heard it. Intermediary brokerage. This industry digging people's corners is a very criticized thing. But this kind of thing is endless and common. Covering these intermediary personnel is not easy. Sometimes a month or 2 months not much work. The guaranteed salary is not full. If in the case of the organic situation, not many can keep the heart. G, give me your bank account number. Yi Qiusheng didn't want to bull ***** anymore. He was ready to directly use money to smash. What do you mean? The fat girl was puzzled. Transferring favor fees to you. Yi Qiusheng was straightforward. Ji Xiuyu only hesitated for a moment before taking out her bank card. Yi Qiusheng took the bank card and quickly transferred money with his mobile banking. With a drop sound, Ji Xiuyu received an alert text message. She glanced at the content of the text message. Her face showed joy. 20,000. Thank you, brother Yi. You wait here for a while. I'll go call her. After saying this, she ran inside. Her footsteps light and cheerful. Change face thief fast. This is the charm of money. Yi Qiusheng only waited for a while before he saw Ji Xiuyu bring a pair of middle-aged men and women over in a hurry. Yi Qiusheng saw the middle-aged woman's face from afar, and in his heart, he was sure that half of this matter had come to pass, and the other half depended on whether Mr. Wang would raise the price with him. Both sides met and introduced each other. The middle-aged man and woman are a couple. The woman is very strong. The husband does not say much, looks very cowardly. After the introduction, Yi Qiusheng opened the door and said, "Big sister, big brother, it's like this. I personally have always wanted to buy a suite. 2 days ago I saw the set of your house on our intranet, and I felt satisfied at that time. I was going to contact you guys, but I was delayed because of something. But I didn't think that when I was ready to contact you guys today, something like this happened again." What do you mean? The middle-aged woman snatched her words, her tone tinged with impatience. Yi Qiusheng smiled. He was now even more certain that this woman would be interested in his words. This woman was a person who liked to take advantage of people at first glance, and the advantage he gave was not a small one. "Big sister, the contract price of your house is 1.05 million, right? You hear me out." Yi Qiusheng stopped this woman from interjecting. "You guys haven't closed the house yet. You can totally renege and start over. I'll give you 150,000 for this suite, and the liquidated damages between you guys and Mr. Wang will also be paid by me. You guys just need to re-sign a contract with me. You guys can earn an extra 100,000 in this little while. How do you two think about it?" Yi Qiusheng nakedly tempting with money. The middle-aged man was a bit confused. He looked at his wife. There was such a good thing. It was like pie in the sky. The fat woman's eyes widened. Her gaze was filled with greed. She looked at Yi Qiusheng and then at Ji Xiuyu. Ji Xiuyu nodded to her and said, "The contract is still with me. Before you and Mr. Wang break the contract, we can sign a temporary agreement to guarantee your interests. Recording is also fine. It can be used as a verbal agreement." "Really, 1.15 million? You'll take all the liquidated damages? The breach of contract is also over $100,000. The woman asked uncertainly. She still couldn't believe that she could make an extra 100,000 in the blink of an eye. "1,000 true. Your transfer formalities first, don't do it. Then we immediately sign the contract. The house payment is also immediately in place. Can do it today. This is not a little bit of risk to you. And the brokerage fee of the small G store can also be paid by me. You can save more than 20,000 again." Yi Qiusheng raised the stakes again. For a real estate sale, the seller has to pay a 2% brokerage fee. This time, the seller could get an extra $120,000. This figure could make anyone's heart flutter. Except of course those who didn't treat money as money. Yi Qiusheng was preparing to knock the middle-aged couple off their feet with a stick and make them act according to his will. 1.2 million. The fat woman didn't seem to be stupid. After slowing down, she raised the stakes. This was also because Yi Qiusheng appeared too eager. Yi Qiusheng was stealing joy in his heart, but pretended to think and squeezed out a pained expression on his face. "Big sister, 1.15 million is already a heavenly price. If it's not my daughter-in-law who has her eye on it, I really won't buy that house of yours. 1.2 million, okay on the deal. By the way, you take the default and brokerage fees," the middle-aged woman said forcefully, then turned her head to look at her man. "Old money, did you record it?" Recorded. The middle-aged man fiddled with the cell phone in his hand. "Okay, 1.2 million is 1.2 million. The liquidated damages of the last contract and the brokerage fee are paid by me. Now you guys go and tell that buyer that the house is not for sale by you. Big brother Qian recorded it, right? The uncle surnamed Qian, hemmed and hawed and giggled. The middle-aged woman was happy. Xiao Ji, this matter you handle it. Just do what he said. The fat woman pointed at Qiusheng. Qiusheng originally thought that the next step would be smooth all the way, but he didn't expect the buyer, Mr. Wang, to be a mixed-up master. He immediately blew up when he heard that the house wasn't for sale. Old Qian, what do you mean? The contract is written with liquidated damages. 150,000 deposit. You have to pay 150,000. The liquidated damages are out of his pocket. The woman pointed at Qiusheng, who was standing behind. Qiusheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This couple wasn't good either. They were trying to push him to the front. Qiusheng had to go forward and said apologetically, "This gentleman is sorry. My daughter-in-law has a fancy for that house, and is going to open a milk tea store there. It was set long ago. I didn't think that I would let you grab the first one. I said with the two Qian big brothers family, I'll pay for your breach of contract. In a moment, I'll transfer $300,000 to you, and the deposit that you paid will be counted as the one that I paid." Old Wang stared. Redneck shouted, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I do not agree. You open milk tea store. I also want to open a coffee shop. This is no door." Qiusheng said, "Buddy, this is not you and I say. The money of the two brothers only say. They are not with you. The house is not for sale. The breach of contract to give you a penny not less. Which to where to say reason. Reason you then." Old Wang really anxious. "I do not know why." He looked at the house, but absolutely nothing to do with the walls of the emerald. This point Qiusheng have confidence. "Why are you cursing?" Qiusheng also boarded up his face. "How do you curse you? I also hit you," said the old king next door. Really moved his hand. "This pussy's body is robust." Qiusheng was at a disadvantage at that time, and was knocked to the ground by a punch. "This buddy seems to have practiced." Qiusheng climbed up and counterattacked. The two fought into a mess. Ji Xiuyu came up to pull the fight, but also suffered a fish pond. Face bruised and purple. See, $20,000 is not so easy to earn. The old money two families hide far away to watch the fun, but they are also quite anxious, not regret, but afraid of cooked ducks fly again. The security guards of the real estate building rushed over in time, pulled them apart, and called the police. The police arrived in 10 minutes, and after a couple of inquiries, took them to a nearby police station. The matter had violated the law of public order. Chapter 036, Misfortunate Things, but the house is in hand. Qiusheng and the old king next door were taken to an interrogation room. Ji Xiuyu and the two Qian family members were taken as witnesses to another room on the opposite side, which seemed to be an office with a sofa and tea. The two rooms were far away from each other. The treatment was different at first glance. Over here, a second division and an auxiliary police officer questioned Qiusheng and the old king next door. In fact, the whole thing is very simple. Qiusheng accounted for the reason. The other side first scolded the person. First hand. Qiusheng is self-defense, self-perception, and it seems that his injuries than the next door to the old king is a bit more serious. Look more miserable. To say, this seems to be nothing worth showing off. The auxiliary police officer who questioned them had a pretty crooked stance, and kept blaming Qiusheng, scaring him about how many days he would be detained, how much he would be fined, and whatnot, while he was quite polite to the old king next door, and even chatted with the old king next door for a few minutes, like he knew him. Qiusheng depressed to death. Bully, I do not know people, is it? Generally speaking, this kind of law and order case, say big, say small, say you have no reason, you really may have no reason, or all go to the examination of injuries, go a whole lot of legal procedures. In the end, we may have no reason. He 3 days, you may be 5 days. Inquiry. Qiusheng's cell phone rang. Is an unfamiliar number. He wanted to pick up. The auxiliary police do not allow. Said he tipped off, but the phone rang and never ending. Helpless that the second division to the phone over. Pick up the phone, the second division and the cell phone over there on a few words. Nothing more than you find Qiusheng, what matters, who are you? I am JC in Zhu Cutting Furnace Police Station, and so on and so forth. And then that second secretary look at Qiusheng's eyes are not the same. Then he stood up and took his cell phone and went out. Qiusheng was so confused that he said, "Boss, that's my cell phone, or you can tell me who's calling." After a few minutes, the auxiliary policeman who had ranted at Qiusheng was called out by the second division. The two men never came back, and the phone was never returned to Qiusheng. Qiusheng and the next door old king are a little confused. The two people, you look at me, I look at you, do not know what to do. This case is still dealing with it. After half an hour, a second inspector came in. He returned the phone to Qiusheng, and then on the spot pronounced the results of the punishment. He first harshly to the next door old Wang said, "Wanglicheng, We after the inquiry of witnesses and viewed the relevant video information. You provoked trouble, intentional assault, a violation of the law of public order article so-and-so paragraph. We will impose a fine of 200 yuan and 7 days of administrative detention. But you have the opportunity to reconcile with the victim. If the mediation does not work, we will carry out the detention penalty. Old Wang next door was dumbfounded. Brother Li, it's him who pried my corner. That's why I hit him. In a hurry, he admitted to himself that he was the one who started the fight and was stupid enough. Shut up. Li Erdo let out a chorus. The old king next door immediately stopped talking. This episode was going to write a few more words, but then I thought, it's better to play it safe. The reader can make up his own mind. Li Erdo smiled awkwardly, then said to Qiusheng, you disturbed the working order of the Ji family organs, violating article so-and-so of the law and order law. We impose a fine of 50 yuan on you, but as a victim, you can ask Wang Liqing to compensate for the medical expenses and lost wages. Qiusheng, do you accept mediation? After considering for a while, Qiusheng said, accept, but there is one condition. Qiusheng glanced at the old next-door king who had an iron face, and stole joy in his heart. Although he had received a few punches, he was hopeful of a complete victory. What about you? Li Erdo asked the old king next door again. The old king next door hung his head and nodded. The situation is stronger than the people. The relationship in his hands is not top. He had to bow down. If he is sent to the detention center, the stain cannot be washed off in this life. He is a person with a public office. This matter cannot be careless. So, after a lot of tongue-in-cheek, the old king next door conceded. He and the Qian family signed an agreement to terminate the contract, and the liquidated damages are gone. Only the deposit is refunded. Qiusheng transferred him 150,000 on the spot. After this precondition is resolved, Qiusheng also not for himself, symbolically asked for 1,000 medical expenses. These punches let him save 150,000 yuan. Thus, the two sides reached a settlement. The old king next door does not need to be detained. Qiusheng in the financial society to pay the fine, was called to the meeting room, where he saw two people wearing dark suit. This hot day, also hard enough, they greeted him warmly, and their attitude was quite kind. Li Erdo was even more polite to those two, looking even a bit humble. The two men in suits showed Qiusheng their IDs. They were from the MSS. Qiusheng had been mentally prepared for this, so he wasn't surprised, and he also roughly understood the reason why he was able to outwit the old king next door. It was the appearance of these two suited men that made the villain not dare to act recklessly. Although these two suited men didn't necessarily say anything good for him, one suit man said to him that he wanted to have a chat with him. Not saying anything, Qiusheng did not refuse. His heart times clear what they want to talk about, but said that the real estate transfer formalities done before talking. This is quite urgent, cannot be delayed. The two MSS did not object, give each other face. After all, Qiusheng is not the object of their control, just a target of the investigation. People did not break the law. The two MSS accompanied Qiusheng, as well as Ji Shouyu and the two members of the Qin family to the property building 100 meters away, and in their coordination, the property transfer procedures were quickly done, waiting for a few days to take evidence. The energy of the people in their organization is great, and the matter of 2 hours is okay in half an hour. The rest of the money family has nothing to do. They handed over the key to Qiusheng and then slipped away, presumably to go home to celebrate. Ji Shouyu also left with a face of satisfaction. Qiusheng's heart was even better. If the Qian family knew about the hidden mysteries in that house, he would probably regret it. But can Qiusheng let others know? It's impossible. At this time, the time has passed noon. Qiusheng proposed to invite the two MSS to have a casual lunch. The two agreed, but to Qiusheng did not object. Nearby there happens to be a good-looking restaurant. 3 people asked for a private room, ordered 4 dishes and 3 bowls of rice, did not order wine. In the meal on all, they put the waiter out, told them not to come in to disturb them. The 3 people ate while chatting about something or other. They wanted nothing more than to sidestep Qiusheng's character and basic information from the chat, which Qiusheng understood, but he knew everything and did not hide anything. The heart was open and honest. When the food was almost ready, Li Chao put a very professional thing on the table, and Wang Zhenyu also put away the smile on his face and became serious. He said, Mr. Yi, first of all, let's make it clear that we don't have any malice towards you. We are just curious, or out of professional habit. We want to figure out something that happened to you. Chapter 037 Gigu Zi's Finger Divination Technique. You may speak. Qiusheng raised his hand in a gesture and filled the tea for the two. The tea was the free tea given by the hotel and was bitter to the throat. Wang Zhenyu said his thanks and continued. The intelligence we have shows that you gave Xiao Jiaojiao a call 2 hours and 17 minutes before she was attacked. reminding her that a drunken man had attacked her with a knife. And later, you provided the police with the exact location of the murderer's den, with the door number being not even close to the same, right? Qiusheng nodded in agreement. There is such a thing. We met with Mr. Sui. He said that you told him that it was a dream about the attack and took it seriously. In fact, we are not impressed with this explanation because it is not scientific, so we hope that you can be open and honest and tell us the truth. After saying that, Wang Zhenyu stared closely at Qiusheng, observing his reaction. Qiusheng's face was torn, pretending, as he took a sip of bitter tea and swallowed it slowly. Then he glanced at the duo and smiled bitterly. In fact, when I reminded Xiao Jiaojiu I thought of this consequence today. It will be noticed by the police or you guys, but to be honest I can't bear to do it. So a beautiful woman who is like a flower, if she is disfigured, her whole life will be over. Qiusheng shook his head helplessly, giving a feeling of regret. He took a breath and continued. As you all know, Xiao Jiaojiu has a good relationship with Sui and Shuelaying. They are good friends, and Sui and I are also friends. A friend of a friend should be a friend as well. So in order to avoid a tragedy I still took the risk of what I encountered today and called her. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I originally asked Sui to call her, but Sui didn't believe me and refused to call. Xiao Jiaojiu likewise didn't believe me, and as a result the tragedy still happened. Wang Zhenyu just smiled and didn't interrupt Qiusheng. Qiusheng's words were more or less the same as what Sui had said, and the evidence they had gathered from the side also proved it, which was why they decided to adopt a flexible strategy towards Qiusheng. You guys asked me to tell you truthfully. In fact, I would like to, except that there are some things that are very metaphysical, not something that can be expressed clearly with words. 2 leaders, how about we do an experiment? Qiusheng threw out his previously thought of coping strategy at the right time. The 2 MSS looked at each other. After eye contact, Wang Zhenyu said, what experiment? Qiusheng picked up the cell phone on the table, opened a browser, found one of the news items, and then handed the phone to the 2 MSS for them to see. Out of the corner of his mouth, he continued, I saw a piece of news today. There is an unsolved serial murder case in Fengjing, and another case with the same modus operandi as the previous one happened on the 22nd of April this month, and another young woman was killed. It seems that the police code name is called 1205 serial robbery and rape and murder, which is the same time as the first rape and murder case that happened on the 5th of December last year, right? You wait. Li Chao saw that Qiusheng was talking seriously. He also paid attention. Department Wang, I'll contact the bureau. Wang Zhenyu nodded. Li Chao nodded to Qiusheng and took his cell phone and left the room. The 2 people in the private room were relatively speechless, drinking tea in silence. Actually, Qiusheng had considered before. What if the MSS agent who had gotten him over specified another thing for him to experiment on? That way he really couldn't do anything about it. But considering that 1205 was a major serial case, if it could be solved it would alleviate a huge amount of pressure on the Fengjing police, and it should be attractive enough to the MSS agents as well. Sure enough, Li Chao was attracted to the case. 5 minutes later Li Chao returned to the private room. He first nodded to Wang Zhenyu and then said to Qiusheng, although there are some discrepancies between the news reports and the actual situation, this case does exist. 5 women have been killed as of today, and based on the murderer's modus operandi and habits, the police believe that there is a high probability that it is the same person who did it, so they are combining the investigation of these 5 cases. The codename it's the 1205 you mentioned. The murderer shouldn't have been caught yet, right? Qiusheng asked. Yes, after nearly half a year of investigation and tracking by the police, there is no result as of today. The city, the province and even the ministry have paid great attention to this case, instructing that the case should be solved as soon as possible. This murderer is very cunning, isn't it? Qiusheng said mysteriously. However, I can give him a divination. Maybe I can know who he is, and where he lives. This is the experiment I'm talking about. Is this true? Li Chao stood up from his chair, his eyes looking straight at Qiusheng. It was obvious that he was in an agitated mood. Of course it's true. I'm also answering the question just raised by Director Wang. Mouth says nothing. No matter what I say you will have doubts. Instead of that, we might as well use the facts to speak. But before divination need to state that my Gigu Z pinch finger divination only learned a little bit of the skin. When it works sometimes it doesn't work. And also the target of the divination has requirements. I feel strongly about the event it will be more accurate some. In the end I still that sentence. Believe it or nothing. You have studied divination? Then can you tell me about its principles of divination? I am also very curious about divination. Wang Zhenyu suddenly interjected. Qiusheng had been on guard against this, and had also thought that he would have this question. As the saying goes, how could he dare to go to Liangshan without 3 or 2 or 3? When he went to college, he had studied Ghost Valley divination for a period of time. Because he studied the profession of personnel management. Involving people will involve people's psychology and past. If you take out this hand when interviewing staff, wouldn't it be? It turned out to be nothing useful, so terminology and principles are at his fingertips. But what I know is just fur. You guys listen to a pass? Do not have to take it seriously. The Ghost Valley pinch finger divination art originated in the spring and autumn and warring states period. Is the Ghost Valley school of the successive generations of the oral transmission of one of the 36 secrets. Male smooth, female inverse. The year on the start of the month on the start of the day on the start of the time on the start of the fate of the god. Push the pinch 12 life god distribution of 12 branches of the palace. Find out the matter of the test. See its fall palace to determine its results. Qiusheng spoke for 5 minutes. Listening to the two MSS froze. They could tell that Qiusheng didn't learn this skill off the shelf. And from the time they separated from Sui to the time they found Qiusheng, the interval was just over an hour. And during that hour Qiusheng was fighting with someone and then under investigation at the police station. There was no time to learn it presently. To be honest, it's quite mysterious, Wang Zhenyu said perfunctorily. In fact, he had not only specialized in Ghost Valley divination, but also had a systematic study of astrology, face reading, word reading, 5 elements, bagua and other arts. He was an expert in this area, and their 13 bureaus were the institutions that targeted this area. He could hear from Qiusheng's narration that Qiusheng had a certain amount of research on the Giguzi pinching finger divination technique, and was not a believer. Mr. Yi, the principal is here first. Let's start the experiment. If we can really catch the murderer, it would be considered a great deed for the people of Fengjing, Li Chao said. Li Chao was a secret agent. He was not specialized in social investigation and business related to spirits. He was more concerned about the 1205 case. If he could catch the murderer, the merit would be immense. No problem, Qiusheng said. He looked at Wang Zhenyu. The one who came down from the top was the one who spoke. Wang Zhenyu said, Mr. Yi, please. Chapter 038, snubbing the two MSSs away. Qiusheng nodded his head. Then he sat upright, slightly closed his eyes. His 2 small arms stretched out flat. His 10 fingers pinched a spell. And after a few seconds of silence, his lips opened and closed, silently reciting the palm opening incantation. Ghost Valley immortal master in the heavens. Pious kowtow down to the mortal hall. Palm on the sun and moon mystery through the palace of Qinkuan wonderful number of hidden. Letter of the earth doubt and difficulty to seek enlightenment. Support the disciples to solve the disaster. Today open a palm. Good and bad luck. Misfortune and fortune to determine the auspicious and lucky. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, life and decline and captivity look forward to. Although it is muttered, but spit out the words clearly. Then again, Z ugly in Maochen has been the end of the afternoon Shin Yusu High. The east wood, southern fire, western gold, for library soil, blah 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 a whole lot. At the same time, his 10 fingers twirling speed faster and faster, such as butterflies fluttering, like bees shuttle. The two MSS looked silly. This is like specially practiced. There is no, although Wang Zhenyu is proficient in this way, but the actual practice is not. Qiusheng's dazzling operation made him think of a roadside swindler. Yes, that's what it is, pretending to be a god. Wang Zhenyu would like to get Qiusheng to a place to properly interrogate a trial, but the report is not good. Said to catch a magician? It seems to be short of something. The top is not necessarily approved. This person's surname is he. His name is Man Sung. His age is around 40. A migrant worker. Qiusheng suddenly said. In the middle of speaking, his fingers were still twirling, his speed not decreasing. Li Chao immediately used his cell phone notepad to write down Qiusheng's words. He was still in a daze. This was okay? He heard Qiusheng continue. This person rents in Fengjing Shitia District, Riverbank Panorama Subdivision, Block 5, Unit 2, Floor 4, No. 3, single person living alone, with a married girlfriend who often comes over to live. Saying this, Qiusheng's hand movement stopped violently. He opened his eyes and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Other information is unknown. He added one last sentence. Narrowing his eyes, he peeked across the room. There was no telling if this posturing would fool the two heavenly beings. He reported the murderer's last name and address is correct. Other information is he made up. The purpose is nothing more than mixing a little water. Too perfect but will make people suspicious. There are faults and mistakes is more convincing. I make a phone call. Li Chao stood up and headed out. Qiusheng knew what he was going to do, and Wang Zhenyu didn't stop him. The two people who stayed in the house had a tacit understanding. They didn't talk about divination, and they no longer talked about Xiao Jiao Jiao. Instead they talked about the wind, the snow, the local customs, the flowers and plants of the 4 seasons, and the birds and animals. A few minutes later Li Chao came back and joined in their small talk. No one proposed to end this AA gathering. They all knew what they were waiting for. Time slowly passed in the torment of waiting. During this time, Qiusheng clicked on the news push webpage and looked at it. There was only one, current affairs news, left on the webpage that he had edited. The economic news and the police news update were all gone. He had a bottom in his heart. That surnamed he was captured. But whether or not he was called Montson was unknown. Whether or not he had a girlfriend was not known either. Probability was no. Or he wouldn't have gone out in the middle of the night to rape and kill women. Nearly 2 o'clock, Li Chao's cell phone rang. He did not go out, but picked up on the spot, listening to his face full of shock, and then look at Qiusheng, more than a trace of reverence in the eyes. Put down the phone. He excitedly said, Wang Division. Mr. Yi, the bureau brought the news is that he Taiju caught. Our people went when he was at home to take a nap. See our people he appeared to be very calm. Asked him to know why he arrested him? He smiled cheekily and said that he did, and that he knew that the day would come sooner or later. A devil. Qiusheng interjected. That's right, he's a murderous devil. He admitted on the spot that he killed all 5 women with the purpose of robbing money and sex. The time and place and the means of committing the crime all match with what the police have. Basically it can be determined that he Taiju is the real culprit of the 1205 serial murder case. Saying this, he stood up and bowed slightly to Qiusheng. Mr. Yi, thank you. The director said that he has already applied for a clue bonus from the police. Moreover, our director invites you to be a guest in our bureau. He expressed his gratitude to you in person. Did you MSS arrest him? Qiusheng said. This was out of his expectation. MSS was in charge of criminal cases. Yes, time is short, and you know that the night is long and the opportunity is fleeting. Li Chao said. The police have been notified after arresting back, and are in the process of handling the transfer. Hearing Li Chao's explanation, Qiusheng suddenly realized. Fongjing MSS is not one to alarm the police without absolute certainty. In case he blindly said it, MSS's face still want it? Qiusheng was in an excellent mood after parting ways with the 2 MSS. Everything went well, except his face is a bit green and swollen. The house is in hand. The 2 MSS were also crippled by him. As for whether they believe it or not, how much do they believe? It's not in his scope of consideration. Believe it or not, you can still bite me. The big deal is just being watched by you guys. I'm not doing anything wrong. What are you afraid of? He took a cab to the old house. Busy day. Spent 1,340,000. He did not feel to see that less than 50 square meters of the old mansion, and he also wanted to go to personally confirm that the wall has no accident. If he let someone strip it off, then he would be miserable. In the car he opened the securities app and checked the trend of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals, and there was no accident. Dongquan Pharmaceuticals opened up and stopped, high in a straight line. Grinning, showing his teeth, he dialed Li Zihan's cell phone, vibrating ringing 2 times. Li Zihan picked up. Honey, what are doing? With my mom in the musical instrument street, showing the piano to Nui Nui. There are so many brands here. I don't know what to buy. Wife, those German and European miscellaneous brands cannot buy. I heard are some small domestic manufacturers in Germany registered trademark. To buy we buy pure imports, but also to buy big brands, such as Steinway, Petrov, Sailor what? Right, Sailor to buy imported Indonesia. Do not buy in the domestic production of Petrov is also to buy imported. Helen production do not buy. The money is not enough I'll transfer you again. Imported so expensive. Not moving 100,000. That's Sailor we also looked at. Indonesia's to more than 40,000. My mom found a piano teacher. He helped to pressure the price. GS122T can cut to 35,000. Other brands he can also help bargain. Don't listen to him. Now most of the piano teachers are trusts. They rely on this to earn intermediary fees. I'm telling you, if you go bargaining by yourself, the Sailor GS122T that 30,000 can be taken down. At most 31,000. Or we by Steinway got it, is not just more than 100,000. By the way, my wife, have you seen today's East All Pharmaceuticals? I do not have time. Early in the morning out. To the present has not eaten it. Do not eat cannot. Hurry to eat. Spend how much money counted husband me. Wife, today we made another 550,000. Your husband is great. Right, really, of course it's true. Buy some delicious food. I'll transfer another 100,000 to you in a while. Qiusheng is happy today. In order to make his wife also happy, he also doesn't care if the money in the card is borrowed. After putting down the phone, he used the cell phone bank to transfer 100,000 to Li Zihan in the past. The heart is happy. Why do you want to make money? It is not for the wife and children to spend it, and soon to have another 50 million into the account, to his wife and children to spend somehow. This is his most proud of things, but he did not tell Li Zihan about buying a house. This is not about trust and loyalty. Mainly in that batch of emerald did not rise out before he did not want to let anyone know. Too many mouths. Careless. There may be accidents. He did not want to go to court with the seller. Not General Assembly. He received Li Zihan's WeChat. Husband, the money received. Or not to buy a good point for Nui Nui. He returned the article. Good. Let's buy more than 100. 000. Chapter 039. Preliminary preparations for digging corners. The cab arrived at the lecture hall. The old mansion was seen from a long distance. The appearance was beautiful. Green tiles and warped rafters. Carved doors and windows. The outer walls were brushed with a layer of gray paint. Quite an ancient style. Pay to get off. Through the green belt passed. Around the old house around. Which opened the door to go in. The house is very messy. Everywhere there are clutter and discarded items left by the previous tenant. It was difficult to get off the ground. Looking around, there were no traces of recent demolition of the walls. Only then did Qiusheng let go. Today's maneuver was absolutely perfect. There were a total of 3 walls in this house, dividing the 43 square meters of usable area into a small room, a kitchen, a small hall and a restroom. Which wall was made of emerald he couldn't decide for a moment, but this matter is not urgent. He needs to do some preliminary preparations, and then let this batch of emerald sensible and legitimate appear on the market. Qiusheng ready to find Huang Wenlong resignation tomorrow. Do not do. Intermediary, this work is too tired, but also cannot earn money. Then ready to go to a trip to Tingchong or Ruili, South Cloud. To that buy a number of jadeite raw stone back, buy the cheapest on the line, and do not care to open out of the emerald. He wants a wobbler, so that the old mansion in the emerald can be very generous to see people. My life is good. Buy the stone have emerald. So what it, do not serve. You bite me Look at the time is still early. The stomach is also full. Qiusheng naked clean up the house. Can sell. Find a collect scrap let him pull away. Earned a day's meal money. Cannot buy. He left the waste collector to throw them a trip to more than 100 meters away from the dumpster. The money for the day's meal was returned to the waste collector. Until the sun set and his stomach growled, he put a stop to it. Returning home, he lavishly ordered more than $50 of takeout, and then lay down on his bed to stiffen his body. Exhausted, he was going to have to fine-tune what he was going to do next. One was to reinforce and fortify the doors and windows of that old house. As an ancient building, the exterior of the house was not allowed to add steel windows and security doors, so he was going to add them inside. Anyway, he didn't care if it was convenient and good-looking. Safety was the most important thing. He is going to use this house as a workshop for stone decomposition, and put a large safe in the house, the kind that can only be transported with a crane. Then there is the purchase of tools. Cutting machine must have. Grinding machine should also have, but also have a wash pool. Yes, demolition of the wall also need tools. Electric draft and shovels and so on is a necessity. All these things will cost a lot of money, but the money that should be spent must be spent, cannot be saved. The money in his hand is still enough for the time being, although it is a loan. Using his cell phone, he went on the world's largest shopping site and searched for these things. Sell a lot of large safes. Prices vary. He chose a better reputation brand. Responsible for commissioning and handling installation. Spent 11,080 yuan. This safe is 1 meter 5 high, weighing more than a ton. More than a dozen people are not necessarily moved. Order, pay, addressed him as the old house. Then look for jade cutting machine and grinding machine. This thing also has a website. The price of the cutting machine from a few hundred to tens of thousands, taking into account their own is a hammer business. The future also cannot be used. He did not buy CNC, but ordered a more than 2,000 simple models. The manufacturer is responsible for the installation. The addressed him is the same old house. Grinder also bought a simple model, a desktop, a small handheld, and spent nearly 2,000 oceans. After that is the hammer and shovel and other miscellaneous items. Shovels he bought is the engineer shovel. That thing atop several kinds of tools. The last remaining door and window reinforcement. This job although the online ordering, but he is still ready to look at the physical store. About the security issues absolutely sloppy. See is believe. After placing the order, the delivery guy arrived. After dinner, he and his daughter videoed for half an hour, and then made an appointment with Li Zihan that they would video again after his daughter went to bed. 9 o'clock. Li Zihan's video call came in. The two played until after 11 o'clock. It was a prickly excitement. Qiusheng did not expect Li Zihan to have such a windy, slutty side. Perhaps the two were separated for a few days. The heart of the lack of bedtime small game of the ultimate fun of regret it. So the playfulness was quite crazy. Satisfied to hang up the video, Qiusheng while brushing his cell phone, looking at the circle of friends, occasionally chatting with classmates and friends, while waiting for the arrival of midnight minutes. But after the time passed, The push news did not appear as expected. He patiently waited for another 10 minutes, and finally determined that today's news push was gone. At first, he was quite disappointed, but thinking about it, he was relieved. If there is a push every day, that would not be too busy to death. Let it go, and will be disturbed or hold regrets. If everything is involved in the words, that would be endless. He guessed that the host behind the push page would wait for the time of the last push to pass before pushing the next news. The next push should be at 2400 hours on May 3rd, which was 0 hour on May 4th. In fact, this was good. He could have more time for himself and didn't have to surround himself with push news all day long. But this had to be based on his speculation being correct. Otherwise it would be a tragedy. The golden finger that came to his hand flew away. He secretly prayed for God's blessing that everything would be as he wished. In the following days, Qiusheng was so busy that his feet hit the back of his head. First, he went to the store and resigned, collected the remaining salary, then went to the iron store to order the security windows, then to the manufacturer to order the inner security door. Then he continued to clean the house, cleaned up the house, and bought a single bed, moved a bedding from home, and added pieces of a single sofa coffee table, a small refrigerator, teapot, tea bowl, ashtray. He settled down in this old house. In the past 2 days, the things ordered online one after another to the manufacturer's Renzi are installed in place. The electricity connection, the water connection. May 2nd when the ordered doors and windows also arrived. A warning are installed. Qiusheng kicked a few feet quite sturdy. In these 5 days, April 27th and April 30th 2 days Dongquan Pharmaceuticals and 2 stops. So far Qiusheng earned a total of 5 stops. His stock market value has soared to 7.8 million. And these 5 days, push the web page as he guessed that there is no movement. The first 2 days Qiusheng also feels slightly lost. After that is not too concerned about it. The will always come again. May Day 3-day vacation. Qiusheng did not return home. April 30th the day his sister called him, told him that male students died. She donated 100,000, but still did not save. Sister said while crying, sad do not want. Qiusheng also sad from the heart, but do not know how to persuade, can only silently listen. Put down his sister's phone soon. Mom called him again, told him that this time his sister did not care about learning, all day and night to sit. The results are a drop. The most recent simulation only examined more than 510 points. They are very worried about it, so that Qiusheng all right to make a phone call to open up to guide the sister. Qiusheng promised, but he really cannot help. For the beginning of the little girl, this is not a persuasion, can only let time to solve. Chapter 040 Qiusheng's hatred and Wu Xinrui's obsession. On May 2nd, it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After taking a cool shower, Qiusheng came out of the old mansion, locked the 2-story door, turned around and stood in front of the door, letting his eyes look across the street. The sky is blue and the greenland is lush. Full of longing Qiusheng straightened his aching old waist, stomach forward, endured the pain and insisted for a few seconds, and then swayed 3 times left and 3 times right for a minute, which sourly took out his cigarettes, drew out a cigarette and lit it up, and inhaled a mouthful of it beautifully. On the green grass, there is a pair of lovers sweetly shooting wedding photos, a group of buddies and sisters laughing and joking. Happy atmosphere exudes a strong youthful atmosphere. The corner of Qiusheng's mouth turned up slightly, revealing an envious smile. Young is really good. On the road in the distance, the endless stream of vehicles and hurriedly passing by the flow of people, surging anxiously and firmly running on the way home. Suddenly, Qiusheng did not know what place was touched. His heart like an open floodgates surged out of an extreme exhaustion and miserable sadness. This sudden sadness made the muscles of his face twitch, his nose was sore, his eyes were red, and his originally straight waist collapsed. How come I'm all alone? Wife not around. The daughter is not around. What have I done wrong? It was at this moment that he suddenly developed a deep resentment and hatred towards his former mother-in-law and old husband who encouraged Li Zihan to divorce himself. This hatred also suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. It came without any reason. Let him caught off guard. In an instant, the bright spring was no longer beautiful. The sky seemed to have changed color. And when he looked at that pair of lovers in happiness again, his gaze took on a hint of sarcasm and malice. He rubbed his stiff face with one hand vigorously, trying to let his fierce expression relax, then inhaled a few puffs of smoke, threw the remaining half of the cigarette butt on the ground fiercely, and crushed it with his toes stepping on it and spinning it. Only then did he strain his neck and raise his face, letting out a long, stuffy breath, as if to spit out the resentment, that demon of the heart that was trying to reside in the mind, and let the dry air and strong ultraviolet rays evaporate and extinguish it, so that they would go up in smoke and never come back. Everything will be fine. Your efforts will not be in vain. He cheered himself up, relighting a cigarette and no longer looking at the lovers who were releasing their sweetness outwardly at every moment. He strides towards the bus stop, 244. The bus stop was just down the main street to the right of the old mansion. Today he was going to go back to his rented house to stay there, and by the way pack his luggage for tomorrow's outing. In his feeling that rented house was more like a home, a place that could serve as a starting point and also serve as an end point. Even though his wife and daughter were no longer where they were, Qiusheng has booked a flight ticket to Ruweli tomorrow. China Southern Airlines flight CZ6451, taking off at 8:15, via Jinling City, and then South Lake Airlines flight is 67114, arriving at Dahong Mangshur Airport at about 5 p.m. Dahong Mangshur Airport is 100 kilometers away from Ruweli. There is a direct bus. The drive is about 2 hours. He was going to stay in Ruweli for 2 or 3 days, collect a batch of raw stones and ship them back to Fengjing, and then decipher the stones himself in this old mansion, and bring the batch of emerald that had been buried for nearly 100 years, or maybe even more than 100 years, to the market. The wait for the bus was crowded with people. Fengjing's ground bus system is often criticized. The car interval time is long, punctuality is low, poor condition, the driver is brutal. Morning and evening rush hour to squeeze a bus is a war. If not in the last 10 years and added 2 new subway lines, the situation may be even worse. Just when Qiusheng was listening to the various complaints and dissatisfaction of the waiting crowd, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it was Wu Xinruwei. He secretly shook his head and even cried a little. In the past few days, Wu Xinruwei had called Qiusheng several times after learning of his resignation, asking him to have a meal together, but Qiusheng had put it off for various reasons. As for the reasons, for one thing, seeing that gave him a headache, and then again, these days he was so busy and exhausted. How could he have the time and energy to pull the wool over women's eyes and play ambiguous? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. However, this is persistent. At least one phone call a day, more diligent than he called Li Zihan. He mockingly muttered, I was also rare on the. He pressed answer. Sister Wu, what's the matter? He said stiffly. Handsome, do you have time? Let's have a meal together. To celebrate your departure from your high position. Wu Xinruwei laughed and said, the same attitude as before, never discouraged by Qiusheng's rejection. Quite a good character, Sister Wu, but you're really something. He teased hopelessly, but it wasn't a mockery. He understood this woman. It really wasn't easy, having that kind of strange disease. What's wrong? Is it bothering you? That's not true. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Qiusheng compromised, although he didn't want to be canon. Friends, but friends were doable. Really? Of course really. Have I ever lied to you? Then let's go to the Color Tower night market. There are quite a lot of snacks there. As a small business owner selling lottery tickets, Wu Xinruwei had the obvious attribute of a beggar, finding places that were not only popular but also cheap. That kind of place is too chaotic. Qiusheng didn't want to appear in public with her. Why don't you come up to my house? I'll do it for you. What I do can be delicious. That day specially brought you braised meat, you didn't even come over. Don't. It's not good to let people see. This is even more not good. But any trouble can't be explained. What can't be done is to eat a meal. Qiusheng's brain brought a pain. This woman is too persistent. He looked back at his old mansion. Sister Wu, why don't you come to me? I'll buy some ready-made, and I don't need to be so troublesome. By the way, I'm helping my friend to clean up the house. It's very clean here. Qiusheng regretted when he finished speaking. He could not wait to hit his own mouth. How can you be so cheap? But the station is crowded. That is too striking. So he did not hit. In fact, he didn't realize that he subconsciously wanted a woman. Ever since he had his first time with Li Zihan, he never had a time when he had such a long interval. Of course, except for those days when Li Zihan was special. Where is it? You give me the address. I'll go over right now. Wu Xinruwei was first stunned, then excited, and her voice tone had a slight tremor. Then put it down. I'll send you the location. Call me when you arrive in the neighborhood. Okay, I'll close the store here. Wu Xinruwei's voice was gentle and crisp. After putting down the phone, Qiusheng pinched his mouth fiercely, then grinned and walked towards a nearby restaurant, while sending the positioning to Wu Xinruwei. In that restaurant packed 4 dishes, and not far from the convenience store to buy a dozen beer and a bottle of cheap wine, carrying a pile of things back to the old house. Shortly after sitting down, Wu Xinruwei's phone call came in. Chapter 041, I'm sorry I can't. I arrived. This place also no residential Wu Xinruwei said after the cell phone was connected. Lecture hall as well as his old mansion within a radius of more than 100 meters in addition to the road are green areas and gardens. Wu Xinruwei did not take this old mansion as a residential house as normal. See an old mansion to the east? It's gray. Qiusheng said as he stood up and walked outside. Pushing open the door, he saw Wu Xinruwei standing at the end of the green field looking this way. Qiusheng waved to her. Wu Xinruwei ran over to this side with a spring in her step, the 2 plastic bags she was carrying in her hand flying up and down. Arriving close, Yi Qiusheng took the things in her hand. What are you bringing so many things for? He saw that there was a bag of grapes and oranges, and a bag of something unknown, bulging, like clothes or something. Don't look. Wu Xinrui stopped him from looking at the bag. If you don't look, come in. Yi Qiusheng stepped aside and let Wu Xinrui in. This place is not bad, it's just old. What are these machines for? After entering the house, Wu Xinrui looked around and said, "A friend's, who knows what he does?" Yi Qiusheng said. Wu Xinrui rolled her eyes, then picked up the bag that Yi Qiusheng had placed on the sofa and went into the small bedroom. When she came out she changed into a black housecoat, light and translucent. The color of the skin inside could be vaguely seen. Wu Xinrui's skin was originally very white. The black and white contrast gave a strong sense of impact. Yi Qiusheng secretly sighed. What should come will always come. Since he recruited people here, he had nothing to say, but it was quite eye-catching. He took out the boxes of dishes he packed back, cut off the lids of the boxes with scissors, and arranged them on the small coffee table. Wu Xinrui picked up the fruit on the table. I'll wash the grapes. Is there a plate? This one really doesn't. Yi Qiusheng said while opening the red wine. Forget it then. Just put it in a plastic bag. I'll buy some over for you when I have the chance. Sister Wu, this is not my home. Yi Qiusheng said. Whether it's your home or not, it's fine if you can come often in the future. Wu Xinrui smiled and said, twisting her hips into the small kitchen. Yi Qiusheng had a headache. Today, this matter was done a bit on the head. He regretted it. A few minutes later, Wu Xinrui came out from the small kitchen, put the washed grapes to one side, then lifted the hem of her skirt and sat down opposite Yi Qiusheng. In the moment she sat down Yi Qiusheng was confused. The scenery this side is unique. The south and north of the house are all spring water, but see the flock of gulls come day by day. The flower path has never been swept by a guest, and the canopy door is now open for you. The beginning of eating and drinking is quite normal. Wu Xinrui did not show too much impatience. She clamped her skirt and Yi Qiusheng chatted about his resignation, as well as what he was going to do in the future, and why did his wife go back to Magic City? When will she come back and so on some trivial things. Yi Qiusheng made up all kinds of reasons and fooled around, but with Wu Xinrui slightly drunk, the situation was different. This makes the opposite side of the Yi Qiusheng as if sitting on pins and needles, and the scale of her speech is also getting bigger and bigger, told a lot of things about her and her husband, according to the reasoning that this kind of thing should not be told to outsiders, but she just said it. Yi Qiusheng was helpless, dazed. I won't tease you anymore. Look at your embarrassment. Wu Xinrui noticed Yi Qiusheng's discomfort and laughed cheekily. Then she drank the red wine in her hand. You don't have an air conditioner in this house either, and it's sealed to death. I'm sweating. Yi Qiusheng swallowed his saliva and said, I haven't had time to buy one yet. I'll buy one when I come back from Nanyun. Just now he and Wu Xinrui talked about going to Ruili, and the matter of buying an air conditioner he really forgot. Or rather he didn't have any awareness in this regard. His rented house didn't have an air conditioner, and he had come over so much over the years. Wu Xinrui's face showed an expression that it was really like that, but she didn't break him down, but pointed to the bathroom behind Yi Qiusheng. It's okay for me to take a shower, right? It's fine. It's just that there's no hot water, so I'll have to buy a water heater when I come back. Wu Xinrui stood up and walked towards the bathroom. It's fine. I'm used to taking cool showers. I can cool down. Her words had connotations. Yi Qiusheng heard her meaning because he understood her situation. Don't catch a cold. Won't. Wu Xinrui's departure gave Yi Qiusheng time to think, and he thought of various possibilities as well as possible consequences. 10 minutes later, Wu Xinrui came out of the bathroom and slowly walked towards him. Yi Qiusheng was dumbfounded. This house is not so hot. Wu Xinrui did not sit back across the table, but stood in front of Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng seemed to have lost consciousness. In a trance, he thought of Li Zihan. No, he shouted. As soon as Wu Xinrui pushed away, Wu Xinrui was unsteady on her feet and fell on the coffee table, knocking over red wine and foam boxes. She scrambled up from the coffee table, her face red, her teeth clenched, her skin stained with spots of red and oil. A mess. Yi Qiusheng stood up from the sofa and looked apologetically at Wu Xinrui. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Wu Xinrui didn't say anything, pursed her lips and just looked at Yi Qiusheng with tears in her eyes. Pitiful. Yi Qiusheng's eyes lowered, ruthlessly said, go and take a shower again, dipped in red wine. Rest here for a while if you're tired. Just close the door when you leave. I'm sorry. With that, he bowed his head and headed out the door. You can't just leave like that? Wu Xinrui suddenly cried, shouting behind him. Yi Qiusheng didn't dare to turn back. He was afraid that he would lose control at this moment. After leaving the door, he looked up at the sky and let out a long breath. I'm sorry, he muttered. He didn't go far, skulking around the neighborhood until almost 9 o'clock, and returned to the old mansion. He was uneasy. One is Wu Xinrui, afraid that she had an accident, and second is the safety of the house. He wanted to make sure that the door was locked. This leave, it will take a few days to come back. Wu Xinrui is already gone. Turn on the light. Survey a glance. The small hall cleaned up. Garbage and wine bottles are taken away. The ground is also mopped. A bag of grapes open mouth on the table. Oranges placed in a pile. Into the bedroom. The bed is placed on 2 small clothes. I don't know whether Wu Xinrui left behind or intentionally left. Chapter 042, The editor's news materialized. On May 3rd, Qiusheng woke up at 5:30 a.m. After simply washing up and pulling the trolley case he prepared last night, he went out the door, bought a set meal at the Golden Arches near his home, and logged into the taxi app to call an internet car while eating. After eating, the car arrived just in time. When he arrived at the airport at 7 o'clock, he didn't do the baggage check-in, and directly entered the waiting hall through the security check. And while waiting for the plane, he saw the report on the TV news that Jin Yuebai, the hero of the fire, was out of the danger of his life. This means that the news he edited materialized. Jin Yuebai did not die. This made Qiusheng think a lot. The editing function of the future news was exceptionally powerful. So powerful that it could sway the lives and deaths of people in the course of events. So what could he do with it? Thinking carefully, it seemed like he could do a lot of things. For example, for the car accident at the intersection, he could edit it so that the 4 people in the modern car escape death. Or even have the cement tanker driver rush straight at the unruly person who ran the red light. Or have the cement tanker roll over on its own if he didn't want to kill anyone. And then, for example, he could have that hormone-addled high school student slip and slide right out of the restroom and have a group of courageous citizens press into the ground. In which case he wouldn't even have to go through the trouble of taking the trouble to do it himself. And the tragedy could be averted and he wouldn't have to get hurt. He could also change the winning numbers of the lottery so that another person would win. No, that doesn't seem to be doable. Even if the winning numbers were changed, the person who won the lottery might still be the same person. However, if Suyi's matter is changed to a small accident, but instead of falling to death, however, this kind of change does not seem to be able to pass the test. It is very likely that the editing will fail. After all, the news value is gone. The news does not exist. This is not much different from the fact that he reminded Sui so that he could escape. Xiao Jiajiao's story, the sudden death of the old man. The murderer's story is also similar. Either to change the news is gone, or in the time ahead or delayed a few days, or change the location. There is not much need. The news about the old mansion he could have changed the time, but the chance to change it was gone that day, which made him go through some trouble. But the ending wasn't too bad. He just got a beating and saved $150,000. But anyway, this function was powerful. It couldn't change everything, but it allowed him to do something according to his heart's desire. Got on the plane a half hour early and took off right on time. There were no words along the way, and the plane landed at Jinling Luku International Airport around 11 o'clock noon. Qiusheng didn't go out of the waiting hall, but found a place to eat inside and waited for the transfer. But this kind of place is not a place where you can just take a break. He had no choice but to spend $88 heavily to order a bowl of beef noodles. While eating the noodles he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, are you Qiusheng? A slightly aged voice came from the phone, speaking slowly but magnetically. I'm Qiusheng. May I ask what's up? Little friend Yi. My surname is Zhou. My name is Zhou Jiangwo. The old man's voice was much grander and somewhat excited. Qiusheng suddenly realized. Oh, hello old mister. Zhou, all good? Okay, all good. Just came back from the hospital today. Too good to be true. This old man talks a lot. Old man, I know what you meant when you called me. You don't have to take it too seriously. That's all I should have done. No big deal. No need to take it to heart. Qiusheng didn't even bother to think about how Elder Zhou found him. People had this energy, not to mention the cell phone number. It was estimated that people had information about his family's 3 generations of ancestors. Old Mr. Zhou on the opposite side laughed loudly. Little friend Yi, it's no big deal to you, but it's a matter of life and death to me. These words made Qiusheng quite embarrassed. He explained, Old Mr. Zhou, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean what I said either. Old Mr. Zhou laughed out loud and coughed as he laughed. Someone by the phone said, Dad, don't get too excited. Go, stay to the side. Old Mr. Zhou scolded the person at the side, then said, Little friend Yi, the old man would like to invite little friend for a meal. I don't know if I can have the pleasure. Old master, I can't say that I can enjoy the honor, but I really can't. I'm at the Jinling airport right now. I'll fly to South Cloud soon. I can't say when I'll return to Fongjing. Qiusheng put down the chopsticks in his hands and sat up straight. In fact, master, you really don't need to take it seriously. I am also by chance, or your old fortune. Without me that day there would have been other people who would have given a helping hand. Really, master. For example, That girl who saved you with me, if I didn't catch up, she would have definitely saved you as well. Little friend Yi, you are too modest. Not everyone knows first aid knowledge, and not everyone has the power to press. This chest compression is not simple. The effect will not be ideal if the pressure is not in place. Is the old master right? Old master, you are great. Zhou Zhangwo's words surprisingly left Yi Qiusheng speechless. Chest compression is indeed a strength work. Without two strength is difficult to put the compression in place. Of course great, although I retired, but learning has never fallen. News broadcasts, newspapers I read every day, as well as WeChat circle of friends, jitterbugs and so on I also read. Even the network novels I have read too. Yi Qiusheng smiled bitterly. This old man is abrasive enough. Maybe people are of this nature when they get old. They talk a lot and like to chat with people. The old master is mighty. Zhou Zhangwo over there laughed again. Little friend Yi, you're too right for my temper. How about this? No matter when you come back, give me a call. We'll sit together and chat. Right, write down my phone number. Don't forget. Don't worry old master. I've memorized it. I can't forget your phone even if I forget anyone's phone. Good, good. Little friend Yi, call when you come back. Putting down the phone, Yi Qiusheng laughed silently. To be honest, he thought that Master Zhou or his children would look for him, and they also had the ability to find him. If they hadn't contacted him in 10 days and half a month, then it meant that people didn't take him seriously at all, and he didn't need to think about it anymore. Saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. As for their own merit, ungrateful people and families are not likely to be able to help him what to count on. At 16:55 that day, Lake Air's flight A67114 landed on time at Monshur Airport. Yi Qiusheng took the airport bus and the G320 National Highway bumpy more than 2 hours to Ruweli long-distance passenger station, and then he took a car to go on the internet-booked a fast hotel. He ate dinner at the small restaurant opposite the hotel and went straight back to the hotel, tired after a day of running around. Lying on the bed and chatting with Li Zihan on WeChat for a while, sleepiness took over and he fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 043, The Fifth Push of Future News. Yi Qiusheng woke up on time at 7 a.m. on the 4th. The first time he opened his eyes, he suddenly remembered that there might be a news push at midnight yesterday, and hurriedly touched his cell phone to light up the screen before clicking on the news push icon. The upgraded push webpage popped up in seconds. There were indeed 3 newly pushed news on the webpage, but the category and form of the news had changed dramatically. The first one, picture news. Below were 2 pictures put together. On the left is a white edicated stone, in an irregular oval shape, contrasting with the teacup in the picture, which is about the size of a human head. On the right is a piece of polished jadeite material, the size of a man's 2 fists, with a color as big as a man's head. The right side is a piece of polished jadeite material, the size of 2 adult fists, apple green in color, extremely high transparency, excellent head of water, looking at the people to love. Below the picture is the text description. According to Li Rue Morning News reported that on the morning of the 5th of this month, Mr. Yun, a jeweler from Guangdong province, bought a piece of raw stone weighing 11 kilograms of white salted sandpaper from the mouth of the Moshi sand field at the price of $12,000 at the Jade Shop in Siskia Trade Zone Rinchin, and cut a piece of 3.1 kilograms of high ice seated azure floating jadeite in the store, which was valued at more than $30 million according to the professionals. After reading the description, Yi Qiusheng secretly said that it was awesome, a turn of nearly 3,000 times the profit. Sorry Mr. Yun. Yi Qiusheng couldn't help but heave a smile. Since I know about the existence of this piece of raw stone, it belongs to me. Taking a glance at the time this news was released, it was May 6th. It was now the morning of the 4th. He had at least one day to get his hands on that stone, so there was no rush. Look at the following news again. Breaking news, according to reporter Wang Yichuan reported that at 9 o'clock this morning, Jade businessman He Jingjing fell to his death from the 25th floor of the Leary Times Square Hotel. According to sources, He Jingjing gambling stone loss of nearly $100 million. Most of these funds she came from the bank mortgage. This news was released on May 5th. It was another new type of news breaking news, or it was named, whereas in the past, the news was replaced by so-and-so, but Yi Qiusheng didn't think much about it. To say the least, there was still a difference between this news push and normal news, and there was only one reader. After reading it, Yi Qiusheng secretly shook his head. This woman was quite miserable. With such a large gambling nature, he didn't have contact with gambling stones before, and he didn't have the financial resources to play with this. It was only after he bought that old mansion that he purposely looked for some information in this area to read, and he probably understood a little bit about the jadeite industry, and the thing that touched him the most was the words, one cut is poor, one cut is rich, one cut is heavenly, and one cut is hellish. Needless to say, that He Jingjing is a knife into hell. Call her pitiful, but hateful, call her sad, but hateful. Mortgaging her family's assets in order to get rich overnight. Such a person not only has no sense but also has no morality and sense of responsibility. She is sorry to the people who raised her, and she is also sorry to the people she is going to raise. Such a person was not worth saving. Qiusheng expelled the tragic images that filled his mind and proceeded to read the next piece of news. Insider news. Surprisingly, it was another new type, and the word insider filled Qiusheng with anticipation. See, Financial Research Institute internal documents pointed out. Since 8102, the international political changes in the political environment on the stability of the international financial market has formed a huge impact. Currently, the pattern of global financial markets is characterized by high levels of debt, rising levels of tax rates as well as an inflection point in liquidity, in which case any change will cause greater volatility in international financial markets. And from the perspective of the recent international trade situation, the uncertainty of the global economy is increasing, which will profoundly change the layout of the industrial structure on a global scale, change the distribution of the industrial chain, and will inevitably change the configuration and flow of global financial assets. Therefore, in order to provide more reliable financial information to China's financial policymaking institutions, I will be in the next quarter, weekly to Ministry and the head office to provide the previous week's analysis of the international financial and foreign exchange market, the research office to recognize the treatment, and strive to data true and accurate. Look at the release time. It is May 10th, that is, a week later. After reading this insider information, Qiusheng dumbfounded. What does this indicate? That after a week or 2 weeks, insider news, push, will inevitably be released last week's Global Financial Analysis Report. And the analysis of the report is inevitable charts, and may even appear in some financial commodities weekly charts. This is a huge project, and only national financial research institutes have the ability to do this. And what can these charts do? Even the most casual observer of finance can figure out what should be done, right? Pushing news can still be this neat? Perverted. This is preparing me to go against the grain. Although he had studied human resource management in college, he had also been exposed to a lot of financial management knowledge, so he understood the awesome relationship all too well. The so-called finance is a general term for currency circulation and credit activities as well as economic activities linked to them, and finance in the broad sense refers to all economic activities related to the issuance, safekeeping, exchange, settlement, and financing of credit currencies, and even includes the buying and selling of gold and silver, while finance in the narrow sense refers exclusively to the financing of credit currencies. Foreign exchange trading is included in it, as well as precious metals, and even oil and other futures trading is also counted. This is to let me get involved in foreign exchange and futures market, also gave me a week's preparation time. This is to let me become the world's richest man? It's only 3 months, but it's enough. I just don't know whether the trend of these things will change because of my participation. Regardless, even if it changes, everything changes. Big deal. Play smaller. Qiusheng was excited and uncertain. At this time, he sat up from the bed. The uncertainty is that he does not understand futures and foreign exchange trading. In the university elective that something was eaten with his meal. Not much left. Must learn now, he thought to himself. It would be difficult to learn the basics of futures and forex trading within a week, but at the very least, he had to be able to operate the trading software and open a futures trading account as soon as possible, as well as raise funds. The more the better. Time is running out. Time waits for no one. Qiusheng decided to cancel all the previously planned trips to South Cloud, and strive to rush back to Fengjing within 2 days. Thought to do. He logged on the Donkey Network, booked the 6th, 1805 Minkuan Airlines KY 3031 flights to Minkuan to transfer to Spring Airlines 9C8596 flights to Fengjing Taoxian Airport, around 1 o'clock in the middle of the night to Fengjing. After booking the flight, he clicked on the edit function of the push page. Immediately, 3 news items appeared in the edit page. He thought about it for a while and felt that the only one that seemed to be worth editing was Article 1. Article 2, that woman was not worth saving, although it was said that human life was at stake, but the 2 had no relatives, and it was her own death. He simply could not afford to waste an editing opportunity, and the scene in number 3 was too grandiose for him to find a place to start for now. That's it. Qiusheng decided to edit Article 1. Although that piece of raw stone had truly existed in that store and history could not be modified, but the jadeite size, water type, and color inside it had nothing to do with history, and should be able to be modified. But because he did not have the picture modification software on hand nor could he play with that thing, he was incapable of modifying it. In the future, there is an opportunity to learn. As for the time, the news gave him 1 day. Enough time, and he had bought a plane ticket for the 6th, so there was no need to change the time. The price for purchasing the original stone was 12,000, which was no different from 1,200, so there was no point in modifying it. All things considered, The only thing he could modify was the valuation of the emerald. So he modified the text of the first news item to read, according to Lirue Morning News, on the morning of the 5th of this month, Mr. Yun, a jeweler from Guangdong province, purchased a piece of 11 kilograms of raw stone of white salted sandpaper from the mouth of the Moshi sand field at the price of $12,000 at the jade shop in the Siskia trade zone Renqin, and cut out a piece of 1 kilogram of high ice seated azure floating jadeite, which was valued at more than $50,000. According to the professionals, only one character was modified, 3 was changed to 5. Perfect. Click to confirm. A dialog box pops up. This edit failed. Value is the concentrated manifestation of social consciousness. Your permission is not enough to modify. Please re-edit. *******. Another new saying, and what is the centralized manifestation of social consciousness? Isn't it just the values of the masses? He ignored the reference to permissions. Qiusheng was helpless and returned to the editing page. He reread the first news again, but there was no way to change it, so he could only give up. 30 million is 30 million. It's not a lot. He skipped the second article and mulled over the third news. After mulling it over for a while, it suddenly occurred to him that if the analysis report of this whatsit didn't have the weekly charts of the major currencies and commodity futures, then he would have to scratch his head. The specialized data was of no use to him at all. He couldn't read it. Okay. No, we have to add the charts just to be on the safe side. He began to revise the third entry. Insider tip, the Financial Research Institute's internal document states, since 8102, therefore, in order to provide more reliable financial information to China's financial policymaking institutions, the institute will, in the next quarter, weekly ministry and the head office to provide a week of international financial and foreign exchange market analysis report in major currencies, futures charts, the research office to recognize the treatment, and strive to data true and accurate, he added, and major currencies, futures charts after analytical reports. Although the institute to the relevant institutions to provide the analysis report, generally speaking, there will be charts and analysis of the charts. He did this may be a great waste of an opportunity to modify the editing, but it is also more secure. This revision, with punctuation, was exactly 12 words, absolutely perfect. Click to confirm. This edit is successful. Looking at the dialog box that popped up, Qiusheng's mood was doubly refreshing. Exit the editing page and reread the 3 news. Looking at it, he suddenly had a flash of light, and he discovered a major feature of push news that he had overlooked before. It was push news' powerful localization function. Right, the positioning function. Just take the previous 2 news as an example. It was supposed to push what was happening in Qiusheng's area based on the geographic location he was currently in. That is, the coordinates. To say that this was awesome, imagine if the news pushes all the things that happened in Fengjing, or if it pushes one thing in the east and one thing in the west, one day pushing Guangdong province and the next day pushing Xinjiang province. Then he'd have to stay in Fengjing or run all over the world for years if he wanted to participate in all the news events. It would tire him out. It was also impossible for him to do it, much less achieve the purpose of news pushing. By the way, Qiusheng had analyzed it before. All of the news pushed had a purpose, to involve and change him. And for every certain amount of change in the course of history, the web page would change in a certain way, such as from pushing news a day later to pushing news in the coming week, and then the added editing function. And for that, he had considered it before, but now he was more certain. When he had changed more of the course of history, the web page might even change. For that, he was looking forward to it. Chapter 044, Renqin takes the meaning of benevolence and credibility. Getting up, washing up and showering, then going downstairs for dinner. He went out of the hotel at less than 8 o'clock and took a car to go to Sister Su. Sisjiao Trade Zone is located 4 kilometers south of Lirue City, east, south and north in Myanmar's Muse town, connected to the center of the town of Muse only 500 meters away. It is one of the largest trade ports in the South Cloud province, but also approved by the state as the only one of the inside the customs border trade zone. Lirue City, as well as the town of Sister Su, a total of 5 jewelry market. And Sister Su Jade City Jadeite Raw Material Wholesale Market is Lirue's largest jadeite raw stone market, where the raw jadeite produced in Burma is mainly traded. Every day here the highest turnover of emerald wool can reach dozens of tons, and every day to participate in the emerald trading of tens of thousands of people. And Sister Su town, almost every family engaged in emerald trading or engaged in emerald trading related industries. Sister Su town covers an area of 1.9 square kilometers, by a provincial highway and Lirue City connected. When the cab that Qiusheng took drove away from downtown Lirue for a few minutes, it entered the administrative boundary of Sister Su town, closer to the town center. Both sides of the highway stalls selling jadeite jewelry, villagers also more. Qiusheng heard people say, These villagers sold jewelry is mostly rough workmanship counterfeit, genuine jadeite almost nothing, and the most deceived is the first time to the people of the South Cloud. Qiusheng heart, this is the national situation. Even in remote border towns this phenomenon cannot be avoided. Is the quality of the people too low, profit-oriented? Or some departments turn a blind eye, even two eyes are closed, not as, or both? It's a deeper question than he can address, and all he can do is not buy them and tell as many people as he comes in contact with not to buy them. It's no different than a big rural fair. Entering Sister Su town and looking at the bustling people and cars, Qiusheng fussed. It's the tourist season. Most of what you see are tourists. The cab driver picked up. See that big shed on the right? That's the trading market for tourists there. It's all small traders and vendors. The prices are cheap, but there are not many pieces that can open jadeite, and the jadeite jewelry sold are all of the lowest grade. The street of Qiusheng Jade Shop is where the jewelers and jadeite enthusiasts gather. That's where the good stuff is. But it's also expensive. That's so. Qiusheng nodded. Is this your first time coming to Sister Su? The driver master asked. First time. I made an appointment with the boss of Qiusheng Jade. He prepared some raw stones for me and sold them to me cheaply. By the way, master, is there a place for consignment in Sister? I want to ship this batch of raw stones back to Fengjing. You have to know that cheap goods are no good. The driver master nodded, then changed the topic. Jade stores on Jade Street can handle consignment. Both land and air can go. Oh, thanks. The cab stopped in front of the Qiusheng Jade store. Qiusheng got off, paid the fare, and the cab drove away in a puff of smoke. Jade Street is the most famous street in Sister Su town, about 1 kilometer in length. Less than 100 meters to the north of the street is the China-Burma border. This street is full of stores. Almost every house is a store, but except for a few service stores the rest are related to the jade industry, and the most is the so-called jewelry company in front of the store and behind the factory. These days because of the jadeite fair opening, and is the end of the 1st of May, so come to Sister Su more than double the usual number of people. And most of this extra people are jadeite enthusiasts or jewelry companies around the purchasing staff. At this moment, most of these people are again concentrated in this street, so that the bustle of this street is a few grades higher than usual. This makes the original does not sell wool stores, such as small supermarkets, grocery stores, etc. Also special into some raw stones stacked in front of the door, and constantly greeted passing outsiders to come in and take a look. These stores sell raw stone nothing good. Most of them are large jewelry stores backlogged for many years of library base. These small stores in batches to buy over to cheat do not know the field of outsiders. Can sell a piece as a piece, but they have a characteristic, is the price is cheap, cheaper than those sold in the free market. Qiusheng Jade store face decoration luxury, above a large LED screen, is playing the store stocked half gambling in jadeite Ming material. Qiusheng looked at the meeting, did not see the news of the white raw stone. Qiusheng walked in with anticipation. There were a dozen or so customers in the store, but because the area of the store was not small, and the personnel were spread around, it appeared to be a lot quieter than outside. Qiusheng Jade, taking the meaning of benevolence and credibility. Its boss is called Sun Shan, is from the north of a 40-something years old stout man, although he is stocky but kindly face, speak in a gentle manner. At this moment, he was receiving a few old friends in one even of the hall. Just heard Sun Shan said, Boss Wang is joking. Sun Shan is that kind of person? Taking advantage of the price increase thing Sun Shan absolutely can't do. I'm not double 11. Even the whole of some deceptive consumer theater. Sun Shan said in a pleasant manner, both explaining Boss Wang's doubts about the price and making a not-so-small joke to ease the embarrassment between them. The few people around him laughed at his words. Boss Sun, can't you make an exception? Boss Wang was still undeterred. Boss Wang, you're also a regular customer of Boss Sun's house. You're still not clear about Boss Sun's style of behavior. Clearly marked prices are fair and square. I'm not going to lie. I've been dealing with Boss Sun for more than 10 years, and I've never heard of him asking for exorbitant prices, and I've never seen him give discounts to anyone. A man with a Dongshan accent said, It's still Boss Yelu who understands me. I'll rely on all of you bosses to support me in the future. Sun Shan clasped his fists in salute to several people. Boss Wang said in an unsympathetic manner, Boss Gu is good at talking. That Shandong big man laughed out loud, not taking the hidden meaning of his words to heart. In fact, the Shandong big man's surname is not Yelu but Gu. Yelu is his ancestor's surname. After the destruction of Liao changed to Gu, Sun Shan and he is more familiar with him, often use his ancestor's surname to address him. He also gladly accepts it and is proud of it. Qiusheng walked up to take a look at the piece of jadeite bright material they surrounded. Species of high emerald, dark green color, the weight of about 1 kilogram or so, in an irregular rectangular shape. But the good thing is that this piece of material is wide enough to dig out a minimum of 2 pairs of bracelets. If the design is right, dig out 5 bracelets are possible. and the edges of the material can be snapped out a lot of full emerald ring, and the rest can make a lot of small jewelry. There is a printed label affixed to the top of this piece of bright material, which indicates the name of the jadeite as well as the price, 1855 bargain. And this price tag looks like it was newly pasted on. Qiusheng cursed in his heart. No business is not treacherous, cannot be outside. Chapter 045. This is a woman with a burning flavor. The hall of the jade shop of Renexian was 300 square meters in size. It was made up of 2 logs over half a foot in diameter supporting the large span roof, and it was these 2 logs that divided this room without any intervening walls into 4 different functional areas. One was the store owner's own office area, but also a place to complete transactions and chat about bull *******. This is where Mr. Sun and a few acquaintances are now. Then there is the bright material area. All the bright materials are placed in the counter made of tempered glass, with price and name on it. If someone needs to take a closer look at a certain piece of bright material, the clerk will take it out and bring it to the office area. As in the case of the dark green bright material of the green variety that is being taken out now. The third part is the semi-gambling material area. The so-called semi-gambling materials are the raw stones that have been opened to the sky, and they are placed on antique shelves made of solid wood and painted with dark red thick lacquer. Because of the recent large flow of people, Sunshan moved some small pieces of semi-stake material into the glass showcase. The reason is self-evident. In order to prevent the chaos to take advantage of the shameless people who take advantage of the matter of the goat, this will inevitably affect the real want-to-buy people's desire to buy. But there is no way out of the matter. The lesser of two evils, which is in the peak flow of people in the store commonly used practices. This jadeite enthusiasts and merchants to purchase although not think, but expressed understanding. The last area is where the rough stones are displayed. The same solid wood shelves, but the shelves were speckled with stones. The stones on them were one next to the other. There was no beauty or regularity to speak of. There was a line with a number written in black lacquer on each piece of wool, and there were a few people in focus there now. Qiusheng walked over. As soon as he hit his eyes, he saw the white unedited LA's fully gambled raw stone that had haunted him. The black lacquer labeling on the stone was exactly the same as the one in the news picture. This is it, Qiusheng thought to himself. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a small stature who was already balding in his 40s was observing the stone with a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight. How's it, Boss Yun? A jaded old man in his 60s walked over to the balding middle-aged man and said, Elder Huang. Boss Yun looked up at the visitor. Still not quite right? It looks like there's a possibility of green. The green seed can't reach it, and the oil green has a high hope, but these locks are a bit weird. The middle-aged man surnamed Yun pointed to a skein on the original stone. Said, there is a popular jargon among jadeite merchants. That is, not afraid of big cracks, afraid of small locks. Would rather bet on the color, not to bet on the locks. From this sentence can be heard from the locks on the jadeite raw stone how harmful it is, so the general stone gamblers to avoid certain harmful locks. Huang Lao nodded his head in agreement. He had also studied a stone and was equally afraid to lay his hands on it. If it comes out green, it should be able to come out with 2 bracelets. The profit margin is still there. He said what he felt. The two came from the same city and were real-life friends. Boss Yun also nodded. Take another look. With that, he put the stone on the shelf and picked up a nearby stone to study it. While old Mr. Huang walked to the office area and chatted with Boss Sun. Qiusheng had just been staring at them. The two men's conversation made his heart pang, afraid that surnamed Jin went crazy and bought the stone a day early. Then it would be a chicken and egg, and it would also seriously affect his next move. No money to play a fart futures. This stone can be regarded as his first bucket of gold in the true sense of the word. Cannot be lost. At this time, see, 2 people have left the stone. He walked over to the stone held up. At this moment, he early did not have the heart to pretend dry on it. Coming to the office area, he put the stone on the desktop. Boss, how to sell this stone? He said to Boss Sun, who was chatting with eyebrows raised. Boss Sun also noticed Qiusheng's move early. He said smilingly, this stone many people have seen. I have an impression. 12,000. Cheaper. Qiusheng said. I'll take it. Boss Sun smiled and pointed at the people around him. Just ask them. I clearly marked the price and never discounted. Boss Sun is really dark. A woman smiled and teased. She looked to be in her 30s, with a delicate face and a plump figure, a big branded set of dresses, and a strong woman's flavor in her temperament. Mr. We don't have any grudges. Boss Sun smiled and responded. There is a grudge. How not to have a grudge? These years you let me spend a lot more money. You go and ask which store now does not make a 20% discount, 90% discount. The woman said seriously. The crowd laughed out loud. It seemed that these people were all regular customers of this store. In fact, this is also a side reflection that this store is still fairly priced. At the very least, there is not much water. Otherwise it is impossible to have so many repeat customers. Nowadays, No one is stupid in this era. Mister, he has a big heart. How can you care about this small amount of money? Boss Sun seemingly complimented the woman. The woman seemed to be very flattered. Her face smiled like a flower. She turned her head to Qiusheng. This boss came to Rinsin for the first time? Qiusheng nodded his head. First time here in Lirue. No wonder. The woman looked Qiusheng up and down. Doing jade business? No, buying for fun and taking my chances. Listen to the accent is northeastern people? Shandong big man Gu boss said to Qiusheng. Fongjing. Qiusheng responded politely. Mister, your hometown. Boss Gu turned his head to the woman. The woman extended her hand to Qiusheng. Get to know. Jingjing, Fengshan Jewelry, on Fengtian Street. In fact, it was because of Qiusheng's friendly accent that Jingjing interjected and chatted more with Qiusheng. Qiusheng. He reached out and touched hands with Jingjing. Jingjing? She was actually Jingjing. Qiusheng was shocked in his heart. Such a charming woman was going to perish tomorrow morning. It was a bit of a pity. He once again sized up this woman. Melon face, tender skin, eyes are not big, but there is a kind of charm, nose straight through the sky, lips slightly thick with a sexy, buttocks round and plump, chest high, although plump, but there is not much flab between the waist and abdomen. This is a superb woman. The more you look at the more internal flavor of the woman. Not a green girl. And just now through a few lines of conversation, she gave him an excellent impression. Just like a big sister, like gentle and relatable. She was also a Fongjing hometown. So Qiusheng instantly decided to save her. Find a chance to try and still edit the second news in a while. If there's no more editing opportunities, then stop her from buying that jade that pitted her family. He thought to himself. From the news, Jingjing's purchase of that piece of jadeite raw stone that cost nearly $100 million should be today. He just didn't know in which store, but he could be sure that it wasn't this Rinxin jade shop. After making up his mind, he turned his head to Boss Sun and said, I'll take it for 1K cheaper. Boss Sun smiled and shook his head. Qiusheng feigned embarrassment and scratched his scalp, then said, then swipe your card. Boss Sun said, elder brother Yi has a good eye. Xiao Zhao, come over and swipe the card. Coming, boss. A girl in her 20s ran over with a POS machine. Jingjing looked at Qiusheng with a smile. Qiusheng nodded to her and took out his bank card and handed it to the girl. Xiao Zhao looked at Boss Sun and waited for his instructions. Boss Sun said, 12,000. Xiao Zhao's hands and feet were nimble, handing the POS to Qiusheng a few seconds later. Qiusheng held the POS, erected it, and entered the password in front of his chest. This action of his was normal and no one cared. With the output of the payment voucher, the raw stone worth $30 million completely belonged to Qiusheng. Chapter 046, Cutting Up. Do you need to untie it? After the girl left with the POS machine, Boss Sun said to Qiusheng, is there a charge? Qiusheng deliberately played dumb, so as to appear to be a bit more of an amateur, nor did he come here specifically for the stone. And in fact, he was very clear about the rules of sister suit. Generally merchants would give the stone buyer free deciphering. This was an agreed upon rule of the trade, and all merchants in sister suit were applicable. The crowd laughed. No charge, free of charge, until you are satisfied. Boss Sun laughed, then shouted to the distance, come someone, unravel this stone. Looks like someone got there first. At this time, Boss Yun came over from the display area side, and he said with chagrin when he saw that the white stone already had an owner. Sun Shan teased, Boss Yun, you've been looking at this stone for 2 days. Look at the other guy, elder brother Yi. He bought it without saying a word. Don't pat your thighs when it comes out green in a while. The two are also acquaintances. Jokes. I will not shoot the thigh. The stone is not mine. Yun boss full of sour taste. Rather Sun boss don't regret. This stone has the possibility of a big green. Sun Shan atmosphere said. Regret can't be said. I even hope that every stone you buy from me is a big rise. Each out of the glass seed emperor green. The more satisfied you are, the more money you earn, the more my store can be prosperous. Is not it a few bosses? Old Sun atmosphere. Someone said. Qiusheng did not care that these people were choking their sacrificial teeth together, but followed the stone-solving master to the stone-solving room. There was a glass-partitioned inner room on the inner side of the office area of this store, which had many equipments. Qiusheng could roughly recognize a few of them, such as stone decomposing machine, grinding machine, polishing machine. There were CNC and old semi-manual type. Entering the inner room, the master handed Qiusheng a plexiglass mask, while asking, how to solve. Qiusheng while learning the master to put the mask on, while saying, can you first thinly cut a piece? Look at the situation and then say, Master, you have more experience, give an idea. This statement both shows his attitude and compliments the master. No bossy, let people listen to the heart comfortable. Master did not say anything. Put the stone to understand the stone machine. He first observed fiddling a few times, and then tried the position with the knife. Feel almost this is stuck with the card, and then press the switch, the blade humming rotation, water poured on the stone. The master again tried the position of the knife, before starting to cut. Not long a thin piece of rock was cut down. The master stopped the knife, scooped a scoop of water poured on the cut surface. Immediately, the stone master surprised Eek, and then slightly enviously to Qiusheng said, "Cut up, the color is not bad." Green? Qiusheng feigned surprise. He moved forward to look at the cut surface of the original stone, and sure enough, a splash of bright green color came out from the stone. Although the area is not large, but it also indicates that there is jadeite inside. "Still cut?" the master inquired. Qiusheng faced with a bright smile. He pulled out $200 bills from his pocket, hard into the pocket of the master of the stone. "Master, hard work. This cut is fantastic. Master, can we all thin slowly cut?" The smile on the master's face was even bigger. "Okay, anyway, there is not much work now." Qiusheng's mood is even better. He continues to smash the money. "Master, as long as the jade inside the complete solution out. A moment, we have 2 more. Good." The mood of the stone decoding master was mobilized. Next he knifed more cautiously. Each cut down a piece of rock, have to study for a while the position of the next cut, and then cut. 10 minutes later, with a thin slice was cut down, the cut surface again revealed a brilliant green color. "Brother, it's up again. You've earned a lot," the stone solving master said excitedly. According to his many years of experience in stone solving, the jadeite in this stone should not be small, and the color and water type are extremely good. This should be a piece of high-grade jadeite. "Master, can we get on the grinder?" "Don't cut it." Qiusheng took out 2 more $100 bills and stuffed them into the pocket of the stone-solving master. The stone-solving master looked through the glass window at the bosses and those businessmen outside who were still chatting in the office area, and said, "Okay, but little brother, are you going to use this piece of jadeite yourself, or sell it?" "Sell. I'll sell it if I solve it all," Qiusheng said without hesitation. "Of course to sell. How can he play futures without money?" "Brother, if you sell it, then it's best to let our boss advertise for you. Right on the big screen outside this store, solved high-grade jade, and then put a whip. There will be a lot of businessmen coming over, and the more people who come, the higher the price will be." There's still this saying? This operation he really didn't know. Qiusheng secretly celebrated in his heart. This 400 pieces were not spent in vain. These few words of the master are worth this price. As long as there are more people competing, maybe it can be sold for 3 to 5 million more than 30 million. Just listen to the master of the stone continued. "Our store every year can cut out so 1 or 2 times high-grade jade, but also sold businessmen more, so as not to be pitched." Qiusheng nodded. "Then I'll go talk to boss, son?" Qiusheng's mouth set, his eyes looking towards the few people who were talking outside. Qiusheng happened to look this way and even waved at him. To be honest, those few businessmen and Sun Shan didn't take Qiusheng's piece of raw stone too seriously, believing that the possibility of cutting it up wasn't high, so they didn't bother to come over to look at it. "I'll talk to the boss." The stone deconstruction master took off his protective mask and headed outside. Qiusheng was bored and looking around in the stone deciphering room. Not too much work. From the outside suddenly pulling in a bunch of people. It was the same group of people who had just chatted in bull ******* Ted outside. "Is it really an ice seed? Let me see. Let me see." Sun Shan was the first to come in front of the stone solving machine. He exclaimed after taking a look. "***********. It's really ice seed yang green. The worst is ice glutinous seed. Ye old brother, congratulations." Sun Shan cupped his fist to Qiusheng. Luck. Qiusheng hee naive smile. The crowd also gathered around. "The water type is good. Between ice type and ice glutinous type. No cracks, just slightly more colorful," Boss Yun said after looking at it. His heart was also quite sour. Originally he was very optimistic about this stone. "I think it should be ice seed. Just don't know how big it is," Boss Wang said. "Does Boss Yun regret it?" Sun Shan joked with Boss Yun. "To tell the truth, I do regret a little bit that I didn't make up my mind as early as possible," Boss Yun said with chagrin. He really regretted it and didn't have the heart to fight with Sun Shan. "Elder brother Yi, I'll take 1 million, Bosku said to Qiusheng after reading it. 1, 5 million, 1, 8 million, 2 million, 2, 8 million, one after another. Someone shouted the price. Chapter 047 sold for 41 million. After a while of chaos, the price reached 8 million, which came to a halt. The crowd looked at Qiusheng, waiting for him to speak. Qiusheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. This price was 100,000 miles away from his psychological price. He arched his hand and said, "I'm sorry bosses, I'm going to solve it all out. After that, if you guys are still interested, you can bid again. I'm definitely going to sell the emerald. I'm not going to keep it in my hand." Hearing Qiusheng say this, the people who still wanted to bid were silent. Deconstruction master in Qiusheng signaled to pick up the stone and put it on the polishing machine. The crowd exited the deconstruction room, stood outside the glass window and waited. Sunshine called an employee over and whispered a few words in his ear. That employee ran to the backyard. A few minutes later, a line was typed on the LED display above the front door of the Qiusheng Jade store. Good news, our valued customer has purchased a piece of fully gambled stone and solved the icy seated positive green jadeite, which is now being polished. Congratulations and wealth. Bosses are welcome to visit and buy in the store. The store is clearly priced. Then there was a burst of firecrackers that lasted more than 2 minutes. Sunshine is using this opportunity to publicize a routine operation inside the store. Hearing the cracking sound outside, Qiusheng sneered. Boss Sun really knows how to do business. This advertisement is so timely. Not afraid that there are not enough stones in the store to sell. Sunshine smiled. Where, mister? He has praised you. But, mister, he is right. I should enter some more raw stones. After all, in a while, I will not have any ground to stand on in this house, said he to stare round eyes watching the female clerk said. Xiao Zhao, hurry to the small pieces of stone are collected in the cabinet. Do not lose. Xiao Zhao answered and ran away. Traitor, Qiusheng muttered disdainfully. The jadeite street in Sister Su was only 1,000 meters long, and Qiusheng Jade store was still in the middle, so when the firecrackers went off here, the entire street heard it. In Sister Su, if which store opened a high-grade jadeite are to put on a firecracker to celebrate, but also to the whole street people declare the meaning of my home quality of the raw stone quality. Come to buy it. The effect of this move is surprisingly good. Every time you open a high-grade jadeite store, the next few days will usher in the peak traffic. The sales of raw stone will also increase. 10 times 8 times cannot be said, but increase a 1 or 2 times are very likely. Half an hour later, the emerald completely out of the solution. Stone Master also gave Jane slightly thrown light. It is called a beautiful, and the size and color of water species are exactly the same as the news pictures. At this time, outside of the stone room Yu and Yang stood dozens of people. Some came over to watch the fun, but more are jade merchants. Real jade merchants are not playing full gambling stone. The most aggressive but play open the sky window of the half gambling stone. They are generally by no risk of jadeite bright material, and this group of people is the best customers of the ordinary people who sold the jadeite. After this piece of ice-seed young green jadeite out, Sunshine let people take a few high-definition photos from multiple angles in the indoor monitor and outdoor LED screen cycle. Qiusheng sat on the swivel chair of Sunshine's desk holding the jadeite. After a period of brewing, the bidding began. 10 million. The first one to shout the price was a businessman with a southern accent. Qiusheng couldn't see him, plus this price difference was too much, so he was expressionless. There was an essential difference between this kind of bidding for emerald and an auction. Auction has a reserve price. Higher than the reserve price bid is valid bidding. Even if the final transaction price bidding owner is not satisfied, bidding will also be sold. Bidding owner if regret to bear a high amount of liquidated damages. Emerald bidding is not the same. As long as the emerald owner is not satisfied with the price is not for sale, and the bidder called the price after remorse. No one forced him out of the liquidated damages, but on its character will have an impact, may also lead a person to beat up. The whole bidding process, although climax, is not shocking. Half an hour later this piece of emerald was a rich businessman bidding to go. The price is 41 million, more than 10 million higher than the so-called professional evaluation in the news. Qiusheng was satisfied with this. The two sides handed over the money in one hand and delivered the goods in the other. Qiusheng saw the text message prompting $41 million to the account before handing over the emerald to the fat-headed rich merchant. The two shook hands. After tarrying in the store for a while longer, Qiusheng expressed his gratitude to Sunshine and then exited Qiusheng. Walking out not far, he heard a voice behind him say, "Where is brother Yi going?" Qiusheng turned around, and the one who called him was the temperamental woman Qiusheng. Seeing her, he suddenly remembered that this woman was still waiting for him to save her, and the joy of having just booked $41 million made him forget about this matter to the back of his mind. He secretly blamed himself. Careless, almost this woman could not be saved. He didn't have Qiusheng's phone number. If she left his sight, it's not easy to find her again. Although Sister Su town is not big, but there are more than 100,000 people. Who knows when she bought the stone worth 100 million. Mr. This is not. Want to take a look at other houses? Boss Sun is too rigid to bargain well. I want to buy a batch of raw stones and ship them back to Fengjing. Maybe I can make a small profit. Qiusheng said honestly. Qiusheng was slightly surprised. What? Tasted the sweetness. Ready to do raw stone business. No, that means I buy it back to solve it myself. When playing, your hobby is quite unique. Qiusheng smiled. Where is Mr. He going? Qiusheng changed the topic. Hui Yuan jewelry. There's a semi-gambling stone there. I'll take another look. He Jingjing walked to Qiusheng's side, then walked forward side by side with him. Does his house have raw stones? The cheap kind. I can't afford to play with the expensive ones, Qiusheng said. Brother Yi is too modest. He Jingjing tilted her head and looked at him, smiling. Her pair of good-looking eyes became crescent moons. Qiusheng's heart beat furiously. This woman's charming demeanor was too prevalent. I'm telling the truth. I just want to play around. Qiusheng averted his eyes and looked ahead. If you want to buy cheap ones, Huiyuan's house does have them, but they are all leftover picked stones. The possibility of green is extremely low. Then I'll go take a look with Sister He. Qiusheng changed his address. He Jingjing glanced at Qiusheng and didn't correct his address. In fact, it was because Qiusheng was handsome enough, although he was a bit darker. But darkness wasn't a disadvantage of a man. Instead, he was more manly. The two walked and chatted. Qiusheng said, I didn't see Sister He make a bid just now. He Jingjing said, your jadeite is not suitable for me. I'm not a collector. Is to do jewelry business. High-grade jadeite although also need, but is not a must. I need to be able to constantly sell. Each pair of bracelets tens of thousands of dollars. More than 100,000. Hundreds of thousands. Each jewelry thousands. Tens of thousands. The general middle class can consume the kind of jadeite, glutinous seed, oil green, and even bean seeds. Demand is big. Sales are only good. Qiusheng said. There is also this argument. Of course, the demand is different. I can't just keep a few high-grade jewelry in such a big store. He Jingjing seriously said. Also, Qiusheng laughed dryly. He thought to himself, so what if you're a jewelry expert, but you're still looking away just the same? As the saying goes, drowning those who know water and killing those who are stubborn. Chapter 048 Ghostly Foolish Woman. After not much work, the two came to a 3-story store. Its facade was decorated atmospherically, and there was a solid wooden sign carved in shade above it. It read, Huiyuan Jewelry Store. He Jingjing seemed familiar with this store. She told Qiusheng that Huiyuan Jewelry was a family-owned jewelry store with a front store and a back factory. The owner was a woman, surnamed Yin, around 40 years old, recruited as a door-to-door son-in-law, and the two of them had a daughter in middle school. Huiyuan Jewelry on the first floor to sell jadeite material, half gambling material and full gambling raw stone. The second floor to sell finished jadeite jewelry. The third floor is the office area plus the owner of a family accommodation. When the two of them entered the store, a clerk warmly greeted He Jingjing. Mr. He is here. Good day, Mr. He. He Jingjing responded with a few high-flown words before leading Qiusheng straight to the semi-gambling stone area. When she arrived at a piece of semi-gambling stone that towered over the ground, was the thickness of a face basin and 1.5 meters tall, she circled around and then greeted Qiusheng with a smile. Little Yi, come over here and help me to see how about this piece of stone? On the way, He Jingjing had changed her name to Qiusheng from Brother Yi to Little Yi, and the two had become friends from strangers. Qiusheng shrugged his shoulders and walked over, following He Jingjing's example and circled around the stone. This piece of jadeite raw stone can be said to be the largest piece of stone Qiusheng saw in Li Rue. Its thickest place, with Qiusheng's height will be able to hold. This piece of raw stone before and after the left and right, large and small open more than a dozen skylights. Inside the skylight, the green color is glittering. Roughly see, its water species although not up to Qiusheng open out of that piece of ice seed jade, but how also than Jengson Jewelry's piece of jade dark green big floating flower strong on some. The color is also more colorful than that piece of jade dark green jade more colorful. Strong flashlight played on the body emerald green, as if this piece of semi-gambling stone in addition to a thin layer of black sandskin shell, inside are jade, full of a guy. In the visual impact, this appears to be a piece of superb semi-gambling material, the kind that can make people get rich overnight. However, Qiusheng knew that this was a stone that could kill. If the He Jingjing in the news bought this piece of semi-gambling material, then this stone is just gold and jade outside, the substance of defeat, only a thin layer of emerald under the crust, the rest is rock. And there's also a big possibility that this stone was made by someone who intentionally faked it, pasted and spliced it in the window. Sister He, do I look like someone who knows how to gamble on stones? Qiusheng said with a smile as he stood beside He Jingjing after turning around. The first time you bought a stone and solved a high-grade jadeite, you're the lucky one. He Jingjing froze, then smiled somewhat coyly. Qiusheng was speechless and held his forehead. He could sort of see that He Jingjing was treating him as a mascot. This also shows that He Jingjing has long had the idea of buying this semi-gambling stone in her heart, and it is still a very strong idea. At this time, she abducted him here but just wanted to give herself more confidence. Yes, he was sure that He Jingjing was deliberately looking for him. The reason for this is nothing more than the fact that he casually opened a piece of ice-type jadeite and earned more than $40 million, which in the eyes of others he is a lucky star, bursting with luck, a rare lucky man. However, he came over with He Jingjing with the same purpose, Yes, to save this silly woman. Qiusheng scratched his scalp in thought and said, Sister can I ask you a few questions? He pointed his finger at the semi-gambling stone, meaning that what I'm asking is related to this stone. You say. Qiusheng nodded her head, her sight still on that stone. Are you eager to buy this stone? Qiusheng looked up at Qiusheng in surprise, seeing Qiusheng's serious expression. She looked around and saw that no one was nearby before she pursed her lips and puffed out her cheeks and nodded. Qiusheng's expression made the tip of Qiusheng's heart tremble. This woman's internal flavor was too strong. Shaking his head, he shook the bad thoughts that arose for a split second out of his head. How much? He asked. There was no price tag on this stone. Qiusheng whispered. That fat woman is asking for 100 million. I estimate that 70 to 80 million should be able to take it. As a semi-gambling stone, this price was ridiculously high. Semi-gambling stone and not the same as bright material. Qiusheng opened the piece of icy jade worth 41 million. Because there is no risk. Made into jewelry can make money. Of course, earn more, earn less another. And the risk of full gambling stone and half gambling stone will always be greater than the return. This is recognized in the gambling world. But also a knife poor and a knife rich come from. You favor it? Qiusheng's question was recursive like. Qiusheng frowned, seemingly displeased. Qiusheng's question was beyond the scope of what an ordinary friend should ask. But she still said, this stone weighs more than 100 kilograms. And if it's ideal it can produce 500 to 700 kilograms of jadeite. And although not all of them may produce jadeite of glutinous seed or above, as long as 500 kilograms of mid-grade goods come out, it'll be a big profit. You are talking about the ideal type. What about the risk? Qiusheng said a heartbreaking sentence. Qiusheng was silent for a while, then said, I have observed for a few days, and also discussed with my friends, the worst possible should be capital preservation. It is unlikely. Qiusheng waved his hand to stop her words. Sister how long has this stone been sitting here? Why hasn't it been bought? Why doesn't the owner solve it himself? Qiusheng was confused, then hesitated. There are many businessmen interested in it these days, only the price is too high. Not everyone can afford it. I heard that someone is raising funds to buy it. The store owner? She can't unravel every stone. And as for how long it's been sitting there, the fat woman didn't say. And I don't think she was there the last time she was here. When was the last time? Half a year ago. Sister how is your ability to identify jadeite raw stones? Can it compare to the owner of this store? Qiusheng froze and shook her head. But, forget it. Qiusheng reached out to stop her. The owner of the store has been dealing with the raw stone for years. He can see it more clearly than anyone else. This is something you have to admit. By the way, sister I've also heard that some people have been faking the raw stone. If the stone is not faked and made, then the owner of the store must have thought that the risk is far greater than the benefit. Don't forget that this owner of the store is also in the jewelry business. You're right, but even more experienced people can't be 100% accurate. I'm very optimistic about this stone. Qiusheng said what she was about to say just now. Qiusheng lamented in his heart. This woman was ghostly. It was also possible that her company had encountered some kind of crisis, and she took this stone as a savior, and subconsciously a kind of push forced her to take a risk. In fact, many people at some point will have moments of obsessive self-confidence, such as how to think, how to figure out, how to feel that the liar is telling the truth. Qiusheng may be at this stage. Qiusheng had a headache. It was a bit troublesome to convince her. Rubbing his temples, he said directly, Sister I don't look at this piece of material. It has a great possibility of being worthless. Whoever buys it will lose money. Dumping his family's money is possible. I advise you not to buy it, or you will definitely regret it. Qiusheng was filled with disappointment and said, Don't you not know how to gamble on stones? By intuition. My intuition is always accurate. Mr. Come to see this stone again? Qiusheng was about to say something else, when a woman's voice came from behind her. Chapter 049, What should have happened still happened. Bossine, aren't you welcome? Qiusheng turned back to the woman and smiled. The smile was a bit forced. She hadn't recovered from Qiusheng's denial. Qiusheng followed the sound and looked over. He only saw a short, bloated woman of about 1.5 meters tall twisting her fat ass over to their side. She had short legs and a thick waist. Her face was as big as a disc. Her eyes were slender, and her nostrils were turned out. He couldn't help but frown. Qiusheng is not a face control, nor is it pretentious, but the first time is very disgusted with this woman. As the saying goes, the face is born from the heart. As soon as he hit the eye, he can see that this woman must not be a good person. Not tricky and mean, splashy, is profit-oriented, calculating people. Perhaps there is also a reason for preconceived ideas. This woman should be the seller who caused Qiusheng's family to fall apart. How could I? Mister, he is joking. The ugly woman walked closer to the two. Her slender eyes didn't know whether they were open or closed. She swept a glance at Qiusheng before shaking hands with Jingjing. Mister. He came to look at this stone again. I won't hide it from you that your province's Mr. Yu has just left. If not for Rinxin's side of the chattering and hollering, he would have bought this piece of material. That's a shame. Blocking in boss get rich, Qiusheng said in an unsympathetic manner. Boss Yin looked Qiusheng up and down and said with a smile on his thick fat face, this little brother is quite handsome. She didn't seem to realize that the ice jadeite that Ren Xian had solved was the little brother in front of her. Jingjing said, Boss Yu has money. He can afford the risk. Like me, this kind of small family can't be so bold. I and Xiaoye come over is ready to look at your family's full gambling stone. Is it Xiaoye? Jingjing made a wink to Qiusheng. Qiusheng said, Boss, do you have the kind that you buy by the caddy that other people don't want? The cheaper the better. Right. Your house can consign it, right? Of course I can consign it. The fat woman rushed at Qiusheng. If you want the cheap ones, I have some in my backyard. Want to go take a look? Sister, go take a look. Qiusheng said. The three of them went through the back door to the backyard. Hui Yuan's backyard looked cluttered. There were discarded rocks everywhere. Some looked like they had been placed for many years. The wind and rain had burst their skin shells, and some were cut at the waist. The cut surface was white rock, piles and piles of them, large and small. These are Hui Yuan years of accumulation down. No one wants the waste material. Their final destination is not into the free market to cheat tourists or pull out to repair roads to fill pits. However, this was exactly what Qiusheng needed. Coming to the nearest pile of stones, Qiusheng pointed and said, Boss Yin, how do you sell these stones? The fat woman raised her hand and scratched around the yard. 100 a kilogram. Pick whatever you want. Jingjing said sarcastically. Boss Yin is really good at calculating, not only saving the garbage removal fee but also selling it at a good price. The fat woman said, Mister, he said these stones can always open a soybean seed flower green, right? Jingjing said, why don't you solve it yourself? Mister Yin, Boss Yin. The two women argued. Jingjing was elegant, aboard. The fat woman's face red and thick neck, showing the shrewdness. Qiusheng frowned in disgust. He found an opening and interjected. Boss Yin, 10,000. I'll pick a ton from here and save you some cleanup fees. Little brother, this price cut. Excessive. 80 a kilogram. The fat woman turned to Qiusheng. Don't sell it. Let's go to another house. Qiusheng said and left. Jingjing followed him. Her mouth said, I know a cheap one. I'll take you there. The fat woman said behind them. Don't ah. Little brother, this temper can be really stubborn. Forget it, give it to you, just as a friend. Qiusheng stood down, turned back and said, how do you calculate the shipping cost? I can introduce you to Downwind, the fat woman said. Qiusheng looked at Jingjing. Jingjing nodded. Next, Qiusheng picks the stones, the clerk pushes it with a cart, and then weighs it. Qiusheng writes the marking number on each stone, and then takes a photo to record it. He picks more than 50 stones in total, weighing more than 1,200 kilograms in total. Hitchhiker came over to pack and fill the bill. The freight nearly 10,000, and guaranteed to arrive within 5 days. You buy these stones just to play? At noon, in a restaurant on Jade Street to eat, Jingjing doubtfully asked Qiusheng. She felt very incredible. Qiusheng bought these stones or simply stone. Do you believe me when I say that there are emeralds in these stones? Qiusheng put down his cell phone, picked up the cup in front of him, and said with a smile after taking a drink, just now, he was checking out the trend of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. Today is still a lineup. He earned more than 780,000, and now the total market value of his account has reached more than 8.6 million. Away from the 10 million mark is also on the matter of 2 stops. Believe you a big head ghost ah. Jingjing gave Qiusheng a blank stare. Flavorful. Qiusheng he laugh. Change the topic, sister you fancy that piece of material or cautious point good? That is not 1 million or 800,000. Collapsed also does not matter. That is hundreds of millions. Jingjing was silent for a while before saying, I will. At this point, Qiusheng no longer advised. In the afternoon, Qiusheng and Jingjing separated. He first went back to the hotel and slept for a while. After waking up, he called Li Zihan and the two of them boiled the phone porridge for a while. Li Zihan told him that the piano has been bought. Is the Sailor ED-132? Discounted 71,000 yuan. Tomorrow delivery. Nui's account has also fallen. She also went to the community and the school to report Nui's information. The school said that it would be considered, which makes her heart bottomless. Qiusheng said whether to invite the people concerned to have a meal and send some gifts. Li Zihan said she also thought of it, but there is no suitable person to pull the strings. Li Zihan also said she was looking for a job. Cast a dozen resumes, no reply. Qiusheng let her do not have to rush. Take care of the child. The money thing he to solve. Yi Qiusheng did not tell her about his resignation, nor did he say that he was in Rueli at this time, and even less about the jade. He is ready to make a large sum of money in the futures market to Li Zihan after a big surprise. Put down the phone. Yi Qiusheng with the cell phone bank to Li Zihan transferred another 100,000, and then sent a microblogging. To send a high-grade gift. Daughter's matter is a big deal. You also buy some clothes. Use some decent cosmetics. Do not let people look down on my wife. The work of the matter is not in a hurry. The money matter by the husband to solve. Need to talk. The back added a few emoticons of showing teeth and laughing. Li Zihan returned a colorful expression in seconds, followed by another sentence, I want. Yi Qiusheng looked at it. His mood stirred, and the small umbrella instantly stood up. Climbing up from the bed, looking around the simple and narrow room, he felt particularly dissatisfied. He is now a not too small rich people. Live in a fast hotel seems to be a little bit of a downgrade. Then get up and check out of the room. To a nearby 5-star hotel to ask for a business room. A day is only $588. Thieves cheap. So a delay to dinner time. When eating in the buffet restaurant downstairs, Yi Qiu accidentally saw the bosses that he saw in the Rinqing Jade shop. They actually also live in this hotel. Yi Qiusheng stiffly went up and greeted them. These people were very enthusiastic. Old brother called affectionately. That Bosyun who let him rob the chance invited him to come over and sit together. Yi Qiusheng didn't make any pretense and took his meal and sat with them. Several people's chat rambling. A moment east and a moment west. Yi Qiusheng listened to the clouds, but also cannot insert the mouth. Just when Yi Qiusheng finished eating and was ready to leave, he heard the valley boss say, Yi old brother, he always heard about it, right? Yi Qiusheng was shocked in his heart and just yawned his buttocks and sat down again. What happened to her? You don't know? Yi Qiusheng shook his head, but had a few guesses in his heart. Boss Gu mysteriously said, she bought a semi-gambling stone of nearly $100 million and cut it down. I heard that she fainted at that time. I also heard that the stone was faked. It was cut and then glued. Boss Wang also said, I heard that mister. He reported to the police, but the other boss took out the purchase order and photos of the raw stone from the Dama Chop mine entrance. In this way the police can't do anything about it, and it was determined that the boss couldn't fake the stone, and mister, he could only eat a mute loss. Just as the saying goes, a willingness to fight, a willingness to fight, a willingness to fight, but it's no one's fault. When did this happen? Yi Qiusheng asked knowingly. He and He Jingjing separated at less than 1 o'clock. Now it was less than 6 o'clock. He Jingjing must have gone back to Huiyuan after separating from him and bought that stone. This woman was possessed by a ghost. Around 2 o'clock, isn't it? Bosku said as he looked at the others. A few people nodded their heads. Yi Qiusheng's face was extremely bad. He also did not snake committee with a few people anymore. Stood up and said, you guys chat, I'll go first. After saying that, he left. Looking at Yi Qiusheng's back that was getting farther and farther away, Bosku shook his head and said, it looks like he has nothing to do with He Jingjing? Boss Yun laughed. Bosku wouldn't want to heroically save a beauty. Bosku smacked his lips and said sourly, the price is too high to play. The crowd laughed. Chapter 050, I'm not your boyfriend, so what's the point of visiting? Out of the restaurant. Yi Qiusheng looked for a deserted place and dialed He Jingjing's cell phone, ringing until it automatically hung up and no one answered. He dialed several times in a row. Yi Qiusheng thought about it and tapped the news push icon on his phone. There were only 2 news items left. The picture news was gone, while the breaking news was still there. So it seemed that He Jingjing's crisis had not been eliminated. Yi Qiusheng's eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled into 2 lumps. He reread the breaking news. Times Square Hotel. Where did she fall? Then there was a huge probability where she lived. Going out to take a cab. He told the driver to go to the Times Square Hotel. The cab driver gave Yi Qiusheng an intriguing look, and then stepped on the gas with one ruthless step. Walk up. The cab turned around at the intersection ahead, drove forward 100 or so meters past the hotel he was staying at, turned right at another intersection, went straight for a few dozen more meters, turned right again, and after a few dozen meters, stopped in front of a brightly lit, modern-looking building. This boss, we're at the place, the driver said moodily to Yi Qiusheng in the passenger seat. Yi Qiusheng was a bit confused. He probed out and looked. On the right was the hotel he was staying in, while on the left was the Times Square Hotel. Only the door of the one he was staying in wasn't the one he came out with. Ma done. This hotel surprisingly had 2 doors, the front door and the back door. Yi Qiusheng is not a fan of the back door. He likes to go to the front door, and the glossy, lawnless, light-colored decor is his favorite. And by the way, the front door light should be bright, just like Li Zhan. Depressed, he paid the fare, and when he got out of the car, he raised a middle finger to the driver and cursed grass under his breath. The skinny Southeast Asian-looking cab driver's eyes narrowed and he didn't dare to beep, and when the door was closed, he put his foot down and ran away in a puff of smoke. Difficult people. Qiusheng cursed and walked into the opulent hall of Times Square, arriving at the front desk. Sir, may I help you? The front desk service lady took the initiative to ask with a smile on her face. Please help me check which room Qiusheng is staying in. Qiusheng said with his elbows supported on the counter and a serious expression. Sir, you can contact her by phone. The service lady politely refused. Qiusheng had a headache for a while. In fact, he had thought of this possibility. He said, she's not answering, please take a look for me. It should be the 25th floor. I have an emergency. People's lives are at stake. Really? I'm sorry, sir. The hotel has a rule that doesn't allow leakage of guest information. If it's urgent, you can ask the police for help. And sir, our hotel only has 24 floors. The service lady said in a non-condescending manner, looking at Qiusheng's eyes a bit strange. Are you sure? Qiusheng was dumbfounded. He really didn't count how high the building was just outside. Of course, sir. After grinding for 10 minutes, Qiusheng still couldn't inquire about Qiusheng's room number. Helplessly, he found a seat in the hall and sat down to call Qiusheng. It wasn't time to need the police's help yet. After making several more consecutive calls, there was still no answer. For a while, Qiusheng was incredibly irritable and fidgety. At this time and when he saved that hormonal high school student, the situation was different. At that time he was saving for the sake of saving. Of course it was good to succeed, and there would be no psychological burden if he failed. But Qiusheng was considered his friend. Saving her had naturally become a responsibility, and he could only succeed, not allowed to fail. After the last ringing hung up, he clicked on the news tweets and looked at them again. The time of Qiusheng's accident should be around 9 o'clock tomorrow, which was still plenty of time, so he decided to wait in the lobby until he waited for her. In order to refresh himself, he ordered a cup of coffee, and holding the cup, with his eyes fixed on the door, he drank it slowly. While for a moment he very much wanted to smoke a cigarette, but seeing that all the people coming and going around him were well-dressed and civilized people, he gave up. Sitting and drinking, he suddenly remembered Suyi's $5 million loan. It's not that bad, pay it back. Thinking, found out Suyi's number and dialed it. Beep. No one answered until the ringer automatically hung up. Qiusheng muttered in a low voice, also no longer playing. After 10 minutes, the cell phone rang. Looked at it was Suyi. He pressed answer. Just heard Suyi said, sorry old brother, just now on the ward is not convenient. What's wrong with you? Qiusheng asked suspiciously. I didn't do anything. This is not. I and Xiaoying came over to see Xiao Jiaojia. Old brother, you don't know. Xiao Jiaojia, that regret she cried and said to me that I should not take your reminder seriously. That embarrassed me. I have no words to say not. This is life. Qiusheng sighed with emotion, and then said the main topic. Brother Su, send me your bank card number. I will give you the money to call over. What's the hurry? You use it first. Things are done. Brother Su, thanks to you this money, otherwise it may really delay the big event. Thank you. Qiusheng bol asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank our brother and sister have what to say. Old brother, let's talk about it. You see the money even if it. You also know that old brother is not bad this 3 guatu jujubes. As a brother's gift of thanks. Okay, Suyi, what do you mean? Qiusheng was not in a good mood. The moment he heard this he flipped. I'm poor is not it. Look down on me is not it. If you don't want to pay me this poor friend you just say. I don't climb high. Qiusheng didn't want to owe favors, especially in terms of money. He spoke so nonchalantly. His real purpose was to be able to return the money. He wasn't afraid of Suyi flipping out with him. He neither wanted to enter the entertainment industry, nor did he want to pick up a female artist, so it didn't matter if he was cut off. He was cut off. Older brother, how to talk. You are brother's nobleman. Brother, this is not want to slip you. Do not know the good heart. Get. You are happy to do what you want to do it. A moment I will give you the card number. Suyi said helplessly. He was also a smart person, and the purpose of Qiusheng talking like this was clear to him. He praised Qiusheng's character in his heart. This was a person who was worth deep friendship, not just someone who could be used. That's not all. Right, brother Su. I'm going to make a trip to Kyoto in a few days. I won't be denied reception. Right. Is your brother that kind of person? Brother can't wait to make a board to offer you up. Call me when you come. I'll pick you up at the airport. Qiusheng felt that there was something wrong with these words, but he didn't think to understand. Okay, that put down. Hey, wait. Xiaoying is talking to you. Qiusheng put the put-down cell phone back to his ear. He heard Shui Liying say, when are you coming, brother Black? I'm afraid I won't be able to see you. I'm going to go to Hengdian in a few days. I just picked up a script. It's the third female. How would Qiusheng know when to go to Kyoto? He had just said that to Suyi just to ease the embarrassment and disconnect that his previous raw attitude might have caused to the two of them. There was no plan to go to Kyoto at all. Okay. Congratulations. Big star, he said. He could hear that Shui Liang was just showing off. It's not a star, it's just a runner. Can you go visit the class? Brother Black, I'll treat you to Hengdian's specialties, okay? Visiting? Isn't that what boyfriends do? No, good friends can also visit. Aren't we good friends? Of course we are. Okay then, I'll definitely go when I have time. You can definitely come. Chapter 051, How to be so unsettling. Putting down Shui Liang's phone call, he rubbed his aching temples, rubbing and mashing some unrealistic thoughts that had somehow popped up in his head. Looking at the empty cup, he waved his hand to beckon the waiter over and ordered another cup of coffee. Don't try to sleep tonight, he thought. He was sensitive to coffee, and usually dared not drink the stuff in the afternoon. It interfered with his sleep. Tick, the cell phone rang. It was Sui sending the bank card number and name. Operate the mobile banking to transfer 5 million to Sui. Less than a minute later, Sui returned a received. Qiusheng also did not return. Dry sitting, idle panic. He took the phone to brush the circle of friends while staring at the hotel door. Brushing and brushing, unexpectedly brushed to a picture sent by his sister. That is a lush mountain. In full of green there is a piece of gold and blue building. The picture of the text is Green Lamp Ancient Buddha. Qiusheng was shocked in his heart, and in an instant, all the hairs on his body stood up. Dead Neezy, what is this for? He exited WeChat, found his sister's number, and stopped when he was about to dial it, and silently shook his head. It's useless. It's better to find a chance to take a trip back home. How can it be so unsettling? He suddenly realized that although he was rich, there were still one thing after another that bothered him. For example, the thing he was doing right now. What did it matter to him if this woman died or not? There are so many people who live and die every day. Can he manage it? But in his heart he felt uneasy. If he did not do his best to save this woman, as if he had committed a mortal sin. Isn't that cheap? I am just too soft-hearted. After sitting for more than an hour, at close to 9 o'clock, Qiusheng finally saw Hejingjing, but she didn't come in from the outside. Instead, she walked outward from the hotel. Sister he. In the blink of an eye when he saw this woman, Qiusheng's heart that he had been carrying finally fell. He stood up and greeted her. Hejingjing stopped her steps and turned back to look at the rest area. Seeing it was Qiusheng, she obviously froze, then threw her hands in the air and walked over. Why are you here? Hejingjing spoke in a breathless voice. She was wearing light makeup on her face. No lipstick. Perhaps she had forgotten. The redness of her eyes had not disappeared. Obviously she had just cried. You don't answer my call, and I don't know your room number, so I can only wait here, Qiusheng said, with a hint of complaint in his tone. How did you know? Hejingjing's eyes quickly reddened. I heard it from Boss Wang and the others during dinner, Qiusheng explained. He knew what she was asking and he also believed that Hejingjing knew what he was talking about. She smiled bitterly. You came over to enlighten me. Can't say. Qiusheng was ambiguous. Hejingjing stroked the hair on her temples and laughed miserably. I don't want to see anyone, and I don't want to answer anyone's phone calls, because no one can understand my suffering. It's all nonsense. Qiusheng was choked this time. He swallowed back the words he was about to say and said instead, where are you going this time? To the bar for a drink. Is little old me interested in accompanying me? As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows upwards, deliberately making a lightly provocative expression. Qiusheng scratched his scalp and said, drinking is fine, but the bar is too noisy. Why don't we find a quiet place? I want to get drunk. Isn't the more lively the place the better? Qiusheng laughed bitterly. There are many ways to buy drunkenness, not necessarily going to a bar. And buying drunkenness isn't the only way to relieve stress. Chatting and spitting with friends can be just as relaxing, and maybe even find a solution to the problem. Then what place is suitable for the method you mentioned? Hejingjing said playfully. Qiusheng glanced around the opulent hall and said, this hotel should have a restaurant, right? Why don't we drink here? And if we get drunk, we can still go straight up to rest. The corner of Hejingjing's mouth turned up. A weird expression flickered on her face. You're not afraid of being implicated? Her words meant something. At this time, she had already had thoughts of lightening her life and had misinterpreted Qiusheng's words, but she felt it didn't matter. Qiusheng was very handsome. Letting him take advantage of him in the last head start of his life would be fine, but whether or not the police would look for trouble from him afterward would be none of her business. Qiusheng didn't even think in the aspect she thought and said, what is involved or not? Let's go. I'll accompany you to buy a drink. There was a Cantonese restaurant on the second floor of the Times Square Hotel that was open until 12 midnight. The two entered the restaurant and found a corner seat under the guidance of the waiter, sitting opposite each other. Since the two came for a drink, they ordered a few small dishes. Qiusheng wanted to drink beer, but was stopped by Hejingjing, who ordered a bottle of 53-degree Flying Mutai. Qiusheng couldn't help but frown, but didn't object. He was repulsed by white wine, especially high-level white wine. He preferred beer and red wine. and Japanese-style sake was just fine. After the wine and food were served, Qiusheng drained a glass of wine in one gulp. This kind of cup for drinking white wine is not small. A cup of at least 3 money. She lifted the empty cup to look at Qiusheng. So unblinking look, and did not say anything. The meaning seems to be you're not with me to buy drunk, then dry it. Qiusheng had no choice but to drink the wine in the cup. It was so spicy that it was hard on his throat. Seeing Qiusheng drink, Qiusheng only put down the glass and said, "If you want to enlighten me, you can start now." Qiusheng frowned and took a mouthful of food and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing as he said, "I have nothing to enlighten me. As the internet says, don't persuade people to be kind without experiencing their pain. Then you came to see me laugh?" Qiusheng's voice was sharp and somewhat hysterical. Not to mention she didn't care about image. It was a good thing that there weren't many people in the restaurant at this time. Only the waiter glanced this way. To be honest, deep in her heart, she hoped that someone would enlighten her and curb her thoughts of lightening her life. A mole cricket can still steal life, let alone a human being. Only she didn't realize this. Qiusheng shook his head. "You are my hometown. Also counted as my friend. How could I possibly look at you as a joke? I came over to find you, just wanna know. Is there really no hope of turning over a new leaf?" His words were already very clear. That is, "I know you don't want to live." After saying this, he took the initiative to pour wine to the empty cups of the two people. Qiusheng stared at Qiusheng with red eyes, seemingly savoring his words. For a while, she picked up the wine glass in front of her and drank it again, then shook her head, shaking it faster and faster. The mist in her eyes turned into raindrops, flinging them in the dish. "Nothing, nothing, nothing, nothing. How can I turn over?" Qiusheng looked at her, didn't say anything, letting her vent, until her emotions calmed down a little. He then said, "How much did you loan?" Qiusheng lay on the table with her arms resting on her pillow. Her mouth murmured, 80 million, mortgaged the company, mortgaged the house, mortgaged the car. There is nothing left. Her fragrant shoulders shook violently as she cried. Chapter 052, The Room You Gave Me. Qiusheng operated a small jewelry company, with only 2 stores in Fengjing and total assets not exceeding 200 million. It was founded 5 years ago by her and her boyfriend. She took up 60% of the shares and her boyfriend took up 40%. Just half a year ago, the two fell apart due to a relationship dispute, and her boyfriend quit, for which she paid nearly 80 million in cash and jewelry inventory. This puts the company into a business crisis, but also because of the jadeite jewelry is her company's main varieties. So, had no choice but to mortgage the company and real estate to Li Rue luck. Who knows that the house leakage, buy the original stone and be cheated. The successive blows made her lose the courage to live. How long will it take to repay the loan? 1 year, April 1st of next year. Isn't that still 11 months away? It's not too late. As long as you try to think of a way, miracles will always appear in times of despair. Qiusheng began to instill Qiusheng with chicken soup for the soul. Qiusheng slightly raised her head, her eyelids raised, and looked at Qiusheng with her reddened eyes as if she was looking at a retard. Qiusheng was flustered by her look and said, "Don't look at me like this. Let me help you analyze. Your company's current problem is the lack of funds and lack of raw materials, right? So why not look for solutions in these two aspects? For example, capital." He poured wine to Qiusheng's empty cup, put down the bottle and continued, "I have a friend who is doing futures business. I heard him say he has a lot of idle funds in his hands. I can help you matchmaking. From him to borrow a portion of the first out, of course the interest is to be given to the people. According to the bank's interest on the payment of goods counted well." The friend that Qiusheng said is actually himself. Entering the futures and foreign exchange market is his established policy, and he is confident that he can utilize the golden finger of insider information to reap huge wealth in a short time. In fact, he said so is no way out of the way. If a person has the idea of light life is very difficult to persuade back, unless to help her solve the problem that led to her light life, and he cannot always follow her to stop her. He can only use this method to stabilize her first, to arouse the hope of her life. But then again, he wouldn't go back on his word. It wasn't impossible to lend Qiusheng a sum of money if it didn't affect the premise of him continuing to make money. But he wasn't a good old man who wouldn't help others at the expense of his own interests. He wasn't that noble. Qiusheng's eyes lit up, but then they dimmed again. It wasn't that she didn't trust Qiusheng, but she simply didn't understand. The two of them had a light friendship. Even Qiusheng was doing what business she had never asked. Let such a man who met in passing help her borrow large sums of money without any collateral. Think about it all, feel crazy. No possibility. Qiusheng, which know her heart activities, continued to talk to himself. The money should not be too big a problem. I can guarantee that. Well, the first problem solved. Let's talk about the raw materials. With the money you can enter some of the bright material. Do not play the stone. Right. I have a friend is a jadeite enthusiast. He has some of the hands of jadeite bright material. If it can be, I can let him sell you some of the same conditions on a priority basis. Sell you some on a priority basis under the same conditions. But it's not certain. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Qiusheng said so in order to let Qiusheng enhance the desire to survive. As for the old mansion up out of the jadeite is not sold to Qiusheng, he is not sure, because he also need money at this stage. Futures in foreign exchange market, no money to play a fart. The more money to earn more. Even if the final sale of jadeite to Qiusheng, then he also have to mortgage loan a sum of money, such as play after 3 months to pay back the loan and then sold to her. But give Qiusheng draw a big cake but also no harm. He is a big cake old hand. Li Zihan is so by him fooled to death. Although they are now also divorced, but that does not blame Li Zihan. As long as Qiusheng didn't kill herself tomorrow morning, then there was less chance of another light-hearted death. Normally people who had lost their life goals would need more courage to live lightly again after redeeming themselves. Really? You can help me get the emerald and borrow money. Qiusheng wiped the tears from her face and looked at Qiusheng with hope. What Qiusheng said was too decent and very confident. Qiusheng seemed to be grasping a life-saving straw, while in essence she was also paralyzing herself for that glimmer of hope for life. As long as there are funds and raw materials, and then give her time. As long as she is no longer in a hurry, she is confident that she can turn the situation around in the next year. Although it is not necessarily possible to make the company brilliant again, but there is still no problem in letting the company live. Qiusheng smiled and nodded. I'm certain that I can lend you a sum of no less than $30 million within 3 months, still have raw materials, and by the time the bank repayment date comes, if you still can't raise enough money, I can guarantee to lend you another sum of money for the repayment of the goods, so you'll have enough time to make a comeback. Qiusheng looked excited and raised her wine cup. Xiao Yi, if you can do it, I, Qiusheng, am willing to be a cow and a horse in the next life to repay your kindness. Sis, dry up. Feel free. She tilted her neck and drank the wine in the cup. Her demeanor was bold. This woman could really drink. Sister, you will definitely prosper. Qiusheng also drank it all in one go. I'm sure of it. Qiusheng's promise caused Qiusheng's mood to change drastically. The two chatted a lot next, but most of the time was Qiusheng talking and Qiusheng listening. Qiusheng spoke at great length about how she started her business at the age of 22, and used less than 10 years to make $100,000 of capital into a company with 200 million assets in a tortuous process. She talked about the pains and sorrows she had experienced along the way, tells of the emotional entanglements between her and her boyfriend, also told her plans and fantasies about the future. And the more she spoke, the more confident about the future. She said one of the words let Qiusheng touch a lot. She said, I'm not on their own lost confidence, but because I cannot see the hope, and now there is hope, is you give me. At this time Qiusheng was sure that tomorrow morning she should not be lighthearted. In this way, he had once again changed the course of history. Qiusheng was very able to drink. Qiusheng, in order not to lose his manly nature, also accompanied by a cup. Drinking, Qiusheng drank high. The next day, when Qiusheng woke up, it was already sunrise. He is in a strange administrative large room. He is lying in a 2-meter wide large bed. Looking around he didn't see anyone, and when he lifted the covers to look, he was naked and wearing nothing. How did I get here? Who stripped me? He couldn't remember last night. Disconnected. But what happened before he got drunk he remembered. For a while, his heart was restless. He touched the cell phone on the bedside table and looked at the time. It was past 10 o'clock. He found Qiusheng's number and dialed it. The opposite party quickly picked up. Awake! Qiusheng's tone was calm. Qiusheng's hanging heart finally fell into his stomach. It's good that nothing happened, he said in his heart. Woke up. First time I drank so much white wine. Sister, I didn't make a fool of myself, right? There was silence over there for a few seconds, followed by a burst of laughter. You don't know? It's not really embarrassing, is it? No, it's fine, the other side stammered. Sister, was it you who gave me a room? Qiusheng asked. He didn't think much about it. The other side was silent again before saying, well, you don't need to care about the room, just leave directly. I'm in Jewelry Street now. I still have a little money in my hand. I want to see if I can buy a few pieces of bright material to go back. By the way, I'm going to go back to Fengjing today. We'll be in touch again when I go back. That's good. When I go back to Fengjing to invite you to dinner. Originally yesterday should be my treat. Sister, just now I talked to my friend who was engaged in futures on the phone. He said that within 3 months we'll definitely be able to free up $30 million of funds for you. By the way, he also said that the interest rate should be higher than the bank by 0.5 points. Sister, there is no problem, right? No problem. Not high. Haunted voices came from Qiusheng's side. Qiusheng didn't say anymore. That's fine. I'll tell him. Sister, I'm leaving. Don't forget to check out on your side. Aha. Chapter 053, Meeting an Old Friend in Another Country. Putting down the phone, Qiusheng clicked on the push news icon. he saw that there was only a lone insider news left on the webpage. In this way, it seems that Qiusheng's matter is considered to be completely resolved, and thus his hanging heart is finally put down. Changed another piece of history, he muttered heartlessly. Stretching his waist, he clicked on the securities app to check the Dongquan pharmaceutical stock, which showed the same chart as yesterday, and he unexpectedly forgot that today was Saturday and the stock market was closed. Mockingly shook his head, then rolled over and got up, went to the washroom to wash and shower, put on the underwear and jacket that was haphazardly thrown on the sofa and went out the door. And when he closed the door, he glanced at the room number 1206, entering the elevator. A glance at the hotel logo in the car. Sure enough, it was the Times Square Hotel, which was just as he had just guessed. To know, he is close to 1 meter 8 tall and weighs more than 170 pounds. So heavy, Qiusheng simply can't get him to another hotel, and arranging a room nearby is the most reasonable. He found a small restaurant outside the hotel and ate a simple meal that could not be considered breakfast or lunch, then walked to the nearby jewelry street. As he walked, he kind of regretted booking a flight for tomorrow. It seemed a bit redundant to stay in Leary for one more day. There was nothing to do, and there was nothing worth visiting in the neighborhood, but it wasn't his fault. It was the fact that both of the disappearing stories had happened today, when he couldn't possibly have imagined that they would go so smoothly and be resolved on the first day. Leroy Jewelry Street has more than 400 stores of all sizes, including an oversized free market with more than 300 stalls, and there are even more stalls temporarily set up by local and Burmese itinerant vendors or stores on the entire street. It was bustling with people. Jewelry street stores and those hit a robbery for another place of mobile vendors mainly sell jade jewelry, that is, finished jewelry. However, there were also some stores that sold full gambling stones, semi-gambling stones, as well as bright materials. However, the raw stones and bright materials here were a bit more expensive than Sister Sue, and their sales targets were mainly tourists and businessmen who only had odd hours left. Just like how Qiusheng, originally Qiusheng wanted to give his mother, Li Zihan and sister each buy a jadeite jewelry as a gift, but at a glance at the price he was not interested in. Not only expensive and jadeite still cannot say whether it is not a goods, as a large number of jadeite in the old mansion. If you buy a fake back, that is also too much of a shame is not. From a store out, disillusioned, is ready to go back to the hotel house, but heard someone call his name. Qiusheng? Turning back to look over, it was two women, both very beautiful women, 25 or 26 years old. Clothing is also very trendy. One of the women he vaguely somewhat familiar, but for a moment could not remember who it was. It's really you, Qiusheng. That familiar-looking woman walked over and extended her white tender right hand to him. Qiusheng politely hitched a ride with her, and then let go. You are. Sorry, I am. This person. He mockingly pointed to his head awkwardly. What the hell? I can't believe you even forgot about me. The woman was slightly embarrassed. In order to cover up the embarrassment reached out and punched in Qiusheng's chest. Nothing forceful, more like flirting. The woman next to him laughed and said, Wan Air, you've dropped the ball. People don't even know you. When the woman called out Wan Air, Qiusheng immediately remembered who this familiar woman was. Wan? Big school flower Wang. Qiusheng was surprised. He scrutinized the woman carefully. It's really a woman who has changed. The more she changes, the better she looks. I didn't recognize her at once. He was indeed quite surprised. Wang Wan is his high school classmates in the county in the first high school, when the relationship between the two is still good. Small jokes also open, but after the college entrance exams and no contact. To say, Wang Wan in the tender age of the earth is very beautiful, and now the face seems to do a little bit of small changes, more elegant and noble. It is normal that he didn't recognize her for a while. Why are you still so skinny? Wang Wan laughed. Hey, are you looking at women like this? The woman next to him said. Wang Wan punched the woman and joked. He was like this in high school. He couldn't wait to strip off all our girls' clothes and look at them. Qiusheng's smile almost froze on his face. Luckily Wang Wan relieved him again in time, pointing at the woman and said, My best friend, Shangguan Yunsheng. Qiusheng nodded to Shangguan Yunsheng. Great beauty, nice to meet you. After politely shaking hands with the woman he turned to Wang Wan and said, Am I that colorful? Aren't you? Why do I remember one time you pretended to fall and peeked under my skirt? Qiusheng blushed, black and red. This thing really did happen. His head pestle under someone else's skirt, but it wasn't a fake fall. It was a real fall. But he didn't know how people Wang Wan thought. After that time Wang Wan rolled her eyes when she saw him. Her face was full of disdain. Such a peach color event let Shangguan Yunsheng came to the interest. Her face full of written gossip. Lowered his voice to Qiusheng said, What color? Qiusheng's face turned purple in embarrassment, gritted his teeth and said, It seems like nothing. Both women were stunned, and Shangguan Yunsheng suddenly laughed out loud, bending over with laughter. Wang Wan came back to her senses and threw a burst of pink fists at Qiusheng. To die. Let you make it up. Let you make it up. After laughing for a while, Qiusheng asked, you guys came to travel? Yeah, what about you? Wang Wan said, came over to buy some stones. So did you open out the emerald? Shangwan Yunshang's eyes were glowing, eager to try. Did not solve. Transported back to Fengjing. That's a lot of work. Why don't you unravel it? Shangwan Yunshang said, in a daze. You're in the raw stone business? Wang Wan also said, right Qiusheng. What are you doing now? Jobless. Fooling around. Where are you guys going? Qiusheng didn't want to say more, so he changed the topic. Yunshang wants to buy jewelry, so we flew over from Minkuan. Right, old classmate. It's rare to meet in a different place, so don't treat us to a meal. That's a must. What do you want to eat? I'll treat. Now although it was almost noon, but Qiusheng had only just eaten not long ago, he was not hungry at all. But he could not say this. It would make people misunderstand. Then let's go back to the hotel to eat. The ones outside are not clean. Shangwan Yunshang picked up. Wang Wan looked at Qiusheng. Qiusheng said, fine. Which hotel are you staying at? Times Square. Qiusheng froze. Was he so destined to Times Square Hotel? It was still the same Cantonese restaurant on the second floor, but the location became a card seat by the window, with Qiusheng sitting on one side by himself, and the two women sitting on the other side. The one serving them was still the same waiter from last night. Sir, more Maotai? After ordering, the waiter carefully asked Qiusheng. Qiusheng looked at the two women. The two women were also looking at Qiusheng with question marks in their eyes. Wang Wan pointed at Qiusheng's nose. Okay, Qiusheng, you can't tell the difference. You've gotten rich, haven't you? You're drinking Maotai. Then she turned to the waiter who looked embarrassed. They drank a few bottles last time, so let's have a few bottles this time. Sir? The waiter nervously looked at Qiusheng. Qiusheng waved his hand. Do as she says. The waiter ran away in a hurry. Qiusheng said, two beauties. Let's talk in advance. I can't drink much. Yesterday it was all drunk by other people. Wang Wan, you don't know how much I can drink. If I drink too much, I'll go crazy. Che, drink too much you sleep okay? Graduation that time you fell asleep in the KTV. Or sure Yun Tao back you back. You remember so clearly? Who made you a handsome man? Chapter 054, Let's Fight the Landlord. In the end, Wang Wan did not let the waiter open Maotai, but changed 2 bottles of the same value of the red wine. In fact, she did not have much alcohol, just like to chirp and were competitive, but really more serious immediately pull crotch. For this reason, Shangwan Yunshang covered her mouth and laughed for a while. The two women know the roots of the bottom, the depth of all know. Wang Wan 2 white wine down to play crazy. Wine over 3 rounds, food over 5 flavors. A chat down Qiusheng on the two women also have some rough understanding. Wang Wan graduated from college into a state investment company. Engaged in financial work, so far unmarried. According to her boyfriend now or wouldn't. And listen to Wang Wan said she did not have a boyfriend. Shangwan Yunshang rolled her eyes several times. I do not know why. Such a beautiful girl will not have a boyfriend? Qiusheng completely do not believe. Quasi-believe quasi-stupid. From the reunion to now, listen to their words to see their behavior is definitely a battle-hardened old driver. Can open the kind of supercar. Shangwan Yunshang is Wang Wan's college classmates. The two dormitory for 4 years. Like sisters, after graduation, Shangwan Yunshang married before they rented a house together. Together with more than 2 years. 2 years ago, she flashed married a rich son of Fengjing. Now jobless, childless. This time Wang Wan is to use the annual leave to accompany her to Nanyun travel shopping. Shangwan Yunshang drinking quite fierce, although small mouth in the sip, but a cup after a cup. Qiusheng and Wang Wan nagging kung fu a bottle of big $1,000 of red wine let her build half in. This is quite capable of building. The amount of alcohol is a lot stronger than Wang Wan. You guys aren't going shopping in the afternoon? Seeing this, Qiusheng was quite curious and asked Shangwan one more time. So concerned about people. Qiusheng, what do you mean? Wang Wan does not know whether it is really savored or fake jealousy. Pretentious said, your childhood friend's old classmate is still sitting in front of you. This is thinking about people. Look at people, young woman, sexy is not it. I can tell you. People's husbands are billionaires. Provoke her to find someone to cut you. Wang Wan, you want to die. Shangwan Yunshang is full of blush and tearing Wang Wan. Slutty hoof. Spring is not. Wang Wan counterattacked. The two women made a scene, causing Qiusheng to be embarrassed by the thief, not knowing what to say. These two women are not oil lamps. After making a scene, Shangwan Yunshang said, yesterday, I shopped all over, so big place is not much to look at. I regret to come. Fake goods so much, do not dare to buy. Wang Wan picked up, that is, there are too many fake goods, we cannot distinguish. Several times almost fooled. Hey, Qiusheng, you still stay a few days in Lirue? Qiusheng said. Tomorrow afternoon's flight. What time? Wang Wan's eyes were glowing. 6:05 I think. First fly to Minkuan then Fengjing. Honey, book the tickets. We'll also fly tomorrow night. Just together. Wang Wan turned her head to Shangguan Yunshan. It's too late to arrive home, right? Shangguan Yunshan was a bit hesitant. Her home was in the suburbs. A villa. They had originally agreed to fly tomorrow morning. What's late? Let him send us. Wang Wan pointed at Qiusheng. No, you stay at my place first. Qiusheng shrugged. Non-committal. Alright then. Shangguan Yunshan puffed out her cheeks and said. Then picked up the cell phone on the table and scratched it, as if she was reluctant. What are you doing this afternoon? Wang Wan added, again addressing Qiusheng. If I hadn't met you guys, I would have gone back to the hotel to stay at home. There's no place to go. Qiusheng said. Just in time. Just in time. Wang Wan pushed Shangguan Yunshan, who was scratching her cell phone. We don't want to sneak around either. After saying this, she ignored Shangguan Yunshan, who rolled her eyes at her and said to Qiusheng again. Let's fight the landlord. Naturally, Qiusheng settled the bill for this meal, which cost him more than 3,000 oceans, mainly expensive on the wine, but not much on the food. After the meal he first went back to the hotel across the street, simply washed up, lay on the bed and smoked a cigarette, then got up, went downstairs, and once again returned to the Times Square hotel across the street. When he reached the 18th floor, he found 1819 and knocked twice. Room door opened. Shangguan Yunshan, wearing a set of dark purple pajamas, stood in the door smilingly looking at him, a pair of charming eyes, seductive soul. Qiusheng was momentarily lost in thought and stood hesitantly in front of the door. Why are you standing? Come in. Shangguan Yunshan giggled twice, then pointed at the bath door where the sound of running water was coming from. Wang Wan is bathing. Or else, I'll come back later, he hesitantly said, while sweeping Shangguan Yunshan up and down, top and bottom pants. Noble and elegant, but also sexy and flirty. This shouldn't be a hotel outfit that comes with it. It's fine, come in. Shangguan Yunshan tugged on Qiusheng's t-shirt. Qiusheng didn't struggle too much and half pushed half entered the room. It was a suite. The outer room was a living room of about 30 square meters, beige carpet, a set of leather parlor sofa, and a small bar in the corner with various colors of liquor. Qiusheng, soul unguarded, sitting on the sofa, eyes staring at the playback of the fashion show LCD screen. Do not dare to look at Shangguan Yunshan. This woman is too foxy. Twisting up can make people sink. Speaking of this today, this is quite unexpected. Otherwise he should be lying in the hotel in his room to brush his cell phone. To be honest, if from the rational point of view he did not want to come over. What landlords? Landlords so good, fight it. Don't play what is indescribable things. However, he did not refuse. There seems to be something in the underworld that attracts him. To today, he is divorced for a period of time. Before he has Li Zihan, daily programs to play, and now how many days? And accidentally met two women are into his eyes of the big beauty, which makes him inevitably heart-surging. Although reason told him not to play with fire and not to apologize to Li Zihan. However, as the saying goes, it's not a crime to look at them for a few moments. This was his simple thought. In fact, there was no excuse. He didn't have the idea of having something happen with them. So, he still came to this room. Shangguan Yunshan went to the small bar and poured a glass of drink, curling up and serving it in front of Qiusheng. This situation, Qiusheng had to look squarely at Shangguan Yunshan. He reached out to pick up the glass in her hand, but Shangguan Yunshan didn't give it to him. Instead, she put the glass on the coffee table. Have a drink. This way Shangguan Yunshan had to bend over. Qiusheng was sitting on the sofa. There was a drop in height, and in this instant, his eyes were straight. His hands were outstretched in a gesture to receive the glass, but he forgot to retract them. Shangguan Yunshan suddenly thought of something. She got up in a hurry. Her hands pressed the neckline, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. Just when both of them were at a loss for words, the sound of a door opening came from the direction of the bath. The two turned their heads to look over. Shangguan Yunshan's face changed drastically. Qiusheng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. They saw Wang Wan with her head slightly lowered, using a white bath towel to wipe her long wet hair while walking out from the bath. Wang Wan, you're going to die. Just coming out like this. Shangguan Yunshan saw Wang Wan's condition and exclaimed anxiously. Chapter 055, Breaking News. Qiusheng was confused. When he came to his senses, his first thought was, this place is not a good place to stay. Otherwise he would be greeted by a violent storm. Immediately slip away. While the two women went to the bathroom, he got up and left. Did not even dare to greet. Gently bring the door to the room. He breathed a long breath. Too damn scary. In his head like a movie. Until out of the hotel door. The picture lingered in his mind for a long time. Back to the hotel across the street. Into his room. Lying on the bed. The scene just now appeared in his mind again. The autumn, lingering, After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wan called. Where did you die? Put people see light and run away. What do you mean? Wang Wan came up with a flurry of accusations. Just like the responsibility is Qiusheng's, barbaric and capricious. However, the woman in this case some emotional loss of control is also excusable. To say, Qiusheng injustice? Really not wrong. Cheap to let him take up. The girl pretentious a few sentences how not to let people cry too. Scolded too. If you do not intend to break into the female bath, just a glance, not to compensate for a few thousand hundreds of the end, or perhaps, the fence to stay in a few days are possible. Endure it. What else can be done? He covered up, that what? I happen to have something on this side on the first go. Just sorry. I also did not think. Really not intentional. Do not believe you ask Shangwan. She let me into the room. You one sentence is not intentional and that's it? Wang Wan's voice tone doubled again. Qiusheng had a headache. This was ready to be unreasonable. What else can you do if you're not finished? And you have to marry your family after taking a look at them? Pull back. He has a wife and child. Divorce is also a fake divorce. At lunch, he and Wang Wan said he had a daughter, and did not say he divorced not long ago. You say, not finished what else? Our adults don't be so pretentious okay? Qiusheng did not give her face. Surname Yi, you asshole. Wang Wan was hysterical. No, alas, forget it, big school flower I admit it is not okay. It's all my not. I invite you guys to dinner. Today and tomorrow are by me. The airports also counted. How is it? No way. You're a big man treating a woman to dinner shouldn't you? Just tell me how to solve today's matter, right? It's not like you want compensation. You say a number. Qiusheng's tone wasn't very good when he said this. If Wang Wan really said a number out, he would not hesitate to pull Wang Wan completely black. Such old classmates don't want it. And in that case he would even wonder if it was these two women who did the withholding, luring him to take the bait and demand money. Qiusheng, are you talking about human words? What are you, Win sister? Wang Wan looked like she was really angry. Fine. I take back this sentence. Qiusheng mood better. Take it back on the line. Think beautiful. Wang Wan was still unforgiving. This time Qiusheng also understood. The girl was making a little sex. What she wanted was not his answer but his attitude. This situation was familiar to him. Li Zihan hadn't made little sex with him. Sister. Big sister. I call you big sister okay? Let's not be like this? Look at the old classmates for many years on this matter, let it pass. Not just look at it. Can still less meet how? Or I also let you look at it. The two even. This is always okay. Opposite Wang Wan snorted with joy. What do you have to look at? Forget it, as if bitten by a dog. Surname Wang, how do you talk? Qiusheng was not happy. At this point he was already sure that Wang Wan was teasing him. This woman somehow became like this. Don't all of you men refer to yourselves as adder dogs and single dogs? Wang Wan side giggled. Her mood wasn't that bad anymore, and there was actually an apology in it. She also realized that just now that sentence was a bit too much. Qiusheng was just her old classmate, not those men who pursued her nor her licking dog, and she so explained Qiusheng heart also hurt some. To say, this society on his perverted, especially some men compare themselves to this dog, that dog still complacent. Complacent, Tim dog, you adder than do not know what to say. Well, just joking with you, sis not feudal, look at it, which male doctors do not look at a thousands of. Cheap you do not then cheap others good. Sis will not die because of this matter. You still come over not. The upper official still waiting for you to fight the landlord it. Big schoolgirl, let us slow down line not. Don't see you and let me think of those messy things. You give me a few more times. Into a feud more than scratch. And just had a friend to call. Let me accompany him to Sister Sood. Has been on the road. Qiusheng made up nonsense. Wang Wan how not to hear. She grumpy. Qiusheng you cattle. Awesome. Friends all over the world. This is how much work. Someone looking for you. On the road. Who believe. Do not want to come to pull back. Like who begged you like. The words did not fall. She hung up the phone. Qiusheng held up the phone for a while depressed. What the hell Who am I messing with? You are not my wife. How old classmates? How the school flower? Why let you, have, reprimanded and complained, me. The hotel cannot stay. Dinner he said his room number. Pointing to the hotel across the street. It is not guaranteed that they rushed over. The feeling will be very sour. High school Wang Wan did not less to pack him. Dodge it. Now he really does not want to see them. Too embarrassing. Do not know what to say. Out of the hotel. Took a taxi. Straight to the Sister Sue. Men. Talk is good. On the way he received a call from Hijingjing. She said she has been on the plane. Immediately fly. And so Qiusheng back to Fengjing hoped to get together with him. Qiusheng agreed and said he would contact her after returning to Feng. To the Emerald Street. Down the cab did not walk a few steps. Tucked in the pants pocket of the phone suddenly vibrated. He wondered in his heart. The phone is not set to vibrate. Pulling it out to see. The screensaver's screen had a banner reminder in black letters on a white background. Trigger push mechanism. Webpage has random news push. Goo. Another new trick, he said in surprise. Could it not be a surprise? Most of the news pushed by push news could be extremely valuable. As he unlocked it, he prayed in his heart. Just don't be news that's not close to me. Clicking on the push news icon, the web page popped up, and an additional breaking news appeared on the page that originally had only one insider news. Breaking news, Future News Agency reported, May 5, 1552 Ruweli City, sister town Emerald Street No. 29. Light jewelry raw stone shop cut out a piece of glass species of imperial green emerald. The emerald was olive-shaped, 35 millimeters long, the largest diameter of the column of 13 millimeters. There are jewelers offered to buy, but was rejected by the owner. Yi Qiusheng exclaimed repeatedly, his expression out of order, attracting passers-by to watch curiously. Not caring about the astonished gazes of others, he looked at the time on his cell phone. 15:21. Half an hour before the time explained by the breaking news. Time was already tight. After all, it took time to cut and grind the stone. He had to intercept that raw stone before it was bought. He asked for the direction of light jewelry and ran towards it. It only took more than 3 minutes to see the light jewelry raw stone shop with a small, primitive decoration and a wooden signboard. Chapter 056 U by 2000. Yi Qiusheng walked in, stood in front of the door and swept around, and was a bit dumbfounded. Light jewelry store in most of the stores on this street. The same, the front store after the factory, or the front store after the warehouse. Only light jewelry business area is a little small. In this street belongs to the pocket-sized store. The area of its front hall is only 60 or 70 square meters, but the functional areas are still the same. Display area, negotiation area, rest area, stone solving area and so on. At the moment, this is not a big room crowded 15. 6 young people, both men and women, are wearing a duck-tongued cap. There is a small flag holding a young man. The flag is written on the vertical and horizontal. There is a tour group here. This store? Is it the legendary black store linked to the performance of the tour guide? Strength is not enough. Crooked ways to put it together? This is the reason why he was dumbfounded. There was only one boss and 2 shopkeepers in leader jewelry, and with so many people in the house, they needed to keep an eye on it at all times, so no one came over to greet Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng sure walked inside. A glance saw the stone decomposer machine placed in the corner. The surface was dry and crisp. Today should not have decomposed the stone. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the stone hadn't been bought yet. Most of the people in this tour group were gathered around the raw stone area, chattering and making a lot of noise. And in the pile of people, the small man who looked like the store owner had an impatient look on his face. He couldn't help but wonder in his mind, did I wrong him? In fact, this is not to blame Yi Qiusheng. To blame is too much negative news of the South Cloud tourism. The child did not die. You have to buy. This kind of strange things have broken out. Cannot let him think in a bad way? Ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy which stone, just tell me. There are price tags on the stones. I'll give you a 10% discount. If you don't have the intention to buy, just lean back. The weather outside is quite nice now. It's not bad to go out and soak up the sun. The small boss shouted at the top of his voice, his forehead sweating with anxiety. Seeing this, Yi Qiusheng secretly laughed in his heart. It seems that this tour group had no intention of intruding in, coming in to view the western landscape and treating this store as an attraction. This tour guide is also bad enough. With the spending power of these young people, they were lucky to sell a single stone. It would be strange for the boss not to be depressed. Yi Qiusheng stood behind the crowd, turning in a circle through the gap in the crowd to look at the raw stone on the wooden platform. The number is really quite a lot. Many stacked together, stacked layer after layer. Yi Qiusheng worried. This led him where to find the stone to go. It is impossible to buy all of it, right? That, breaking news, also does not say clearly, even if not to give a picture, size and shape description. At least let him have a general goal. The more you look at the more anxious. Took out his cell phone to look at the eye. Already 15:35. There are less than 20 minutes. That piece of raw stone should also be on the stone machine. Otherwise the time is not right. Just then, heard a female voice, boss, how to sell this stone? Northern accent, should be from that area of Tianjin. Yi Qiusheng looking for the sound. See a girl in the crowd holding a fist-sized stone. The stone is egg-shaped, few bumps, as if often stroked to play. The skin shiny, as if on a layer of pulp. This is a piece of limeskin raw stone. The price tag on it is almost worn. The writing is blurred. No wonder the girl asked. The small boss took the stone, glanced at the price tag, and frowned. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he said, you pay 2,000. This stone's price tag should be 5,000. Where are you robbing? With this piece of broken stone, no one even wants it, the girl said with a big grin. That's right, a piece of broken stone, 500 is more or less the same, the girl's companion said helpfully. They were girlfriends, the two of them put together this group together. The small boss glanced at the helpful girl, casually threw the stone towards the counter, and said with his mouth, "Sweep code or cash?" At once, the two girls were dumbfounded. You looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to do for a moment. Just now they were just curious and asked. They didn't even want to buy it, but now the question came up. You've returned the price. The boss promised. Do you buy it or not? They're grouped to the first day of the South Cloud. The ground guide instructed them. Do not want to buy things, do not get on and do not pay the price, but also the price of the boss and recognized. Then it is best to buy. Otherwise it is easy to get into trouble. In fact, this rule applies in any occasion of sale, regardless of geography, and also has nothing to do with whether the tourist area. From a legal point of view, the bargaining process is the two sides to put forward their respective offers. After reaching agreement on the offer was established, to put it plainly is the signing of a verbal contract. This time the breach of contract is criticized, but also very easy to cause trouble. We do not buy, okay? The girl who finally made the 500 offer was on the verge of tears. We're just asking. The other girl also spoke pitifully. You, the small boss pointed rather helplessly at the circle of people, came to my store to play. He was annoyed in his mind. This tour group had been messing around in his store for over half an hour without spending a penny, and he had noticed that many of the jewelers came in to take a look around and left, which was having a very big impact on his family's business. At that moment, the tour guide came over from the rest area and said to the two girls with a stern face, "Since you have a good price with the owner, buy it and don't get into trouble." Then he turned to the boss. "Boss, you guys give free deciphering, right?" "Of course," the boss said. When things came to this point, if one didn't want to get into trouble, they had no choice but to do so. The boss of every tourist attraction was not a good person. Of course the regular business place would be much better. The boss of this store actually had no intention of blackmailing anyone. He just wanted to make this tour group leave his store as soon as possible. The tour guide has spoken. Help. The girl had no choice but to take out her cell phone, ready to swipe the code to pay. Another girl said to her, "We buy together. You 4, I 6, you 200, I 300, 500. This number is very peculiar. If the two people share equally, the meaning is not too good." This girl realized this, and this matter is her first picked up. Their own more burden is also deserved. Qiusheng looked at the phone. The remaining time is not too much. If the two girls buy this piece of raw stone, and here to solve the stone, then that piece of glass seed emperor green must be out of this stone. The opportunity is not to be lost. Time is not on my side. He peeled away the two boys in front of him and walked over to the boss. "Boss, I'll buy this stone. Is it okay?" Then he turned his head to the two girls again. "I wonder if the two beauties can bear the pain." The helpful girl was first stunned, then rejoiced. "Yes, yes, thank you, handsome." The other girl also said, "Handsome guy, you are too manly." Qiusheng smiled. He wasn't manly, but for the glass seed imperial green inside. At this time, the boss suddenly said, "You buy 2,000. Chapter 057, it's actually not worth a few dollars. In the end, this fist-sized piece of limeskin raw stone was bought by the two girls and then transferred to Qiusheng at the original price. The entire process had nothing choppy. Instead it was exceptionally smooth. The boss did not make a fuss over nothing. At this point, Qiusheng also sort of understood why the breaking news didn't give him more detailed information. Such a simple scenario, if he couldn't grasp it, then the host behind the push news page would probably have to be so angry that he popped out of his cell phone. He didn't decipher the stone in the store, afraid that the boss's psychological fall was too big, and turned into a black jersey to come to a strong robbery. Jokingly, in fact, he was to have a little less trouble. With this youthful tour group out of light jewelry, the two girls chirped around Qiusheng, and in 2 sentences there was a sentence of thanks. Qiusheng's heart was weak. If he let them know the truth, they would probably be able to curse all 8 generations of his ancestors. In the chat with them, Qiusheng also knew. Their group is mainly composed of students from various universities in Jinmen. The 2 girls from Nankai University is the same dormitory girlfriends. Their journey ends today. The evening return to Jin, although overdue 2 days, but they and the school have asked for leave. 3 people left each other after WeChat. Qiusheng and perfunctory a few sentences drilled into the roadside of a jewelry store. After circling around the store, pretending to play with his cell phone, he tapped the push icon, and that, breaking news, had disappeared. When the tour group is far away, he came out again and went to 200 meters away from the Jangsan Jewelry. Renshin Jewelry was still full of customers. Sunshan was smilingly exchanging pleasantries with the businessmen he was familiar with, and when he saw Qiusheng walk in, he waved his hand and greeted him. "Coming, elder brother Yi." Qiusheng laughed. Boss Sun's business is getting more and more prosperous. Thanks to old brother's blessing. Sun Shan arched his hand and said. The jeweler next to Sun Shan nodded to Yi Qiusheng from afar, then asked Sun Shan, is this youth the one from yesterday? Sun Shan gave a hum. By this time, Yi Qiusheng had already walked over. When he saw Yi Qiusheng clutching a fist-sized piece of raw stone in his hand, he asked suspiciously, what is this, elder brother Yi? Yi Qiusheng weighed the limeskin stone in his hand and said, I just saw this stone in the market in front of me, and there were a dozen people lined up at the stone-solving machine, and there were too many tourists in the past 2 days, and there wasn't that much time to wait, so I just went up to Sun Boss Z to see if it could be ground for me, and I'll give a double for the stone-solving fee. Sister Su, the town of that free market for tourists, also have a place to solve the stone, but solve the stone is charged. A knife how much money has a clearly marked price, because this period of time more tourists, only a few sets of stone machine in front of the long queue is always, therefore, Yi Qiusheng looking over is considered a good reason. Ye old brother say what words, do not take me Sun Shan as a friend, the district of a knife thing, this I am charging, not afraid of being poked in the back by everyone. Ye old brother buried me. Yi Qiusheng laughed, Boss Sun is righteous. As he spoke, he stood in front of the two men, smiled and nodded to the fresh-faced businessman, and then said to Sun Shan, however, I value this stone, and wish to get started on my own. Can Boss Sun let his master take me? If the jadeite is solved, I still hope that Boss Sun can help me to open up. Recently my hands are tight. I want to raise some funds as soon as possible. Elder brother Yi is so confident? Then I'll have to take a good look. Sun Shan reached out. Yi Qiusheng handed him the original stone. As soon as Sun Shan got his hands on it, he said, the material of the third layer of the small field area. 5 years ago, there were several large numbers of this street into the, but the reputation is not very good, rarely out of green, but if out of green color is very positive, because of the audience is small in recent years to play with fewer people. How does ye old brother look at this piece of material? How much did you pay for it? The last sentence he should not ask, but curiosity killed the cat, he still asked. The label on the stone was no longer visible. 500, can't tell, that guy is dead set on not letting go. Yi Qiusheng babbled, but the price was true. 500? Sun Shan's expression was quite strange, his eyebrows raised high. Expensive? Yi Qiusheng spread his hands. Sun Shan shook his head. Can't say it's expensive. Look at the epidermis is oiled. This stone has passed through the hands of many people. The previous price tag will not be cheap. 3 head of 500 should have been cut by someone earlier. At this time, the limeskin raw stone has come to the hands of the strange businessman. The man upside down after looking at a while, said, in my opinion, this stone out of the possibility of green is very small. There are still a few cracks here. He pointed to a few cracks on the original stone. Although the limeskin skin is thick and foggy, these cracks go deep into the interior. That family owner 500 out of hand should have this reason as well. Yi Qiusheng nodded to him, not commenting. Sun Shan pointed at the man and introduced him. Zhou Koan, the owner of Fujian Defu Koan Jewelry. Nice to meet you. Fongjing Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng shook hands with the businessman who had a typical look of a southerner and took back his stone in his hand. De Lu, come over here for a moment. Sun Shan turned his head and shouted over to the stone decomposition room. The stone disintegration master wobbled over. Something's up, boss. This master finished and nodded to Yi Qiusheng. The two knew each other. It was the same master who had deciphered the stone for Yi Qiusheng yesterday. You take Yi old brother to the workshop. He'll get started on his own. You help out a bit. Good. Master Lu nodded to Yi Qiusheng once again and turned to walk over to the workshop. Yi Qiusheng said excuse me and followed Master Lu. What does Boss Sun think of that stone? When Yi Qiusheng walked away, Zhou Koan stared at Yi Qiusheng's back and asked Sun Shan. This kid is lucky. Sun Shan smiled and answered, but didn't say anything about the stone. That's a piece of limestone. Don't believe me, wait and see. Sun Shan still laughed. That's hard to say. Zhou Koan shook his head in silence. Into the stone removal workshop, Yi Qiusheng took out 200 yuan bill stuffed into the pocket of the Big Lu Master. Lu Master, more care. Big Lu smiled. Brother Yi is generous. Feel free to use the machines here. Ask me if you don't understand. Then I'll trouble Master Lu. Saying that, Yi Qiusheng put on the protective equipment, energized and turned on the stone grinding machine, fixed the stone and started grinding. Master Lu watched from the side, pointing out a few things from time to time, which benefited Yi Qiusheng a lot. Half an hour later, the heart of the apprehensive Yi Qiusheng, I do not know how many times after washing the stone finally saw a trace of green inside the stone. Master Lu also saw, Egu, good, out of the green. Do you need me? No, I slowly hole. Yi Qiusheng said. Master Lu nodded. Then you slowly hole, said, went to the side of a chair, sat down to play with the phone. After another 10 minutes, Yi Qiusheng fed. De Lu stood up and walked over. When he saw what Qiusheng had in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk. Just see Qiusheng hand lying in the heart of a piece of 3 or 4 centimeters long olive-shaped jadeite. This piece of jadeite crystal clear, body turquoise, in the reflection of the light flooded with glittering light. Glass seed imperial green? Dalu exclaimed again. It's not worth a few dollars for such a big point, Qiusheng said pretentiously. Chapter 058, Bidding Again. In fact, Qiusheng understood in his heart that this piece of jadeite was worth a lot. Before coming to South Cloud, he saw in the information, just the year before last, Hong Kong Island held Christie's Spring Jewelry Special Auction. There is a piece of 4 by 3 by 1. 3 glass seed emperor green jadeite piece sign auctioned out more than 63 million Hong Kong dollars high price. And this piece of jadeite in his hand is not smaller in weight than that peace sign. And the water type and color is not worse than that peace sign. Even without the addition of speculation and other artificial factors, it should not be a big problem to sell a $40 or $50 million. Boss Yi, still ready to sell? After half a minute, Master Dalu, who had finally regained his senses, stammered. He has been in the business of stone solving for more than 10 years. This is the only piece of glass seed imperial green jadeite that was born under his eyes. He was very excited, both envious and jealous, just about to grab it. And he didn't know that this piece of raw stone was brought in from outside, thinking that it was another treasure that Qiusheng was looking for in his store. Why didn't I buy it? He regretted in his heart. Sell it? Of course I sold it. It's useless for me to keep it. In fact, Qiusheng is not want to leave this piece of emerald to his wife or not, keep it as a family heirloom or not. But now is not the time for him to be extravagant and wasteful. His economic strength has not yet reached the degree of using a large part of his body to collect a useless stone, even if the stone is precious and rare. Then again he needed cash. Lots of it, to deal with the choppy, treacherous and crisis-ridden futures and foreign exchange markets he was about to face. I'll go tell the boss then, said Master Dalu as he ran out. Qiusheng shook his head and clutched the piece of jadeite and slowly followed him out. Over there. Master Dalu was eagerly saying something to Sun Shan. Sun Shan suddenly widened his eyes and turned his head to look at Qiusheng, who was walking towards him with a shocked face. Fu Zhenjiukuan, who had just said, that's just a piece of limestone, was even more incredulous. His expression was wonderful. Qiusheng arrived in front of them, spread out his palms and said with a smile, today is another day of my good fortune, but also to congratulate the Sun Boss. Your store has opened a piece of superb emerald. Renxin can be regarded as the Sister Su or even the entire Ruili Feng Shui treasure. Superb emerald of the Holy Land. The future business will certainly be more prosperous. Saying this he clutched the jadeite and arched his hand towards Sun Shan. Mr. Yi has dipped into the light of Renxin. Many thanks to Boss Sun. Sun Shan's face changed. Then he laughed. Qiusheng. Thank you. So Qiusheng is ready to bid for this piece of jadeite in Renxin? He understood what Qiusheng meant. I bought the stone in Renxin. Cut the stone in Renxin. Of course I hope to sell this piece of jadeite in Renxin. Please bear with me. Boss Sun. Qiusheng clasped his fist again. Sun Shan once again laughed out loud. Brother Yi is funny, Zhou Kuan said. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, thinking, that's a shameless thing to say. He was the only person besides the two parties involved who knew that the stone did not come from Renxin Jewelry Store. But he was not a villain and did not have the idea of revealing the matter. Can you let Mr. Zhou view and appreciate it? The glass seed Emperor Green. Mr. Zhou has not touched it for a long time. Zhou Kuan continued. Just now that piece of jadeite in Qiusheng's palm was just a shock. So he wasn't sure if it was glass seed Emperor Green. Why not? Please instruct Boss Zhou. Qiusheng swept a glance at the cameras around the store and placed the jadeite in his hand on the desk beside him. Zhou Kuan carefully picked it up and looked at it carefully. Beautiful, excellent head of water, without a trace of impurities. Ye brother, congratulations. This green, pure, he said while looking. Zhou Kuan looked at it 5 minutes, before reluctantly put the emerald on the desktop. Sun Boss also look at. No 3 or 5 years is unlikely to have this thing in the world again. He did not talk nonsense. Glass seed Emperor Green jadeite in the South Cloud and even the entire Dianming field mouth has not appeared for a long time. As long as the emergence of that is the big news. Sun Shan sat down on the chair, from the drawer out of a high magnifying glass, to the jadeite before a careful observation, while looking at it, said, Ye old brother's psychological price is how much? He didn't mean to cut off the jadeite when he said this, but instead, it was a bit of an agent's flavor. This was getting into character. Qiusheng thought for a moment and said, I remember some time ago Christie's auctioned a piece of peace sign. The picture of the sign I have seen, from the color is similar, but the head of water, I seem to be better, although not as regular as the peace sign, but carved into a seated Buddha is just right. So I think that 50 million shouldn't be too much of a problem? Zhou Kuan laughed, said, Ye brothers, not to hide you, that the auction on Hong Kong Island I happened to be present. The last bidding a few people have a deep background. The price in their competition has a lot to do with that year that has been the price of the sky, but the 2 years of high-grade jadeite appreciation faster. The glass species of the emperor green is more difficult to find traces of this piece of jadeite you sell a 5,000,000 is not impossible. Possible, depending on what people buy. Qiusheng said, if Boss Joe makes a bid, what is the highest price he can give? His question was likewise a bit out of line. Fortunately, Joe Cohen didn't have the intention of having to take this piece of jadeite, but the mentality of picking up a bargain was still there. He spread his hands and said, 40 million, at most 42 million. If Brother Yi cuts his losses, he can transfer the money now. Boss Joe is open-minded, but I still want to ask Boss Sun to help open it up, Qiusheng said with a smile. Sun Shan put down the magnifying glass at his words, beckoned the same employee who set off the firecrackers yesterday over, and instructed a few words in his ear. After that employee left for a few minutes, the LED display outside Qiusheng Jewelry once again hit a line of large letters. Good news, just now the store's customers bought a piece of all gambling stone, deciphered the glass seed Emperor Green Jade. Congratulations on wealth. Welcome bosses into the store to visit the purchase. The store clear price. This happy news did not say Qiusheng is from where to buy the original stone, also did not say to bid on this piece of jade. Then there was another burst of firecrackers that lasted for 3 to 5 minutes. In 2 days' time, the Sister Sue Jadeite public market would open, so there were even more jewelers on Jadeite Street today, 1 or 2% more than yesterday. Soon after the firecrackers, the lobby of Qiusheng Jewelry was packed with people. The indoor big screen TV is playing the glass seed imperial green jadeite over and over again from all angles of the photos. Each photo has as a reference next to the steel plate ruler, so that the size of the jadeite, the thickness of a clear at a glance. The bidding was even more intense than yesterday, with a lot of bidders and a lot of chaos. But after the price climbed to $50 million, there were only 2 bidders left. One was an old woman in her 60s. She was rich-looking and dressed luxuriously, followed by a man and a woman, 2 young men, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The girl was lightly holding the old woman's arm, whispering in her ear. The old woman smiled and nodded, light-hearted. The other is a stout middle-aged man. He's square-plate big face, angular, about 40 years old. Standing beside him is a seemingly 30 years old, the extreme beauty of the woman. The woman's skin is white, somewhat sickly. A pair of talking eyes, waves of light flow. The expression of obsessive staring at the emerald in the hands of Qiusheng, tugging at the man's arm of the back of the hand through the cobweb like green veins. Extreme woman suffers, slightly nervous. Chapter 059. The wife should buy a car. Qiusheng asked Sunshan also heard the merchants around the discussion. The 2 groups of people no one knows, should not be jewelers. It is likely to be a jadeite enthusiasts or tourists who happen to be there. This makes Qiusheng secretly happy. Merchants seeking profit can pressure on the price in order to make room for their own greater profits. Collectors were like, they espoused the idea that I bid higher than you. 1 million. The middle-aged man agonized for a few minutes and raised the price by 1 million again. The extremely woman faintly and unnoticeably rubbed her head against the man's arm. The middle-aged man lightly patted twice on her hand, tugging at his arm, and the extremely woman's eyes seemed to have something flickering in them, a kind of flickering that could only be found in a particular scene. All the men staring at her had their hearts twitching. Suffer no more birds. 3rd word at the top. This woman was a demon. Huang family's 2nd boy. Are you prepared to compete with me to the end? The old woman turned her head to the middle-aged man and said, the smile on her face unabated, her tone calm, not like she was angry. The girl beside the old man glared fiercely at the middle-aged man, and then skimmed her mouth at the extremely beautiful woman. The extreme woman gave the girl a blank stare, wintry but not flirty. The middle-aged man didn't bother with the girl, but sincerely said to the old woman, Auntie Shui, I know that Mrs. Tai is about to celebrate her 90th birthday. You are a piece of filial piety, but you also know Qingwan's situation. She needs this jade to nourish her body. If Auntie Shui is a success, my family has a set of late Ming Dynasty blue and white tea lights, and I'm willing to transfer it to Auntie Shui at the original price. This is jadeite, not jade, the girl beside the old woman said. This pretty girl's words made all the jewelers in the room's jaws drop. How middle-aged does this have to be in order to say such words? Where's the cheese, knowledge? It's all for dinner. The old woman did not comment. At this time Qiusheng quit. You 2 muttering, this is not to block my way of wealth? He reached out to the 2. Hey, what are you guys doing? How can you do this? Bold. Before Qiusheng could finish his words, he was interrupted by a shout from the young man beside the old woman. Qiusheng was startled. His body shivered, and the emerald in his hand almost fell to the ground. The others were also startled by the young man's shout and looked over. The young man's overreaction made them have new speculations about the old woman's identity. This old woman was not simple. The old woman frowned and said softly, none of your business. Yes, After the young man finished speaking, his expression turned ancient again. What's this situation? Qiusheng slowed down and muttered. He didn't think too much about it. He only thought of the young man as the old woman's children and grandchildren. Still won't allow me to speak. Sun Shan said sardonically. Ye old brother, no one is not allowed to let you speak. Your things, of course you have the final say. This is not an auction house. There is no saying that the hammer has been put down. You are willing to sell on sale. Whoever is not willing to sell can't do anything about you. Qiusheng nodded, then raised a hand and said, everyone, listen to me. This time I bid. Who the first agree with me to report the price of this piece of jadeite to whom? If not reach my heart price, then today is not for sale. I take it to Christie's fall auction. I think it will be a lot higher than bidding here. These 2 years, the price of the best jadeite has not a small increase. If this piece of jadeite to auction, deduct 10% commission and various costs, Qiusheng to get 60 million is still very likely. Qiusheng continued. Any takers for 60 million? He looked at the old woman and the middle-aged man. The room full of businessmen also looked at the two. After waiting for 2 minutes, both of them did not respond. Qiusheng secretly sighed. This place still has few rich people, far less than an auction. 58 million, 57 million, 56 million. Forget it, last time 55 million. If no one wants it, it's not for sale. Qiusheng's face was dark and red. He was a bit nervous. Only after Qiusheng's words fell, the middle-aged man said, I'll take it for 55 million. The middle-aged man finally took over. The room made a buzzing sound, which was very lively. Qiusheng took a long breath. Finally sold out. Transfer the money. One hand money, one hand goods, he said to the middle-aged man. Then reported his account number and name. When the middle-aged man was transferring money to Qiusheng, he said in a teasing tone, little brother's luck is good. I heard that he also sold a piece of emerald yesterday, and earned 100 million in 2 days. Marvelous. Little brother is from Fengjing, right? What do you mean? Qiusheng was creeped out. His face changed one after another. He suddenly had a very bad premonition that this middle-aged man was a fierce dragon. What he did today seemed to have offended this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man laughed. The money has been transferred to you. Check and receive it. At this time, Qiusheng's cell phone came beep a sound. Qiusheng clicked on the notification message of the SMS. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, May 5, 8102. 1641 Your tail number 3586 debit card transferred into the 55 million renminbi, 00 yuan. The account balance of 9362625 69 yuan. His bank transfer. Seeing the funds to the account, he handed over the emerald in his hand to the middle-aged man. Uncle, buying and selling, you buy and I sell. We show you beat Huang Gai, not guilty of checking the account. Qiusheng said. The cab had just left Sister Su not far away. Qiusheng received a call from Wang Wan. Qiusheng, you are really good. What time is it? Not even a single fart. Wang Wan opened the door and said without any politeness, this is the small temper of a woman who has been looked at naked. Small temperament. Don't look at it if you don't want to. If you look at it, you have to endure it. Qiusheng was confused for a moment, and then remembered that he promised to treat the two women to dinner, and he even had to treat them to 3 meals tomorrow. The price of a glance is not low, without a few thousand down. That is, old classmates, from middle school coveted people, otherwise it is not worth the price. Looked at the cell phone time, 17:31, then said, really sorry. Busy work to forget the time. Or so, you and Shangwan first find a place. The location is you pick. I will be there later. Also just 10 minutes. This is what you said. Don't say we rip you off. Wang Wan leaped forward. How can I? It's my honor to treat big school flower Wang to dinner. Qiusheng said. At the same time, he thought to himself, I've been ripped off for thousands of dollars at noon, okay? After hanging up Wang Wan's phone, he suddenly thought of his wife and daughter. The heart feels slightly bitter. Their own thousands and thousands of consumption. But the wife and child in the mother's home to suffer and suffer. Li Zihan did not even have a car to replace the car. Now the assets are more than 100 million. Even if you play foreign exchange and futures, but also not bad this 3 melon 2 dates. It is time to buy a car for his wife. At least send your daughter to kindergarten is also convenient, is not it? To buy a car, to buy a good one. Women driving BMW fragrant car is the most suitable. It is. Thinking, pointing to open the cell phone bank. First entered 500, 000. But look at the string of figures, feel less. This money will buy BMW 3 Series. Grade is too low. Cannot match the identity of his billionaires. Press the back button to delete. Entering 1 million again. I still feel that it is a little less than the latest BMW 7 Series is not enough. Press the back button to delete. Enter 5 million in the amount column. The BMW department basically can buy down. but he hesitated to enter the password. If his wife asked where is the money, he cannot explain the stock has not sold it. Delete again. This time enter 1 million. First buy a BMW 5 Series it. This time he felt more comfortable. Their own women and children still have to hurt themselves. Enter the password and confirm. Transfer successful. Everyone reading The Old Iron, please add a collection. Click the end of the chapter of the gift, the kind of free on the line, in the last sheet and then click on the urging. Watch the urging video. Gorgeous turn of the income all rely on your click. Gorgeous will do their best to dedicate to you the most wonderful story. Chapter 060 Deception exists in the little things of life. May 6, 17:20 p.m. Magic City, Nanjing East Road. Li Zihan walked through the door of the Shengdao Cafe located at No. 479, stood in front of the door and hesitantly looked around for a while, not seeing Aunt Shui who had asked her out. At the window seat on the east side a young man from the workplace wearing a light gray suit and orange tie stood up and waved to her joyfully. Li Zihan frowned, then relaxed her expression and walked over to him with a throwback smile. Zhang Xin quickly greeted her. Hello, Zihan. It's good to see you again. He extended his hand to Li Zihan. The two shook hands politely. Hello, long time no see, Li Zihan said haughtily. Zhang Xin laughed. You neighbor girl is getting prettier and prettier. Being a brother is really a shame. It's a great honor to see you again today. Please sit down. Zhang Xin was a gentleman and invited Li Zihan to take a seat. When he was young, Li Zihan's family and Zhang Xin's family were upstairs and downstairs neighbors. The same unit, Li Zihan's family lived on the third floor. Zhang Xin's family lived on the first floor, and the two of them were in the same class from elementary school to junior high school, and had been classmates for 8 or 9 years. Those years, because the two mothers work in a unit, so the two families are close. Teenager Zhang Xin is very out of tune. Li Zihan is very annoying him, although the two families often eat together, but also brother and sister called, but the two did not become childhood friends. Later Zhang Xin's family bought a new building. The two were admitted to a different high school. Since then there is no contact. However, when Li Zihan went to college, Zhang Xin did not know where to get Li Zihan's QQ and cell phone number, harassing her from time to time, but she did not tell Qiusheng about it for fear that he would be too concerned. Where's Aunt Shui? Li Zihan asked. She vaguely had a little guess that Aunt Shui lied to her. Aunt Shui is Zhang Xin's mother, but also a very good aunt to Li Zihan when she was a child. Her mother Tian Yanni's best friend, and now they are still working in a unit. Yesterday, Aunt Shui called her, said that it has been a long time since I have not seen her, about her to come out to chat. Li Zihan cannot wipe the face of the elders to agree. Zhang Xin embarrassed, I sent my mom over. Who knows not yet off she received a call from the school, said there is an emergency, and this point in time you have gone out. My mom let me wait for you here. How can you not let you run an empty trip? She took a taxi to go. By the way, what to drink? Soda, right? Li Zihan understood in her heart what was going on, but she didn't reveal it, leaving face for Zhang Xin. What? Bad stomach and intestines? Zhang Xin asked with concern. Oh, sometimes I get stomach acid. Li Zihan gave a perfunctory sentence. No wonder you're still so thin. Right. I know a friend who is the attending physician of the gastroenterology department of the Eastern Hospital. I'll take you to take a look someday. Zhang Xin hit the snake with a stick. No need. Old problem. Li Zihan refused. Zhang Xin smiled and waved his hand to greet the waiter. The waiter came over and politely served the menu. Zhang Xin casually ordered a few small snacks, and ordered a latte and soda. The prices were not too high and not too low, and the moderation was in place. After the waiter left, Li Zihan gritted his teeth and said openly, Zhang Xin, we are old classmates, and we are also considered friends, so I think it's better to pick up the words and say it's good, so that in the future we will still be old classmates, and still friends. Zhang Xin's face changed slightly. Li Zihan lowered her head and continued, I don't know what you think. Maybe Aunt Shui is anxious for you. My mom too, forced me several times, but I don't have that idea. You should know what I'm talking about. Don't hold you up. Why don't we just continue to be classmates? And friends are fine. Saying this, she raised her head and looked at Zhang Xin whose face suddenly changed. This was a clear rejection on her part. Zhang Xin bit his lip, silent for a while, made up his mind and said, the me in your eyes may still be the naughty and out of tune me in junior high school. Nothing to flirt with you. Say some strange things about me, but you're wrong. The so-called Sherbasher 3 days when to look at, said he confidence burst. Aunt Tian Mei and you said, I am now in the world's top 500 companies. A year's salary even if not to 400,000. 300,000 is always there. Have their own house, their own car. Character is also good. Not to say that is a friend all over the world, but can help to run errands for a lot of people. Height looks, you are not unaware of. When we were in the class is also considered outstanding. Counted outstanding. Take out not to lose face. At this time, the waiter came over with refreshments. He stopped. After the waiter placed the drinks and snacks on the table, he politely thanked the waiter. After the waiter walked away, he continued. I didn't mean to force you to agree with me or even force you to become my girlfriend by tricking you out today. I only hope to have the opportunity to get along with you. Firstly, to revive our childhood friendship. And secondly, if we get along, I hope to take care of you for the rest of your life and your daughter. Zhang Xian spoke in a very soft and gentle voice with emotion. Li Zihan's eyebrows frowned tighter and tighter. This argument disgusted her. She even had the idea of immediately lifting her leg and walking away. But after thinking about it, she still held back. She didn't want to alienate her mother's relationship with Aunt Shui. Nor did she want Zhang Xian to get angry and do anything else irrational. She ran through her thoughts in her mind and said, maybe I've got you wrong. You're an excellent man. I don't know why you got divorced, but I was forced to because of objective reasons. If it wasn't for the sake of the child we wouldn't have come to this point. So I really don't have that kind of mind right now. I'm sorry. She had no way to tell Zhang Xian that she and her husband were falsely divorced. If she did, it would turn around and reach her mom Tian Yanni's ears. She didn't want her already stormy mother's family to go through another storm. Her heart was very tired and she couldn't withstand this kind of tossing and turning anymore. Zihan, don't be in a hurry to reject me first. We might as well get along for a while. We'll talk about the rest when you have that in mind. Just in case we're suitable, Zhang Xian said, pulling the car keys out of his handbag and putting them on the desktop. He drove a BMW 320 Li, a big $400,000, which was already very pushy in the middle class. I heard my mom say that your daughter has found a kindergarten. It's quite far from your house. You can drive this car first. It's convenient to pick up and drop off your daughter. Don't think too much about it. I don't have any other meanings. I just want to make it less hard for you. Saying that, he pushed the car keys to Li Zihan, then continued, by the way, asking you to meet these days is not something my mom opened up, but I asked my mom to rush Aunt Tian. For so many years, I can't get over you, and I've always felt that my divorce is not unrelated to the fact that I've always had a shadow of you in my heart. I'm sorry, I don't know how to drive. Li Zihan pushed the car keys back. In fact, she had a driver's license. When she was in her sophomore year she and Qiusheng took the test together. When that driving school came to the school for a promotion with a great discount. At the same time she frowned slightly. Zhang Xian's words and mannerisms turned her stomach. This revulsion even reached its peak instantly. If not for Cui Jie's affection, she would have wanted to throw the car keys in his face. What a thing! You can't get affection, so you want to smash it with money? It's not that she hasn't seen rich people. In Fengjing, when Nui Nui was 3 years old and went to kindergarten, she applied to a company to do HR, and the owner of that company was a billionaire, and that guy had smashed her with money, and she hadn't given her a good face at all, and she resigned on the next day. This thing she didn't tell Qiusheng. He is careful. If she told him, he still doesn't know how to torture herself, thinking about this and that, suffering from this and that. Why bother Zihan? Aunt Tian told my mom that you have a driver's license. It was also my mom who told me to give you the car to use. Aunt Tian also knows that I really don't mean anything else by doing this. I just don't want to make you work too hard. Li Zihan was dumbfounded for a moment. What had her mom done behind her back? Just when she was in a daze, the phone came beeping sound. This is her use of cell phone assistant specifically for Qiusheng set WeChat tone. Unique. Chapter 061, I have a big star friend. Excuse me, let me read a message. Li Zihan stood up and opened her carry-on bag, pulling out her cell phone as she walked out. Seeing Li Zihan take her bag and go out, Zhang Xian developed an ominous feeling. Is this an opportunity to slip away? He gritted his teeth. If Li Zihan was so insensitive, he wasn't going to continue pretending. He would definitely chase her to her house and curse her for 3 days and 3 nights. Stinking, give you 3 colors? You even opened a dye house. After so many years, he has never been so low. Zhang Xian thought viciously. Li Zihan went out of the store, which opened WeChat and clicked on Qiusheng's avatar. Wife, surprised? Is it a surprise that $1 million has arrived? Right? This money is for you to buy a car. Let's buy a BMW. 5 series of 7 series of all. Buy the best. Don't let our daughter suffer. If the money is not enough, talk to me and I'll give you another turn. Right. The money in the stock account can be a point did not move. Is not want to ask me where the money? Guess. Yi Zihan was surprised in her heart, and hurriedly exited WeChat to tap the notification message of the SMS. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, May 24, 8102, 1243. Your tail number 2637 debit card transferred into the 1 million renminbi, 00 yuan. The account balance of 121-6911, 00 yuan. Mobile banking, transfer. Li Zihan clicked the number in front of the decimal point to check. 7 digits. Really is 1 million. Now this bank card dedicated to the Nui alimony has a huge amount of 1,210,000 yuan, not counting the 1 million this time. Qiusheng also transferred 3 times during this period of time. Each time is 100,000 yuan. I spent more than 70,000 yuan on buying a piano for my daughter, and more than 10,000 yuan on kindergarten fees. As Qiusheng said, question marks kept popping up in her head. Where did he get the money? The phone dialed, and Qiusheng's side answered in seconds. Is the wife scared? Qiusheng said smilingly. Where did you get the money? Qiusheng again a burst of laughter. Wife really let me guess. You really asked so. Less nonsense, hurry up and say. Good. I say. If I don't say, I guess you can't sleep well tonight. Then you still nonsense. Wife, I'm rich, do you know? May day before I met a friend. He is doing foreign exchange. We went to college as not also learned a little. I learned to do foreign exchange with him. Foreign and domestic is not the same. May day they are not on vacation. I earned a lot of these days. You also know that if stepped on the point of time, but exponentially earned. Qiusheng a blind fool, but Li Zihan still found the loophole. Where did you get the money if you didn't sell your stocks? You're not trying to tell me that the money is also from that friend of yours, right? Wife, you guessed too accurate. It's really a friend to help me out, but not a person. It's a temporary loan, just borrowed for a few days, and returned to him after making money. Qiusheng, you fooled the ghost. Li Zihan was really angry. Qiusheng a headache, miscalculation, just add excitement to this crop to forget. Li Zihan is a serious person, not so good to fool. In his haste, he thought of Sui who lent him money. Wife, this friend of mine is a big star, really not fooling you. Big star? Which big star? Tell me if I know. Li Zihan's tone became even more dissatisfied, as if she was speaking through clenched teeth. You definitely know him. We even saw his movie. Sui, that's the leading man who acted in 2. You forgot. The cab driver couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Qiusheng say Sui's name. He glanced sideways at Qiusheng, seeing that he was chatting enthusiastically. He didn't intervene, but from the corners of his mouth that were almost skimming to the base of his ears, one could tell that he was very contemptuous of Qiusheng's rambling blowing of greatness. Ouch! It's really a big star. Tell me, how do you know it? Li Zihan's tone was full of derision. Qiusheng had another headache. It really deserved the saying that a lie should be rounded up with 1,000 lies. However, it was not possible to not lie. The metaphysical event about the future news could not be told to Li Zihan yet. Firstly, he was afraid that she would accidentally say it out. Secondly, he was also worried that if one more person knew about it, would there be a change in the push of the future news? This was a major event that concerned the happiness of his wife and child, so he couldn't be sloppy. Then, just keep lying. Wife, it's quite dramatic to say. That day I went to Joy City. I wanted to buy a t-shirt, but I ran into a dog blood thing. A middle school student was caught peeping at a woman in the toilet. That kid wanted to jump off the building in the process of escaping. I kicked him, and as a result, I kicked him to a pair of men and women who were wearing masks. And that middle school student got up and held that girl hostage with a knife. And then me and that man was trying to find a way to save the girl while calming down that middle school student. And it turned out that I rushed up and saved the girl. Are you stupid? Are you hurt? Li Zihan exclaimed, full of worry. Qiusheng wailed in his heart. Finished. Miscalculated again. Li Zihan is most jealous of him meddling. One is afraid of hurting himself, and the second is afraid of causing trouble for the family. Nothing. I have nothing. The girl is a little hurt. Right. You must know that girl. She is **2 in the role of the vase female doctor's girl, called Shui Liying. Remember, that man is Sui. Sui is Shui Liying's own cousin. They went to Fengjing to do business. Just stumbled into this matter. There is enough bad luck. I'm like this and Sui acquaintance. They invited me to eat a couple of meals, and I'm very happy. They invited me to eat a few meals. Said I was their benefactor. That day I happened to be short of money, so he borrowed 5 million. He did not say anything to lend me. This is not really a safe lie, or rather 7 points of truth and 3 points of falsehood. When the cab driver heard this, he couldn't listen to it anymore. He pressed the horn twice to vent his dissatisfaction. Qiusheng frowned, pointing to the side of the road for the cab driver to stop. This place is not far from the hotel where he lives. This cab driver thing forced. When he got out of the car, he took out a 20 bill and waved his hand to show that he didn't need to find it. At this time, the cab meter showed a price of less than 10 yuan. He just took 2 steps toward the curb, and then heard the cab driver muttered, "Really can blow awesome." Then the cab scurried out. Qiusheng was in a trance. Did I just blow a lot? It seems that I also hit a lot. I did not say that 2 days earned 100 million, nor did I say that Sui met my brother long brother short, nor did I say that Shui Liying let me go to visit the class, right? How did this become bragging be? Yi Qiusheng raised a middle finger to the cab that ran away. On the phone, Li Zihan is still all kinds of disbelief. Yi Qiusheng, helpless, said, "If you do not believe, a moment later I will send you the screenshot of the transfer of money from Sui to me. You look at it, you will know, and there are also screenshots of the money I returned to him. Then you send me out." Li Zihan still do not believe. "You wait, first put it down." Chapter 062, Adding Big Star Friends. Yi Qiusheng put down the phone, looked around and discerned the direction. Then while walking towards the restaurant that Wang Wan sent over, he took a screenshot of the 2 transfers and sent it to Li Zihan on WeChat, thinking that Li Zihan will definitely still be half convinced, and even worried and unable to sleep well. He was disturbed in his heart. What should I do? Don't let Sui give her a call. But is this good? Will Sui be upset? Think I'm making a big deal out of it? Whatever. Letting my wife sleep well is the most important thing. Scratching his cell phone, he found Suyi's number in his contacts and dialed it after hesitating for 2 seconds. A certain studio in Kyoto. The cast and crew of Full Throttle Pursuit are making up shots. The atmosphere on the shooting set was dull, without the usual laughter. The investigation into the previous incident of the breakage of the wigwam has come to an end, and the conclusion issued by the relevant authorities is that the probability is that the natural breakage was caused by the aging of the steel cable, and that there is a lack of evidence of man-made sabotage, and it is characterized as an accident, and so the filming of the drama and the makeup shooting work can continue. However, the accountability of the crew's safety production is still under study. The next set to be res hot is an indoor fight scene. The main character played by Sui needed to insert a sharp knife into his left shoulder because he had been injured in a previous fight. The makeup artist was installing props for Sui when Sui's cell phone rang. Sui's assistant handed him the phone and Sui looked at it. It was Yi Qiusheng. He waved his hand to the prop master and told him to get it later, then pressed answer. Older brother. Wouldn't be in Kyoto, right? No, I'm in Ruweli. I won't return to Fongjing until tomorrow. Brother Su, what are doing? Won't bother you, right? Nothing. Why did you run to Ruweli? This is not the 1st of May. Accompanied a friend over to buy jade. By the way, traveling to play. Feel quite good. The scenery here is very beautiful. Did not say good to Kyoto. You're too unpolished. Kyoto has been there dozens of times. Nanyun, haven't I never been here? Just happened to come over to take a look. You just blow it off. And dozens of times. Yi Qiusheng laughed. By the way, brother Su, looking for you to do a favor. He squirmed and said the purpose of looking for Sui. Sui heard, cannot help but laugh. Older brother can really have your since and his ex-wife Lotus Roots. Hurry to remarry. Magic account I can help you ask. See if you can do it in advance past. This matter is not urgent. Or to put off the matter at hand. Or I have a headache. Yi Qiusheng said, slightly helpless. He has already realized the first small goal. Cannot be in the magic city on the account is really not a big deal. Besides, he did not have the intention of transferring to the magic city. To transfer to Kyoto? In the future, Nui go to college can also be less points. Maybe can enter the Waterwood and Kyoto University. Sui said, that's fine. Give me her cell phone number. I'll add her WeChat. It's useless to make a dry call. Who knows if you're looking for someone to impersonate her. You let her through. I'll video her. If like you said she's a fan of mine, then she will definitely be able to recognize me. So she won't not believe it. Brother Su, that's enough. Wait until we get to Kyoto and I'll treat you to the great sort of treasure. Forget it. It's better for me to find you a few small stars. Both of them laughed out loud. After putting down Sui's phone, he opened Li Zihan's WeChat and wrote, wife, in a moment, Big Star Sui will add your WeChat. So go through it, and he might video with you. Shu WeChat was sent. At this time, he was already standing in front of this restaurant that was very unique in Ruweli City. A large stall-style restaurant. 2 big beauties were waiting for him inside. But he was a bit intimidated. Before Li Zihan entered the coffee shop, she saw the screenshot of the money transfer sent by Yi Qiusheng. Yi Qiusheng bank card tail number she remembers. So little time and no time to PS picture. Cannot be fake, but she still suffers from the loss. What is the other side of the transfer? It will not be a loan shark, right? Will not be involved in gambling? Her heart was a little messy. Zhang Xian saw Yi Li Zihan made a phone call and then walked in. The heart is also quite pleased. This woman is in the pretense. At a price to sell a good price. It seems that he is not without opportunity. As long as the price is enough. Buried in the bottom of the heart of more than 10 years of long-cherished wish may be able to pay. What not or not married. Now young people who still care about this. Not to mention there is a drag bottle. Play on the end. The seafood that has been coveted for more than 10 years is only real when he tastes it. And according to the female classmates he has played with, that seafood is extremely beautiful and fresh. Is everything okay? He asked, feigning concern. It's Nui her father. Said something. Sorry for delaying you. Li Zihan's mood was messed up. The question marks in his head not only did not decrease but increased. Why is he still pestering you? This person is also too unambitious. This person is not a man, divorced and still harassing his ex-wife, rooting for what he wants. Zhang Xian's expression was surprised. He didn't expect the one who came with the message and phone call to be Li Zihan's ex-husband, which made him jealous. Nui's her dad transferred $1 million over and asked me to buy a Baobao 5 Series 7 Series to transport Nui. By the way, Zhang Xian, you should have a research on BMW. Is the 5 Series good or the 7 Series good? Her father said that the money is not enough to transfer me again. Money is not a problem. Li Zihan is actually just talking. Let her buy millions over millions of cars. She can't afford it. Of course, her main purpose of saying this is to hit back at Zhang Xian's disdain for their Li family just now, and his disrespect for Qiusheng. She heard her mother mention that Zhang Xian drove a BMW 320 Li. Isn't it just showing off wealth? Who wouldn't? It was just as well that she had this opportunity to make Zhang Xian die as well. Nui's father transferred $1 million to you? Zhang Xian opened his mouth wide, completely disbelieving. Tian and my mom said that Nui's dad is a real estate agent. Where did he get $1 million? Li Zihan smiled. Her dad has been in the foreign exchange business recently. Said clicked on the SMS notification message, found the one sent by ICBC, stood up the cell phone to Zhang Xian to see. Zhang Xian's eyesight is very good. I hit on the eyes to see the row of 7-bit numbers. The time of the text message also see very clearly. Just 10 minutes ago. Also really transferred to 1 million. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. At this time, Li Zihan's cell phone again came beep sound. Qiusheng's message again. This time Li Zihan did not go out. Directly opened the WeChat. See, wife. In a moment the big star Sui add your WeChat. You threw a little. He may be and you video. She froze. Qiusheng is not in a fever, right? The nonsense was endless. She couldn't believe for the life of her that Qiusheng was involved with a big star with a national reputation and accounts. Even though she didn't believe it, she still clicked on new friends in her WeChat address book. She was very surprised to see that there was really someone requesting to add you as a new friend. And the note underneath was, I'm Sui, an actor. She was surprised. Is this for real? How could Akio know such a famous star? Hastily tapping add. Is your ex-husband harassing you again? Zhang Xian looked at Li Zihan playing with her cell phone with her head down and was in a very upset mood. Li Zihan didn't notice Zhang Xian's dissatisfaction and said excitedly, it's actor Sui who added me as a friend. He's a friend of Nui's father. Sui? You're dreaming, right? Zhang Xian said in a sarcastic tone. He was struck by the fact that his previously hidden nature was unintentionally exposed. And yet, he was still unaware of it. Chapter 063, The Man Ran Away. Li Zihan glanced at Zhang Xian with disgust, just as she was about to get up and say goodbye. Dun. Clutched in the hands of the cell phone came to requested video call vibration ringtone. Li Zihan put her peach buttocks back on the seat, quickly scanned the screen. The WeChat icon at the top of the video call page was a bamboo C, and the nickname was Su Dongpa. It's really Sui. Li Zihan immediately tensed up, her hands shaking. Your ex-husband is really annoying, Zhang Xian said without a trace. Just now, Li Zihan's operation as if no one else was there, made him jealous, feeling that he was left out by this woman with a broken flower, and his personality was insulted. Unhappy very much, Li Zihan was agitated. She didn't notice Zhang Xian's attitude at all. She just raised her head slightly and said, it's not Nui's father, it's Sui. That star Sui? Zhang Xian still didn't believe it, his face full of disdain. Aha! Li Zihan lowered her head and gave a while pressing connect. Zhang Xian was still muttering, adding sarcasm to his insalubriousness. People's big stars take the initiative to video with you. What are you thinking? Hello sibling, I'm Sui, Qiusheng's oldest brother's life and death friend. I'm very happy to see you. A kind and magnetic voice came from the video. The first thing Li Zihan saw was a handsome man talking and smiling to the camera. Who was that if not Sui? He was seen wearing a uniform of a powerful department, and there was a large bloodstain on his left shoulder with a bloodstained sharp knife sticking out of it. Ah! Li Zihan involuntarily let out a shriek. Only after screaming did she remember that the other party was an actor and should be acting. Otherwise it would be impossible to smile so naturally and cheerfully. Are you really Sui? Li Zihan asked knowingly. She was excited. It's me, younger sis. Elder brother Yi asked me to give him a proof. What's there to prove? I'm just an ordinary actor. It's too normal for me to become friends with elder brother Yi. I feel like I'm climbing high on elder brother Yi. By the way younger sis, I'm on set, making up for the footage of Full Force Pursuit. I'll switch it to show you. Sui switched the camera to rear, turned around and then cut back to front. See it's sister-in-law. It's a mess here. It's not interesting at all. Sister-in-law. Elder brother Yi said that he will come to Beijing sometime later. can sister-in-law come along, and bring your family's baby Nyan Nyan? It just so happens that there is a role of a 5-year-old little girl in my next movie, so Nyan Nyan can try out for the camera. I've seen Nyan Nyan's picture quite suitable for that role. Li Zihan was so confused that she couldn't even insert a word as she listened to Sui. Finally slowing down, she stammered, "Thank you big brother Su, I will definitely bring my daughter over then, and thank you for taking care of Qiusheng." At this time, Zhang Xin had already stood on Li Zihan's side. From this angle he could clearly see the man in the video screen. Wasn't it Sui? At this moment, his face was hot and painful. This face hit. People's ex-husband not only knew Sui, but Sui was also courteous to others and personally sent a video over to explain his greetings for the sake of not knowing what was going on. How deep of a relationship did this have to be? Could it be that Li Zihan's ex-husband was an invisible big brother? He realized with a jolt that the possibility of him trying to taste the superb seafood mecca that had been his envy for so long was gone. Couldn't even smell it. Li Zihan's video call voice was externalized, and Sui's bright voice was heard by many people. This would be Li Zihan surrounded by a lot of people, probing to see Li Zihan's cell phone. Most of them were girls, and there were a few waitresses. They were chattering excitedly, and some girls waved at the video. Li Zihan did not notice the strange appearance behind her because she was highly concentrated. Sister's sister is polite. To say take care of, ye old brother even took care of me. Otherwise where else would there be me Sui? He is my benefactor. Sui was referring to something, but to Li Zihan thought that he was talking about the incident at the Grand Joy City. That's what Qiusheng should do. Sui laughed. Sister-in-law is right. This kid Qiusheng rebukes me for nothing. Now I know who can control him. Sister-in-law, you take out the anger for me and control him properly. Hey, sister-in-law, where are you? So many people? Sui noticed the people behind Li Zihan. Li Zihan turned around and couldn't help but let out an oops. She was also startled. Why are there so many people? The little girls on the sidelines smiled at Li Zihan and waved wildly at the camera. Li Zihan hurriedly said to Sui, "Big brother Su, I'm outside. There are more people here. Then you should be busy with you first. I'll make amends to you on behalf of Qiusheng. When I go to Kyoto, let him treat you. Sibling sister, you're welcome. Where is the need for him to invite? I owe him several meals. Then let's not chat for now. I hope to see you and Nui kids in Kyoto soon. Bye." Bye. Sui hung up the video. Li Zihan panicked and collected her cell phone and stood up to leave. The expressions of these little girls were too scary, crazy-like, but she just stood up. Those little girls hula surrounded her. "Sister, can you give me Sui's micro-signal? Sister, I also want his micro-signal. Sister, can you introduce me to Sui? Give me his phone number. I'll treat you to a SPA, the best SPA in Magic City. Sister, can you help me get into Sui's theater group? Sister, I'll give you an introduction fee. Sister, let's add a friend." A sea of warblers and swallows, causing Li Zihan to have two big heads. At this time she looked across the street again. Zhang Xian had already disappeared. She called out to the waiter. A female waiter stood out from the pile of little girls. "Sister, that man ran away. Should we chase him back to let him settle the bill? I help my sister pay." "I'll help my sister." Yi Qiusheng walked into the big stall, as into the bustling night market, and so on to find the table where the two beautiful women are, to see the two goods stuffed in the food, mouths flowing oil. "Hi, beauties, don't bother you guys," he greeted with a smile. Shangguan Yunshon looked up. Seeing that it was Yi Qiusheng, she hurriedly threw the piece of crab meat she was chucking into the basin and sat up straight to assume the posture of a lady. She squeezed out a smile at Yi Qiusheng, but her 5 senses were not under control. They were all squeezed towards the center, a complete picture of a sad face, an expression that was worse than death. The food she just ate was too ugly, detracting from the highly ladylike image she had always maintained in front of Yi Qiusheng, making her feel defeated. It was as if she had been stripped naked and looked at on the spot. On the other hand, that Wang who was really being looked at naked by Yi Qiusheng did not have a trace of embarrassment. She pointed to the stainless steel basin with the big crab pincer clutched in her hand, and said vaguely, "You came at the right time. The fried crab just came up. The boss said that it was the crab from the Indian Ocean, and it was thievish and delicious. What are you standing for? Hurry up and sit down." Yi Qiusheng looked at the position of the two girls, hesitated for a second, then sat next to Shangguan Yunshon. The two girls were sitting opposite each other. He could only choose one of two. Wang skimmed her mouth and pointed at Yi Qiusheng with the crab pincers in her hand. "You're comparable to Cao Aman." "What do you mean?" Yi Qiusheng asked with a smile. "It means nothing. Why do you people net half speak?" Yi Qiusheng joked. In fact, he understood the meaning of comparing him to Cao Aman. He rather hoped that Wang would pick up the words and see what expression Shangguan had. Shangguan Yunshon, on the other hand, was confused, looking at Yi Qiusheng and then Wang, thinking, what does eating a spicy fried crab have to do with Cao? To say that Ruweli's spicy fried crab was indeed delicious. Its main ingredient is usually Burmese crab, from the Indian Ocean, large and fat, full of crab yolk. The production method is also very simple. In addition to the main ingredients, auxiliary materials are mainly green bamboo shoots, konjac, green onions, garlic, millet chili, pickled peppers, bad chili, dry coriander and so on. White oil. Put together a rapid-fire fierce fried. When the color is bright red can be out of the pot. Spicy fried crab flavor sweet and sour. Sweet with spicy, spicy with fresh, tender crab meat. Is to Ruweli must eat one of the food. Chapter 064, Truth or Dare. Really went to sis to sue, not to avoid sis? After finishing a pot of spicy fried crab, Wangwan took off her plastic gloves and wiped her mouth with a wet towel before asking about the reason why Qiusheng came late. Qiusheng recruited the waiter to order another pot of fried crab. After scanning the code to pay, said to Wangwan, "What are you doing to hide from you? You can still eat me, really go." My friend asked me to accompany him to look at a piece of stone he fell in love with, and the result is really cut out of the emerald. Believe you a big head of ghost, afraid of sister rely on you is not? Wangwan plucked out a blank stare to Qiusheng. She didn't take being looked at by Qiusheng seriously at all. Of course it would be even better if she could use this excuse to have something with Qiusheng. Yes, she felt great. That kind of dark pleasure when exposing her privacy to the opposite sex. Love to believe it or not. Qiusheng grabbed his wineglass and drank his beer. Shangguan Yunshang covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Qiusheng glanced at it. It was quite pretty. Wangwan slammed the table. Qiusheng, you are Chawaman. The main thing is to attract you, is not it? Want me a yellow flower big girl? Let you. Her words came to an abrupt end. The diners at the next few tables were looking at her sideways. Wangwan's face was hot. With a nasal voice made a strong hum. No longer say. Qiusheng was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that the previous schoolgirl was now so prodigal. Non-vegetarian. How much gunfire did she have to go through? Shangguan Yunshang even laughed her head off. And for a moment she forgot to pretend to be a lady again. Big Colonel, let's not mention this. Okay, Shangguan, no. I don't mean it. Qiusheng looked at Shangguan. Shangguan Yunshang smiled and shook her head vigorously, like a rattle. Qiusheng spread his hands, helpless. This big stall served food quickly. A pot of spicy fried crab was served on the table while they were talking. Qiusheng put on his gloves and started. He didn't eat a few bites from the pot just now, and let these two women build it up. The seafood was so delicious and pretty, red and pink. It made people move. Why is it still so brightly colored? How long has it been fried? He thought. Maybe it has something to do with the pigment in his body. Some of them are gray and black without frying. Can't look at it, and even more can't eat it. Make people have no emotion. The three people ate and talked about some have and have not. Contact more. Qiusheng and Shangguan Yunshang also more familiar with some. The most obvious performance is that she is not so pretend. More natural. In fact, it's that way, when a woman's nature is exposed, and then pretend to be meaningless, such as Wangwan. If there is not that shocking accident, but also not to when Qiusheng chatter a lot. Women are not familiar with the time to be reserved, cooked to let go. Who has seen their own women and daughters all day to put a bad face? Not all that do what. Fluffy face is a common thing, to be eaten. More than 7 o'clock. This will be Qiusheng no excuse. Can only go back to their suite with two women to fight the landlord. But they set the rules of fighting the landlord a little up. That is, the two women will always be farmers. Qiusheng must be the landlord. That is, the two women beat Qiusheng one, but also do not bring back the hand. The bet is, the losing party drink up a beer. He lost, he drank alone. The other party lost, is two people drink. It's very unfair and the gap is too big. But women are unreasonable animals. Originally weak-minded and unreasonable, Qiusheng had to agree even if he didn't. In this way, the two women are happy. They win more and lose less. But Qiusheng is miserable. 10 times he lost at least 7 times. Less than 11 o'clock. He drank at least a box. That is 24 listened to. How to change into bottles also have 12 bottles. Even if Qiusheng can drink beer again, cannot stand toilet ran dozens of times. A few minutes a time. And then go on, so have to bald jerkskin. In fact, the two women also drank a lot. Not 10 here, also have 8 here. Under the stimulation of alcohol, three people's emotions are very exciting. Qiusheng most exciting. The heart of the concerns and guilt early let the alcohol away. Poker tired of playing? Wangwan proposed to play truth or dare. At first Qiusheng opposed. In a daze, his remaining sanity told him, this cannot, do not play too much. That can be really sorry Li Zihan, but cannot stand Wangwan even pouting with the threat, and finally defaulted. Shangguan Yunshang clapped her hands and shouted, she has been drunk and eyes hazy. Exciting cannot. To say, the most sober person at this time should be Wangwan. This woman was a scheming. The rules were quickly pieced together by the 10 playing cards from 1 to 10. Each person draws one at a time. Compare the size. The largest gives the smallest a question. If the smallest playing card is an odd number, then it is a question. The loser must say the truth. If it is an even number, then it is a dare, and the loser can be designated to do the required action. Sister 1, do we have to circumvent privacy? Qiusheng asked drunkenly, his mouth grinning up to his ears. Just now the casual conversation has confirmed that Wang Wan is a month older than Qiusheng, so calling sister is reasonable, and then calling the school flower has the tendency to add a dog. At Shangwan Yunshang's suggestion, Qiusheng in the stimulation of alcohol just so called away. Feelings are also nothing. Relationship close not to mention. And then do anything out of the ordinary also have a shield. No, there is no avoidance. As long as the question must be answered, let do the action must be done. Wang Wan Jinsho shook her head straight, having so much of a big sister demeanor. Qiusheng smiled cheekily and looked at Shangwan Yunshang. Shangwan Yunshang was lying on Wang Wan's shoulder, laughing and fluttering. Her face was white and red, blowing. She also shook her head repeatedly, but her mouth said, "Women have privileges." Qiusheng dryly coughed twice. No rebuttal. The first game started. The three of them shuffled the cards separately. This was requested by Qiusheng. He was afraid that the two of them would cheat. They had previous convictions. Qiusheng drew a 5. Wang Wan drew a 9, while Shangwan Yunshang drew a 2. It was a risky game. The two women fooled around for a while, and Wang Wan set the question. Strike a pose that you think is the most flattering. Shangwan Yunshang patted her chest and let out a very exaggerated long breath. Her mouth even said, Fortunately, dear love you oh. She pouted and kissed Wang Wan on the cheek. Wang Wan pushed her away. Don't hole useless, hurry up. Finished. Shangwan Yunshang giggled triumphantly. What's this? It doesn't count. I think I'm the most flirtatious like this ah. Shangwan Yunshang shook her shoulders for 5 seconds. Qiusheng was dazzled by the shaking, and his heart cried out asterisk. The two women scuffled again. Qiusheng's eyes went round. Everywhere is messy trembling, or messy trembling. Very eye-pleasing. The whites of the eyes are congested. Here to say is that after eating and returning to this set of rooms, the two women went into the bedroom to change their pajamas and pajama pants. As for whether there is something inside, Qiusheng didn't see it at first, and he didn't have the good sense to stare at it. However, now he looked out. There was none. After the two women finished messing around, the second game started. This time Qiusheng drew the biggest card, 10, while Wang Wan was 7 and Shangwan Yunshang was 8. Wang Wan loses. Wang Wan put on a calm expression and stared at Qiusheng dead in the face. You ask. Think before you ask. You threaten me? Qiusheng gangly said. No, it's a warning. Warnings are useless. Is it necessary to tell the truth? He wanted to be sure. Must tell the truth. Shangwan Yunshang coaxed. Wang Wan blared at Shangwan Yunshang. Of course tell the truth. Didn't we agree before? Then I can ask. Without bringing a beating. Qiusheng had a winning bad smile on his face. Chapter 065. We don't bring a sharp eye. Ask. Wang Wan was very quick. Qiusheng moved his butt backward, widening the distance between him and Wang Wan, then squinting his eyes cheaply. He said, today at noon, after you ran back to the restroom, Qiusheng you're going to die. Wang Wan suddenly erupted and tried to pounce on Qiusheng with her teeth and claws open, but unfortunately she was sitting cross-legged and didn't get up at once. Qiusheng jumped up as if a spring was pressed under his butt. Shangwan Yunshang laughed like crazy. She pulled Wang Wan who struggled to get up and giggled. What are you doing? Oi. With a sharp eye, Qiusheng made a gesture to run. Isn't it possible to ask anything? Can't afford to play? Can you? I can leave if you're like this. Wang Wan sat down with hatred and gritted her teeth. She knocked Shangwan Yunshang's hand that was tugging on her arm away and glared. You're in league with him, then threw her head back and stared viciously at Qiusheng. Surname Yi, you're ruthless enough, don't let me catch a chance. She understood what Qiusheng was asking. Then I'll change the question. Qiusheng didn't dare to push her too far. This dared to do anything when she was anxious. No need. Don't you want to know? I'll tell you. Wang Wan gritted her teeth. Excitement. Enough. This time Qiusheng was dumbfounded. This feeling he really did not expect. At first he thought it was shy, annoyed, hysterical or embarrassed or something. It turned out to be stimulating. No wonder it was endless on the phone. 30 like a wolf. Next the third game started. This time Qiusheng lost. The winner is Shangwan Yunshang. It was the truthfulness game. Wang Wan lying on the side of Shangwan Yunshang's her face to face, muttering. Shangwan Yunshang giggled, not commenting. Wang Wan hate to scratch her again. After a little bit of abatement, Shangwan Yunshang asked, your trip to Li Rue this time, opened a few pieces of jadeite. Not right. Start over? Your trip to Lirue this time opened what grade of jadeite? What is the geometric value? That counts as a question, right? Her expression was serious. As soon as this question came out, Wang Wan, who was originally unforgiving towards Shangguan Yunxiang, also stopped her hand movements, turned her head and stared at Qiusheng with her beautiful eyes, posing as a serious listener. Qiusheng looked at Shangguan Yunxiang with deep meaning. His thoughts turned. This woman is not as stupid as she looks. She has a lot of heart. In fact, if there is no heart and soul, do not behave softly and quietly. How to let people naturally produce protective desire, and how to catch the golden son-in-law. Take Wang Wan, on the looks and figure are not worse than Shangguan Yunxiang. To say the difference in character, Wang Wan is always big and bold, lack of women soft and well-behaved, but also showed too much eagerness. This is the difference between the two women. The difference is not even close. The fallacy of 1,000 li. Shangguan Yunxiang has married a noblewoman, but Wang Wan is still displaced. High or low? Speak up, Wang Wan eagerly urged. Qiusheng hesitated for a few seconds, first stretching out 2 fingers, sort of 2 high-grade pieces, then changed to 1 finger. All sold. Sold this number. You're not being truthful. You're not making sense. Shangguan Yunxiang was not satisfied. What can this 1 finger say? 10, 000 or 100, 000 or even 1 million? That's right. Say it plainly. Talking nonsense is going to get you clicked. Wang Wan made a scissors opening and closing motion with her right hand. This woman Piao. Shangguan Yunxiang covered her mouth and laughed. Her charming eyes, seemingly intentionally and unintentionally, swept a glance at Qiusheng's. Qiusheng scratched his scalp and helplessly said, a piece of high ice seed, a piece of glass seed. Wow. Qiusheng, you are too good. Quickly say, how much was sold? Wang Wan's 2 eyes were glowing with impatience. Shangguan Yunxiang's gaze became even softer, her charming eyes like water. Didn't I tell you guys? This amount. He once again raised an index finger. Qiusheng, you're cheating, aren't you? Wang Wan reached out and tore at Qiusheng. Close to 100 million. Qiusheng hurriedly said. Wang Wan's hand stopped in the air. Shocked, Shangguan Yunxiang let out an ah. Her small mouth opened and then didn't close again, forming an O shape. Shocked, isn't it? Qiusheng laughed. Ambiguous tone. Not allowed to lie? Wang Wan emerged from the shock. She couldn't believe it. 100 million is a lot of money. I thought you wouldn't believe me, so I'll show you the transfer SMS, said. He picked up the cell phone placed on the carpet, lit the screen, and then clicked on the news push icon. The push news page immediately popped up. There was only one piece of insider information left on it. It doesn't matter if people read it. In fact, Qiusheng had been looking for an opportunity to let Wang Wan look at the news push or let her click on the push icon, but it couldn't be too hard. The purpose is to verify whether the push news can be seen and clicked by other people, and the object of the experiment he locked in the silly woman. Just like Wang Yuqing and Wang Wan, now the opportunity came. Quite natural. He carefully handed his cell phone to Wang Wan, and Shangguan Yunxiang also put her head over to look at it. Immediately, the 2 women looked at Qiusheng with strange eyes and different expressions. Wang Wan glared at him, deadpan. Shangguan Yunxiang, on the other hand, covered her small mouth and looked at him with an unbelievable expression. Her eyes still had waves of light flowing from time to time, brightly shining. What's wrong? Qiusheng sighed. He sighed in his heart. This push news is a bit unreliable. It seems that anyone can see it. This was a big trouble. In the future, his cell phone and computer would have to be watched closely and not be shown to just anyone. Qiusheng, you're teasing, aren't you? I'm telling you, you can't afford it when a woman goes crazy. Wang Wan suddenly roared, startling him. What? You just show us this. Wang Wan threw the phone to Qiusheng. If you're not afraid of being eaten by us, you'll strip down like this right now and we'll look at the real person. Qiusheng caught the cell phone and surveyed it. Asterisk, how can this be? See, on the screen of the phone is a selfie that he took in the mirror after getting out of the bath. The whole back is showing the fruit. Bronze skin in the bath light exudes the light of testosterone. Qiusheng confused for 2 seconds after the heart of great joy. To be a little more sure, he returned the screen to the main page and then pointed to the push news icon. The whole thing was wrong just now. You click this. He once again handed the phone to Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at him suspiciously and clicked on the icon. Then she stormed out. Qiusheng, you've gone too far. She slammed the phone at Qiusheng. Shangguan Yunxiang's face turned even redder. However, she was still eating and laughing. When Qiusheng saw what was on the screen, he was dumbfounded. It was too much. He thought so himself. Chapter 066, joking is a bit too much. The phone presented still a photo. It was Qiusheng's selfie in the mirror after the bath. And the point was that this one was a frontal photo, and the phone was used to block the face when taking the photo. But the rest of the place wasn't blocked. This was embarrassing. What? His mind was a little messed up. He clearly remembered deleting this photo after it was taken. How did this come back out? Showing a female classmate this kind of photo of himself is no longer a joke. It's naked Qing harassment. Okay, Wang Wan, listen to me. It's not like that. There must be a mistake somewhere. I'll look again. Qiusheng fumbled to open the notification message of the SMS, and then showed the 2 recent bank SMS to Wang Wan. 41 million, 55 million. The 2 huge transfer messages diverted Wang Wan's attention. Sold for so much money? Really? Almost 100 million. Shangguan Yunxiang also looked at Qiusheng in surprise. The embarrassment and dilemma of just seeing that kind of photo was gone. This was the power of money ability displayed. Of course it's true. Since it's a truth or dare, of course I have to tell the truth. That is, Shangguan asked about it. Otherwise you think I would say it. Qiusheng said to Wang Wan, saying that he winked at Shangguan Yunxiang. Shangguan Yunxiang ate and laughed, not answering. Right, there are also photos. Qiusheng, in order to make up for his mistake just now, took the cell phone from Wang Wan's hand to find the photos of those 2 pieces of jadeite in the photo album, and put up the phone to show them. Originally, I was going to show this to you guys, sort of explaining the mistake just now. In his heart, he secretly spat. The web host is too immodest, too beautiful. Wang Wan's eyes glowed as she stared intently at the photo. Wow, it would be so happy to have such a jewelry. Shangguan Yunxiang was also aghast. The 2 women chattered for a while before the noisy room calmed down. Qiusheng's fearful heart also fell to the ground. Finally the suspicion of a suspected Qing harassment covered over. Otherwise friends cannot be done. Either completely cut off, or in-depth exchanges continue. And to Wang Wan, meat and fish is not taboo nature. The possibility of pestering him is very high. Next, the 4th game started. This one was still Qiusheng's loss and Shangguan Yunxiang's win. Again, it was a truthful game. Shangguan Yunxiang hesitated for a while before awkwardly asking, "Do you love your wife?" Qiusheng replied without hesitation, "Love." "Done," Wang Wan said, her face full of incredulity, as if how strange it was. Finished? "Ah, isn't that what Shangguan asked?" Wang Wan looked at Shangguan Yunxiang. Shangguan Yunxiang fiddled with the playing cards in her hand and did not say anything. Her mood seemed to have dropped quite a bit. This game passed just like that, and the sizzling atmosphere in the room originally created by the ambiguous baking was violently lowered by several degrees at this moment. The 5th game started. It was Qiusheng who lost again. He lost 3 games in a row, and the person who won this game was Wang Wan, and it was still the truthfulness game. Wang Wan rubbed her tender white hands and jumped to try engaging Qiusheng's heart thief a few nervous. "Do you like young women? Tell the truth," she asked. A pair of big beautiful eyes staring at Qiusheng with a burning gaze. Qiusheng's face whole burned from her stare. He secretly glanced at Shangguan Yunxiang and said, "Nah, my wife is a young woman. Of course I like young women. In my cognition, young women generally refer to women with husbands in general, and young women who are wives in their daily life of firewood, rice, oil and salt, generally slowly learn to take care of each other's emotions and moods, learn to tolerate each other's shortcomings, and have less sassiness and more understanding." This is his true understanding of young women and women. He was not a fan of the uninitiated, bratty, immobile women who commit princess disease. On the other hand, the beautiful, elegantly mannered Shangguan Yunxiang had a natural attraction to him. Of course, it was only out of a man's instinctive possessiveness. It didn't mean that he would really have something happen with Shangguan Yunxiang, even if she was willing. He continued, "A young woman is not the same as a woman who has had that kind of life. Even if that kind of life is more, women will not understand the hard work of a man, will not understand that men are also very difficult, and even more do not understand why it is necessary to tolerate the shortcomings of a man. And also, a young woman is the most heartwarming for a man is that she will warm up a man with her heart and not just with her body." Qiusheng spilled out a lot of words, and it was meant to be. While Wang Wan was listening to this, Shangguan Yunxiang was pondering. But Wang Wan was not an oil-saving lamp. As soon as Qiusheng's words fell, she said with dissatisfaction, "Who asked you to say this? I asked you if you like young women. You just have to answer yes and no. By the way, the scope is limited to this house." Shangguan Yunxiang pushed Wang Wan violently. "Fine, you Tai Hoof. What do you mean? Stay aside. Don't you also want to know?" "Nonsense." Shangguan Yunxiang grabbed Wang Wan in annoyance. Those cheeks that were already reddened by alcohol turned even redder. The 2 women fooled around for a while, and after it subsided, Wang Wan urged Qiusheng again. "Say it." Qiusheng was forced to say, "Yes." After saying that, he looked at Shangguan Yunxiang. He was afraid that the other party would misunderstand. He really didn't mean to do that with her. It was just a man's appreciation of beautiful things. Wang Wan's face did not look good. She threw the poker cards clutched in her hands to the ground. "No more. You two play any way you want." After saying that, She stood up and twisted her ass into the bedroom inside. Qiusheng was confused. Shangguan Yunshan was also baffled. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you. Qiusheng got up, glanced at his cell phone and said, "It's getting late. I'm going back." Shangguan Yunshan walked to his side and whispered, "Thank you for liking me." She then stole a glance at the closed bedroom door and lowered her voice once again. "We'll be in touch when we return to Fengjing." After saying that, she slipped into the bedroom as well. Qiusheng left the hotel in a daze. "What's the matter with me, TMD? Did I encounter a red powder robbery? One by one. Didn't I just make a little more money? Just so attractive to women? No, be careful in the future. Play can, but do not play too much. Can not over not rise." Zihan warned himself all the way into the hotel across the street. Back to his room, put the bathtub full of water, just jumped in and soaked for a few minutes. The cell phone placed outside rang the vibrating ringtone of a video call. Climbing out of the tub, he stumbled over to the bed and grabbed his phone. The one who sent the video request was Li Zihan. "Why are you calling at this hour?" Glancing around the hotel room, Qiusheng's already swollen head once again filled up with a large amount of blood. "What can we do?" He had a splitting headache. "I shouldn't have hidden it from Zihan. Going to Li Rui is just going to Li Rui. It's not something unseemly. What can't I say? This is good. It's exposed." Qiusheng knocked his head hard, feeling extremely chagrined for not informing Li Zihan about the trip. He quickly thought about what to say, but before he could think of a clue, his finger eagerly pressed accept. In his subconscious meaning, he was afraid that Li Zihan would have bad thoughts if he received it late. If you are not sleeping at this point, then there must be a situation. Chapter 067, A Conversation Between Husband and Wife. "Wife," Qiusheng weakly called out. "Husband." Just after saying sweetly, Li Zihan's voice was not quite right. "Where are you? Hotel?" Sure enough, the unusual background caused Li Zihan's high alert. Qiusheng laughed and pretended to be relaxed. "I'm in Li Rui. Surprised or not? Unexpected or not? Surprise your ass. Aren't you still in Fengjing in the afternoon? Switch the camera. Take a picture of all the corners of the room for me. Hurry up. Start from your feet. The camera must have the ground in it." Qiusheng was dumbfounded. This was to check the room or all around. Where did this old get her experience? She's watched too much fighting voice, right? Li Zihan is a Douyin enthusiast, watching countless small videos. Qiusheng is very cooperative. His wife pointed to which, his camera in time to which, even in the coat closet are photographed once. And Qiusheng also has more than one eye. Deliberately gave the hotel guide on the TV cabinet a close-up shot. The hotel logo and name clearly shown on the screen. Finally, Li Zihan believed it and her voice became softer. "Hubby, why did you run to Liri? When did you go?" Qiusheng wiped a handful of cold sweat on his head. Fortunately, she called at this point. Half an hour earlier the trouble would have been big. He secretly celebrated. "The day before yesterday over, which does not earn a little money well. I thought over to buy you an emerald bracelet ring and so on. By the way, travel, take a break. You are not at home. Stay in the empty house is not good." In order to divert Li Zihan's attention, Qiusheng acted out a sad scene. This was one of his killer tricks to deal with Li Zihan. To illustrate, playing the sad card only applies to mutual concern and love between couples. If used inappropriately, but will increase the other party's resentment, be disliked by contempt, must be used with caution. Qiusheng and Li Zihan's feelings were extremely deep, and it was used appropriately at this time. "Husband, let you be aggrieved," Li Zihan said in a chaste tone. "Wife, I miss you." Qiusheng played the emotional card again. Li Zihan was knocked off her feet. "Hubby, I miss you too." Subsequently, the two of them grinded and hummed for a good while. Qiusheng would have been out of the bathtub, but saved a lot of things. Li Zihan also moved her hands, uncovered the quilt on the flush. She seems to have premeditated. Otherwise there is no need to wait until 12 o'clock to video with Qiusheng. After the matter, the two people only chat to the main topic. "Hubby, Sui asked me to take Nui to Kyoto for an audition. When are you going to Kyoto? He told you that? You don't know?" "I don't know. He didn't tell me. Let me ask him. He said that my daughter and the little girl in his next movie go well together, so he asked me to take her there to try it out. I don't know if it will work. I really want to see my daughter in the movie. Then let's go and give it a try." "Hubby, I don't want to buy a car that's too expensive. Can I buy one that's around $200,000? BMW 5 Series and 7 Series are too expensive. Let's buy a good one. We're not short of money." "Hubby, how much money did you make? You don't even know that." "Nonsense. Don't you say it to your wife too." Li Zihan got a little angry. "Wife, I'm afraid that if more people know about it, they'll all swarm around, and then there will be a lot of trouble. I won't tell anyone, not even my parents." "That's fine." The last time Qiusheng won the lottery, Li Zihan didn't tell her parents. Her mouth is still very strict when it comes to her own money. Say yes. Don't tell anyone. Well, say it quickly. Wife, our family has money. These 2 days I bought 2 stones are cut out of the very best emerald. Sold on the spot. Earned 100 million. With a suppressed exclamation of surprise, Qiusheng's cell phone screen image shook, followed by a reddish cherry that dominated the entire screen. It was only slightly blurred, but one could tell what it was, and Qiusheng wanted to take a bite. Hubby, you didn't lie to me, Li Zihan said with a trembling voice as she picked up the phone from her chest. A face squeezed onto the screen was a bit distorted. When has hubby ever lied to you? Just wait until you become the richest wife. Hubby, am I dreaming? No, look at this from hubby. Qiusheng hemmed and hawed and laughed as he converted his phone to the rear lens, standing up again. Right? At this moment, he was lying in a bathtub filled with hot water. Hubby, you earn by this, so hard. Looking for a fight. See if I don't beat your ass into 4 breaks. Your husband is super invincible little fresh meat 24 hours a day can't earn 100 million in 2 days. Right. My husband is great. Awesome ass. Wait. I'll show you the transfer SMS. Qiusheng retreated the video to the background and forwarded the 2 notification messages from the bank to Li Zihan. See? He asked after returning to the video. Later, saying that, Li Zihan's half of the image showing the fruit revealing her collarbone stood still. Not much effort. The cell phone came from Li Zihan's scream. This time suppressed a lot. Husband is real? It was almost a minute before the cell phone screen moved again. Of course it's real. I thought you were fooling me. Li Zihan's voice choked. This time she was really excited. So much money. Seeing is believing. Has husband ever fooled you? Snubbed me. Snubbed me on top every day. Husband, I want it. Voice whiny. Want how much I give you to turn? Or first give you to turn 10 million it. The rest I want to do foreign exchange. The recent market is good. Can make a big one. He understands an ass market. Pure fooling. No. Husband, I want to inside one. Now. Qiusheng no way out. Too far away. Distant water cannot quench the thirst. Qiusheng a good burst of appeasement before the physical and mental turmoil of Li Zihan settled down, and he was true to his word. Turn 10 million over. Li Zihan is again a burst of excitement and commotion. This time she completely and utterly believe. When she calmed down, she said, Hubby, why don't I take my daughter back to Fengjing, buy a suite of rooms in Fengjing, and find a good school. In fact, at this moment, Li Zihan felt the pressure. Men learn to be bad when they have money, not to mention divorced men. And also all the way how to see how to live. What to do if your husband is seduced away. Qiusheng considered and said, or don't. Wife, you look for a house in Magic City. Find a good location, good property, large area. At most half a year hubby will buy you a set of mansion worth more than $100 million in Magic City. Okay, Li Zihan leisurely said. Hubby, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Don't be seduced away by those bad women. Is husband something they can seduce? You are so colorful. Every day. Those women's pants are loose you will not immediately pounce on. I'm only interested in you. I don't believe you. Really, wife, I swear. Abruptly, a picture appeared in Qiusheng's mind. Wu Xinrui was sitting on his lap with her bare buttocks straddling his lap, lusting for him. Wan Youqing's mesmerized eyes and the snow-white body sprawled in the bath. The agency's Thai female co-workers teasing words and soulful gestures. Soulful gestures. Shangwan Yunshang's bold hints. Wang Wan's long legs kicking high. All of this fled under a series of inner insistence on his love for his wife, his love for his daughter, and his duty to his family. But in the future, as his wealth grows and his socialization expands, this kind of thing will become more and more common. Surrounded by beautiful women, warbling, he had the confidence to escape forever? At this moment, he himself was not sure. Chapter 068 2 Women's Phone Calls. After ending the video call with Li Zihan, the time had already come to more than 1 o'clock in the latter half of the night, and he couldn't sleep as he lay in bed. His head was filled with thoughts about life. Why do I live my life? Money? Women? Eating and drinking? To enjoy life? Produce offspring? A place in history? All of them, and none of them. Before he got the future news, he was busy just to live with dignity. However, he didn't do it. His wife and daughter still left him. Now that he is rich, he is confused. But in the confusion he has a belief but exceptionally firm. That is, wife and daughter family is the most important, and parents and sister. To his daughter to create a carefree living environment is his responsibility. So that Li Zihan this accompanied her through a number of years of hard times of the woman is not for the money bidder is his purpose. Let parents have no worries. Let his sister have less worries. And himself? To find his own happiness in their happiness. Wasn't that the meaning of his life? Women? Step aside. To not play along. The next day, I woke up at 9 o'clock, looked at the cell phone and did not Wang Wan called. WeChat also did not have their messages. No matter, They should eat breakfast by themselves. Get up, wash up. He did not eat breakfast in the hotel but took a taxi and went to the Sister Sue. Yesterday's breaking news gave him some ideas. Go out more. Maybe it will trigger a node in the push mechanism at some point. For example, push another piece of extreme jadeite to him. Qiusheng is a little overthinking. When he arrived at the Sister Sue, he casually ate some snacks and skipped around the town until almost 11 o'clock. And the cell phone didn't push the breaking news to him. But the phone did pick up too. One was from Li Zihan. After she sent her daughter to kindergarten, she took the subway to Nanjing Road and was shopping in a super mall. She couldn't decide on a dress and called to ask for his opinion. Qiusheng let her connect the video. Good guy. He first saw the store logo, even Armani. This woman is a little bit floating. However, he liked it. Li Zihan showed him a light purple floral dress. The style is very beautiful. GA series. The price is 13,800. The price of the clothes if yesterday estimated Li Zihan will not look at. Not to mention into this kind of luxury store. Why not afford not to mention? She is heartbroken about the money. Do not feel it is worth it. Today she has a dependency. Her husband has money. Why don't you dress yourself up beautifully? And those bad women competition also need capital. But she still cannot make up her mind for a moment. It is too expensive. To Qiusheng call over, is to let him help take the idea. The big things in the family are always decided by Qiusheng. Spending over $10,000 was definitely considered a big deal. Wife, quite beautiful. This skirt you wear must be very good. Bye. You move the camera to the right. Yes, on this set. Beige set of dresses. This small short skirt is also beautiful. Wife, go to try. Suitable if this set is also bought. Wait a while, I will transfer some to you. Today to spend all this money. Qiusheng a burst of blowing great. Li Zihan side of the shopper blue giggle laugh. Even praised Li Zihan husband is really good for her. Li Zihan snapped and hung up. And Qiusheng really pretend to turn 500,000 to Li Zihan. With the words, spend all this money and then go home. The second call he was surprised. Not Wan, not Shangwan Yunsheng, but Wu Xinrui. Although Qiusheng had a headache, he found that this woman was a bit obsessed. He was even more afraid to touch such a woman. Sister Wu. Answering the phone he called out in a feigned relaxed tone. Xiao Yi, I heard from the people in your store that you resigned, went back to your hometown or went to Magic City. Why did you leave without saying hello? Wu Xinrui said calmly. Qiusheng secretly laughed. You don't know that I resigned? But he also understands why Wu Xinrui said that. She is afraid that his wife is around to give him trouble. This woman has quite a lot of heart, but she is underestimated. She has not been completely blinded by Xing. Sister Wu, I'm alone outside. Aha! Wu Xinrui hummed and stopped talking. What is it? Nothing, just want to hear your voice. Qiusheng's head was spinning for a while. To say that if it was another woman he would have put down the phone. But the opposite side is a patient. And 2 or 3 years, nothing, he went to people's stores and people blindly pushed. Although it is not a man and woman friend, but a good friend is still counted so much. What's more, not long ago also hurt people once, and then do not give face is too inhumane. He cannot do to pull out the gun desperate thing. No, he did not out of the robbery. Although people put the target are bright out, he had no choice but to hold his cell phone and look for words. At the store? He said. No, at home. No heart. Wu Xinxin's voice was low. If it wasn't for Qiusheng's good ear strength he almost didn't hear it. Sister Wu, I'm sorry. It's fine. It's quite good to hear your voice. Qiusheng's heart inexplicably hurt. I'm not a heartless person. I know that you're good to me, but you also know that I have a wife and child. I love them and don't want them to be sad. I know. Her voice was vague. Qiusheng's heart was shocked. This voice? She will not. Just now he heard the sound of mosquitoes flying by again, although it was very light and far away. Sister Wu, why don't you do some other trading? Your store is too cold. Qiusheng couldn't ask, nor was he willing to reveal it. Well, I posted the cash out ad yesterday. We want a piece of it. Well, it's meaningless for me to keep that store after you quit. Wu Xinrui's words gave birth to a deep sense of guilt in Qiusheng, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. My house is quite hot with the doors and windows closed. Wu Xinrui murmured again. This sentence others might not understand, but Qiusheng instantly understood. This was telling him her condition at this time, not wearing an inch of clothing, or her inner anxieties anxiously waiting to be released. Roadside shade, just a row of seats. No one. Qiusheng walked over to sit down. He now cannot put down the phone. To wait for her side of the finish. Put people halfway down the road is not good. He himself has been interrupted by someone embarrassing. That is in the college dormitory. Just went to college, that will. The target is the cell phone he secretly photographed classmate Li Zihan. Was interrupted by the aftereffects of the very difficult to suffocate him for a few days. Sister Wu, why don't you open a restaurant? It might be better to keep busy. He continued to have no words. Well, then you help me. Okay, it will be good. Qiusheng himself didn't understand what "it will get better" referred to. The two have a ride without a ride chat for 10 minutes. Until the phone side of Wu Xinrui, long out of breath, said a sentence others do not understand, but Qiusheng can really feel her sincerity words. Thank you. Go to busy, you got it. Putting down the phone, Qiusheng long pouted and sighed for a while. Chapter 069, The Repush of Instant News. Qiusheng wasn't in the mood to continue strolling around. He took a cab back to the hotel, booked a business car to the airport at the front desk, and then called Wang Wan. Big schoolgirl, I booked a car to the airport at 2 o'clock. Together? His address changed back. In terms of mentality, because of last night's thinking made the distance between him and Wang Wan invisible again, and returned to the relationship of old classmates. Qiusheng, you're such a jerk. Where's the promised breakfast? It's noon now. Shangwan and I have been starving all morning, Wang Wan said in a bad tone. Qiusheng also heard Shangwan Yunshon's giggling laughter near his cell phone. His mind soothed a bit and recovered some debauchery. You even stinks. Empty breakfast. I just got up for a while, okay? Let you guys whole night did not sleep solid. Shangwan Yunshon laughed even harder, and vaguely heard her say, I'm right. Right. The two women didn't know what they had wagered. The lunch was still invited by Qiusheng, just across the street at the Times Square Hotel, and the price was not cheap. The two women were purely slaughtering the big spenders, and Qiusheng was happy to let them slaughter. Otherwise they couldn't slaughter this small amount of money. Harry. Around 2 o'clock they departed from the hotel to Dahong Manchur Airport. The journey took about 2 hours, and he left time for security checks and dealing with unexpected accidents. Perfect. However, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. According to Murphy's Law, if there is a possibility of things going bad, no matter how small that possibility is, it will always happen. Qiusheng rushed back to Fengjing as mindful of the 11th 0 hour, a financial research institute to an organization to submit the next week's financial market analysis report. In the analysis of the report before the release of the report, he still has a lot of things to do. If you can't catch the plane, delayed by a day, there is a possibility of delaying a lot of things. Shortly after the commercial vehicle drove onto the Longrui Expressway, Qiusheng's cell phone placed in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. This vibration was the rhythm that triggered the instant news. He, who was chatting and farting with Wang Wan, excused himself to the two women and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. As expected, the screensaver's screen had an extra line of banner alert in black letters on a white background. Push mechanism triggered. Webpage has random news pushed. He glanced at the two women chatting behind him, silently lighting up his phone before tapping the push news icon. Breaking news, at 14:35 this afternoon. A 3-car pileup occurred at 500 meters of the Vin Tunnel on the Longrui Expressway, resulting in at least 1 fatality and 15 injuries. The Vin section is now closed, and rescuers are on their way to the scene. The news release time is 1 hour later. Qiusheng looked at the time on his cell phone. 14:28, more than 6 minutes from the time of the accident. Master, if we don't take the Wanchang Tunnel, is there an exit down the road in front of us? Qiusheng asked the driver. No, we just passed the Wanchang toll gate, about 10 kilometers ahead into the tunnel, the driver master said. Qiusheng frowned. He glanced at the commercial car's mph meter. It was around 120 kilometers per hour, and the 10 kilometers would take exactly 5 or 6 minutes, which meant that this car would arrive at the place of the accident at the point of time when the accident occurred. So is this car one of the cars involved in the accident? Whether or not it was the car that caused the accident, he now has at least 2 ways to circumvent this disaster. One is to have the driver stop in the emergency lane to avoid the point in time of the accident. The second is to speed and try to pass the place of the accident before 14:35. But both methods have disadvantages. If you choose one, the car will be blocked on the highway in and out of the possibility of such serious accidents, blocked for 3 or 2 hours. Missed the plane is almost 100%. If you choose 2, the driver of the commercial vehicle does not necessarily agree, not to mention, there is the possibility of other accidents on the highway. In case the time to snatch out of the time, just in time for that accident, then it is the same as looking for their own death. This is not good. That is not good. He has a splitting headache. Glancing at the driver, who was humming a little tune with a relaxed look on his face, he looked back at the two women who were giggling and whispering. The dead man couldn't be one of them, could it? Or maybe it's me. No, something has to be done to change that. Yes, the edit function. Maybe it'll work again. He thought of the edit function. If it still didn't work, he'd have no choice but to pull over. A missed flight was a missed flight. No matter how urgent it wasn't as important as life. Last time when he triggered the breaking news in Sister Sue, he didn't have time to think about anything else. His entire focus was on that piece of emerald. Or perhaps he subconsciously thought that the editing function of this issue had already been used, so he didn't even think about editing. Now in a critical situation, even a life and death situation, he had a flash of light in his head. He hurriedly clicked on the exclamation mark on the push news page, and the word, edit, appeared. Click on, edit. 2 news items appeared in the editing page. One was, insider news, and the second was this, breaking news. At this point, time was running out, and he didn't have time to think deeply about how to modify it in a more favorable way. Or could he avoid this traffic collision? He used the shortest possible time to change the time of the incident to 14:45. Breaking news, it became. Today at 14:45 p.m., Longrue Highway Van Tunnel 500 meters at the 3-vehicle collision accident. The accident caused at least 1 death. 15 people were injured. Now Van section has been closed. Rescuers are rushing to the scene. Click to confirm. This edit was successful. When this 6 words popped out, Qiusheng visibly let out a long breath. The incident time dragged backward 10 minutes. To this business car now speed. 14:45 has been out of the tunnel. This tunnel has 4.5 kilometers. The danger is lifted. The possibility of him missing the plane is also gone. But he was vaguely uneasy in his mind. He knew exactly what was going to happen, but he couldn't change it. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't do anything about it. Could he stand at the mouth of the tunnel and hold up a sign asking people to stop? They had to believe you for that to happen. This feeling of powerlessness frustrated him. 1440 business car has gone through the tunnel. Qiusheng from the rearview mirror looked at the pitch-black tunnel entrance. Complex mood. Wang and Shangwan Yunxiang, and he spoke. He did not care. When he arrived at the airport, before getting out of the car, he deliberately glanced at the future news. The edited, breaking news, was still there. History had not been changed. His mood became heavier. After going through the security check and sitting in the waiting area, Wang said with dissatisfaction, "Who are you making a face for?" Qiusheng smiled bitterly. "It has nothing to do with you guys. It's my own reasons. Is everything alright?" Shangwan Yunxiang asked with concern. Qiusheng shook his head, his eyes looking at the screen at the boarding gate. Local news was being broadcast on the TV, and looking at the screen it was exactly at the entrance of the Wanchang Tunnel. According to the reporter who rushed to the scene, there was a serious 3-vehicle collision in the Wanchang Tunnel. The collision was between an airport bus and 2 SUVs. There were 45 people on the bus, of which the driver of the BMW SUV was killed on the spot, and there were 15 people on the bus who were injured. Details of the situation our station will follow up on. Chapter 070, Speculating on foreign exchange is not a simple matter. Qiusheng looked gloomy. In order not to let the 2 women see his sad expression, he bent down and buried his face deeply in his knees. He was pondering. The point in time of the accident was delayed for 10 minutes. Then whether the car accident is still the original 3 cars? What about the people who died? Were they the same people? If the 3 cars were replaced, does it count that he harmed the BMW driver? A moment and a half will not understand. The flight was not delayed because some of the passengers were stuck on the highway. It took off on time, because Qiusheng had chosen his seat online in advance. He was seated quite far away from Wang and Shangwan Yunxiang, which freed up time for him to organize his emotions. By the time he arrived in Kunming, his emotions were pretty much sorted out. At the Kunming airport, Qiusheng treated Wang and Shangwan Yunxiang to a McDonald's meal, which was the least he had spent on eating with the 2 women. A few hours later boarded the plane again. After 1 a.m. on the 7th, it arrived at Fongjing Taoxian Airport. The 3 people directly boarded the internet car that was waiting outside the airport. Qiusheng first sent the 2 women home, and when he returned to the rental house it was already more than 3 o'clock. He didn't even bother to wash up and went straight to bed. When he woke up, it was already the blazing sun, almost noon. Finished washing up, from the trolley case out of a bag of bread. Just made tea to eat up. Eat while opening the securities app. Check the trend of Dongquan Pharmaceuticals. No. 7 is the first day after the May Day opening. Dongquan Pharmaceuticals continued the pre-holiday trend. Up to open, the volume is very small. It is estimated to be a board in the end. Today he can make another 7 or 800,000. But this money has not inspired him to do anything. Qiusheng also a little floating. Eat and drink. Go downstairs. First went to the old house. Everything was as usual. He wanted to immediately look for the wall with emerald masonry. But after thinking about it, it is better to say it tomorrow. And there is no hurry. Went out. Took a cab. And when he passed a mall went in and bought a few spring and summer outfits. Big brand names. Then went to the neighborhood of a large bookstore. In the economic books in the search of a large pile of books about foreign exchange and futures. Spent $1,000. Back to the rental house and the internet to find foreign exchange and futures trading platform. The results of a large pile of speculation in foreign exchange was cheated news. He broke into a cold sweat. The domestic foreign exchange market is so dangerous? Professional things still have to consult professionals. Looking through his cell phone, he found Wang Wan's number and called it. Is big schoolgirl Wan awake? Are you sick? What time is this? Besides, who answered the phone if I'm not awake? Ghost. Wang Wan's flaming. Maybe her great aunt came, but he didn't see any signs of her having a great aunt that day. Whatever, just take it as it is. Wang Wan, I've noticed that you've become bad-tempered. He teased. That's also because you're angry. Alright, count it as my fault, he said helplessly, while muttering in his mind. It's lust, isn't it? Which was more likely? He'd seen that over the past few days. What do you mean by counting? That is. Hey, Wang Wan, aren't you women all unreasonable? I don't know where the fault lies until now. Okay, I invited you guys to eat wrong, or accompany you guys to fight the landlord wrong, or send you guys home wrong. Really? You look at me. I'm a big yellow girl being looked at by you. You're not right? Can we not mention this? Not mentioning it means it doesn't exist? No way. What do you want from me? Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to sleep a little more. Shay, I know. Hey, want to ask you something? You work in the investment company, right? Do you know which is the most reliable platform to do foreign exchange and futures in China? Will not be cheated that kind. This I really do not know. Have not contacted. Or tomorrow I will ask you colleagues. Well, as soon as possible to give me a letter back. Put down the phone. Qiusheng worried eyebrows. This is a bit of a problem. From the information he found, there are several national banks can do real trading, but there is no leverage, low yield, not in the scope of his considerations, and Linlin all sorts of a dozen foreign exchange trading platforms, companies, is not Hong Kong Island is abroad. The specific which is strictly regulated, which is a black platform. He did not have a little bit of spectrum, and the state has long stipulated that there is no domestic license foreign exchange trading platform is not legal. Whether you have regulation, our black platform, this is ed up. This time he intends to put into the foreign exchange market funds at least 100 million. Such a large amount of money if invested in the black platform, cannot be out of gold. He will be overnight back to the liberation before. The main thing will delay his valuable opportunity to make money. Who knows if there will be any such opportunity in the future. So he is now the most important work is to put the trading platform of the matter implemented. As for the old house in the Emerald, temporarily placed there well, and cannot run, as the saying goes, plans don't change fast. When he gave a few domestic licensed trading platform customer service has played the advisory phone. His previous plan was completely overturned again. The first thing that you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. And then you can get your hands on some of the most popular ones. Take the domestic restrictions on foreign exchange policy, the annual limit of 50,000 knives per person on the dead limit of personal large funds in and out of the mirror. Operate with the Union Pay system? It is not impossible, but he does not want to and dare not. Family members know their own things. He can predict the future week of foreign exchange and futures trends, and there are 3 months, so making money is not a problem. The problem is that when he earns a huge amount to his own fear of the amount of time, will inevitably cause the attention of the relevant departments, be investigated by the monitoring is to be expected, but he did not want to do so. He just wanted to develop obscenely, quietly develop, not let people know. Now it seems that the operation of large funds has been impossible. In the domestic small play can still play. Do not want to earn hundreds of billions of trillions. Go abroad? Go to Hong Kong Island? Thinking about it seems to be the only way. Go abroad trouble. Then can only go to Hong Kong Island. Qiusheng has a pass to and from Hong Kong Island, but the endorsement has expired. But he rummaged through the box also did not find. So to Li Zihan call, ask her. Under her guidance finally found the pass. Li Zihan asked him what he was doing on Hong Kong Island. Qiusheng told him to go to do foreign exchange trading account. Li Zihan 1,000 instructions for 10 minutes. Let him be careful and careful. Anxious Qiusheng as a hot pot of ants. Finally out of the door. Take a taxi to the immigration department. In front of the door coincidentally met a middle school female classmate. She wore a uniform. Valiant. Proper police flower 1. Qiusheng? Li CC? It's me. The two returned almost simultaneously. Haven't seen you for years. You're pretty again. You're handsome too. Look at you in this outfit. You're rich. Qiusheng was dressed in new clothes, and they were all big brands. No, I'm just getting by. Don't be modest. Right, what are you doing here? Li CC asked. Ready to go to Hong Kong Island. Visa expired. Come over to do it. Is it urgent? Very urgent. Do you have a solution? Li CC wrinkled her nice eyebrows. But quickly, you give me the stuff. I'll try. Qiusheng was overjoyed, busy handing over the information bag to Li CC. Wait for me for a while. She hurried inside. Qiusheng watched her enter the counter and a small door inside, so he stood outside the door, lit a cigarette and waited in boredom.